And at a time when markets are giving premium P multiples to PSUs and fintech and consumer tech and defense, I think banks are getting ignored. But banks have to do well for markets to sustain higher. So that becomes the fly in the ointment. Second, if you are looking at the near term, which is that today, tomorrow, this week, next week, look guys, I mean markets have seen a run up. Now if you're jumping in now on the bandwagon, of course you've got to be mindful that the risk reward ratio may not be that favorable. The best strategy in this market is that just wait out for one bad day, maybe one bad patch. You will not get too many bad patches in this current market, but just wait for that decline so that your level of entry is better. And third, if you are in large cap stocks, I think please don't go and short the market. Please don't go and start doing anything in the options market assuming that we are nearing a big fall. This is not the time where you really want to venture out differently from the market. Respect the market direction, stay with the market. If you've not entered, wait for 1 or 2 bad days, but otherwise I think markets are in shape.
Yeah, and then of course the block deals are keeping the market lively, although some of that has dried up this week. But so yeah, not a major chunk of that FII or FPI flows is going towards the block deals, but we've had some sizable ones.
Yeah, they're coming back again. Last week, 10 days ago, it was ITC, TCS, Indigo. Now, the fresh leg of block deals are coming from some pharma companies. QIPs have started. I was reading yesterday that I think Gland Pharma and Shilpa, they're starting a block deal. We understand that a lot of multiple block deals from other promoter groups are also starting. I think JSW Energy did a 5,000 crore block deal. So that becomes a restrictive factor. See, what happens is flows will come, but flows will go to individual stocks. So the market, in terms of the near-term dependence on FI and DIs, will get diminished. So market will be relying on HNI and retail. HNI and retail is a lot about sentiment and a lot about technicals and momentum. So sentiment is okay, levels are strong, but I think the way to approach when you are backed by a retail crowd or a HNI crowd is that you wait for like one nick in the market, then you start buying. See, direction is strong, momentum is strong. You just have to time yourself brilliantly, and that is your skill. That we can't discuss it because it's an individual skill which needs to be adopted.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, let's discuss about the global markets then and find out what we actually know overnight. Vinny?
Good morning, and absolutely talking about global markets, the commentary continues around inflation, and we have Fed's Birkin who's highlighting that, Fed has time to actually get more clarity on where inflation rates are moving. One could be open to a target range, but cannot back off from that 2% mark. Question is whether recent inflation is going to see a data bump, or where is it moving? That's the word coming in from him, keeping a close eye on that, keeping rates somewhat restrictive. Inflation can hit that 2% mark. That's what he believes. Other than that, Federal Reserve's goals, we also said that keeping interest rates elevated for too long will lead to higher unemployment. And further quoting him, I'm just going to say this, that you've got to pay attention to how long do you want to have the rates at this restrictive level. Because he believes if these restrictive rates continue, then unemployment is something that could be a worry and concern for the markets. Lastly, we have commentary that came in from JP Morgan Chase Chair and CEO Jamie Dimon, who's released an annual letter. Some key highlights that came in, some of them were in terms of the AI outlook, where does he see AI headed, as well as in terms of overall the soft landing in the US. He said that everyone is pricing in that 70-80% chance of having a soft landing, a modest growth and declining inflation in terms of the interest rate. But he believes that there are odds are much lower than that 70-80% chance of having a soft landing. So being a bit more cautious on the inflation front is what we could say, commentary coming in from JP Morgan's CEO in terms of the annual letter that he highlighted.
Thanks very much, Vinny, for giving us that roundup. Overnight, you did see a bit of a range-bound move on Wall Street. Sorry. And you did have pretty much the Asian markets inching up in the green. But let's find out what's in store for our markets. What are the levels to track? Naresh Mirani, Kunal Bothra joining right in. And Naresh, let's get in a sense from you first up. Perched at record highs, you've got the VIX as well, which has inched lower, and large caps really seeming to be doing a lot of the heavy lifting.
Absolutely. So what we are looking at is a much more stronger move across the heavyweights. HDFC Bank, for example, has recovered. Then you have Kotak Bank, which has recovered. Apart from that, Reliance Industries looks interesting above the 3,000 mark. So overall, we are getting into a good space.
Naresh, I don't know what you've been up to, but that's a really sour throat. Take care of that. Kunal as well joins in on the studios. Kunal, hi, morning. In ship shape, I mean, index after index, stock after stock. It's a long list of all-time highs.
Well, yeah, it's a classic sector rotation which is at play. I think with large cap names like Reliance looking quite strong, and then you have the likes of L&T making a comeback. You had the banking stocks, the private sector banking names making a strong comeback. What I really like about the market texture, and specifically it's the market internals, where there has been a dramatic change in the open interest. So, I think last week or so I flagged off that there was a 41% drop in the open interest for Bank Nifty. That was that put the Bank Nifty OI to one of the lowest in the last, I think, 6-7 months for the index. And then gradually post the RBI policy, we've seen a mild build-up of open interest gradually for the indices. So when we put this in the last 1 week, 7-8 days of market trend, it indicates that there's been a drastic short covering which had happened for the Bank Nifty futures, and then gradual long build-up which is shaping up for the index. That, I believe, is a very strong and a classical sign that we are going into a very steady as well as a gradual uptrend for the index. Yesterday, the OI for the Nifty was up by almost 8%, which means more fresh longs were seen in the Nifty futures. So I think on the back of this index trends, the sector rotation at play, we should continue to move up higher. The next targets on the upside should be at 22,950 for the Nifty over the very near term, and stop loss could be tilted to 22,500.
Right. So, Kunal, is it a bet towards large caps once again this morning?
Yeah, so I'm mixing large caps and mid caps because there are a few mid cap stocks which are also inching towards a fresh breakout. So the first one is large cap. It's about L&T. The stock looking quite charged up. Yesterday, the stock coming back towards its previous 3-day, 4-day swing high. So would suggest a buy with a target of 39.10. Stop loss could be kept at 37.75. And HEG is the other stock which I believe is also heading towards a classical breakout. It's already crossed about the 2000, 2100 previous resistance. So would suggest almost an 8 to 10% up move further from current levels. 2300 as a target. Stop loss could be kept at 2000.
All right, I'm just going to flag off what Naresh Mirani is picking out as his strategy for the day in terms of individual stocks. He's got a buy recommendation on Eicher Motors with a target price at 4,500, stop loss at 41.30. His next buy recommendation is in the metal space on JSW Steel. 950 is the level to watch for with a stop loss at 860. So there you have it. That's what our chartists are picking out. Time to move on then, and let's get stock specific. Lots to discuss, and Anisha is here to throw light on just that. Let's begin then by discussing the tactical call on Exide, JP Morgan, Kotak Securities. What are the views?
Well, yesterday the stock was up a solid 17%, and post that there was that debate whether it's warranted, not warranted, and there's a classic bull versus bear case scenario. Even if you look at the brokerage view coming in, JP Morgan clearly believes there's much more room to this rally. They've hiked the target price substantially by 45% to now 480 rupees, and they have increased the valuation of the EV battery business from 25 rupees all the way to 173 rupees. They're talking about how the capacity utilization is expected to improve materially for the company with the Hyundai as well as the Kia tie-up coming in, and this also allays the investor concern whether the company would be able to get into these marquee orders or not. So that really gets answered, and that's the reason that stock reacted yesterday very strongly, and they believe that the core business potential of the company is likely underappreciated. On the other hand, you have Kotak Securities saying that they maintain a sell. They have increased the target price, but by a paltry 20 rupees, they have a target price of just 270. They say that the company is well positioned to benefit, but it is a very commoditized market, so they're not sure whether the company will be able to stand out or not. They're also talking about how the capex intensity is quite high, and that might keep the return ratios under check going forward as well. They are saying that the global battery players too have had, faced this problem, and that's likely to play out in India as well. The valuations too, they say, are not very compelling. In fact, they find it expensive, and that's the reason they maintain the sell call. Nikunj, very interesting here, whether it's the potential of growth or whether the fact that the stock has run up.
See, either Kotak or JP Morgan, one of them will get it right. It's very confusing right now. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. When you see, they're both the views which are very valid. What is the big picture argument? Big picture argument is that in China, 30% of the total cars now are sold electric. Electric cars will need a different kind of a battery. Now that's the big picture argument, because the same pattern of electric success is there in other countries. So if I take a 3-year view, 5-year view, the big picture is there. Is Excite capable of delivering, and will the market share go to incumbent? Well, looks like Amara Raja and Excite were the market leaders. It's a 2-player market. At max there could be third, but I don't think there is going to be a series of battery makers, because wherever the capex is coming in, except JSW, I don't think we've heard anybody who's moving into the battery technology. Third, the backward integration actually started with Tata's investing, mining has started. So the technology, I think, is going to be backed by what really could be called as back-ended research, which will ensure the cost is down. Now, specifically when it comes to Excite, the timeline, I think, is when I read the JP Morgan report, I think is the standout point for me in terms of when the execution will happen. The stock is not very expensive. Now, when you are looking at, historically, whenever a new sector starts, it tends to command at a premium and the excitement happens. So it may well happen that markets in the near term, they may get excited and the true potential will get unlocked in the long term. So the bottom line here is, I think the stock has seen a run up. It is not cheap. If yesterday's move would have not kicked in, I would have still said it was a buy. But at 400 rupees by any yardstick, it's not a stock where you want to chase it now, even though there is a big potential.
Okay, and Citi's come out with its note. Any tactical ideas there, Anisha? Interesting ones?
Whole host of actually interesting names coming in. I think just ahead of the earnings season, there's a lot of scope because the stocks have either run up or run down substantially. So I think that's why we are getting a lot of tactical ideas. So Citi has, given a 90-day downside watch on JSPL. They're talking about how the volumes are going to be on the weaker side and the pricing power remains limited, and that's why they've gone ahead and initiated a downside 90-day catalyst. And the volumes, they believe, in Q4 will be negative. Having said that, Morgan Stanley has actually initiated a tactical trade on Canfin Homes. They have an overweight rating with 1,000 target price. They're saying that the shares price should actually increase relative to the country's index, that is the Nifty, over the next 60 days. They're expecting strong Q4 results to come by, and the fact that the stock has underperformed rest of the pack also gives them comfort. Citi has also come out with a buy note on PI Industries. They've opened a upside 90-day catalyst watch on the same. They believe that the company will be able to deliver well on the management's guidance about the strong growth in FY25 as well. They're expecting 15% revenue growth in the CSM business in Q4, and the concerns they believe are overdone. So 2 positive tactical trades and 1 on the negative side.
You read them as they come, Anisha. Yeah. I mean, these are tactical research ideas where they feel that in the near term, purely based on technicals or flows, there is scope for stocks to move up or down. For me, the standout name, I think, is PI Industries. Rarely do you say a big foreign brokerage come out with a tactical idea on a very specific mid-cap name. See, GSPL, it's always a function of metal cycle. Can Finance Home, it's a stock where markets have really, spoken endlessly about why valuations are cheap. And we've discussed this in the past. But PI Industries is something which rarely comes out, at least from a FI-dominated institutional brokerage. I don't understand this business that well, but what I know is that the chemical cycle and the agrochemical cycle globally seems to be bottoming out. But yeah, these are typical ideas where it's more like a whisper in the ear that we know that in the near term, demand is going to be more than supply.
Okay, those are some interesting stocks to look out for, but something interesting up in the skies as well last night. And a total solar eclipse swept across North America on Monday night, casting cities in Mexico and the US as well as Canada into complete darkness. Skywatchers celebrated the celestial event with great pomp and marriage proposals as well. Remember, this is an event where the moon completely blocks out the sun, and it lasted for up to 4 minutes depending on the observer's location. While a partial eclipse was also visible across most of the continent, US, an estimated 44 million people lived within the path of totality.
And back home, today marks the Hindu New Year. It is in Maharashtra, the festival of Gudi Padwa, and those are the celebrations. It marks the start of the harvest season. It's celebrated with a lot of pomp, a lot of grandeur and color. A vibrant festival that promises a delightful mix of tradition and cultural events. So from the ET Now team, a very happy Gudi Padwa to all.
in association with Volta Smart Air AC. Shore काम ज़्यादा.
In association with State Bank of India, the banker to every Indian.
ICL FinCorp announces public issue of secured NCD. Double your investments in just 68 months and earn high returns. To view the prospectus and download the application, visit iclfincorp.com.
Sir, आप इतने कलरफुल हो, but how can colorful be powerful?
Follow me. धूप के पसीने छूट जाएंगे, लेकिन ये डटा रहेगा. धूल हो या मिट्टी, इससे नहीं जीत पाएगी. बारिश का प्रेशर बढ़ेगा, पर इसको कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा. Dulux Weather Shield Power Flex
With international triple defense technology, इसका हर रंग लड़े धूप, धूल, बारिश से और रहे हमेशा कलरफुल.
It's colorful. It's powerful.
Attention startups. Reach 25 crore people well within your budget. Advertise on 10 TV channels in one shot. No TVC required. Brand starter pack starting from just 1 lakh rupees. Brand Surge, the special marketing starter pack for startup brands. For more details, visit our website brandsurge.co.in or write to us at brandsurge@timesgroup.com. Times Network, now or nothing.
In the jungle of investments, there are companies which move slow and go nowhere. Only a few companies become rare, dominant, unchallenged, and long-lasting. Presenting Trust MF Flexi Cap Fund. Mutual fund investments are subject to market risks. Read all scheme-related documents carefully.
Thanks for staying on with us. Let's put the spotlight on individual newsmakers and sectors and non-life insurance sector. That's going to be in the spotlight today on the back of the good growth witnessed in FY24. Anurag Shah joins in to do some number crunching. Anurag?
Non-life insurance sector has shown a growth of 16.5% in FY24. So overall premium of non-life insurance sector has increased from 2,31,000 crore to 2,68,705 crore. So private general insurance companies has shown growth of 17.5%. On the other side, PSU insurers has shown growth of only 9%. Standalone health insurance companies has shown a growth of 26%. So good growth by standalone health insurance companies like Star Health Insurance. So if we talk about the listed players, then New India Assurance has shown a growth of 7.5% in FY24. ICICI Lombard premium has increased by 18%. And Star Health premium has also gone up by 18%. If we talk about the month of March, so New India Assurance has shown a flat growth. ICICI Lombard has shown a growth of 18%. Star Health has also shown a growth of 17.5%. If we talk about the market shares, so New India's market share has decreased from 13.5% to 12.78%. Star Health market share is at 5.26%. ICICI Lombard's market share is at 8.5%. So sector-wise, now PSU insurers hold a market share of 31%, private general insurers 53%, and standalone health insurance companies 11.43%.
Right, and Transformers and Rectifiers deliver its Q4 numbers. They've been pretty strong. Let me take it across to Gaurav and analyze those numbers for us.
Right. They've got 4Q FY24 results from transformers and rectifiers, and if we look at the numbers, they were actually quite strong. So for example, revenue, it grew almost by 17% on a YOY basis. EBITDA grew almost by 118% on a YOY basis. And lastly, if we talk about net profits, it grew almost fourfold, and now it stands somewhere near 41 crore rupees on the back of low base. Now, if we look at the reasons why these numbers were strong, so company explained it with that faster execution and better production planning that we have seen in Q4 FY24 that helped the company to grow its profitability. From here on, if you look at order book also, it stands somewhere near 2,500 crore rupees for FY24, which is executable in the next 15 months. Order inflow was actually quite strong in Q1 FY24, so Q1 FY25 so far. And lastly, company's order book pipeline stands at somewhere near 17,000 crore rupees with expected win ratio of 20%. So if from here on, they are guiding FY25 revenue to be somewhere in the range of 2,000 crore rupees, and EBITDA margins are also likely to remain between 12.5 to 13% levels versus what we have seen at 10.4% level in FY24. Now, there is some positive commentary coming up from management as well. So, for example, they have stated that the QIP of 500 crores will be completed in Q1, and the proceeds will be used for inorganic growth as well as debt reduction. And at the same time, they also believe that profitability that we have seen in Q4 FY24 will be continued in the coming days as well. And for FY26, they're actually aiming 25% of its revenue mix coming from exports. So all in all, a very positive commentary coming up from management as well. We have already seen that stock reacted positively on the back of the strong results that we have seen. And on back of this, all these updates, we will definitely keep an eye on this company and see how it performs for the investors in coming days.
Thanks for that. Let's move on then and find out what the Q4 updates are then and which are the stocks that will be in the spotlight. On the back of this, we've got Ashesha to break it down for us. Ashesha, morning.
Well, yes. First, let's talk about Tata Motors, which has reported JLR operational update for the fourth quarter, where wholesale sales have risen by about 10% on a sequential basis and about 16% on a year-on-year basis. Retail sales, meanwhile, saw an uptick of about 11% YOY and a growth of about 5% on a quarter-on-quarter basis. Remember, this momentum, both on a sequential and on a year-on-year basis, is on account of sustained global demand as well as increasing production. Remember, for Tata Motors JLR this time around, they have not released their free cash flow or FCF number for the second consecutive quarter, and they've also not come up with their order book guidance, which in any case was on a declining trend. So this is a bit of a negative that has come in, but all in all, JLR numbers for the fourth quarter are largely in line with what the street was working with. Apart from this, let's also talk about Sula, where net revenues for the fourth quarter are up 11% on a year-on-year basis, and elite and premium owned brands was what led growth for the company this time around, and this segment saw an uptick of 15% YOY. As far as their segment-wise performance is concerned, own brands revenue is up 9% YOY, while wine brands business revenue is up nearly 31% on a year-on-year basis. So keep an eye out on Sula as well on the back of operational updates. Moving on to a couple of earnings that were reported yesterday, in that we have Popular Vehicles. Remember, it is a recently listed entity where revenues are up 16% YOY. Margins have expanded to 4.3% versus 4.1% that the company had reported same time last year. So on a year-on-year basis, margins have expanded by nearly 20 basis points. Moving on to Cupid then, another small counter, we don't usually talk about it. Revenues are up a whopping 52% on a year-on-year basis, and margins have also expanded a whole lot. In fact, for the fourth quarter, EBITDA margins stood at about 49.2% versus 25% that the company had reported same time last year. So solid margin expansion. Cupid will also be in focus on the back of this.
Right, Ashesha, we leave it at that. A lot of block deal action as well as QIPs as well continue on D Street. Let me take it across to Sharad and get in the entire list.
Well, yes, the deal-making buzz is active in the street, and foremost is two block deals are opening. The first one being Gland Pharma, where its ex-promoter Dr. Ravi Penmitsa will be selling his complete stake of 4.93% stake across two entities where he has stake, and the deal itself would be roughly 1400 crore rupees. Looking at the floor price, that's coming at roughly 1725 rupees per share. That's coming at a discount of almost 7.3%. Also, Axis Bank would be in focus, as Bain Capital will be looking for its complete exit, as they're likely to sell 1.08% stake, which the value comes at almost 3,575 crore rupees. The offer price is at 1076 rupees per share, which is almost at the current market price of the closing rates which was there yesterday. And importantly, over the last 2 years itself, Bain Capital has been reducing its stake in Axis Capital, and analysts are stating that the selling pressure would be over for Axis Bank when it comes to Bain Capital. Also, Shilpa Medica QIP is opening, roughly 500 crore is the expected size, and the issue price is at 477 rupees per share, which translates to a 6% discount. Another QIP from Sterlite Tech is opening, roughly 1000 crore size is expected, and the floor price is at 119 rupees per share, which translates into a 7% discount. Also, one QIP has closed. It's a small cap company, Orion Pro. Roughly they have raised 377 crore rupees, but there are certain marquee names which I'd like to point out, which include Malabar Fund, Alchemy, and even Goldman Sachs, adding it to the investor list. So a whole lot of block deals and QIP issues are in focus today.
Oh, most certainly. Thanks very much, Sharad, for those details. Let's welcome on board Sanjiv Bhasin, who joins in on the show to chat fundamentals. There's also Soni Patnaik, who's joining in on the technicals. And Sanjiv, I'm just going to take forth that point that my colleague Sharad was bringing up, that the block deal action is certainly a lot on D Street, Axis Bank, Gland Pharma, Shilpa Medicare, what have you, all in the spotlight. What do you make of it?
Yeah, good morning, Awan. Firstly, to you and the entire ET community and all viewers, a very, very happy Navratri. May you all be well blessed by health and wealth and prosperity. Yes, so the underlying two things which are very synonymous is, one is the big block deals, and second is the advent of the primary market, where you are seeing a plethora of new issues, which is typically the sign of a bull market, reaching some sort of a crescendo. So not that I'm saying there's a near-term top, yes, but it's telling you that exits and entries are at full flows, and particularly in some of the longer-term private equity or equity with money which had entered in, say about 2 years back, they are seeing a very, very bright exit. If you remember, Bain Capital came into Axis closer to 450, 500, when the change of guard was evident, when the Shikha Sharma and all were in the realm of change, and I think the bank has more than doubled from there. So, like we said, it's a glass half full, half empty. It indicates the left out feeling, where people are now looking for excellent stocks to pick, and an exit for old people who have been holding and are now wanting to encash as the bull market reaches a crescendo. So be a little watchful here. I would say some of the large caps are still looking attractive, but it's a time to be a little cautious because the market looks overstretched on all parameters.
Okay, so Sanjiv, given that it's an auspicious day, let's make an auspicious start. Let's help our viewers understand where is it that there is a buying opportunity, and where do you think the market is looking toppish, like you just highlighted.
Yeah, so Aisha, the buying opportunity continues in stock-specific ways, and you've seen some of the PSUs do outperformance, particularly the China effect, where you saw that yesterday it was iron ore or caustic soda or specialty chemicals which are making a comeback, and in turn with that you will see an effect on the Indian side. So UPL has been one of our top picks, which we think is a very, very relative good play. It's just trading at one-time price to book. It is the largest specialty chemical player in India and one of the largest in the world. They've already indicated their divestment in the sense that they want to encash part of their Advanta stake, which is valued at something like $9 billion. And that could be a very positive way in reducing your debt structure, because return on equity will improve. Secondly, the crop seeds business, particularly sunflower, corn, canola, is seeing an uptick in prices. And I think the risk reward here at 485, 490 on UPL is very, very skewed towards an upside. I don't rule out 650 levels coming in the next 1 year or maybe end of this year. And I think this would be a perfect buy. Second would be GAIL. I think GAIL is again poised to come out with very good numbers. And we've seen gas price, the distribution flow get very, very strong. So GAIL would be my top pick, but be cautious that it's at a 52-week all-time high in nearby. So, but I still think there's a 10% upside there. And lastly, it would be the third name would be India Bull Real Estate, which I think is a grossly undervalued stock. And now with capital infusion coming in from the likes of Embassy, Blackstone, Poonawalla, you have very, very marquee names. You cannot have it trade at 7,000 crore market cap. For 4,000 crore has been committed by very, very marquee names. And it tells you that the land bank which they own is all owned by them in person. So I think this stock is due for a re-rating. It has moved sharply from that 110 to 138, 140. But I still think this stock in the next, or by the end of the year, can hit 250 easily. So these are 2-3 marquee names. Rest, we would be a little cautious on the index over here per se, because the weight of Reliance and L&T and maybe a couple of stocks is seeing that the ETF inflow is now nearing a crescendo.
Okay, Sony, hi, welcome on board. Are you seeing on that the same on the charts as well? Is the Nifty now looking a little bit like it's hitting a ceiling?
Good morning, Anastasia. Thank you so much for having me on the show. So I think Nifty, definitely we can see that, it's at all-time high. One may take a cautious approach, but there could be some, more momentum left on the upside before one can actually take that cautious approach and, start hedging the positions. We feel that the support has risen now from 20,300 to 20,500, 22,600 is also acting as a good support. There could be a stance that where it tests 22,800 first, and then you can see some profit booking coming back again up to 22,500 and then reinitiate the longs. Ultimately, somewhere between 22,800, 23,000 can act as a resistance zone from where we can see some profit booking taking place. And, this could be the, ultimate rally that we're talking about once where, the index tops out around 23,000 levels. So similarly, talking about Bank Nifty as well, it has given a good breakout. It was showing very strong aggressive rollovers. So Bank Nifty somewhere around 14,500, 50,000 can test those levels. And from those levels only, we can see some profit booking taking place. Most likely by the end of the week also, these levels can get tested. But after that, definitely one should take in a cautious approach or at least start hedging the positions.
Okay, fair enough. Meantime, Sanjiv, wanted to get in your thoughts as well on what's going on within the entire banking space, because while the Q4 updates have been fairly healthy, it doesn't seem like anything is incrementally wrong. They haven't quite been participating in this large cap led rally that we've witnessed. What's your take?
Correct. And Avan, that was more to do with the weightage of HDFC Bank and the underperformance. And I think now that private banks are starting to perform, and I've been of this view that take some money off the PSUs and get into private banks. I still think HDFC, ICICI, Axis, Kotak, these are going to lead from the front. and if anything, the index has to go higher, then Bank Nifty has to go to 50,000. But look at some smaller names. I think RBL Bank, Dhanlakshmi Bank, some of the mid and small cap banks are looking very, very attractive. Their numbers, their credit deposit ratios, low range, all these are going to add up to positive numbers. If anything, the guidance from HDFC Bank has been positive as far as reduction in credit deposit ratio. And we know that the inflows into equity SIPs and mutual funds has been a cause of concern on the liability side. But I think now with the credit expanding, the bank's credit offtakes have been very, very strong. So I think numbers will be very strong. In fact, I think private banks could come out with very, very stellar numbers. So overweight banks, particularly the large cap private and select mid cap banks.
Sure. Sanjiv, haven't had the chance to discuss what is it that you did with your Paytm holding eventually? Still holding on?
No, Aisha, as a disclosure, we have exited Paytm because we thought that the underperformance might continue. We got the opportunity, we exited Paytm, we have exited Z also. They may be, these have been two of the weak calls, and unfortunately, we wanted to get into better plays where, because this underperformance might stay for a longer than expected period. And who wants to fight uncertainty in a bull market? If they cannot perform at 22,500, then God forbid if we hit 20,000, you'll be really in the doldrums. So I think if you have a slightly longer term view, it is better to get into more marquee names, which we have done in the recent month.
Okay, meantime, Kunal, wanted to get in your take on the charts ITC. In the last 1 month, not done a whole lot. What is your take on where the charts are potentially headed?
So I think we have to look at ITC in the context of the last 6-7 months, from the July-August highs, when the stock was on the verge of hitting that 500 mark. I think 496 odd was the high for ITC. From there we saw almost a 20% correction, the stock falling to sub 400 levels in the midst of this March correction, and then now somehow the stock has stabilized. So what we've seen is classical correction for ITC, 20% down from the previous major swing highs, and then a time-wise consolidation at the 400 levels. I think there was almost like a 1.5 odd month of consolidation at the 400 pivot for ITC, and from there the stock has gradually moved up higher. So I think over the last 1.5 odd month, I would probably expect that the stock has formed a major base and should now be looking out for a stronger recovery. I would actually believe that the stock should be heading towards back about that 450 mark over the near term, and if that gets scaled up, depending on the volume as well as the intensity of price action, we could probably pitch in higher targets for ITC. So as of now, would have a bullish stance on the stock at current levels.
Okay, that's the view coming in on ITC. Meanwhile, thanks so much, Sanjiv, for sharing your thoughts on the channel. Let's also bring on board Hemang Jani, who's joining in on the show. Hemang, thanks so much for taking time out. And just going by the kind of updates that we've seen on JLR with respect to the latest numbers, it's been healthy volume growth. You've got brokerages across the board that have got an overweight or an outperform rating. What's your take on Tata Motors?
Yeah, good morning, Avan. We continue to be positive on Tata Motors, primarily because of the way the monthly numbers on the PV side are shaping up in India. Also, globally, when you look at the recent data points, the growth has been quite good, 20% thereabouts. And we think that given the early investment and positioning that Tata Motors had, the EV side, I think that entire story is yet to pan out in a big way. The only issue is that the stock has run up so much. So I would be more comfortable buying in maybe two parts, not everything at one go, but maybe in two parts. If it corrects by 5 or 10% on a possible correction that we may see, that will be a good time to accumulate this name.
Where is SGX or GIFT Nifty? We are in for a good start. That's what it is indicating. The dispatch numbers, wholesale dispatch numbers really do not merit a lot of move for Tata Motors, but the stocks just hit out of the park. For Tata Motors, what really matters now is that when the PV business will be divested. What really matters now is that will they get additional player in PV. Right now, by selling 10,000 cars, they've not been able to, they've done great, but how will they move the needle for the entire PV business, especially in the domestic market? That's Tata Motors for you. Rarely you see an auto stocks jump like this, and the move I think has been quite extraordinary. Another stock which is which is worth revisiting, and we don't talk about it, is Vedanta. Let's look at the YTD performance for Vedanta, and then we look at Reliance after that. 52-week change in Reliance, Vedanta 18%. This year Vedanta has done 25%. Reliance, it's not 25%, but it's almost a double-digit gain for Reliance in the first 3 months of this calendar year. Kunal, has Vedanta regained its lost momentum?
Yeah, so far I think it looks attractive. Because in fact, I was making this point last week that many of the metal stocks, initially have been moving into phases. You had the larger cap names, the likes of Tata Steel, etc., which led from the front, breaking past about the previous highs, and now the likes of Vedanta, which have been huge underperformers, they have made a gradual comeback, and the pace actually intensified last week when the stock managed to break past about the 287, 290 mark, which had been a major resistance of sorts for Vedanta. But then, in the context of the last 2 years, 2.5 odd years, I think 2022 is where the stock had made a high of 440 approximately. And from there, the stock had fallen down to almost 50%. So it's still some distance away from breaking past about the life highs. The momentum over the last 1 week indicates that maybe the worst in the near term could be over for the stock price. Volumes have made a comeback. I've not seen the open interest trends for Vedanta, but I think on the volumes on the cash front is still very attractive. So I would probably place it, place a higher target from current levels to say around 340, 350 mark for Vedanta. But the stock, whether it's one of the best stocks to have from the metal pack as compared to the likes of Tata Steel, JSPL, Hindalco, etc., I think that's where I would probably hold my reservations.
REC and PFC, and So when in this market recovery, markets at an all-time high, PFC and REC, which in a sense have been like the flag bearers of the PSU rally, they are underperforming. Why is that and where are they headed?
I think we've seen not a lot of additions or any sort of positions taking place in RSC PFC. That was indicating that it could head higher on the data front. That we can see there's it's more likely in a sideways trend. There's 440 as a good support for REC. On the higher side, 460, 470, multiple resistance zones. So maybe they're not able to take it out. What we've seen is that the financials part, the NBFCs, the financials, all these sort of sectors, they've not quite performed to the best in this rally, and it has been led by other sort of large caps. If we talk about just PFC and REC, then it still looks, it's about yet to continue in that sideways trend. If we talk about just PFC, then 400 is a good support. So of course, from 400 to 430 is that range for PFC. Until and unless both these stocks do not break out of the resistance zone, it will be difficult for these stocks to see some upside move, but only above the resistances, we can see some further shortcoming coming in for the stocks.
Kunal, is the party over in PFC and REC?
Well, as of now, yes, Nikunj, I think the stocks have been both underperformers relatively, with respect to many of the other PSU names as such. And when we look at the charts, there is not extreme amount of excitement in terms of the charts, where we probably expect that the stock is getting into a breakout. I think broadly the indicators are into a neutral to slight below the neutral territory, which indicates that these stocks would go into a major time-wise consolidation. So I think one should not be in a hurry to buy these stocks. They may have their fair share of 3%, 5% kind of swings on any given day, but whether it results into any kind of a breakout, I would doubt so.
All right, meantime, some of the other stocks which are on the brokerage radar, then Paytm, you've got BofA that has said that they resume coverage with an underperform and a target at 400, saying that the full impact of the 3-month ban will only be visible by Q1 and that they're expecting an EBITDA break even only in FY27. Hemang, how have you read into the story of how things have unfolded and continue to unfold with Paytm? What should investors do?
I think the way things have unfolded, people had some hope that some solution would be found and they would be able to tie up with other banks and they would be able to retain a large part of the customer base. But, it's not very clear as to how exactly, it's going to pan out. So it would make sense to accept that this company, may remain laggard for an extended period of time. But more risks that we have to bear in mind is that we are in a technology age. So when you are not able to fix an issue within a certain time frame, many other competitors will be able to take away your client base. So I think that's risk that Paytm is now facing, and it would be better to kind of move away from it and move into something either on the banking side. There are enough and more opportunities even on the fintech, platform side if one really wants to participate. So maybe something like Zomato would be a good option to look at. Finance is another one that you can really look at.
Okay, fair enough. That's the view coming in on Paytm. Meanwhile, you've got as well a lot of the updates coming in when it comes to Q4. We've discussed Tata Motors, Sula Vineyards as well. Their net revenues are up nearly 10% on year. You've got Popular Vehicles as well. Cupid has come out with their overall updates. So that too continue to be stocks that we will be closely watching out for in trade. Hemang, wondering what your outlook is within the entire auto space and where is it that your preference lies?
So auto is seeing a lot of action. Even the previews which are out, there is a sense that the growth will be very strong for names like Maruti, Hero Motors, some of the ancillary companies like Minda, Sona, BMW, so on and so forth. So I think, though in terms of numbers, the growth will be pretty solid. But the only thing is that, most of these stocks are at all-time high. So if you are playing a momentum game, surely maybe there is some more upside for names like Maruti, Hero Motors, or ancillary plays like Minda. But I would surely be more comfortable buying these names at a small correction.
Of those auto names were up to their winning ways. Eicher Motors in yesterday's trade, Maruti, M&M, as you can see, Hero Moto as well on your screens, all clearly in top gear. Meantime, Sony, let's get in your take then on some of the stocks that buck the general trend within the broader markets. Bandhan Bank on the charts, how are you looking at this stock, and what's the outlook as well on Varun Beverages?
See, Bandhan Bank, it has seen some correction, and from there it's trying to stabilize around 170, 180 as a support zone. Even at for now, we can see that it can act as a short-term support zone. Not too, optimistic about the stock crossing 200, 210, which is a very strong resistance as of now. So maybe there could be some more sideways trend to a negative or correction mode that continues for this stock. There are definitely other stocks in the same sector that can outperform this particular. As of now, there's resistance around 200, which is very strong. So it may be likely that it may not able to cross that particular resistance. So just like sort of be a bit cautious in the particular stock. And if we talk about Varun Beverages, the stock is looking decent from on the chart perspective, that we can see it has seen 2 days of minor correction, but the support is still intact. The support is somewhere around 1400, 1380 as a good support zone. As long as the support zone is not breaking, one can just initiate a buy on dip sort of a strategy for this stock, and around those support levels, it should certainly bounce back towards 1500 zone, 1500 plus levels in the short term.
Okay. Let's go to Sharad now, and he's got details on how exactly the FPI flows have moved in the month of March and April.
Well, it's important update coming when it comes to the FPI outflows, and this is coming for the second half of March or the last 2 weeks. And importantly, $776 million of outflows have been recorded, and there are certain segments where continued inflows have been there, such as auto, capital goods, consumer services, realty, and even IT segment. Now, importantly, telecom, they have received the highest number of ever inflows of roughly almost 960 million in the month of March itself, but a strong reversal coming when it comes to the chemical segment, where they received inflows of roughly $110 million. A strong reversal coming in after 9 straight months of outflows. So that is something to watch out for. And also the sectors where you look at the FPI holding, which is at its highest level since January 2020, they include autos, capital goods, construction, realty, consumer services, and even the healthcare segment. Now let's look at the 3 important sectors where the inflows have been the highest over the last 2 weeks in the month of March itself. And over here we look at capital goods, metal mining, and chemical segment, where more than $100 million of inflows have been recorded. While on the other side, if you look at the outflows over here, FMCG has been at the top of the pack with almost $595 million of outflows coming, followed by the auto segment, roughly almost 259, and financial services also saw outflows of roughly $221 million.
All right, thanks very much for giving us all of those details, and that's what you can look forward to for the rest of our programming day on the market and first trades. But in the meantime, given the fact that yesterday it was a record, the BSE listed market cap topped 400 lakh crore rupees. Some of the interesting movers that fueled this on the BSE 500 index, and we're mapping this move since July 23, were the likes of an IRFC. Since that period, it's been a 300 plus gain. Cochin Shipyard has been at the forefront. Hoodco, something like an NBCC, pardon me, SJVN. So these are some of the counters that have really been firing it hard. Getting your take then, Hemang, as to how you're looking at this cluster of defense stocks, PSUs that have really been at the forefront of this rally.
I agree that PSU has been a big mover. There's a massive re-rating, and also we have this general elections coming up, and that brings an element of new excitement for some of these companies. So I think it's time to be a bit more careful. We have seen how the stocks got corrected somewhere in the mid of March, and we think that wherever you see, let's say, this quarterly numbers being slightly stronger with a better growth outlook, that is where we should really focus upon rather than trying to chase everything. 2 names to my mind are quite attractive at this point of time. One is Bharat Electronics, and the other one is Encore. I think given the underlying growth drivers for both of these companies, we think that there is a case for a significant re-rating because of the growth opportunity that lies ahead. So I think one can really participate in these names, but as I said, there's no point chasing everything just because the valuations are cheap or just because the stock has corrected.
Well, if you just tune in, what do we have? Well, we have Gudi Padwa in Maharashtra. It's the new year, bank holiday, and the markets are open. But this again is a truncated week, so you're not likely to get anything big in terms of large action. It's a big week because TCS numbers and Infosys numbers will come out, and that in a sense will now really set the tone for where IT is headed. You hear from TCS, you hear from Infosys, you pretty much know that what will happen to the sector per se. So Kunal, is there a trade in TCS ahead of numbers?
Not really. Nothing in terms of the data, frankly, Nikunj, because most of these large cap IT stocks, they're actually going through a grind for themselves. Infosys, for example, the stock has been stuck at this 1380, 1400 odd range for itself, 1400 to 1500 odd range for itself. TCS, apparently, I think post that breakout above 4250 odd mark, almost like 2-3 weeks back, the stock went through a sharp correction and is now unable to surpass even the levels of 4100. So it's been like a falling trend for TCS, even though the stock had been one of the few large cap IT stocks which managed to make a new high for itself just about some time back. So the grind for these large cap IT names, the scatteredness in terms of the trend for these stocks, there has not been any cohesive kind of a price action move. I think probably makes it a case that these stocks are best to be bought post the results and once the event is out of the way.
3 minutes to go, and we are not working with anything very, very exciting, at least from a market standpoint. Himang, is there a trade in large cap IT ahead of numbers?
Nikunj, we've seen a decent uptick in certain pockets like TCS, HCL Tech, Infosys. So that is one side of the story. Also, when you look at certain India-focused IT companies like Naukri.com and many other caps, they have their own story and growth trajectory. So when you talk about the large cap companies, I think TCS, the expectations are slightly better compared to HCL Tech, Wipro, etc., even Infosys. So if I have to select one, I will go with the TCS. But again, the growth expectations are not very high. So maybe if you get a small pop and if you are trying to play purely a results, as an event, probably TCS is better.
Revisit some of the other movers from yesterday as well. And of course, the crack was pretty hard on Bandhan after the CEO announcing that he's going to step down. That's Chandrasekhar Ghosh. And even for Wipro, after the new management rejig, many brokerages thought that this is positive news. It just started off just mildly positive, and from there, it petered down. Soni, let's get in a chart check on both Bandhan as well as Wipro. And do you see further weakness on both these stocks?
Definitely. So I think Bandhan, we've already discussed, that 200, 210 zone remains as a stiff resistance. And until and unless the resistance zones are not crossed, it becomes difficult to just say that Bandhan has actually bottomed out over here and can see some short covering taking place. So I think one can just remain cautious ahead of those resistance levels that plays out. Talking about Wipro also has fallen short of its resistance. It's at 500, and yesterday's high of 491 just confirmed that the resistance of 500 is standing quite strongly. Until and unless it's not able to cross those levels, you may not see any certain breakout coming on charts or on derivative data points. On the downside, 460 is a crucial support. If it's able to break 460, you may see some more selling pressure coming towards 440 odd levels. So, just watch out for the 460 as a support. If it breaks, you can see some short opportunities in a short-term trading session.
Okay. Himang, Info Edge did well. Is that largely because Zomato and PB Fintech are doing well, or it did well yesterday because of what is happening to the core business?
So Nikunj, yesterday's move was primarily because of the data around the jobs where you're seeing after a long gap, almost about 18-20% kind of a growth, and which is much higher than what the market was anticipating. Of course, the investments into the Zomato and many other new age businesses is surely helping. But I think the key trigger was that, and nowadays what is happening is that people want to focus not on the global IT services companies, till you have more clarity about what kind of growth are we really looking at just ahead of the first. So from that narrative perspective, also I think some of these companies tend to benefit.
Okay, Hemang, we'll let you go on that note. Thanks as always for taking the time out and joining in. A lot of other stocks which are going to be in focus. Of course, there's Axis Bank, wherein the buzz is that Bain Capital is likely to actually exit and they may be selling that 3.5 crore shares in that particular stock. And then Tata Motors too. Look out for what this stock does in the pre-open rates alone, because JLR's Q4 wholesales, they came in with an uptick of about almost 16%, and retail sales came in higher by 11%. So that's Tata Motors in trade for you. 1028 is where that stock is. Godrej Properties, the Q4 bookings are very strong. They continue to be the case. So nothing different coming in there as well. And then Shilpa Medicare, let's see what that stock is up to. The board has approved a QIP. That stock will just come up for you on your screens next. That stock holding up 2% up in the green as we speak. But let's get some mid-cap strategies as well before we move forward. Soni, what's on your list?
So mid-cap, we can focus on IDFC First Bank. We've seen it give a good option chain breakout above 80 level yesterday. Going forward, it can test 86, 88, which can be the targets. And the support has also risen from 78 to 80 now. So keeping a stop loss of 80, one can enter at current levels and a target of 86 to 88.
Kunal, what about your strategies, mid-caps?
So yeah, it's buy on Som Distillery, something which we discussed even yesterday. The stock looking very attractive. In fact, there's been a very good 30-40% kind of a recovery for the stock from those 220 odd lows for itself, and it still looks very attractive at current levels of 310 plus mark. So would suggest a buy with a target of 340, stop us at 300.
Okay, let's tell you what else is happening outside the world of equity markets. Soni, we'll let you go on that note. Thanks as always for joining in. But the Biden administration is set to announce a subsidy of $6 to $7 billion to South Korea's Samsung next week, aimed at expanding the chip production in Texas, according to reports. Now, the subsidy will support the construction of 4 facilities, including $17 billion chip-making plant announced in 2021. The investment is expected to more than double Samsung's US investment to over $44 billion, signaling a significant boost to domestic chip-making efforts. Back home, it's a big day for Delhi Chief Minister. The Delhi High Court will be delivering its verdict on a plea by Arvind Kejriwal, challenging his arrest in a money laundering case linked with the alleged excise scam. Besides his arrest, Kejriwal, who is currently lodged in Tihar jail, has also challenged his subsequent remand in the ED's custody. And as sweltering and scorching heat wave sweeps across the nation, temperatures in the national capital are set to reach 40 degrees in mid-April itself. According to the Indian Met Department, the heat wave conditions are likely to continue to prevail over the parts of peninsular India during the next 24 hours. Meanwhile, the Weather Department has also predicted light to moderate rains and hailstorms in east, central and peninsular India for today. And in cricket action, Chennai bounces back to register a resounding victory against Kolkata. Jadeja's vicious spell trounces Kolkata by 7 wickets and hand them their first loss in this IPL season. Also, India is a land of many cultures and traditions, and the same holds true for its festivals and rituals as well. The Hindu New Year is being celebrated today under various names across states, while it's Gudi Parva in Maharashtra. States in North India are celebrating Navratri, while Karnataka and Andhra Pradesh are celebrating Ugadi. Despite the many different names, the essence comes from welcoming the Nav Varsh, or the New Year, which remains the same, filled with prayers, rituals and festivities. From all of us here at ET Now, here's wishing you a prosperous New Year ahead. Well, on to an 18 hour exclusive then in the retail space, and we understand from our sources that Reliance Retail plans to go all out in the beauty segment and is ready to launch its own private label brand as well. 18 hour learns that the new beauty products of Reliance will be launched in its Tira stores. Let me take it across to my colleague Aishwarya Patil. Aishwarya, hi, morning. What is it that you're picking up from your sources?
Well, this move is in line with Reliance Retail's multi-pronged expansion strategy. What we've learned from our sources is that Reliance Retail is all set to launch its own private label in beauty products. For instance, Sephora also has many branded products in their store, but they also have their own branded Sephora products. That will be the kind of model that Tira Beauty is also replicating going forward. What we've also learned is that the new beauty products will be available at Reliance Retail's Tira stores. Reliance will also introduce more than 50 products in terms of cosmetics, skincare, as well as beauty tools in this particular space. The company also plans to introduce these products by the end of 2024. Now, apart from that, they're going aggressive in terms of the beauty space. Reports also suggest that they plan to go all out in terms of their acquisition of beauty companies going forward, one of which is Kiko Milano, a franchise they've acquired for India, which is in line, of course, with their aggressive expansion in the beauty space. Kiko overall in the country has more than 7 stores across India, standalone stores, and will be operated by Reliance Beauty and Personal Care Limited, which is a subsidiary of Reliance Retail. And going forward, we'll see how they expand in this particular space with Tira, Sephora and Kiko in their portfolio. Back to you.
Right, Aishwarya, thank you for that. Now, which is the standout brokerage report this Tuesday morning? For that, let's go to Ashesha.
Well, yes, Jefferies has initiated coverage on 2 broking and wealth management companies. One is 360 ONE, where they've initiated coverage with a buy rating and a target price of 900, which indicates nearly 20% upside from the current market price. And the other is Nuvama Wealth, where Jefferies sees nearly 16% upside, where they've initiated coverage with a buy rating and a target price of 6,000. Jefferies believes that India wealth managers are expected to ride, they are well praised to ride on India's economic growth and financialization of savings, and they believe leading players are likely to enjoy benefits from strong inflows and operating efficiencies which these companies enjoy. They are penciling in a profit CAGR of about 20 to 22% over the period FY 24 to 27, and they believe active AUM will double over the corresponding period. They say rise in share of trail fees will improve earnings visibility for these companies, and they believe that valuation re-rating will also be driven as a result of this. So they've initiated coverage on 2 of these counters, both these counters 360 ONE and Nuvama Wealth in focus on the back of this.
Yeah, Shesha, we'll leave it at that. And here's some tactical calls coming in. That's JSPL as well as PI Industries and Canfin Homes. The recent notes coming in from the House of City and Morgan Stanley are all recommending these names. Here's Nikunj's take on the same.
These are tactical research ideas where they feel that in the near term, purely based on technicals or flows, there is scope for stocks to move up or down. For me, the standout name I think is PI Industries. Rarely do you say a big foreign brokerage come out with a tactical idea on a very specific mid-cap name. See, GSPL, it's always a function of metal cycle. Can Finance Home, it's a stock where markets have really spoken endlessly about why valuations are cheap, and we've discussed this in the past. But PI Industries is something which rarely comes out, at least from a FI dominated institutional brokerage. I don't understand this business that well, but what I know is that the chemical cycle and the agrochemical cycle globally seems to be bottoming out. But yeah, these are typical ideas where it's more like a whisper in the ear that we know that in the near term, demand is going to be more than supply. 4 minutes to go approximately, and it's a phase of the market where you could just new highs across the board. Now, the difference is that when we saw this kind of a level, and when we were at new highs, same time, when we were at the new highs in the month of March, the setting on the table was very different. The setting on the table was excitement and vigor in the small and the mid cap stocks. There was touch of euphoria and a lot of leverage based commitment in the mid and the small cap space. That's behind us. The total open interest between March and April has come down significantly. The FI open interest and the retail open interest and the DI open interest between March and April now is also down by about 15 to 20%. So the point I'm trying to make here is that while we may talk about the market levels and the fact that, blink of an eye, first we saw a big correction and then blink of an eye, we've seen a V-shaped rally. The grain of the truth here is that markets have actually seen what could be called as a very sharp, very sharp reduction in the total commitment. I think the FOMO crowd has just about started kicking in, and you can see that when you see 2-digit stocks, 3-digit stocks, ranked mid-cap stocks, when you see all that, moving ahead. So Kunal, are we looking at 24,000, 25,000 in the run-up to the budget? Should that be or should that be an easy level to reach?
Yeah, I think it's very much possible, Nikunj, that we may continue to move up higher, because we have to look at this in the context of course, what's happening across the globe as well. And there has been a very strong, I would not say a ferocious kind of a bull market, but a very strong bull market across the globe, across geographies. So, whether you look at US, whether Dow has crossed about the 39,000 mark, in line of breaking for the first time about the 40K level. S&P, Nasdaq have also done very similar kind of a breakouts. European indices have done reasonably well. DAX, CAC, FTSE, etc. Then you've seen Nikkei coming back to, I think, 30 years or 40 years of high, breaking past about the 38,000 mark. So it's spread across geographies where we've seen different asset classes moving up higher. We've seen what's happened to gold, crypto, etc. And these are all classic ingredients and signs that risk-on phase is coming back into the indices. So I think now scaling past about the psychological resistances would just be a formality for the index. What we've also seen is a classic mixture of large caps and mid caps moving up quite well over the last 1 to 2 months as well.
Okay, counting down then for the market open. Just taking stock of what's actually moving in trade. Axis is definitely the one in focus. That Bain Capital block deal has already happened. Shilpa Medicare, after that QIP announcement, issue price of 477 thereabouts. Tata Motors, the JLR wholesale uptick has come in at about almost 16% and 9% on a sequential basis. So that number is looking pretty good. And then, of course, there's JSPL as well, wherein Citi has opened its downside 90-day catalyst watch on that stock. So look out for that. TRIL, which came out with its numbers just yesterday, transformers and rectifiers. It's a decent show, actually. The net profit on a low base has seen an uptick of 333%, no less. So look out for what that stock does. And Cupid as well, wherein the net profit has ballooned about almost 185%. So these are all stocks that are reacting to all the news flow around them.
All right, 10 seconds to go. Not too many things in terms of an stock or an event or some meaningful trigger to watch out for. You built on where you are. I think that's a classic sign of strength. You stay where you are in terms of small and mid-cap stocks. That's a classic sign of sustainability. First rates, they'll just start coming up on your screen. And then you've got the block deal in Axis Bank, which is having impact on the stock, which is up by about 1%. I'll quickly scan through in terms of the gainers and the losers, what's popping up on my screen based on news. I think in Gland Pharma also looks like the deal is done, because I can see 9.3 crore shares. Reliance Power, it's a, I won't use the word penny stock, but it's a two-digit stock where volumes first thing this Tuesday morning, they are up and about. Bandhan Bank seems to be reversing from its mean, but Exide is where you want to go back and say, okay, where is that stock and where that stock is headed. So Exide is where you want to go back and say that, okay, let's see if there is follow-up buying, and very little follow-up buying is actually coming for Exide. In terms of the volume transaction, Geo on strong volumes, Dixon strong volumes, 3% higher. And then you've got Godrej Properties after the quarterly update, it's up by about 4%.
Okay, Gland Pharma, like we just highlighted, that's a stock in focus. Shilpa Medicare, Tata Motors, Axis Bank, all stocks on the radar. TRL and Cupid, of course, made some big bang moves in the pre-open rates itself, reacting to their numbers. Also look out for Godrej Properties. The Q4 bookings have come in higher by 135%, and the FY24 bookings are a good 61% already above their guidance. 4% of a gap up is what you're seeing on this particular stock already. There's Dixon Technologies too, which is looking to acquire a 50% stake in Ismartu India in tranches. ICICI Lombard, March premium has come in higher by 18%. Q4 premium uptick of 24% or 22% actually. Sula Vineyards too, the wine tourism has seen an uptick of 31% on a year-on-year basis, and the Q4 net revenues have come in higher by about 10%. Anand Rathi Wealth, look out for that stock. They're looking to consider a buyback on April 12th along with their earnings announcements. So that's another stock which is in focus, which has gapped up about almost 5% as we speak right now. So largely a very news-specific mid-cap kind of market, but I want to definitely see the big contributors from yesterday. Reliance, L&T, M&M, and Maruti, which contributed maximum to yesterday's move. Tempered on Reliance, L&T absolutely flat, M&M 0.5% of an uptick, 2087 is where the stock is right now. And then Maruti will just come up for you on your screens next. Let's see what that stock is up to. That also is holding up well. So autos continue their uptick, but the big boys, Reliance, L&T, they've taken a breather. But the index already at 22,700 plus, Kunal.
Yeah, I think it's a really good breakout again for the index. A good psychological break, about 22,700, and the Bank Nifty, I think at the open is also now very close towards that 48,800 mark, 49,000 mark. So that's also going to be an important landmark breach for Bank Nifty. Now in terms of the opening trade, GAIL is something which is yesterday given a breakout above 196 levels. Yesterday the stock scaled past about the 200 mark. So that's something which looks attractive from a short term as well as from an intraday trade.
Manish Sonthalia joins us. Let's take a conversation forward with him. Manish, good morning. Thank you for joining us. 3 weeks ago, this market saw a gut-wrenching fall. It appeared that the bull market was just about getting over. But less than 3 weeks, we are back to new highs. New high on the Nifty, Bank Nifty is almost there, and small and mid-cap stocks have recouped almost 80% of their losses. So my question is, why did we fall? And after that, why did we recover?
So I think regulation change in terms of the fact that liquidity analysis report needs to be submitted on a monthly basis. That was the major reason. You would remember that in 2018, when there was a reclassification into large cap, mid cap, and small cap, and there was a capital gains tax that was introduced at that point in time. At that point in time, also we saw some gut-wrenching fall in the equity market. So I think this time around, when the first analysis of liquidity test happened, it didn't seem to be that big a problem from the entire mutual fund, and that is why you saw a knee-jerk reaction and then a rise thereafter. I think this process is going to be on. Illiquid mid caps are no longer going to be favored as far as the mutual fund industry is concerned. They would find place more in the alternate space, and liquid mid caps would come back into the reckoning. So I think these would be the primary reasons why we actually saw a fall. It was overdue in some sense that some segments of the market were frothy in the broader markets, and that led to a correction, sort of, you could say. But I would in general believe that the markets are not very expensive.
And what better time, Manish, than right now, right? Because that correction is also taken place already in the small and mid caps. There seems to be still opportunity going by the earnings trajectory that some of these companies are likely to post, and large caps, they've finally begun participating, including banks. So where is it that you're scouting for opportunities, or already have in the last month and a half?
I think markets in general, on the benchmark is not very expensive. It's a given. I mean, 1150 on the Nifty in 2025 on Nifty 50 is not very expensive at 19.5, 20 times. Now, come to the themes, I would believe that it's all about the investment theme going forward. It's all about the order book. You're not going to see the earnings come through just yet. It's going to be back-ended, and that is why near-term valuations do look slightly expensive. Some of them are trading at FMCG valuations, so it's a pick and choose within that space. But I think it is all about your power sector. It is all about infra. It is about capital goods. It is about your, somewhat positive on pharma per se. But I think on a broad brush basis, banks per se are going to see earnings led growth. So see, these are some of the themes which are going to be in the limelight. And within that, you got to pick within the broader markets as well as the large cap space. So that's how we are placed. It's an individual stock picking call and within the overall broad themes that I just talked about.
One of your top holdings is actually Zomato. And right now it is the toast of the town. A year ago, it was on the butcher block. At the current market cap of almost 2 lakh crore, how would you value a company like Zomato?
So I don't want to talk about specific stocks, Nikon, but just about this holding that we have in the portfolio. Look, it's about what sort of EPS this company is going to clock maybe in 2026. And I think broadly the street is working with 2,500, 3,000 crores worth of profits. But I think it's likely to get surprised, more so on account of Blinkit. I mean, of course, food delivery is going to do its bit in terms of contribution margins and EBITDA margins, but I think it's going to surprise you on the Blinkit side. So that's the broad thesis. 2,500, 3,000 crore of profits is what the street is working with. I think the numbers would surprise.
Do you think this kind of a large surprise could come in for maybe this year or next year?
Sorry, couldn't get you.
Where else do you think this kind of a large surprise could come in? See, if you buy banks, they're compounders, right? You may be surprised or disappointed by 2 or 3% here or there. IT, you may be surprised by 2 or 3% here or there. Consumer company, auto companies at max 5%. But like you mentioned, Zomato, we are in for a big surprise. Where else do you think in the market we are in for big surprises?
Well, CDMO companies could surprise you on the positive side because of the innovators actually moving away from China, and of course on a 3-year basis. All platform companies, capital market related themes in any case are doing quite well, and these all platformized, which means there's an element of non-linearity that is going to come through. Companies which are associated with artificial intelligence behemoths, these could actually surprise you very positively. ICE, which is internal combustion engines, which was written off completely, they could surprise you on the positive side. You've already seen many of the ICE names actually come back in a big way, very, very silently. Could gauge the names which I'm alluding to, as opposed to batteries, which was the talk of the town, etc. And we would see what Apple talks about when he shutters the electric program and all of that. So that is one area. And of course, it is going to be your capital goods. It's going to be your power related sectors. The amount of investments that are going to go into this space, if India has to achieve that $6-7 trillion worth of economy in the next 5-6 years, I mean, the sky is the limit. And we as fund managers, analysts would try to figure out where the valuations are. I mean, it's going to be like your consumption related themes between 2010 and 20 when everything shot through the roof and the valuations really didn't make too much of sense. But as the earnings would have come back and because the theme was in limelight, I think something similar is going to happen in the investment related themes. The capital goods, the infra, the power, or the entire value chain. That's going to be significantly outperforming in the next 5-7 years. Valuations is one needs to be very careful about. I think here also, how do we look at valuations is basically where the visibility is going to be the best. You have a 5-7 year theme, but if the next 3 years are going to be very visible in terms of the execution capabilities and what they are talking about and whether they can do it or not, that is going to command a premium. Whereas if the execution is fuzzy and it's all about the order book position, then it's going to be slightly on the muted side. There's one more disruption that is coming through, and that's obviously in the IT space, because artificial intelligence is going to rule the roast. And the traditional Indian IT companies, the time and material way, you're going to buy a lesser number of people. Of course, it's a services business which will never, it's not that it's going to go defunct or, the business is going to go away totally. But, as it is, valuations have come off. But, this whole, the hiring thing, where lesser number of people are going to be required. And if the efficiency gains are not translating into billings on Indian IT vendors, then there's a problem even in the IT space. The business model is going to change significantly. You need to keep a tab on what's happening on the AI front, because that's where the entire crux would lie. And of course, business models need to be tweaked. And India is going to participate in artificial intelligence through the making of applications for the rest of the world. But, it's a journey and one needs to take that.
To repeat, we are having a very interesting conversation. First, you think that apart from, let's say, a name like Zomato, which is in consumer tech or fintech, you expect CDMO, which is pharma, contract manufacturing, to do well. And I think if one looks at your declared portfolio, everything in public domain, you do have exposure to, let's say, a name like Divi's, which is in the CDMO space. You expect that traditional ICE engine companies will make a comeback. I'm just going to break it for our viewers, which Manish feels that there is enough and more excitement in the EV space. But if one looks at Maruti or if one looks at the traditional incumbents, they still have the dominant market share. Third, you expect that capital goods stocks, power and power transmission as the entire ecosystem will do well. And the last one, you said SaaS, right? I mean, I just missed the last one. You said SaaS will do well and traditional IT services will take a backseat.
Well, intelligence is going to do well. Anything centered around data centers, the power of computing, that's likely to do well. Time and material, and obviously software as a service is basically something which is minus time and material, is likely to do much better.
You'll take in your top holdings. If you think that time and material and IT services will take a backseat, HCL Tech to hai number 5 pe.
I see. The thing is that the business is not going to go away. But is it businesses which can actually model their business model, tweak their business model in such a way that they are able to capitalize on the lesser number of people and outcome-based pricing, and incorporate artificial intelligence into their model, are likely to do much better.
Okay, fair enough. Let's get in a take as well as to how you're looking at the pre-election run-up with respect to the stock markets and how you would be looking to play that game. I know you spoke a little bit about capital goods, but if you could just elaborate a little bit more about, infra-related spaces, defense, railways, and whether or not that as well seems like a strong opportunity.
The returns have all come front-ended in these themes. It's a multi-year theme, but the thing is that between now and the election results, things are in a slowdown mode. No more fresh orders, etc., actually slow to come by, and execution is likely to get accelerated post the new government coming into power and the first 100 days. So I think the theme stands good. But as far as your outlook on the markets between now and election results, I think it's going to be a sideways sort of a market. Not too much to be expected, on the benchmark index, maybe plus minus 5%. But the broader market's likely to see a churn. Stocks where illiquidity is a factor is going to be take a backseat, and mid caps, small caps, which are quite liquid, are likely to see some heightened action. Of course, within that space, you could have a logical conclusion that PSUs will be in the limelight because these are very liquid names. You don't have liquid issues. These names in the broader markets when mutual funds actually are likely to churn their portfolios. So a lot of churn in the broader market, broadly plus minus 5% till the election results.
Manish Suntalia, appreciate your time. So glad you could join us, and it's really been a very insightful discussion today. Some of the themes and some of the so-called trends, Manish Sonthalia is bullish on. Whereas Reliance, it's up 15% for this year already. Today it's not participating. I mean, Reliance is now seriously occupying what really could be called as the pivot positioning for the year. 15% higher for Reliance versus Nifty. You take Reliance out of the equation, I think this market would have looked very different. You add Jio back into Reliance, which logically you should do. That's like 350 rupees coming for free if you own Reliance. So 350 plus
almost 370 rupees.
370 rupees. You got to add it back. So you got to be fair, right? You can't just say that, okay, I will look at Reliance, I will not add back Jio. 2 years ago, it was not there. So that 400 rupees gets added back. So 3000 rupees plus 400 rupees, that's 3400. For me, that's the real value of Reliance, unless you've gone and sold it. But institutional investors have not sold it. So 2960 for Reliance, another 400 rupees. Just add back your maths and see that where Reliance is. The stock which has done remarkably well this year is actually Indus Tower. We've not spoken about it extensively. YTD change or a year-to-date change. That's today's change in Indus Tower. But this year, hello.
Yeah.
I didn't realize.
65%.
I really didn't realize. I mean, I know it was outperforming.
I mean, it's moved up double digit on consecutive sessions. So.
I mean, I knew it was doing well, but I didn't realize it would do that well. Wow. 65%. Who says we are in a bear market, guys? Yeah. 65%.
Or look at Godrej Properties, 7.25% of an uptake. You already had a great last year, so far this year, and today itself it's made almost an 8% dash, 200 points up in the green for Godrej Properties, which has already moved up 39% in just the last 3.5 months or so. But yes, the markets needs to see some healthy corrections from time to time. That's the word coming in from Sridhar Sivaram. He tells us why he continues to like banks, why he's still betting big on the power sector, and what he believes would be the key triggers as we step into the elections.
Power looks like an interesting space. I mean, if you look at India's power capacity, if you look at, say, let's take solar or say wind. Solar is expected to, the capacity is expected to double in 3 years. Wind is expected to double in 4 years. Even on thermal, we're expected to add almost say 60, 70 gigawatts in the next 3-4 years. And the entire eco chain could benefit. We've underinvested in power, especially in thermal, if you see, over the last 3-4 years, and we could have shortage, because I speak to some of the experts. They say that this summer we are already hitting peak capacity in thermal as we speak, especially during the peak hours, and we are underinvested. So what will happen is the entire ecosystem will benefit. One will have to investigate which one does well. Sure. But I think if we are going to add so much capacity, it takes me back to 2003 to 7 period when this entire ecosystem did very well. We could see a repeat of that. We could see rational exuberance also in that. So it's for people to do their own homework and buy what you would want to.
And if I can extend that point further, just think about 2003 and 2008 when the thermal capacities were getting created. There were companies which were giving thermal capacity solutions, engineering companies, turbine companies. Now I think only 1 or 2 names are left who are actually genuinely making equipment for thermal powers.
Yeah.
So bet on not thermal power, not bet on generators, but bet on the nuts and the bolts.
Yeah, so the nuts and bolts, it's also distribution. So it doesn't end there, right? So you need transformers, you need wires. So it's a whole ecosystem. I think there is a lot. I mean, what you're saying is exactly the way we are thinking. That look at the entire ecosystem, and we're going to see a boom in this segment. So since she asked for which is the segment where you could see a lot of activity, if this were to play out, then the entire ecosystem will benefit.
We've seen a typical pattern at play. Markets rally ahead of elections, they fall after elections. Will 2024 be different?
As I said, we haven't seen any rally in the last 4 months because we got the
Even
rally.
December included.
Yeah. So that's what I was saying. We got the rally after the state elections. So I don't see any rally coming because I've been on the ground, for the last 1 month, various states, and I think it's broadly a given. It's a question of what is the number. I mean, some say 370, 400. I'm not in that camp. I think 320 looks more a reasonable number, but even that is very good if you ask me. So it's broadly a given. So I don't see a rally. So I think maybe the rally comes post the first budget because people will want to see what the template for the new government is So we've seen Modi 01, Modi 02. Now, what is it that the market, what are they wanting to do in terms of reforms for the third term is how I would say. So I would expect a rally, a proper rally to happen post July. It could be a rally, it could also be a shock, depending on what we get.
So I'll construct a scenario purely based on near term. Let me construct 3 scenarios, election outcome. Clear majority, we're talking about 350 plus. Major majority which is closer to 400, and thin majority which is like 300 plus. I'm not even using the word 2, I'm using 300 plus consciously. How do you see market reacting in all these instances?
I don't think it will react too differently because 300 plus itself is a fairly decent number.
That's home, calm ho gaya.
Yeah, calm ho gaya. So I don't think the market, I think the market will be more focused on, I think it's broadly a given right now. If I go back to 2019 also, people weren't sure, at least initially it wasn't a given that you're going to get 300 plus. I mean, because it was a big surprise. That's why the markets actually rallied, and 300 plus gives you that much more number of seats in Rajya Sabha, so you know that you can pass tough regulations. I think this time broadly it is given. I don't see the market. I think markets will be more focused on what is the new reform that the government, can they push through agri reform, can they push through labor reforms, what sort of tax rationalization are we going to expect, privatization which has been a promise hasn't been delivered. I think these are the things the market will look at. Broadly, the economy seems to be doing well. Some pockets of stress here and there, but I think once we get through that, I think the market should be fine. I mean,
a continuity of this government seems pretty likely and par for the course, like you're also saying. The count doesn't even matter now. I guess the next litmus test is going to be the next budget, right, from this government. What could derail the sentiment for capital markets?
I think there's a big question mark on. There's something that they've been talking about. The previous finance secretary before leaving also highlighted this in one of his interviews, that they want to rationalize the definition of long-term capital asset. And that's clearly on the table. I don't think that has gone away, which is that different capital assets have different tenures. Equity has 1 year, real estate has 3 years, REIT has, I think, something totally different. And they have highlighted this in the past that they want to rationalize it. When they rationalize, will everything come to 1 year or will everything go to 3 years? That's for anybody to guess. So I think tax rationalization is surely going to happen. And we've seen in the past that some tax rationalization happened. Markets initially were a bit jittery and then we digested it and moved on. I think that's what is going to happen. Whether it happens in July or whether it happens next February, it's only a question of timing. It's surely going to happen.
All right, let's get a move on then. And JSW Energy, that stock in the spotlight. It's at about 605 as we speak. And my colleague Anisha Jain caught up with Sharad Mahindra, who is the joint MD and CEO at JSW Energy, as well as Pritesh Vinay, the Director of Finance and CFO, to talk a little bit more about their future plans, the QIP, as well as stepping up the strategy from 2.0 to 3.0. Let's listen in to all the long-term growth opportunities for the company in this very exclusive conversation.
I think the focus area is to continue the way we have been executing our project, building the capacities and the capabilities. At the same time, to get future ready also in terms of deliverables, whether it is related to people, whether it is related to the skill set and talent, and also in terms of the effective and cost-effective execution of the ongoing projects. To understand what we have earlier said, our strategy 2.0 of reaching 20 gigawatt by FY30, to ensure that we are well ahead of time, we achieve that number.
Looks like you're likely to achieve that ahead of time.
Yes, definitely, because if you remember when we announced 20 gigawatt by FY30, it was in two phases.
Correct.
The phase one was to reach 10 gigawatt by FY25, the fiscal which has just started. And the previous year we have just ended at 7.2 gigawatt. And with the amount of work which is already in progress, we are quite confident that we'll be reaching or slightly exceeding the 10 gigawatt number by FY20. And then in phase two, we had said to add another 10 gigawatt by FY20. But seeing the way the India as an economy has been performing, entire world is looking towards India. And the way the power demand driven by the manufacturing growth, the rate of urbanization and the infra push, which we are seeing the growth, we are quite confident that our target of reaching 20 gigawatt by FY20 will be accelerated, and we are quite confident that we'll be achieving that number few years earlier only. And this QIP raise is definitely going to be a major enabler for us to accelerate this growth.
Okay, so not just FY30, but even before that, that's the target. And maybe shortly we'll be talking about strategy 3.0 as well, the pace that you guys are growing. But let me get Pritesh also in the conversation. QIP, that has been the latest event, right? And it was a large QIP at 5,000 crore, got a large amount of subscription as well. But help us understand the need of it. Are you looking at just repaying the debt? Because debt was pretty comfortable for you. So what was the need of probably making this large QIP at this point of time?
So you're right. I mean, to put this into context, let's keep the fundraise aside. What was our spending capacity? Let's first try and decode that, right? On an average, we are generating free cash of between 3 to 3,500 crores. You can lever that 3:1. So we have a spending power of between 12 to 15,000 crores every year. You know, this was a guidance that we had been consistently talking about for the last few quarters of the annual capex plan, right? Now, what this additional 5,000 crores does is that it gives me an additional 20,000 crore spending power as a one-time, over and above the 12 to 15,000 crore recurring, which will be increasing progressively as the new projects get commissioned. The free cash generation will be inching up, right? So the issue is why. To come specifically to your question, I think there were two primary reasons to do this. One was to, of course, build the war chest. Sharad has already talked about that the opportunity set has increased. I mean, to put things into context, in the last two fiscal years, meaning fiscal 2022 and fiscal 2023 combined, the annual amount of tendering for RE capacity that happened for 2 years combined was about 20 gigawatt. The year that just ended in March 24, the annual amount of tendering that happened was 50 gigawatt. So what got tendered in 2 cumulative years of 22 and 23, 2.5 times of that got tendered in this year alone. And going forward, every year, MNRE is saying they will do 50 gigawatt of tendering. So one is the opportunity set from an organic demand growth is much higher, right? Hence the room to accelerate growth that Sharad was talking about. Over and above organic growth, a lot of inorganic opportunities are also there. You know, you would recall we acquired a large platform last year, 1.75 gigawatt of Maitra. Right now, as we are speaking, there is between 10 to 15 gigawatt of various RE platforms backed by financial sponsors, which are either already running a process or about to launch a process because the fund lives of the principal sponsors are coming to an end. So looking at the opportunity set, both organic and inorganic, yes, there is a room to accelerate growth. This was one opportunity. The second reason was this, that, you know, in our extensive engagement with institutional investors in the last year or so, we've seen a lot of feedback that, look, you know, you guys are doing an amazing job. JSW is a clear outlier in terms of execution efficiency, but you have a very low free float and hence liquidity is not there. So the strategic intent was also to create a liquidity event to get some very high quality blue chip global investors in the cap table who can be your long-term partners for success. So these were the two primary objectives.
But if there was so much interest, why price the QIP so attractively? It was done at what, $485 a piece,
Right.
while the current market price is 600. Explain me the rationale there.
So very good question. You know, I am yet to see a data, but it is very rare to see the stock price going up by 20% after the QIP book is launched.
And after such a large QIP with 6-7% dilution.
Exactly, because the pricing was done with reference to the SEBI floor price, which was determined as of last Monday, right, which was 510 rupees. On that day, the closing price was about 520, 525 thereabouts, if I'm not wrong. So it was not a very wide discount with respect to the floor price and the spot price. But the fact that the stock has gone up by almost 20% since then is making it look much more. The second thing is this, that if you look at JSW's track record of, doing primary capital raise, we've always left some money on the table for investors to also be happy, so that it should be a win-win for everyone. So to attract very large quality good names and, to get this kind of a response was also driven by the fact of where it was priced, so.
Okay, so attractively priced, yes.
This is what Pritesh is saying, like we all know that it is 3.2x.
Subscribed.
Oversubscription was there. And a lot of investors who have got through primary have also gone into the secondary.
Yeah.
They were not, which clearly shows their confidence also on the company's profile and the execution and the deliverables. So that also shows the confidence, which gives us also a lot of confidence.
The JSW Group also has aspirations for electric vehicles, right? That's been talked about. What kind of role JSW Energy will play in it?
Yeah. See, a very good question. We have been discussing on this. See, with our group company entering into the EV space, I think again there also one of the major cost is the battery storage.
Correct.
So, as we have already announced that we will be going, we are looking maybe finalizing a technology partner to set up a battery storage plant for the requirement in the EV space, as well as in the battery energy storage space also for us, from the power point of view. So we are already working on in setting up a 10 gigawatt hour capacity in India for our own captive requirements, and if the opportunity comes, even in the marketplace also.
Okay.
So we are actively
evaluating that.
Yeah, because looks like if things go this way, there would be huge opportunity from external players as well. So that's really interesting. But I just wanted to come back to the point of QIP, Pritesh. Why not divest perhaps at NEO level? Because that too was talked about at some point of time, and there's huge amount of interest at the renewable level as well. Why not look at unlocking value there versus the holding company?
So, if you recall what we have consistently been articulating to the markets, in the last 1 year or so, we've got this question many times from different types of stakeholders, and we've consistently maintained that, look, whatever we will do at a certain point of time will be the option that is the most value accretive from the shareholders' point of view. So, in preparation of that, 2 years ago, we rejigged our corporate holding structure, created this vehicle NEO, and it was a monetization opportunity, which still exists, by the way, right? But the issue is this, that, for the other reason that I mentioned, that how do you get large global blue chip, investors into your cap table, so that was also an important consideration. So JSW NEO continues to be 100% sub of JSW JSW Energy, and in future, who knows, a few years down the line, if there's an option to monetize there, we will actively look at that. But from a capital point of view, what we needed in the here and now is already solved for. And hence, I would say that question is a bit premature at this point.
Is it only here and now, or at least next 3 to 5 years, or are you going to perhaps go to the market again? What do you think?
No, it will depend on the size of the opportunity, right? I mean, the idea is not to have a negative carry by just keeping a large cash chest idle on the books, right? So the deployment opportunities have to be there. I think it is reasonable to expect that with such a large capital raise, at least for the next couple of years or so, we are sorted, right?
But he did hint that there is perhaps some inorganic growth opportunities as well. Actively considering some that we can probably hear about in recent times, or what would be the scale and size, or which medium are you looking at? Some hints there?
We actually, not to name any, this is a continuous process. A lot of platforms, lot of opportunities are there in the market space. We keep evaluating on various parameters. Ultimately, it depends on the value and what returns I am getting, because we don't compare with a standard project cost of building a greenfield, because we have our strength of executing the project fast, executing at the best, one of the lowest cost project execution, we benchmark ourselves with that and then compare the opportunities. But definitely, as we had acquired Mitra a year and a half back, which was a good asset to acquire, which enabled us to even build the capability also, because we had, as you said some time back, we entered into this space. So that has really helped us in fastening our process of having the right skill set required in this space. So we keep evaluating and we will keep evaluating, depends on the value and the returns, because it has its own advantages also. If a running asset I start getting the cash immediately from those assets. So that is a inherent advantage of any such acquisition. So we are evaluating, and as and when any opportunity looks attractive, we'll definitely be keen. And this QIP fundraise will definitely has further strengthen our resolve to look for these.
All right, there you have it. That is the management of JSW Energy saying that the top priority is to make the company future ready. Let's move away from that then, and it'll be interesting to as well dissect all that's going on within the entire FMCG space. What exactly is the way forward? What is the pricing strategy? Are we seeing a K-shaped recovery? Is the e-commerce boom really going to spur growth within the FMCG space? Let's find out. Sunil Duggar, the former CEO at Dabur, is now joining in. We also have with us Akshay D'Souza, Chief of Growth and Insights at Bizom, and Abneesh Roy, who is joining in. He tracks the sector very closely from Nuvama Institutional Equities. Thank you all for taking time out and joining us. I just wanted to begin with you then, Mr. Duggal, and understand how you're looking at the entire landscape then when it comes to the FMCG space. Are you looking at this sort of K-shaped recovery and this sort of a trend sustaining?
Well, it's been a very poor year, a very average year for the FMCG sector. And the near-term outlook doesn't seem to be anything significantly good. We do expect growth to be in the low to mid single digits in the first half of the year, even though there are some tailwinds with regard to a good Rabi crop, etc. But overall, the demand situation remains muted. And the second half is what I think we can look at to perhaps fuel some growth, predicated on a good monsoon and therefore a good Kharif output. And perhaps also on the back of a low base, so optically we get the illusion of better growth. My concern going forward is not so much on the top line, but on the margins. Now, we've had a fairly benign margin environment over the last few quarters on the back of a low base and fairly decent inflation lines, but not to be taken as a given. We already seen inflation creep up in some key raw materials, and this could accelerate in the event of any disruption in the Middle East, external triggers like that, or internal issues like poor monsoon, maybe some other triggers. So I think the challenge for the sector in the current fiscal FY25 would be less on the top line and more on the margin front.
Abneesh, the problem really with FMCG as a sector has been the kind of gap that one has seen with what the urban consumption trends are and what, the rural numbers are showcasing. Having said that, in the Q4 updates that have trickled in so far, it's a little impressive from a Dabur and Marico both, because it seems that both the rural as well as the urban gap seems to be narrowing a little bit. Not quite the case with GCPL just yet though. But what's your reading of what the rural recovery is looking like?
Yeah, thanks. Yes, in our view for the sector overall, urban is still growing faster. But yeah, select companies, there can be almost similar growth. But I would say that rural recovery is still awaited. My sense is in FY25, with a normal monsoon forecast and local players' competition getting anniversarized, I would say that rural recovery can potentially start from Q2 FY25. There was a local player competition in biscuits, detergent, hair oils, etc., which will complete 4 quarters at the end of Q1. So post that, the price hikes also should come back, as Sunil rightfully highlighted. Because of the gross margin pressure coming back, consumer companies will take a price hike. We have already seen in cocoa and coffee, a lot of players thinking of price hike. They have already taken. So that will also aid the overall revenue recovery, which has been very muted for the sector, especially in rural, for the last 1 year.
Distinctly remember when we spoke last time, you said that you've never seen a situation where rural demand is down. You said for the longest time, you only seen a situation where there was a problem in terms of pricing and inflation, but India has never seen a downtick in demand per se. But now, is rural demand likely to come back irrespective of the monsoon cycle? I think I just wanted to encourage Sunil ji to be part of the discussion.
Yeah. It's hard to say. I mean, like I said, critically important will be the inflation outlook. If it's high, then obviously it will dampen demand. And the good monsoon, which is also part of the first inflation issue. So if these two play out well, low inflation and a good monsoon, I think we will see a substantial revival of demand, particularly in rural, especially on the back of a low base. So optically, at least, it looks pretty good. But as I alluded to earlier, the challenges would be on the margin front because we are sitting on a very benign margin profile in FY24, and that need not repeat itself in FY25. So we could have a recurrence of the margin squeeze which happened a couple of years ago, which was mitigated in the last financial, need not repeat itself. That is my concern.
There was a time when we would look at rural demand as an FMCG demand or two-wheeler demand as an indication of rural demand. But do you think that is passé now and that's not the right way of looking at things, Akshay?
I think rural is not going anywhere as of now. I'll tell you one very important, one of the most important seasons that we actually have now is actually summer. I think summer is also one of the biggest fuel for consumption from an Indian context. And I think we are seeing with summers, I think we are already seeing a hot summer. We're already seeing some categories like beverages or certain products in personal care are already showing an uptick. And I think some of this will start showing up in the quarterly results that you see. And an early summer that has come in, I think is definitely going to be positive for a lot of categories. However, there is definitely a headwind from a confectionery and chocolate space where cocoa prices have soared. I think you will see a lot of price hikes there. But across most other discretionary products, we are seeing an active participation of brands in trying to even correct prices so that they drive consumption. So I think rural, don't write off rural anywhere. I think it's just a season away from getting back into action.
For rural India to come back, either there has to be underlying demand, or we need to have good monsoons, or the feel good has to come back in the economy. Right now, everything is missing. Monsoons have been bad. The feel good feature of the rural economy, that is just not there. And if, God forbid, if you're not in for a good monsoon, you never know which way things would move for the rural India.
No, that is true. See, monsoons are critical from an income standpoint, but I think what is also important for consumption is a hot summer. Like, for example, last year you didn't have a hot summer, and we automatically saw that consumption of many products actually fell. Now, along with monsoon, even a good summer is important from a consumption standpoint per se. So I think you are already at that cusp, and I think we're starting to see some of that. Some of that is starting to show up in some of the categories. But yes, I kind of go with what you're saying, that you will need to have a better monsoon and a more stable and steady monsoon, really, rather than an erratic monsoon, for rural incomes to be stabilized and hence consumption to pick up better.
Just going as per your reports, you're talking about how the gross margins are likely to expand on a year-on-year basis, but the pace of expansion will be small. What exactly will be the reason for this, and will it be select companies or across the board?
Yeah, I would expect that in Q4, slight expansion will still happen in terms of gross margin, and maybe even for the EBITDA margin, there will be slight expansion. So what we are seeing is, except some of the agri inputs, most of the raw material is still range bound. So if you see crude oil, vinyl acetate monomer, copra, etc., are largely range bound. There are some commodities which have also corrected. For example, tea has corrected 8 to 10%. So that's why we are positive on Tata Consumer. Coming to agri inputs, I would say cocoa, coffee, etc. are a concern. But on the other hand, milk, there is a deflation. So I would say as of now, the gross margin pressure is not something which is very acute. But I would say FY25, the price hikes will come back for most FMCG companies with 2 to 3% coming back. So that's on the positive side. But some select categories, there is a margin pressure, especially chocolate players, etc. There is a margin pressure.
Sunil, I'd like to draw your attention to one more ingredient in the melting pot, and that is this entire quick commerce phenomenon which has started. Quick commerce, just for the benefit of our viewers, I'm of course referring to, let's say, a service like Zepto or Blinkit. It may be small, it may be niche, it has got nothing to do with rural India, but it promises to change the way how FMCG companies would, in a sense, be reimagining their distribution network going forward. So Sunil, what to your mind could be the big change because of the quick commerce service where FMCG companies are now directly engaging with a service player like Blinkist or a Zepto or Swiggy?
I don't see any significant differences in the overall architecture of quick commerce vis-a-vis, say, modern retail. The supply chains for all consumer companies will have to be rigid to accommodate the very low inventories which these people would keep and the very quick service, very high levels of service levels which they will seek. But other than that, I think it's just another opportunity for companies to get into another channel, and the companies who are able to execute well will benefit. But it's not going to change the basic mechanics of the way FMCG companies do business. A, it is small, and B, it is basically like modern trade or e-com or any of the other channels which we already used to.
So I'm going to get closing comments from Akshay. Akshay, if you have to, let's say, talk about the disruption which is happening in the FMCG market, whether it is online or offline, the incumbents are now feeling the heat. There was a time when the top 4 or 5 FMCG companies would dominate everything. But now, because creating a brand is easy, managing supply chain is different, and because of the distribution and the network reach, a lot of new small staples and FMCG brands are getting created. So in the light of new wave of competition, how do you see the incumbents moving?
You know, you're absolutely right and bang on. I think we are definitely seeing an emergence of a lot of traditional regional players now moving beyond their traditional geographies. And like you said, well, I wouldn't really say building brand is easy. Of course, it is challenging. But what I really think is become easier now is distribution across India has become easier. Digital has actually helped create distribution across the country. And I think that is what I'll see a lot of brands leveraging. And while taking their brand equity to other markets becomes simpler for them. Now, the big challenge, obviously, and the big advantage that incumbents have had, obviously, has been supply. And I think when you're looking at a global economy today, I think, and that access being available to almost everybody now, I think it becomes that much more easier. So I think you're also going to see a lot of mid-sized companies, especially in FMCG, soon getting to $1 billion in the next 3 or 4 years. And I think that's very, very positive news. But yes, incumbents will have to keep reinventing themselves. I think a lot of them have actually gone very slow on newer categories. They would typically played wait and watch and let's see some scale. But I think you will see a lot of new product categories and new launches kind of scale up for them in the next couple of years because they will need to be present where demand is shifting at the moment.
Some closing comments from you. Despite the fact that you're talking about it being subdued for the year ahead, what would be your top recommendations or picks maybe within the space?
Sure, thanks. Our topics will be essentially companies where the performance on the volume growth and margin is good. So we continue to like United Breweries, Tata Consumer, Godrej Consumer, Pidilite. We also like Colgate, although valuation comfort currently is a bit less. We'll be underweight from this quarter perspective, essentially on HUL ITC. But we do see that from Q2 onwards, the rural recovery and the pricing should come back. So HUL and ITC valuation comfort is high, but I would say the triggers, at least 1 to more quarters, we would need to wait.
All right. Hi, gentlemen. Appreciate your time. Thank you so very much for joining in and giving us an all-round view as to what the status is for the FMCG sector and, more importantly, the road ahead. On that note, it's time for a quick breather. Don't go anywhere. Lots more lined up.
In association with State Bank of India, the banker to every Indian. Sturris Healthcare Private Limited deals in quality medicine. Sturris, quality that you can trust.
ICL FinCorp announces public issue of secured NCD. Double your investments in just 68 months and earn high returns. To view the prospectus and download the application, visit iclfincorp.com.
Sir, आप इतने कलरफुल हो, but how can colorful be powerful?
फॉलो मी। बारिश का प्रेशर बढ़ेगा पर इसको कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा। ड्यूलक्स वेदर शील्ड पावर फ्लेक्स,
इसका हर रंग लड़े धूप, धूल और बारिश से।
इट्स कलरफुल, इट्स पावरफुल।
In the jungle of investments, there are companies which move slow and go nowhere. Only a few companies become rare, dominant, unchallenged and long-lasting. Presenting Trust MF Flexi Cap Fund. Mutual fund investments are subject to market risks. Read all scheme-related documents carefully.
मुझे लगता है कि हम दुनिया की कोई भी टीम को हरा सकते हैं।
मैंने मेरे सीईओ को बोला, अगर आप मेरे लिए अभी प्राइवेट जेट भी भेजोगे ना, तो भी मैं नहीं आऊंगा।
ये साला मेरा ब्रदर इन लॉ, काम कम शोर ज्यादा, और ये मेरा वोल्टा स्मार्ट एयर एसी। ये सुपर साइलेंट चलता और इसका स्लीप मोड बॉडी के नीड के अकॉर्डिंग रूम ठंडा रखता। सो स्मार्ट, शोर कम, काम ज्यादा।
Indian markets are going to be taking a booster start.
Hi, good morning. You're watching the market right here on ET now.
Indian markets are at an all-time high. You would really pinch yourself to say, isn't this all factors align wonderfully well for us?
Nifty is now up a staggering 2,000 points. That impacts the market like no other. Stuck on the editor's radar. The strategy is going to be for the day.
You just start coming up on your screen. There's a lot of green on the screen today.
Great news for those who want to rise with India. Now you can get the full download of business, economics, leaders, interviews, analysis, anecdotes, profits, research, results, revenue, bulls, bears, bonds, markets, and more. Your new high seat of business news is here, etnownews.com. Back with first trades, and once again, even though it was a bit of a quiet start, we've picked up steam and holding up just so perfectly in trade. In fact, let's just revisit what the Nifty and the broader market rates are settling in at, because we've picked up, we're now at 22,750 for the Nifty 50, and for the broader markets as well, it's a very good breadth that you have. Tata Steel, Infosys, Hindalco, JSW Steel. Yesterday was autos, today it's metals. But Kunal is back with us to highlight some of the chart busters as well as trading strategies. Kunal, let's start with the chart buster that you've identified.
Well, that's a stock which we discussed, I think, a couple of weeks back, Hindustan Copper, when the stock was on the verge of a breakout at the 300 levels. Now that the breakout is complete, the stock is looking all the more attractive on a medium-term time scale. So we flagged off, a zone that the stock had been consolidating into a range. This was the breakout point around the 300 mark, which was the previous swing high, major swing high for Hindustan Copper. Now, prior to this, if you look at the stock price, we saw a very strong uptrend from 150 odd levels in second half of 2023 towards a point when the stock went to 300. Look at the strong surge in volumes which we'd seen at that point of time for the stock, and that formed a major base that this was going to be a major base or a support for the stock. We went into a retest of the previous support for the stock after a phase of correction, but now the stock has made a strong comeback. Now this, I believe, could almost be like a 150 pointer pattern for 100 point pattern for Hindustan Copper, which means from 300 levels as a breakout. I would expect that this trend line indication could probably take the stock higher to almost 385 to 400, which means a potential upside of further 10% to 15% over the very near term for Hindustan Copper.
Okay, there you have it. That's a chart that Kunal is flagging off. Let's get in your top recommendations going to Kunal.
So both of them are from the metal pack. The first one which I'm recommending is a buy on Tata Steel. That's a stock which has again come back towards a breakout of the previous high of 165 plus. So would suggest to buy 174 as a target, stop loss at 160. And the second is a buy on sale. Again, a stock which is heading towards the fourth or the fifth attempt towards a breakout above 150 mark. This should take the stock higher towards a major multi-year high. So buy with a target of 175, stop loss at 140.
All right, there you have it. Those are some of the top recommendations to watch out for that Kunal is flagging off. All right, let's get a move on then. And Ajmera Realty, let's discuss their updates that the company has delivered, as well as the 5x growth strategy that the company has put in place. Dhaval Ajmera is the director now joining in of Ajmera Realty and Infra India. Thank you so much for taking time out. Let's just discuss the kind of Q4 updates that you have delivered, and it has been fairly encouraging. Sales area growth of 63%. Your collections as well have been fairly robust. What has contributed to this growth?
Well, we are very happy to announce that this year, we had given a guidance of 1,000 crores of pre-sales for the entire financial year, and that we've achieved that. It is very, very good. And I think overall, the market has been very buoyant. Real estate has been in a good demand all across the country, and Mumbai is also ticking. Most of our projects are coming up in Mumbai and Bangalore, and I think those markets are also doing very well. And wherever we've launched, we've had a good response. And so overall, I think the real estate market is in a good space right now, where we are seeing good sales are happening all across.
Okay, so what is the kind of guidance that you have then for FY25? You seem to be pretty ambitious with respect to your growth strategy, talking about strong targets that you have ahead. Can you take us through that?
Well, we are working out things, but right now, all I can say is that we have about 7 or 8 projects which we will be launching in this financial year, which is a top line of 3,000 crores. And more over and above that, there are a few more which are still under drawing boards, which we should be announcing soon. So this year, we are looking at a very buoyant growth plans, at least internally within ourselves. And definitely our internal target is to definitely surpass beyond what we have achieved right now. And we are at least looking at a uprise of 20-30% from the current year's pre-sales.
Where is the growth coming from? Is this coming from first-time buyer? Is it coming from investors?
It's primarily first-time buyers and actual end users. I would not say there are many investors in the market, at least from whatever sales we have done all across. There would be very, very few investors, but most of it are, either first-time buyers or probably upgrade buyers from a 2-bed to a 3-bed, something like that. So it's more of an end user market than a investor market.
How much of projects which you have sold in last 12 months will be executed and completed in next 24 months?
I think what we have sold this year, probably, I think 2 or 3 projects. So we launched Ghatkopar, we launched Juhu, we launched Bangalore. I think all these will be completed in this financial year.
The other thing I also wanted to understand was the kind of impact of development that one is seeing with regards to infrastructure all around Wadala, Panvel. I mean, all of Mumbai is under construction, right? How does that impact your business?
Well, definitely, infrastructure and real estate are very synonymous to each other. Wherever there is a great infra growth which is happening, and I can just tell you one of the biggest example we have is that recently in February we had the Atal Setu bridge, which is that MTHL bridge which opened up, connecting Navi Mumbai and Mumbai. And we that its month itself we saw in Wadala sales of 100 crores. So it is a great impact on infrastructure which is happening, and when it is actually seeing great margins coming in and great revenues and demand coming because of the infrastructure. So obviously, every project in Mumbai today is having a great infra plan all across the suburbs. Is just not only one, but so overall, I think overall demand with this infrastructure plan will have a great impact in every real estate projects.
So I want to go back to that fascinating point. Bridges are getting here, bridges are getting there. Soon the landscape of Bombay is going to change dramatically. But purely for the shift, I mean, I may argue and say that, okay, Panvel now will be easier to reach, which means arbitrage of time goes away. So which end of the Bombay, to your mind, will see both appreciation in price and in demand? Do you think it would be the peripherals area which are connected, or areas which in a sense are still at the center of the town?
So I think my sense is that primarily the peripheral areas are more for an aspiration and upgrading buyers. So a lot of buyers, according to me, will be coming in from outside Mumbai and MMR, and which they really want to be within the MMR region. So I think those will be the first time buyers or the aspirational buyers going there. But I think within Mumbai, with the connectivity all happening all across, I think there is an inherent growth within the particular suburb and the micro market, as well as an upgrading from a particular 2 bedroom to a 3 bedroom or something like that. We have two gentries of people. At least what we have observed in Mumbai is somebody who's staying in a particular micro market would want to grow in that micro market, and someone who wants to aspire and grow from a probably let's say just from Andheri to Bandra, something like that. So I think there are two ends of bias. So overall, I think it's going to be a mixed bag of both these projects. I would not say MMR itself will only grow or Mumbai itself will grow, but I think growth, what I see is happening all across from here, from in central Mumbai or Mumbai suburbs, as well as the MMR region.
And finally, can you also tell us that in which bracket maximum demand is coming?
So in Mumbai per se, I would say the bracket would be about 2 to 3 crore bracket.
2 to 3 crore, okay.
Yeah.
Where does affordability kick in? I mean, at some point in time, it would be affordability, which also would be a question when it comes to the future demand. Where do you think we are on the affordability cycle?
I mean, my sense is affordability is a city to city, definition. It can't be just a common thing. But the most important thing I would say is, like, at least in Mumbai, it would be between 1.5 to 3 crores is somewhere where we see maximum demand and affordability coming in. As far as MMR is concerned, my sense would be about 1 crore. Under something like that.
Okay. And as we talk about FY25 and FY26 for Ajmera Realty, could you tell us that how much of your current projects are likely to be delivered in FY25 and FY26 so that we have a sense of the revenue recognition?
So, our sense is the 7 projects which we have, acquired this year, we will be launching in this current financial year. And all these are about 12 lakh square feet with a 3,000 crore top line revenue. I think the end date for almost all of them will be between 3 to 4 years. So my sense would be at least 50 to 60% of this will be finished in the next 2 years' time. And thereafter, also our existing projects, which has already been announced, like Manhattan and Eden, Freeway, All those projects will also be completed in the next 2 to 3 years time. So overall, I am seeing at least this 3,000 crores of revenue, at least 50 to 60% of it being recognized, as well as the existing projects, which are about 2.5, 3,000 crores, will also be recognized in the next 2 years.
All right, really appreciate your time, and thank you for joining us. That's the management of Ajmera Realty. What do we have on the market? Well, the print of green continues. I mean, it's like real dominant theme now, that large cap stocks are outperforming mid cap, and mid cap are outperforming small cap. Mega cap was really gone on the back burner, so to speak. Reliance is the leader of this year so far, and I think it is evident both in terms of price action and also in terms of where the market temperament is moving. Rahul Valekar, President and Managing Director of Indian Energy Storage Alliance, joins us now. And what we would be discussing is that how customized energy solutions would be changing as India is migrating from ICE to EV, as the battery demand will change. Pump storage is something which is going to be the future. Thermal versus renewable. There are a lot of interesting things which is essentially happening in the battery storage. I'm just giving a context for our viewers here. Second, within battery, the technology is also changing. From the way semiconductors were, how global battery cells were made versus how future battery cells were made. India is still not Atmanirbhar when it comes to the energy storage and when it comes to their entire EV chain. And that's largely because in construction of a battery, a lot of lithium and a lot of rare materials are used, which is where we don't have access to, because in India some of these rare materials have just been in a sense discovered and the real mining has not started. So at a time when the energy shifts are migrating, the energy need is migrating, new technology is on our way, what would be the dominant battery storage solution? So Rahul, I think the introduction itself was a question. I'm going to start with something what Bill Gates said, that markets always overestimate the rate of change in the short term and underestimate in the long term. Do you think the excitement in the entire battery storage industry is slightly overhyped?
Very much for bringing this topic up. In fact, I feel that we are just at the cusp of a major revolution, and the excitement right now, it is there. In fact, there is still early stage of the excitement. Right now, if you see in last 5 years, around the globe, the manufacturing capacity has scaled up from under 500 gigawatt hour to more than 2000 gigawatt hour. And in India, we are just starting off on that pathway. We are expecting around 50 gigawatt hour of manufacturing capacity to come online between now and 2027. And then it could scale up to 150 gigawatt hour by 2030 and 500 plus gigawatt hour in 2035. So I feel with the applications for renewable energy, applications for behind the meter, that is customer sited applications, as well as for the e-mobility, when you combine all these three, I think India is poised to become one of the largest markets in the top 3 markets globally. And the manufacturing is now starting to catch up with the ACC PLI and other enabling frameworks which are created by Indian government. So I think the excitement is appropriate, and in fact, we will see a lot more excitement in the next 2 years.
Question is that there are a set of incumbents, let's say an Exite or an Amara Raja. They understand the technology. They have championed the migration of how the acid-lead battery has moved. I remember 20 years ago, the technology of acid-lead itself was different. Now you're getting car batteries which you don't have to change for 3 years, which are maintenance free. As a child, I remember every 6 months a bottle khol karke acid dalte the. Those days are gone. So who will dominate? Who will dominate this entire migration from acid-lead battery to the EV batteries?
So again, right now, since the market is going to be so vibrant and market is expanding so much, I think there is an opportunity for multiple players to play in this ecosystem. There are global giants such as LG, Samsung, some of the Chinese leaders like CATL, BYD, Japanese companies like Panasonic are already there. But then Indian companies led by Ola, Reliance, Exide, Amara Raja, as well as some of the new companies coming up like Godi Energy are also looking at setting up manufacturing. And the pace at which the market is expected to grow, the market can accommodate multiple technologies. Right now, a lot of focus is on the lithium-ion battery technologies. Within lithium-ion, there are almost 7 to 8 different varieties of lithium-ion batteries. So it is not just one single type of technology. And plus, there is a work happening on next generation technologies such as sodium-ion, metal-air batteries, or many other permutation combinations between anode and cathode are also tried out. So I think all of these companies have a great opportunity in front of them. It depends on how much money they can raise, how much money they can invest, how fast they can build their R&D, as well as how they can perfect the manufacturing, because the manufacturing for lithium-ion batteries is a very specialized process. It requires a lot of fine-tuning and a lot of know-how in terms of the operational side. So a lot of work is still ahead of us, but right now the opportunity is there for any company who wants to take a lead.
Now let's talk about the disruptors. Since this is a new technology, there are a lot of disruptors. PE funding is easy. And there are some disruptors which I'm sure will make it big. But for an investor and for our viewer, because we are a stock market related channel, if you really have to place your bets that, okay, the bet could be that EV is coming, change will happen in terms of technology, but who will be the winner? Who has the right to win? The disruptors or the current players?
So right now, if you see India, almost every company who is entering the lithium-ion space is a disruptor, right? India did not have that ecosystem, which for just even say 2 years back, if you see, there was no ecosystem available for lithium-ion batteries. So the way I would say is India, together with all these companies, is a disruptor in a global space where traditionally China was being seen as a only manufacturing hub. In last 5 years, Europe and US are trying to set up their own domestic manufacturing. But now India as a new emerging player is coming up, and it can disrupt actually the global supply chain. And India has the opportunity to become a hub. So I would say that as an investor, you should look at multiple Indian companies who have the appetite, who have the capabilities to scale up the manufacturing, because India's advantage is India has a huge domestic market, unlike many of the other countries where some of the manufacturing is being set up, they have limited local market. Whereas in India, the market between now to 2030 is itself expected to be more than 500 gigawatt hour cumulatively, or in 2030, the domestic market itself could be 150 to 200 gigawatt hour of annual capacity requirement. So there is a lot of positives which are happening. And as a advice to investors, I would say that this sector is sector which is a sunrise sector. And as long as you are picking the right companies, multiple opportunities will exist for investors. And it is not only about just cell manufacturing as well. One of the key areas where as the India Energy Storage Alliance we are working on is creating the complete supply chain, not just for the domestic market, but also for the global industry. And we think that the supply chain for gigafactories could be actually 3 to 5 times bigger market in India as a manufacturing base than as compared to even gigafactories. So investors should look at not just in terms of the cell manufacturing companies, but they should look at the complete value chain of the advanced battery manufacturing and look at companies who are poised to become a global supplier in this space.
So if I have to ask Rahul, the investor, who understands the battery technology, understands the supply chain, if you have to bet on one company as an investor, based on your understanding, which is one company you would bet on? It's not a stock tip, but your understanding of technology and everything.
So again, I would say there are multiple companies, so I'm not trying to duck the question. I really believe that there are multiple opportunities. It is like the IT sector, right? It was not about just picking up Infosys or TCS and betting on one. India in late 90s, in early 2000s, emerged as a global player for IT services. And there are multiple companies in which investors have made huge money, right? So I see the clean energy transition is the same transition right now. With the thought leadership and commitment shown by Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji, India is taking steps which still just 3-4 years back, no one in the world anticipated. And fueled by this positive policy dynamics and the conviction of now the Indian industry that yes, India can also become a manufacturing hub, we are going to see a lot of exciting opportunities in this space.
All right. That's an interesting perspective. Thanks so much for joining in and telling us a little bit more about the potential that India has to really become one of the top 3 global EV players and what the opportunities are as well. On that note, with news that as of now the index is holding out in the green, we'll slip into a very quick break. Be right back with the stocks in here.
In association with State Bank of India, the banker to every Indian.
Great news for those who want to rise with India. Now you can get the full download of business, economics, leaders, interviews, analysis, anecdotes, profits, research, results, revenue, bulls, bears, bonds, markets, and more. Your new high seat of business news is here, etnownews.com.
What does your investment portfolio look like without gold? Incomplete. Because as a gold owner, you have the power to make bold decisions. To balance risks and returns. The power to buy and sell right at your fingertips. Making gold your strategic advantage.
Without which your portfolio is incomplete.
Power your portfolio with gold. World Gold Council.
Attention startups. Reach 25 crore people well within your budget. Advertise on 10 TV channels in one shot. No TVC required. Brand starter pack starting from just 1 lakh rupees. Brand Surge, the special marketing starter pack for startup brands. For more details, visit our website brandsurge.co.in or write to us at brandsurge@timesgroup.com. Times Network, now or nothing.
The love which I had seen in her eyes, then promises of a new sunrise. If you hold me tight, you'll feel the love which I feel inside. Hold me tight, just hold me tight.
Indian markets are going to be taking a booster start.
Hi, good morning. You're watching the market right here on ET Now.
Indian markets are at an all-time high. You would really pinch yourself to say, is it this all factors align wonderfully well for us?
Nifty is now up a staggering 2,000 points. That impacts the market like no other.
Stocks on the editor's radar. The strategy is going to be for the day.
Will this start coming up on your screen? There's a lot of green on the screen today.
Great news for those who want to rise with India. Now you can get the full download of business, economics, leaders, interviews, analysis, anecdotes, profits, research, results, revenue, bulls, bears, bonds, markets, and more. Your new high seat of business news is here, etnownews.com.
Welcome back. You're watching First Trades on ET Now. Nifty trading almost near the day's highest point. 22,750 levels is what it's managing to hold on to. Even the broader markets are managing to see some bit of a gain as well. They're also in the Nifty mid and small cap. They're managing to hold on to good gains of 0.4% for the mid cap as well as 0.8% of gains for the small cap. In terms of overall what's pulling the market up today, we do have the Nifty led by Infosys, ICICI Bank as well as Axis Bank being among the top contributors, while Reliance is a bit of a laggard on the Nifty 50. That's how we're seeing the setup in terms of the large cap, but a lot of Q4 updates that we've seen coming in, because of which we're seeing a lot of move in the stocks. And which are those stocks that we're keeping an eye out on? Ashesha is here.
Yes, real estate players continue to report strong set of operational data, and apart from Ajmera Realty, we also have Godrej Properties. The stock is soaring on the back of very strong operational data for the quarter gone by, where bookings grew 135% on a year-on-year basis to come in at 9,500 crores in the fourth quarter. Apart from this, they achieved more than what they had guided for the full year. They've achieved 161% of the total guidance for FY24, and they achieved highest ever sales in the Mumbai metropolitan region at about 4,000 crores for fourth quarter. So very strong operational updates. This counter is gaining on the back of that. Moving on to Tata Motors then, where JLR update for the quarter gone by was largely in line with what the street was working with. Wholesale sales have risen 9% sequentially and about 16% on a year-on-year basis. As far as retail sales are concerned, that too has seen an uptick of about 5% QOQ and 11% YOY. Remember, the company has not given a free cash flow number for the second consecutive quarter, and they've also not given their order book position, which is a fair bit of negative, but numbers largely in line with what the street was working with. Sula Vineyards, meanwhile, on the back of operational data, is gaining nearly 3%, where for the fourth quarter, revenues grew 10% YOY. They also say that elite and premium brands was what led to the growth on the revenue front, as this segment reported growth of about 15% YOY. As far as the segment-wise performance is concerned, own brands revenue grew about 9% YOY, while wine tourism business saw solid growth of 31% on a year-on-year basis. Lastly, Cupid, it is locked an upper circuit of 5% on the back of results for the quarter gone by. Revenues were up a whopping 52% on a year-on-year basis, and margins have also expanded a whole lot. Company reported margins at about 49% versus 25% that the company had reported same time last year. Very strong set of numbers operationally. The stock is gaining locked an upper circuit on the back of that.
In fact, let me take it across to Gaurav, find out what all the block deal as well as QIP action has been so far. Gaurav?
Yeah, definitely. My colleague Sharad will take you through the block deals and QIP data. But before that, let me take you to Can Fin Homes, because Morgan Stanley is being bullish on this company, where they have actually maintained its overweight rating and a target price of 100 rupees per share. What they believe is that share will actually outperform the broader index in the next 60 days, and the reason being that for Q4 FY24, Morgan Stanley is expecting strong numbers from Can Fin Home, and then at the same time, they're also expecting asset quality may surprise the investors in the coming quarters. At the same time, they have also seen that stock has actually underperformed the NBFC pack, if you have seen in the last few months. And on back of this, they are actually being a little bullish that they believe after results, we may see some kind of positive impact coming up in the stock price. Lastly, if you're talking about the stock, it has already reacted positively in the note. We have already seen that 2%, more than 2% gains in today's trade. So definitely keeping an eye on Can Fin Homes and see how they perform in the coming days.
Stand corrected there. Updates on Can Fin Homes as well as Transformers. But Sharad, now you tell us about the block deals and QIP.
Well, yes, two important block deals have happened today. The first one being, of course, Axis Bank. Roughly 1.1% equities has exchanged hands, and it's likely that the Bain Capital has actually given a complete exit. Now, this deal size is expected to range roughly between 3,500 to almost 4,000 odd crore rupees. And if you look at it, Bain Capital has been selling stake in Axis Bank over the last 2 years itself, and this is the final last tranche. It is expected that they have sold off, and it would be a complete exit. Also, Gland Pharma 5% equity has exchanged hands, and this equity deal has been roughly almost 1,500 crore rupees. And this is, of course, is said to be that ex-promoter Dr. Ravi Penmetsa is said to be the seller, and this is expected to be a complete exit as well. The two important block deals have already happened for the Axis Bank and Gland Pharma, but there are two QIPs also which would be in focus, as Shilpa Medicare. The 500 crore QIP has opened, and overall the issue price is currently coming in at 477 rupees per share. While on the other hand, Sterlite Tech, also a big QIP, has opened up, a roughly 1200 crore the size is, and the floor price is at 119 rupees. Of course, both of the stocks are currently trading at the current market prices as per their floor prices. Also, lastly, Orient Pro is a small cap company, but they have completed their QIP. Roughly 380 crore was raised. But there are certain marquee names and investors which I would like to point out, which includes the names such as Alchemy, Malabar Fund, and even Goldman Sachs coming to the lists. So these are the important block deals which have happened, and QIPs also which are in focus.
Thanks very much for that, Sharad. Meantime, let's get right back to Gaurav and discuss transformers and rectifiers, because they have delivered a strong set of numbers in Q4.
Well, yes, this stock is yet another stock which has hit the upper circuit in today's trade, and the reason being its Q4 results. So if we talk about the results, revenue grew almost 17% on a YY basis. We saw EBITDA growth of more than 118% on a YY basis, and PAT grew almost 4 folds, and now it stands somewhere in the range of 41 crore rupees. Now, what company believes is that in Q4 they have seen faster execution and at the same time better production planning, which has led to this profitability for the company. Coming to the order book now, if you look at FY24's order book, now it stands well above 2,500 crore levels, and order inflow for Q1 FY25 also remained at a healthy level. Talking about the order prospects, now the company has order pipeline of somewhere near 17,000 crore levels, and company is expecting 20% win ratio in these orders. Now coming again to the guidance that the management has given for FY25, they are guiding revenue somewhere in the range of 2,000 crore rupees, and at the same time they are also expecting EBITDA margin to remain somewhere in the range of 12.5% to 13% versus what we have seen at 10.4% in FY24. Lastly, we have also got some positive commentary from the management. So for example, they are now targeting QIP to be completed, 500 crores QIP to be completed by Q1 FY25, and they will actually use these proceeds for inorganic growth, at the same time debt reduction. At the same time, company is also expecting profitability that we have seen in Q4 FY24 to sustain in coming quarters as well. And lastly, they are also expecting FY26 to achieve 25% revenue coming from exports. So all in all, a positive commentary coming up from management also. We have already seen that the numbers have numbers have been positive, and stock has reacted positively as well. So definitely worth keeping an eye on how this stock will perform in coming days as well.
Absolutely, surely going to be keeping an eye out on these stocks as well. Transformers on the back of his numbers as well as commentary. Thank you so much, Gaurav, for giving us that update. But let's move on, talk about elections, because this time around, India's Lok Sabha poll costs are likely to be the highest till date. In fact, according to research, it is possible that India's election could even exceed the amount that that is likely to be splurged on the White House race. My colleague Bhavya Dua is joining you with us to give us a special report on that.
India's 2024 general elections are expected to be the most expensive. The largest democracy in the world is holding its multi-phase elections from April 19th to 1st of June. And this election will determine the political direction of the most populous nation in the world for the next 5 years. Let's deep dive into what could be the election spending this year. So according to the estimates by Center for Media Studies, which tracks political expenditure figures, political parties and candidates are set to spend more than 1.2 trillion rupees in the elections this year, which amounts to $14.4 billion. And to give a bit more context to this was the amount that was spent during the US presidential and congressional races in 2020, according to Open Secrets, which also tracks the election spending. Now, what this means is that the 2024 Indian elections are set to cost more than double of the India's last general elections in 2019, when candidates spent about 600 billion rupees or $7.2 billion, according to a report from Center for Media Studies. What this also means is that the Indian parliamentary vote this year could exceed the amount that is likely to be splurged on the White House race. The rise in the spending is attributed to increased costs from social media and publicity campaigns, as well as travel costs. General Secretary of All India Elections Material Manufacturer and Traders Association said that the elections merchandising market in India is over 1,000 crore rupees this year, and the demand increase has been by 20 to 30% as compared to 2019. Snackable goods companies are expecting a 10 to 15% jump in the demand during the elections too, and are gearing up the stocks to cater to this increased demand. The demand for chartered aircraft and choppers by political parties is on the rise as well. In the previous Lok Sabha elections, around Rs 400 crore was spent by prominent national and regional parties for availing the air travel facility. The industry players this time are expecting that to increase by 40%. Elections surely give the economy a boost as political parties spend on goods and services. And this year is going to be no exception to that. This is Bhavya Dua for ET Now.
Surely some interesting points that one should keep an eye out on the election front and how the cost is going to be. But let's move on. And Filter Capital has made the final close to its first fund at rupees 8,000 crore. Nitin Nair, co-founder and managing partner, Filter Capital, had said that about the investment opportunities and company's plan going forward. Listen in to this exclusive chat.
Filter Capital is a growth stage investment firm targeting tech-led businesses in India. My partner Sumit Sinha and I have been evaluating opportunities within the technology space in India for well over a decade and decided to get together and launch a fund of our own. And we look around us and we see that the impact that technology is having across the business and consumer ecosystem in India only continues to grow. So very excited to put together our first fund and really leverage that opportunity on behalf of our investors. Our investors include large domestic institutional investors as well as overseas investors, both HNIs and family offices. Some of our largest investors include HDFC Fund of Funds and HDFC AMC, as well as SIDBI, SRI Fund, Oyster Global, including family offices and HNIs such as Akash Prakash, the founder of Amansa Capital, DSP Family Office, as well as Harsh Jain, the founder of Dream11.
Okay. So essentially, I understand that you guys backed growth-based and growth stage companies. How much have you received from the domestic partners? How much is the rest that's coming in from the international investors?
Yes, about 60% of our funds raised and committed have been actually from domestic investors. Another 40% is from overseas investors.
All right, so it's essentially co-leading the Series B and the Series C rounds. That's what you guys are looking at. So what's the average check size? And can you give us a sense as well as to what kind of entrepreneurs or business profile it is that you're really looking at within these companies?
No, absolutely happy to do so. So Sumit and I are really excited about the prospects for how technology could influence every industry in the country. And our backgrounds are as tech investors, so we spend a lot of time looking at IT services businesses, software businesses, consumer internet businesses, financial technology businesses. But what we're also finding is that if you're an entrepreneur in even a more traditional industry, maybe logistics, education, consumer, or retail, the question you're asking yourself today is, how do I use technology to stay one step ahead of both unorganized markets as well as organized incumbents? So the opportunity set for technology investors today is to not just back traditional services and software companies, but also look at opportunities amongst the larger industrial base where we're finding technology-led businesses to also begin to scale. And you've seen it in the listed markets in India. For example, one of the largest logistics company in India, if not the largest, is Delivery. Which in a way has kind of upended the entire logistics industry in India. We're going to see more and more of that play out in the coming decade. And as technology investors, that's what really excites us. And from a stage perspective, we mentioned that we're Series B and Series C investors. Ultimately, our view is that the venture capital industry in India, actually over the last decade or so, has really matured. You're seeing now entrepreneurs raise money from angel investors and early stage VCs. Similarly, the private equity industry and the public markets are also more welcoming of technology-led stories, but they tend to play in a much larger space when companies are looking to raise $50 to $100 million. So we'd identified a space in the market when companies have graduated from early stage venture, but are not quite ready for large cap private equity or the public markets. Therein lies the opportunity for Filter Capital, in a way bridging the gap between early stage funding and late stage pre-IPO funding. That's the role for growth stage investors such as ourselves.
So if you had to narrow it down, Nitin, give us a sense as to which are the sectors that are currently looking promising and what kind of opportunity really you're foreseeing.
Absolutely. Now, given that my partner Sumit and I are ex-private equity executives, we ask ourselves the question that whenever we invest in a company, who are we going to exit it to? We'll typically exit 5 to 7 years from now. We view private equity in the public markets to be the primary source of exit for us over the long run. As a result, we spend our time focusing on sectors where our ecosystem knows and understands. For example, IT services and enterprise software. They'll probably be 2/3 of our fund. The other 1/3 of our fund will be in more traditional industries where we're finding tech-led businesses, whether it's in logistics or consumer or financial services. But do expect that enterprise, B2B, IT services and software story to be 2/3 of what we do. We've already invested in 4 companies, 2 software companies, 1 mobility company, and a logistics company. And so we're pretty excited about that enterprise software story coming out of India. And on top of that, in our pipeline, we're looking at several opportunities within technology services as well.
All right, that's the word coming in from Filter Capital. But moving on, with less than a fortnight left for phase 1 of the Lok Sabha elections, parties are going all out in their campaign efforts. The Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be embarking on a 2-day visit to Tamil Nadu for the 7th time this year, and he will be holding a roadshow in Chennai. Meantime, the Prime Minister will also hold his first election rally then in Pilibhit in Uttar Pradesh. This will be for Go for Polls for the first time without Maneka Gandhi or Varun Gandhi as a candidate. That's for the first time in the last 35 years.
And meanwhile, it's a big day for Delhi Chief Minister. The Delhi High Court will deliver its verdict on plea by Arvind Kejriwal challenging his arrest in money laundering case linked with the alleged excise scam. Besides his arrest, Arvind Kejriwal, who is currently lodged in the Tihar jail, has also challenged his subsequent remand in the ED's custody. Moving on, as sweltering and scorching heat wave sweeps across the nation, temperatures in the national capital is set to reach 40 degrees by mid-April. According to IMD, the heat wave conditions are likely to continue to prevail over parts of peninsular India during the next 24 hours. Meanwhile, the weather department has also predicted light to moderate rains and hailstorms in east, central and peninsular India regions.
All right, and as we wrap it up on this edition of the show, Bennett Coleman's past chairman, late Shanti Prasad Jain, was honoured at the FICCI Foundation Day. Receiving the memento, Vineet Jain, the managing director of the Times Group, spoke about the legacy of his grandfather, SP Jain. He also spoke about how the Indian industry is uniquely positioned to help India transform into a developed country in the near future.
Mr. Shanti Prasad Jain, past chairman of Bennett Coleman and Company, which has evolved into one of Asia's largest media companies, was felicitated at FICCI Foundation Day in Mumbai on Monday. Mr. SP Jain had been the president of Apex Industry Association FICCI in 1952. Mr. SP Jain's grandson, Times Group MD Vineet Jain, received the memento at a grand event to commemorate its past presidents. The FICCI Foundation Day event was attended by India INC's top industry leaders. Mr. SP Jain, who was born into the Sahu Jain family of Najibabad, Uttar Pradesh in 1911, helped grow the Dalmia Jain Group into one of India's largest business houses. Later, his Sahu Jain Group had a presence in several industries apart from Bennett Coleman, whose fortunes he turned around. He also had a very deep interest in literature and together with his wife Rama Jain founded Bharatiya Gyanpith organization, which has since 1965 been awarding India's preeminent annual literary award, the Gyanpith Award.
Joins me in thanking FICCI for honoring my grandfather, late Shanti Prasad Jain. We all are keepers of his legacy, because it is he who laid the foundations for what Bennett Coleman has become today. We are also guided by his vision and values. As a young child, I had the privilege of sitting with my grandfather and observing how well and sensitively he dealt with people and leaders from various domains. In fact, he was not just sensitive to people, but also to all living beings, including plants. I thank FICCI once again for this great initiative and pay my respects to all the pillars of Indian industry who are felicitated here today.
in small and mid cap stocks, nobody wants to sell and everybody wants to get out. And when the selling will start, the exit door is only one and it could become a crowded room. For next 2-3 days, I think in general, I expect that would be volatile for small and mid cap stocks. You want to be buyer in some of these stocks, but I think we are still a distance away where you can say that they're looking attractive. Feb series was, markets made successive new highs, but the inertia in the market I think is missing. Nifty positive bias, small cap negative bias, mid cap doing better than small cap, but not in line with what Nifty is doing. I guess this is what the market was anticipating. I'm not surprised with the brutality of the fall. You should not buy the fall in small and mid cap stock. The fear of the bear in the system seems to be fading away. Markets are showing sign that at lower level bargain buying is back. Markets are showing signs that at lower level flows are coming back into select mid and small cap stocks. Markets are no longer showing signs of extreme nervousness, extreme compulsion which is at play.
Indian markets are going to be getting a boost of sorts.
Hi, good morning. You're watching the market right here on ET now.
Indian markets are at an all-time high. You would really pinch yourself to say, is it this all factors align wonderfully well for us?
Nifty is now up a staggering 2,000 points. That impacts the market like no other.
Stocks on the editor's radar. The strategy is going to be for the day.
Will just start coming up on your screen. There's a lot of green on the screen today.
In the jungle of investments, there are companies which move slow and go nowhere. Only a few companies become rare, dominant, unchallenged, and long-lasting. Presenting Trust MF Flexi Cap Fund. Mutual fund investments are subject to market risks. Read all scheme-related documents carefully.
You feel the love which I feel inside. Hold me tight, just hold me tight.
Indian markets are going to be getting a boost of sorts.
Hi, good morning. You're watching the market right here on ET now.
Indian markets are at an all-time high. You would really pinch yourself to say, is it this all factors align wonderfully well for us?
Nifty is now up a staggering 2,000 points. That impacts the market like no other.
Stocks on the editor's radar. The strategy is going to be for the day.
Will just start coming up on your screen. There's a lot of green on the screen today.
Great news for those who want to rise with India. Now you can get the full download of business, economics, leaders, interviews, analysis, anecdotes, profits, research, results, revenue, bulls, bears, bonds, markets, and more. Your new high seat of business news is here, etnownews.com.
In individual sectors.
What's the sense that you're getting on volume growth?
Just clarify this entire case.
What is it going to mean for the business? What else are you looking at?
This is clearly one of the biggest deals.
Here at ET now, I've been getting you bit by bit.
Hi there, good morning. You've tuned in to Buy Now, Sell Now. This is on ET Now. I'm Cheryl D'Souza. Along with me is Somit Sarkar. A very good morning to you, Somit. And before we move on and talk about what the markets are doing at this point in time, it is definitely a record high level coming in for the benchmark. But remember, India is a land of many cultures and traditions, and the same holds true for its festivals and rituals as well. Hindu New Year is being celebrated today under various names across the states, while it's Gudi Padwa in Maharashtra. The states in the North India are celebrating Chaitra Navratri, while Karnataka and Andhra Pradesh are celebrating Ugadi. So despite that, many different names, the essence of welcoming the Navvarsh remains the same, filled with prayers, rituals and festivities. So from all of us here at ET Now and the team Buy Now, Sell Now, we wish you all a prosperous new year. And talking about prosperous New Year's, definitely that's the way how the markets are actually panning out right now, given the fact that we've scaled 22,700 on the Nifty, hitting fresh record high levels for the Nifty, as well as on Sensex. We've scaled 75,000 mark as well. So a great day coming in for the benchmark indices. You have broader markets also lending that support for the benchmarks as of now. Let's take a look at what individual stock names are doing. Take a look at what Axis Bank is doing in trade today. There was a huge bulk deal that took place. We expected that to actually happen, and 1.1% equity changed hand via block deals. That one is trading higher by about 1% gains or so. The other one is Gland Pharma. A huge block deal of in excess of about 5% equity took place in that particular counter. That one is sulking under pressure. Apart from that, Infosys, Hindalco, Tata Steel, ICICI Bank are the top gainers on the Nifty. While on the losing end of the market, you have Hero MotoCorp, Aisha Motor, Coal India, BPCL among the set of losers right now. Talking about the sectoral indices and the sector wise, if you look at it, is the auto sector that's under pressure. Pharma, FMCG seeing slight bit of a red on the screen, while on the gaining end, it is metal, IT, realty, as well as the private sector banks. So that's the way how the markets are panning out right now. Somit, definitely a great day coming in for select pockets of the market. FMCG, no doubt, under pressure, a tad bit under pressure in trade today. But
in fact, it has been under pressure for on a YTD basis. If you see, it's the one of the top losers sectoral wise. If you see, it's down around 5.5 odd %. And hence, on today's edition of PNSN Lens, we'll zoom in on what the FMCG sector is doing, and more importantly, what's the road ahead for the sector. First up, let's hear out the word coming in from Sunil Duggal, the former CEO of Dabur, on the growth roadmap he's seeing for the year when it comes to the FMCG space.
We do expect growth to be in the low to mid single digits in the first half of the year, even though there are some tailwinds with regard to a good Rabi crop, etc. But overall, the demand situation remains muted. And the second half is what I think we can look at to perhaps fuel some growth, predicated on a good monsoon and therefore a good Kharif output, and perhaps also on the back of a low base. So optically, we get the illusion of better growth. My concern going forward is not so much on the top line, but on the margins. Now, we've had a fairly benign margin environment over the last few quarters on the back of a low base and fairly decent inflation lines, but not to be taken as a given. We already seen inflation creep up in some key raw materials, and this could accelerate in the event of any disruption in the Middle East, external triggers like that, or internal issues like poor monsoon.
All right, then moving on. It's summer, and that is proving to be a magic wand for some categories. Definitely not for us out here when you talk about the ones who are sweating it out in the sun. But we also caught up with Akshay D'Souza, who is the Chief of Growth and Insights at Bizom. Listen into what he had to say about the summer panacea for the sector and the roadmap for rural recovery.
An early summer that has come in, I think, is definitely going to be positive for a lot of categories. However, there is definitely a headwind from a confectionery and chocolate space where cocoa prices have soared. I think you will see a lot of price hikes there. But across most other discretionary products, we are seeing an active participation of brands in trying to even correct prices so that they drive consumption. So I think rural, don't write off rural anywhere. I think it's just a season away from getting back into action.
Well, don't rule out the rural recovery. That's the word coming in on the rural demand. Now let's scratch the point further and hear out comments from Abneesh Roy, the Executive Director of Nuvama Institutional Equities, as well as on the rural recovery and price hikes for the sector going forward.
Rural recovery is still awaited. My sense is in FY25, with a normal monsoon forecast and local players' competition getting anniversarized, I would say that rural recovery can potentially start from Q2 FY25. Because of the gross margin pressure coming back, consumer companies will take a price hike. We have already seen in cocoa and coffee, a lot of players thinking of price hike. They have already taken. So that will also aid the overall revenue recovery, which has been very muted for the sector, especially in rural, for the last 1 year.
All right, so that was the complete picture when it comes to the FMCG sector, right from the key trends to what the roadmap for the growth and in rural recovery is looking like. So then let's take the conversation forward with our guests to see what are their top picks as well as what their views are coming in on the FMCG sector. We are joined by Kush Bora on the technicals, while on the fundamentals we are joined by Rajesh Agarwal. A very good morning to you, Kush, as well as Rajesh. Thank you so much for joining us on ET Now. And Rajesh, coming to you first, we've had a slew of FMCG counters actually report their Q4 updates. While some were good, some were not that good in that particular sense. Some of them definitely indicating there is some sort of recovery creeping in for the rural sector. And also you heard what the guests had to say. What's your take coming in for the FMCG space? Are you gung-ho about the space? No doubt. Like Somit said, YTD, the index has not done anything.
Good morning, Cheryl. Good morning, Somindo. Good morning, Kush. I heard 2-3 guests they were talking about, including Mr. Dugal of Dabar. But we have our views that last 4-5 quarters has been pretty bad for FMCG companies because of rural demand not picking up. But going forward in the next quarter or the second quarter onward, we feel that it's just a matter of time that the demand picks up because of various reasons. One, strong micro indicators are there, expectation of a good monsoon and Rabi crop. And not to forget that input prices have gone down for some companies, and that might help in increasing the margin. Last few quarters, of course, rural demand was bad, but we have entered into election phase, and we all know when elections come, the rural spending goes up because of the inflows. So we feel that in first quarter onwards, high single-digit volume growth could be possible, and with fall in input prices, the likelihood of good numbers is pretty much there. So from first quarter onwards, or maybe on the max second quarter onwards, we are positive on the sector as such. And if we talk of stock picks from this sector, you know very well, ITC would be my first choice. That has been there from the likes of 150 odd rupees, and now it's almost twice that price. But still, we believe that ITC, having a strong balance sheet, aggressive portfolio, debt-free company, good dividend, I think this stock can still be accumulated for a longer term horizon. And the other one will be Varun Beverages Limited, not only because of the rural demand, but because of the kind of heat wave which has been predicted in the near future. So, and Varun Beverages is one of the largest PepsiCo manufacturer outside the US. Almost 90% of Pepsi sales in India is being done by Varun. They have taken over a company in Africa, and that's again going to add to the numbers. I think these two companies should be kept in a portfolio.
Well, and Kush, what's your view? How is the Nifty FMCG index looking? I believe it's trading below its 50 and 100 DMA, and a couple of stocks like HUL and Dabur are near the oversold territory right now, current.
Sure, Sumit. First up, a very good morning to all of you. Well, you're right. The index is trading, close to its certain key averages, in fact, even below the 50-day moving average. But there is definitely a bottom, formation attempt that is happening here. I'm not sure how successful, it might be, because at every rise, the index has faced resistance. So there is a possibility that it might consolidate, with some sort of, a positive bias on some of these stocks attempting a recovery. But I think the broad range for the index would be 54,800 on the upside and then 53,300 on the downside. So there could be some consolidation going forward. In fact, if we were to pick a handful of stocks in this space, first let me say that there are a lot of other sectors which have good momentum going for them. So if anyone's looking for a trading opportunity or an investment opportunity, those sectors perhaps do make the cut. For example, real estate and financials. However, if someone is particular about investing in the FMCG space, then let me share a couple of stocks from slightly different perspectives. First, the stocks that have actually been doing well and we expect them to continue to do well. So in that category, you've got Colgate and Tata Consumer. If you see, these stocks have really bucked the trend that the entire FMCG pack has seen, and we do believe that this is very likely. So the stocks that have been in momentum and will continue to do well, Colgate, Palmolive, and Tata Consumer. Now, on the other hand, there are these stocks which are attempting a recovery, and what we find interesting from that space are again two stocks. Rajesh has already discussed ITC, so I won't mention too much on that. But that is a stock which is on the revival path. There is a very clear bottom formation in place, and although the momentum is missing, but then there is surely a good risk reward ratio that is to be found in ITC. Similar setup in Marico. Other than this, maybe one Varun Beverages, as Rajesh mentioned. But other than this, we don't like too many candidates in this space, so we'll stick to some of these names that we've discussed.
Thank you, Rajesh. Thank you, Kush, for your extensive knowledge and idea about the FMCG space. Moving on, let's slip into a short break now, and post that we'll address the viewer queries post the break.
In association with State Bank of India, the banker to every Indian. Sturris Healthcare Private Limited deals in quality medicine. Sturris, quality that you can trust.
शंभो, मेरी वाली कॉफी देना।
ये मेरा साला मेरा घर सेट कराने आया था।
शंभो, रिमोट।
ये बैठ के ऑर्डर देता है, खुद कुछ नहीं करता। इससे बेटर तो मेरा वोल्टा स्मार्ट एयर एसी ये सुपर साइलेंट चलता और इसका मल्टी एडजस्टेबल मोड जरूरत के हिसाब से कूलिंग करता। सो स्मार्ट, शोर कम, काम ज्यादा।
मुझे लगता है कि हम दुनिया की कोई भी टीम को हरा सकते हैं।
ICL FinCorp announces public issue of secured NCD. Double your investments in just 68 months and earn high returns. To view the prospectus and download the application, visit iclfincorp.com.
Hello and welcome to our special feature, Zing HR presents Purpose Driven HR for Business Outcommission, partnered by ET Now. I'd like to officially welcome our panel of subject matter experts to give their thoughts on today's discussion, disrupt or get disrupted.
When we talk organization getting disrupted, please understand if there are 1,000 employees, there are 1,000 disruption cycles taking place. How do we account for that and how do we get that aligned with the larger purpose?
HR tech is becoming more and more important. Today I think we have a lot of data, but what you need to make decisions is insights.
And when it comes to disruption for the sake of disruption, I think you need to start with what you're going to achieve, the outcome of that. Otherwise, it's a waste of resources. A lot of talent gets wasted. There are internal conflicts which kind of creep up within the organizations, and people are in general confused. Where's the organization heading?
Watch the special feature series on ET Now.
Welcome back. You're watching Buy Now, Sell on ET Now, a show where we get your answers for all of your stock-related queries. Remember, viewers, you can connect to us on the number that's flashing on your screen. Do remember, each time you write to us, mention your name, the stock that you're looking to invest in, mention that name as well. If you're already invested in the stock, mention the buy price, the quantity, as well as the time horizon that you intend to hold on to that counter. In that way, we will be able to guide your query to our experts much better. And talking about our experts today, We have Kush Bora as well as Rajesh Agarwal joining us on the show. Once again, good morning to you, Kush and Rajesh. Thank you so much for joining us. And let me start taking all of the stock-related queries that are pouring in. This one is coming from Manoj, who's writing to us from Qatar. And he wants to know if it's right time to invest 1 lakh rupee in Suzlon at current price. He's willing to wait for 1 year. What's your take, Kush? You think that set of lump sum amount investment in Suzlon for a period of 1 year makes sense? No doubt over the last 1 to 2 years, people have made good money in Suzlon. So I'm sure that they're tempted to make some more money in it. But do you think it's advisable? They will be able to actually kind of replicate the performance going ahead as well?
So, Cheryl, let me answer this, on two fronts. One, on the stock performance itself. There has been, a bit of a profit booking more that we've seen on the stock. There is an attempt at revival, but, nothing too significant. So there is a possibility that the stock could move higher to 47 and then perhaps in those 50 levels. But not so gung-ho on the stock after the kind of stellar rally that we've seen, in the last year and a half. That was the first part. Second part is that I don't know the portfolio size, but I'm assuming if that's the entire amount that they want to invest, one, it's never a good idea to have such a high concentration risk, and two, not to invest, such a amount lump sum. So always, if you do want to invest, do it in a staggered manner, whether the stock goes up or down if you're confident. So do it in a staggered manner. That would be my advice. But Suzlon is not a stock that I would perhaps park, a major part of my capital in.
The next query is coming in from Meetu from Mumbai, and she has a query on Nelco. She wants to know the technical view. Can she buy at the current levels Nelco? Kush?
Sure. So here the stock too, if you see, it's been consolidating in that 700 to about 800 kind of a band. I know it's a slightly broad range, but there isn't too much suggesting that there is going to be an imminent breakout. But that said, there is a strong base formation close to those 700 levels. So perhaps any dip towards those levels could be a good idea to accumulate the stock. So buy on dips would be my strategy here. If the view is anywhere from 3 to 6 months, there's a possibility that the stock could reach the upper band of 800 to 850. So buy on dips is what I would suggest on Nelco.
Rajesh, how's Nelco looking fundamentally? Is the current price, the valuation is not looking that expensive at current levels? How do you look at Nelco?
See, one can accumulate the stock for a longer term horizon. I don't think anything would happen in the very short term because it has already run up quite a lot in the recent past. But still, for a longer term horizon, that kind of product profile they have that caters to the defense systems, I think one can go long in this stock, but one should have a time horizon of maybe 12 to 18 months.
All right. Let me take this next query then. This one is coming from Nagesh Kumar. He's not written his name. He wants to know whether it makes sense to go ahead and look at Midhani or in Bharat Dynamics at current price. What's your take, Rajesh? Do you think that these counters still offer good fundamental value or risk-reward ratio going ahead, given the fact that we've already seen it rise so much? No doubt the correction have also creeped in when you talk about these defense counters. But what's your take on them over the longer term?
See, longer term looks good because of the kind of defense allocation by Indian government, their focus on make in India things, on PLI and all those things. The entire defense sector looks good. They are even getting orders from international source. For example, day before yesterday, Cochin Shipyard got some orders from American car. So these things are good for them, but the valuations are stretched at this point of time. I think Midhani is trading at a PE of almost 3-digit PE, I would say. So the one needs to be very choosy among these stocks. I don't think about Midhani should be bought at these levels. Maybe 380, 370 would be a better levels to enter in. BDL, Cochin Shipyard, Hindustan Aeronautics, these are some of the companies one should have focus on, even Bharat Electronics.
Queries from Soma Shekhar from Hyderabad. Now, he has around 47 shares of Keynes bought at a price of 2,600. Mr. Rajesh, he wants to know, can he hold the stock for long term or should he exit now?
One should try to book profit. I think for long-term horizon, there are better opportunities in the market. The valuation has become quite stretched after the recent run-up. I think one should try to book profit around 2,500 odd levels. That's a good place to book out profit. Maybe you can switch to better names. For example, Reliance is giving good value, or even HDFC Bank. They give good valuation comfort if one is thinking of holding for a period of 12 to 18 months or even longer.
All right. This next query that I have is coming for you, Kush. Is from Vivek, and he wants to know about JBM Auto. He's purchased it at levels of 1,000 rupees per share. He wants to know what should he do. What should he do? He's intending to accumulate some more of the counter. Does it make sense? Right strategy for JBM Auto?
Well, there's a definite tailwind that is there because of the sector, and you see a lot of names in this space doing rather well. Unfortunately, for now, this stock hasn't really been able to participate. So my suggestion would be to just wait and watch for some time. There could be a chance that the stock could slip below the 1680 mark, which is a strong support zone, and if that happens, then we're looking at slightly deeper levels. But for now, my suggestion would be to hold on. If the stock does attempt a revival, and it's not too far, the initial resistance is actually at 1810, which is about 30 rupees from here. So a closing above the 1830 mark would sort of confirm that a near-term base is in place and the stock is above the 20-day moving average. That's when I will start buying. So definitely a candidate to keep on your radar, but accumulation should start above the 1810 mark.
The next query is from Mr. Raghavendra Rao from Hyderabad. Now, he's also holding around 100 shares of Olecta Green, bought at a price of 587 for the past 1 year. Rajesh, should he continue to hold this counter or book profit? Any other stock that you would advise for long term?
See, it's a good EV story. Someone making buses and all, getting good orders from various state governments. But again, the valuations are overstretched, I would say. Trading at a high P, I think it's time one should book some profit into this. If not, the full shares to be uploaded, but still a partial profit booking would be advised. And if somebody is looking for a longer term horizon in the EV space only, I think Soma Comstar is a better bet. Or if you want to go for a large cap names, maybe a Reliance or a HDFC Bank, as I said.
Okay, this one is coming in from Srinidhi, who's writing to us from Bangalore. Has 50 shares of HDFC Bank. Is it the right time to invest in HDFC Bank right now? What's your take coming in on this, Rajesh? Any time is good time to invest in HDFC Bank, you think, given the fact that this one has been a laggard, no doubt try to make a comeback. Hopefully this comeback sustains.
See, you said it right. For a longer term horizon, any time is good time to invest. Don't try to time the market. But as far as HDFC Bank is concerned, it has not performed anything from the time HDFC was merged into this. The numbers where there was some pressure on the NIMs and those things were there. But bank, which is going to report around 80,000 odd crores of profit from the next year onwards, one of the largest bank in the world. I think just share focus on a 0.1 basis or 10 basis point of NIMs is madness. I think one should go long in the stock. Our target for maybe next 1 year is 1800 odd rupees. Maybe in the longer term horizon, we might again reconsider our targets. But at this point of time, we have a target of at least 1800 in the next 1 year.
Next query is from Mr. Mahesh Krishnan, and he wants to know, Kush, whether Vinati Organics share prices will touch the 2000 level anytime soon. The current market price is around 1500 rupees, and he hasn't mentioned how many shares he has, but that's his query currently.
Well, it could be a bit of a stretch to give a 2000 rupee kind of a target on Vinati Organics. Almost the last entire year, the stock's been under pressure, and even now there is no let off. Any kind of bounce that you're seeing on this one is more of a dead cat bounce, where from oversold territories, there is some bounce.
From Bangalore, and for you, Rajesh, he wants to buy Dixon Tech at current market price for a period of just 1 year, and also wants to know whether DB Corp, considering the election season and reasonable P, should he look at that one, or should he look at CCL products, given the fact that this one is expanding in Vietnam? So what is your take on first Dixon Tech? Makes sense for even for a shorter period of time to invest in the counter now, or DB Corp or CCL products on the fundamentals?
First, coming to Dixon Tech, it's doing well. It's got good tie-ups with a lot of consumer good makers, and the PLI scheme, the Make in India scheme is doing well for the company. But I think the valuations are on a very high side. So one should wait for new entry. Maybe 7,000, 6,800 levels would be a good levels to enter at this point of time. And as far as DB Corp is concerned, I think yes, the election season is good for companies like DB Corp, and one can expect some 15-20% upside from in the counter in the next 6 to 9 months. These are the two picks out of the three which I can recommend at this point of time.
Well, the next query is from Alok Mangla from Delhi. Now, he has around 10,000 shares of Nalco bought at a price of 175, 10,000 shares of SAIL bought at a price of 127. On both these stocks, currently he's getting a profit. For short term, he wants to know, Kush, is there any more upside in both these counters?
Most certainly looks so, because if you see, both these stocks have given a fresh breakout over the last, couple of sessions. So again, as I have suggested time and again, first, congratulations on the profit. And the idea here would be to, enjoy this profit and ride the momentum. So Nalco, what I would suggest is have a trailing stop loss anywhere from that 174 to 177 range where there is a strong profit. This momentum could take the stock higher even to the 192 and 198 kind of levels. So Nalco, continue to hold, ride with a trailing stop loss. Similar for SAIL, however, the momentum is slightly lesser than Nalco, but then too. Today we've seen a breakout above that 150 level, and that is actually a very positive sign. So here too, I would have my trailing stop loss at about 148 and continue to ride this for levels of 157 and then 162.
Coming back to you, this one is coming from Shashwat, who's writing to us from Delhi. He wants to know about Biocon and Wipro. Both these stocks have not moved as per the rally that has been witnessed by these sectors. He wants to invest in both the stocks, but he wants to know what sort of a target, stop loss or entry level should he keep in mind? Kush, for you.
Sure. Avoid. My suggestion is to avoid both these stocks. As he's rightly pointed out, that both these stocks have actually been underperformers. We were bullish on Wipro for a while, but that rally too has fizzled out. So my suggestion would be to not consider either Wipro or Biocon for that matter. Something that we do like in this space, Spark is one stock that he can consider. Sun Pharma Advanced Research, and as far as IT goes, maybe a KPIT Tech. So these are some of the replacements in these particular sectors. But Wipro and Biocon, my suggestion would be to hold up, not buy at least for now. The current setup doesn't really encourage fresh investment.
Well, thank you, Kush, for that. With that, let's slip into a short break and we'll address more of your queries post that.
Hello. Yeah, I'll be there.
There's no particular time to rise. Not tomorrow, not the day after. There's no particular time to move forward.
Hello?
Through the ups and downs, amidst the chaos. The stories that can move an entire economy, drive us to break obstacles. The business stories that need to be heard, the stories that need the right voice.
3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome. You're watching ET Now, and there is breaking news right there on your screen.
And it's an ET Now news break. Confirm, we told you first. This is Cheryl D'Souza with cameraman Akshay for ET Now.
This is why we rise. ET Now, rise with India.
चलेंगे अपने ताव में तंगलियां छोटे रास्ते अटके न किसी पड़ाव में गली हो बगल की या मीलों दूर के गांव में बेधड़क बेझिझक चलेंगे अपने ताव में चलेंगे अपने ताव में चिलचिलाती धूप हो जितनी हम तो रहेंगे छाँव में रे भारी भरकम जो भी हो ना आए किसी दबाव में सड़के चाहे जितना काटे पड़े न छाले पाँव में
बड़ा दोस्त हो राहों में तो चलो अपने ताव में
What does your investment portfolio look like without gold? Incomplete. Because as a gold owner, you have the power to make bold decisions. To balance risks and returns. The power to buy and sell. Right at your fingertips. Making gold your strategic advantage.
Without which, your portfolio is incomplete.
Power your portfolio with gold. World Gold Council.
In the jungle of investments, there are companies which move slow and go nowhere. Only a few companies become rare, dominant, unchallenged, and long-lasting. Presenting Trust MF Flexi Cap Fund. Mutual fund investments are subject to market risks. Read all scheme-related documents carefully.
Welcome back. You're watching Buy Now Sell Now on ET Now. Let's continue taking your queries then. And this one is coming from Rajesh Pai. And he's bought Hindustan Copper at 312 rupees per share. He's saying that today's rally has been great. But what will be the outlook for the next 1 year? Kush, what are the charts indicating for Hindustan Copper? Already seeing good rally also, but let's not forget it's commodity based.
Oh, absolutely. And, that is why the sustainability of the rally is a little dicey. But then too, this is one stock which has actually quite defied, how the other metal stocks have performed, but you can't rule out the volatility. There is a bright chance that the stock can cross 400 over the next, 12 months. So I think about 400 to 415 is the zones that we're looking at. The only thing is that, with the current rally, the stock is actually entered the overbought territories, across time frames. So there could be some profit booking also coming around. But, any kind of dips just might turn out to be a buying opportunity. So this is a stock where you should have your risk management, in place, especially if you've got a big-ish kind of quantity. But I would continue to hold this with a trailing stop loss. My 12-month target here would be about 410.
Is coming in from Neelam from Jaipur, and it's for you, Kush. She's saying that she is making a profit of around 11% on CAMS. Should she book this profit or hold this counter? Also, she wants to know whether does it make sense to buy stocks like Sumit Woods, Lumax Auto, Blue Star, or HEG? Are you seeing any 15-20% potential upside over the next 3 to 4 months in any of these counters?
So, look, I'm assuming because this query is directed to me, the view here is, near term to medium term. So CAMS, however, we are bullish from, a longish term perspective, anywhere from 12 months and above, for sure, we're bullish. But we are seeing pressures, in the near term. There is a negative divergence that we're seeing, and, that is reflected in the stock price as well. So not a bad idea to perhaps, book profits as well, especially since she is sitting on an 11% profit on this one. So CAMS could see near-term pressure. So perhaps the book profit is a good idea. Now, as far as the other names go, we have a quite active track on Lumax Auto. I think I've suggested this stock, a couple of times on your show as well. And, as a disclaimer, we've suggested this to our advisory clients also. So Lumax Auto, we think, has a potential to go to, 525, even, 575 kind of zones in the next, 12 to 18 months. We're fairly bullish on that. So if she does want to switch, let's say, from a CAMS, then Lumax Auto is something that I have on my radar. Blue Star also is doing well, but I think this is more a seasonality factor. So I would be a little wary of this value.
A lot of actually short-term related queries coming in. Let me take this one to you, Rajesh, from Neeraj Verma, who's writing to us from Assam. He has 400 shares of Tata Tele Services at an average price of 100 rupees per share and 25 shares of Nestle at an average price of 24.50 rupees per share. What sort of an outlook are you witnessing for both of them? Tata Tele Services, do you think it makes sense to stay put with this one? No doubt, this one had a sharp rise. Last year, everyone was astonished with the rise also that Tata Tele had actually posted. But what's your take coming in on both of these counters now?
avoid from our side. The kind of run-up it has seen in the recent past was not warranted because of the numbers, I think so. The fundamentals are in a poor state at this point of time, and one should try to book losses, I would say, and get out of this. And the other one you said was?
Yeah, 2450.
Nestle, right?
Yes.
Nestle can be held for a long term, as we discussed in our opening segment about the FMCG sector. It's one of the companies which is doing very well, and the kind of fall in input prices witnessed in this, I think this company can go to 2,800 odd rupees if the numbers are good in the next 2-3 quarters as we are expecting. So with a target of 2,800, one should stay put with Nestle.
Well, the next query is from Lancy from Chennai. Now she's holding 500 shares of Patel Engineering, bought at a price of 54. She wants to know whether should she continue to hold this counter or sell. Rajesh, do you have a coverage on this stock, Patel Engineering?
See, Patel Engineering one should continue to hold the kind of traction we are witnessing in the entire engineering space bodes well for the stock. Maybe target of 75 or 80 rupees in the next 1 year is quite possible. One should continue to hold.
All right. This one is coming in from KV Reddy, who's writing to us from Bangalore. IDFC limited to 1,200 shares at a price of 89 rupees per share. Wants to know whether he should hold or look to add some more at these levels. What's your take coming in on this one? Kush, IDFC Limited?
Well, don't look to add some more. There will be pressures coming onto this, on the stock from, let's say, those 124 to about 128 kind of zones. So the risk reward ratio for any kind of fresh allocation, will not be justified here. But since he's been holding it for, a while now at lower levels, continue to hold the stock. Only recently crossed the 200-day moving average and is attempting to sustain above that. So not a bad idea to continue to hold. However, keep your stop loss at those 115 levels. If that breaks, and the stock could perhaps slip a little lower. So don't add fresh. Hold the existing position with a trailing stop loss of 115.
The next query is from Satya, and it's for you, Rajesh. He's asking your view on HG Infra and JSW Infra. He's currently making a profit of 30% on both the counters and can continue to hold both these counters for 1 to 2 years. So should he book profit or should he continue to hold both these counters?
See, one should continue to hold both of them, I would say. We are more bullish on JSW Infra as such because it's one of the largest port players. And the kind of traction we are seeing in the entire port business, the logistics, they're acquiring new companies, new ports. I think this company is highly undervalued despite the fact that after the IPO, it has run up quite a lot. But still, we think that it can go to much higher levels from this. So any dips in JSW Infra should be taken as an opportunity to add. As far as HG Infra is concerned, considering the order book and all, I think one should continue to hold.
Okay, this one is from a first-time viewer, or rather first-time viewer who's written to us for the first time, I beg your pardon. It's from SG Nair, who's writing to us from Kalyan. 100 shares of JB Chemicals at a rate of around 180 rupees per share. He wants to know what's the prospects of the company going ahead. Rajesh, what's your take coming in on JB Chemicals? A lot of news floating around this one as well. Do you think it's a bet that one should stay put with? He's bought at 180 rupees per share. I'm unsure it is the buy price though.
Congratulations if you have bought at 180 and still holding it. This is what long-term investment does for good companies. And as far as JB Chemical is concerned, yes, of course, one should continue to hold. The numbers were in pressure when in the recent past, but now the things have started moving. They have come out of that Russian venture also. That's a big positive for the company. I think considering the balance sheet, the product profile, etc., this company, one should hold the stock. And if for any reason whatsoever it comes to around 1600 odd levels, one can even add.
Well, the next query is from Subrata Mukherjee from Kolkata, and he wants to buy RCF for short term. Kush, does RCF look good on charts for short term?
Well, there is a recovery underway. And there isn't really a point here which suggests that there could be any kind of a pressure here. We are seeing the momentum indicators also pick up, so it does check a few boxes. The only one that perhaps would have sealed the deal for me is the volumes. On these higher levels, the volumes have perhaps thinned a little, but other than that, there is this momentum that's intact. So on the whole, my suggestion would be to, of course, I mean, if they want to initiate a fresh buy, then the setup's quite nice. But have your allocation a little less. The ticket size here should be a little smaller than your average trade. From that, that said, the stop loss for this trade should come in at 143, and on the upside, we're looking at 153, and once that is taken out, perhaps even 150 kind of levels. As I said, volumes could have been higher to seal the deal, but nevertheless, there is this momentum in the stock which is carrying the stock higher.
All right, that's RCF for you, but there's definitely one stock that has always been in focus of a lot of our viewers, and that's definitely Vodafone Idea. And Soumit, I believe from sources you've learned that Vodafone Idea is trying to hard sell its FPO to a slew of investors, isn't it?
Well, yes, around 250 hedge funds they are meeting, and they are planning to raise close to 20,000 crore rupees, and the company aims to close this fundraise by the end of first quarter of FY25, that is in the next 83 days. So this is what the company is basically communicating to the prospective investors now. Now they said that they aim to increase their revenue to around 75,000 crore rupees by FY26 from 42,000 crore. That is the current run rate that we are looking at now. Because of this rise in revenue, their cash EBITDA is also expected to increase to around 13 to 14,000 odd crore versus the 8,000 crore current run rate that we have been looking at. Now, what will be the factors that will aid this kind of a revenue growth for Vodafone Idea over the next couple of years? Firstly, they are aiming to add close to 1.5 crore net new subscribers every year. Now, in the last 4 years, if you see, the company has lost more than 8 crore subscribers, and over the next couple of years, they are expecting to add close to 3 crore in total. Now, they also say that they have stopped losing customers at this moment, and going forward they are also expecting a tariff hike of close to 20 to 25% post the election period. Also, they are saying that there would be another round of tariff hike in FY26 as well, and all the players, that is Bharti Airtel, Reliance Jio and Vodafone Idea, will take this tariff hike going forward. So these are the two most important factors. The third factor is that they are expecting that 2G customers to migrate to 4G, which will eventually lead to higher ARPUs and higher revenues for the company. And do remember that Vodafone Idea currently, if you see, has close to 9 crore 2G subscribers. So these 2G subscribers could move to 4G or eventually to 5G going forward. Now, how are they planning to use this funds? They are planning to use whatever the fundraise that they will do for capital expenditure purpose. Now, do remember that Vodafone Idea's capex is much behind of that of Bharti Airtel and Reliance Jio. Hence, the company has not been able to start 5G, and they are planning a capex of nearly 55,000 crore rupees over the next 3 years, of which 45% will be used by the company towards 5G. What more, going forward, they're also expecting a reduction of around 35,000 crore rupees of debt, and this debt is toward the government dues of Asia, because they're expecting the Supreme Court to approve the resubmitted appeal when it comes to recalculate the Asia dues, because of which their debt will be lower by around 35,000 odd crore rupees. So these are broadly the pointers that they're giving to the prospective investors for the fundraise. So it will be interesting to see whether actually a fundraise goes ahead or not this time, because you remember that the company has been looking to raise funds for now for more than 4 years.
Absolutely, very crucial to watch out for, and they're planning to complete it in 83 days is what, is what sources are saying. So let's wait and watch out for that. Though Vodafone Idea stock is doing absolutely nothing in trade today, it's trading unchanged, tried to make that recovery but didn't happen. But on that note, we'll slip into a break on this edition of Buy Now, Sell Now. When we come back, apart from Vodafone, we'll talk about more stocks and discuss your queries. Don't go anywhere.
Co-powered by Canara Bank. Together we can. Sturus Healthcare Private Limited deals in quality medicine. Sturus, quality that you can trust. In association with State Bank of India, the banker to every Indian.
The love which I had seen in her eyes, and promises of a new sunrise. If you hold me tight, you'll feel the love which I feel inside. Hold me tight, just hold me tight.
Indian markets are going to be getting a booster start.
Hi, good morning. You're watching the market right here on ET Now.
Indian markets are at an all-time high. You would really pinch yourself to say, is it this all factors align wonderfully well for us?
Nifty is now up a staggering 2,000 points. That impacts the market like no other. Stocks on the editor's radar. The strategy is going to be for the day.
It just start coming up on your screen. There's a lot of green on the screen today.
Great news for those who want to rise with India. Now you can get the full download of business, economics, leaders, interviews, analysis, anecdotes, profits, research, results, revenue, bulls, bears, bonds, markets, and more. Your new high seat of business news is here, etnownews.com.
Welcome back. You're watching Buy Now, Sell Now on ET Now. Let's continue taking all of our stock-related queries. No doubt before the break, we did speak about Vodafone Idea and what the company is planning to do with respect to its fundraise, and what sources have told Somit is the fact that they are aiming to complete their fundraise in 83 days by the end of Q1 FY25. But the stock now is actually doing absolutely nothing in today's trading session, trading flat. But let's move on, taking stock related queries then, and this one is coming in from Achar, who's writing to us from Madurai. And Kush, this is a query for you. He's planning to invest a huge lump sum amount, and by huge lump sum I mean about 75 lakhs is what he's written to us, in a very short term swing trading. He wants to know whether he should buy Cochin Shipyard or any other stock.
Well, as I just discussed, a while back, it's not a good idea to, park a lump sum amount, in a particular stock. But again, to each their own. As far as, Cochin Shipyard goes, see, the stock actually run up quite a bit, entered oversold territory, and is seeing some sort of profit booking at least today. While the overall view on this stock remains positive, the stock could very well touch, 1200 levels and higher going forward. Perhaps the stock could also see some sort of consolidation with a positive bias. Now that's the view on Cochin Shipyard. Again, very short term it becomes a little difficult, but a couple of stocks that we've time and again discussed. One is Spark, Sun Pharma Advanced Research. The other is Geo Financial Services. These are a couple of stocks that we have suggested to our clients as well. And if he does want to invest, then my suggestion would be to perhaps even consider some of these names also.
Well, the next query is coming in from Susil Kumar from Trichy, and it's for you, Rajesh. He wants to know whether should he expect the share prices of Geo Finance to come down below the 350 levels to enter the stock, or should he buy it at this price only? And second query is on Tata Steel. He has bought at 137 rupees per share. What should he do now? Should he book profit or wait for higher levels? For long term, he can continue to hold both these counters. Rajesh, what is your view here?
For long term, it's a buy on both of the counters from our side. And it's very difficult to predict whether Geo would come to 350 or not. So you would be waiting for 20 rupees downside, and again it would move to some higher levels, and from there you will be waiting for 370 odd levels. It's rather prudent to invest rather than to wait for correction. I think in the counters, if you are planning for a longer term horizon. Geo, of course, it's on our buy list from a very long period of time. We have discussed so many times with you also. And we feel that if somebody holds Geo Financial for next 3 to 4 years at least, a very good upside can be expected from this. So I would say buy both of them and stay put for at least 12 to 18 months, if not longer.
Right. We spoke about Nestle. We did speak about the FMCG pack, Rajesh, but talking about consumption pack, and Sundar wants to know whether he can look to buy consigned Nerolac right now in the longer term. Do you think this one is a good fit if you want to play the paint sector, given the fact that the competition in the paint sector is only going to increase now?
You said it right. Paint sector is going to heat up in the near future by Grasim coming into the foray. and the larger players like Asian Paints and Berger still would like to maintain their market share. It would be something to watch out for. And not to forget, the crude has been inching very slowly, but it's inching above. It's above 91 at this point of time, and these are bad news for companies like Paint. So I would say if somebody is looking for entering into paint center, why not enter into Grasim, which is not only into paint, but which holds, it's a holding company for Ultratech, due to which you even can place cement, and their chemical business is also doing well. I think Grasim would be a better pay than Kansai Nerolac.
Next query is from Padma Kumar Ji from Mysore, and he's holding 30 shares of Shobha, bought at a price of 546.8 rupees. Kush, can you give him a short-term target on this stock? Do you expect some more upside?
Shobha, and you said the price is somewhere in the range of 500, is it?
45, I guess, yeah. 564, sorry.
564, okay, wow. So quite a bit of profit on this one already. The entire sector is doing well, and there's no reason for Shobha also not to do a catch-up play here. So today we've seen the stock come off the highs from those 1685, 1700 odd levels, but then there's every possibility that the stock could perhaps go to those 1700 levels, and once that is taken out, we're looking at 1765 also. So Shobha, from a near-term perspective, 1765 is the level that we're looking at, and on the downside, support comes in incidentally at 1575.
All right. This one is coming from Akshay, wants to know a medium-term view on SRF Kush. He is already holding from a level of 25-50 rupees per share. Should he accumulate some more of SRF in his portfolio?
Well, the stock's on the rise. If you look at the weekly setup, it's quite encouraging. SRF, one stock which has been a wealth creator over a while, so not a bad idea to accumulate at these current levels also. For me, any kind of dip towards 2550 will also actually be a good entry point. So from 2550 to the current range, the stock can be bought. On the upside, we're looking at 2745 as the first hurdle, and once that is taken out, 2950. So this is the zone for accumulating SRF. 2900, 2950 being the second target in the medium term.
All right, with that, let's kickstart with the rapid fire then. And the first one is also coming your way. Kush, Gujarat Pipavav is the counter. Amit wants to know, should he look to buy right now for a period of 6 months?
He can. Here the stop loss would be 212 and the targets would be 225 and 232.
And the next query is from Gautam from Mumbai. Among Tata Steel, SAIL, Vedanta, what will be a better pick, Rajesh?
Tata Steel.
All right, Dr. Zeenath wants to know about Tata Steel. The buy price is 153 rupees per share. Kush, what sort of a target can she have for the medium term?
Continue to hold. The first target here is 175 and the second level that we're looking at is 182. Support zone is at 164.
The next query is from Mahalakshmi from Hyderabad. Now she wants to invest in 2 stocks, Cochin Shipyard or Mazgaon Dock or GR Infra or NCC. Rajesh, 2 stocks from these 4.
Cochin Shipyard and Mazgaon Dock.
All right, you have Anu who has 2,000 shares of Shalimar Paints. For you, Kush, 178 is the buy price. What to do in the short term?
Book profit, exit out of this. There is a lot of pressure on the stock, so perhaps an exit is a good idea.
The next query is from Deepak Dave, senior citizen from Gandhinagar. He's a long-term investor, has 2,700 shares of Motherson Sumi Wiring, bought at a price of 55. Should he add, hold or exit, Rajesh?
Hold. It's a hold from our side.
All right, Kush. First source, Jayakant wants to know, good bet right now at current levels?
It is. Here, the stop loss that we're looking at is 198, and on the upside, the stock has a potential to go to 212 and 220 levels.
The next query is from Suresh Babu from Hyderabad, holding 30 shares of Info Edge, bought at a price of 3,500. Should he continue to hold this counter or exit, Rajesh?
Exit.
Kush, Swati wants to know, wants to invest huge money in pharma sector, Shilpa Medicare, Sun Pharma, Gland Pharma. Do you think they make sense to invest right now?
Shilpa Medicare is perhaps one stock that she can consider, but as I said, an alternative is Sun Pharma Advanced Research.
The next query is from Krishna from Bangalore, and he wants to know whether is it a right time to enter JK Paper for 3 to 6 months. Kush, what is your view here?
I would say avoid.
All right, with that we come to the end of the rapid fire as well as the query segment. Thank you so much, Kush, as well as Rajesh, for joining us on the show, as well as resolving all of your queries, talking about the FMCG sector as a whole. But here's a programming note for all of our viewers who are tuned in. Shattering the glass ceilings is not an easy feat for all the women out there. But ET Now has something that can help them face this challenge and move a step forward. We bring to you Buy Now, Sell Now Women's Special. This programming note is for the women who watch our show and anybody who's looking to share investment strategies with their colleagues, wives, daughters, or anyone who they can think of, with a sharper focus on women's investment goals and ACE experts who also happen to be women. Mark your calendars for the 2nd and the 4th Wednesday of every month that we will have this special women's special here, a masterclass on how to invest better and be financially secure for all the women out there. So yes, the first episode will be tomorrow itself. So here's a quick programming note for all of our viewers. But with that, we are totally out of time with this edition of Buy Now, Sell Now. It's a goodbye from Samit, myself, and the team that put the show together.
In the jungle of investments, there are companies which move slow and go nowhere. Only a few companies become rare, dominant, unchallenged, and long-lasting. Presenting Trust MF Flexi Cap Fund. Mutual fund investments are subject to market risks. Read all scheme-related documents carefully.
Sir, आप इतने colorful हो, but how can colorful be powerful?
Follow me. धूल हो या मिट्टी, इससे नहीं जीत पाएगी। ड्यूलक्स वेदर शील्ड पावर फ्लेक्स।
इसका हर रंग लड़े धूप, धूल और बारिश से।
It's colorful, it's powerful.
मेरा सेविंग्स अकाउंट ओपन हो गया और बैंक भी जाना नहीं पड़ा।
Really? तू जानता है इसका बैंक कौन है?
कौन है सर?
SBI. Open digital savings account using video KYC. इसे कहते हैं solid bank की solid backing.
Indian markets are going to be getting a boost of sorts.
Hi, good morning. You're watching the market right here on ET Now.
Indian markets are at an all-time high. You would really pinch yourself to say, is it this all factors align wonderfully well for us?
Nifty is now up a staggering 2,000 points. That impacts the market like no other. Stocks on the editor's radar. The strategy is going to be for the day.
You just start coming up on your screen. There's a lot of green on the screen today.
Great news for those who want to rise with India. Now you can get the full download of business, economics, leaders, interviews, analysis, anecdotes, profits, research, results, revenue, bulls, bears, bonds, markets, and more. Your new high seat of business news is here, etnownews.com.
Indian markets are going to be getting a boost of sorts.
Hi, good morning. You're watching the market right here on ET Now.
Indian markets are at an all-time high. You would really pinch yourself to say, is it this all factors align wonderfully well for us?
Nifty is now up a staggering 2,000 points. That impacts the market like no other. Stocks on the editor's radar. The strategy is going to be for the day.
You just start coming up on your screen. There's a lot of green on the screen today.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Markets at Noon on ET Now. I am Anisha Jain. With me will be Vinny Motiwala. And for now, the markets are doing quite all right. In fact, we started off the trading session at record high levels. 22,750 was scaled very comfortably. And the good news is that we're pretty much maintaining most of those gains. So good growth across the board. You can also take a look at perhaps a Sensex and a Bank Nifty, and they'll tell you that all of these indices are sitting at record high levels, and the momentum actually continuing on the Bank Nifty. So after that big rally yesterday, today as well, that index is up around 0.7%. You also have gainers in terms of certain sectors which are the outliers. So case in point being metals, that's shining away in the trading session with a gain of over 1% today. You also have real estate pack that continues to build on gains, and then IT too suddenly is in favor today, 0.7% gain coming in across the board. And talking about metals itself, take a look at the surge across the board, 3 to 7% gains, whether it's a Hindustan Copper, a Nalco, SAIL, all of these stocks are doing quite well. We were talking about the real estate pack as well. Godrej Properties there came out with a very strong set of numbers, way ahead of their own guidance. So that stock was up almost 7% at one point of time, cooled off a bit right now. You can also say the same about Ajmera Realty as well. The stock had been higher by 7 to 8% after a very good run, but cooled off a bit, and Sobha was also doing well in the trading session. From the IT pack, emphasis deserves mention. Bank of America has actually upgraded the stock all the way to a buy. They are saying that the guidance for the coming year tells you that perhaps there is going to be a bit of a reversal. So they're playing that theme through the upgrade coming in on emphasis. Moving on to the next one, which is Exide. That stock has been firing away. I mean, for the last couple of days, we have seen big rally. Yesterday, the stock was up 17%. Today as well, it saw a big spike. Cooled off a bit, but nonetheless, other peers like Amara Raja too should be in focus. Yesterday, that stock had a rub-off impact with a gain of 5-6%. Today as well, that stock is running for second consecutive trading session. Large trades were seen on Axis as well as Gland. For Axis, of course, it was that cleanup trade of Bain Capital. So the street is taking it well now. There is no overhang of supply. For Gland Pharma, it was a large chunk and done at quite a bit of discount. That's why it's in the red right now. We're also watching out for Premier Explosive, a big 16-17% surge there. The board is likely to consider a stock split, and maybe just because of that, that stock is active. We're also watching out for Shilpa Med as well as Sterlite Tech on expectations of QIP. We hear there is good amount of demand for the likes of Shilpa Medicure, etc. So just watching out for a couple of these names. Nuvama, Jefferies actually initiated coverage, and they've come up with a target price well above that 6,000 rupee mark, just around that 6,000 to be honest. So that stock is doing quite well. And Canfin Homes is the last one on my radar. That because Morgan Stanley actually believes that over the next 60 days, this stock is likely to perform better than the rest of the index because they're expecting better Q4 earnings. The stock has underperformed the rest of the peers, and all of that makes them quite positive about this one. But clearly, Vinny, it's a lot more a stock-specific market right now, and you're seeing that in the broader markets and the kind of advanced decline ratio that we have at our hands.
Absolutely, Anisha. Yes, that's what we're seeing at our hands. Broader market surely doing well. And, that's what we're going to talk about a bit more. And, when you look at the broader markets today, look at Castrol India, Century Textile, NBCC. We have IFL Finance. Then we do have First Source, which is doing well, holding up to gains of more than 3% are all these stocks. So mid-cap, clearly is seeing and managing to hold on to good gains. And even when you look at it in terms of something like a PPL Pharma, Canfin Homes that Anisha mentioned as well, all managing to hold on to gains. Now, when you look at it in terms of which stocks are trading at a 52-week high, today we have Hindustan Copper that is trading at a 52-week high. We have Graphite, Exide, Nalco, even Aarti Industries and Glenmark Pharma continues to see newer highs as well. So that's one to focus on. Even other than that, this is in the small cap space that we spoke about. When you look at the mid cap side names, also Godrej Properties, again, higher levels that over there. SAIL also at a higher level. Torrent Power trading at a 52-week high, and Policy Bazaar making in the list over there in terms of the 52-week high. So interesting to watch out for all these realty names. Today we have surely seen a good move in the realty pack. That's something that one should watch out for. Now, when you're talking about Nifty Realty also, just not today, but when you're looking at Nifty Realty whether you compare it on a month-to-date basis, also we've seen an up move. And the biggest up move that we saw for the Nifty Realty came in from Suntec Realty, Godrej Properties and Sobha. From a month-to-date basis, we've seen very, very strong moves for all these names. Let's not forget, why PI Industries today is also in focus today. We saw a bit of a muted move there, but PI Industries was because of, Citi maintaining a buy, target price of 4,500 rupees, and upside 90-day catalyst is what they've said for PI Industries. But when you talk about real estate space and all the stocks there, we did manage to speak to Dhaval Ajmera, director at Ajmera Realty and Infra India, who's expecting a revenue of around 8,000 crore rupees in FY25. Listen to what more he had to say in terms of the guidance and the outlook going forward.
We have about 7 or 8 projects which we will be launching in this financial year, which is a top line of 3,000 crores. And more over and above that, there are a few more which are still under drawing boards, which we should be announcing soon. So this year, we are looking at a very buoyant growth plans, at least internally within ourselves. And definitely our internal target is to definitely surpass beyond what we have achieved right now. And we are at least looking at a uprise of 20-30% from the current year's pre-sales. Our sense is the 7 projects which we have acquired this year, we will be launching in this current financial year. And all these are about 12 lakh square feet with a 3,000 crore top line revenue. I think the end date for almost all of them will be between 3 to 4 years. So my sense would be at least 50 to 60% of this will be finished in the next 2 years' time. And thereafter, also our existing projects, which has already been announced, like Manhattan and Eden, Privay, all those projects will also be completed in the next 2 to 3 years' time. So overall, I am seeing at least this 3,000 crores of revenue, at least 50 to 60% of it being recognized, as well as the existing projects, which are about 2,500-3,000 crores, will also be recognized in the next 2 years.
Okay, surely that was the word coming in from Ajmera Realty, but 1,000-point up move on the Nifty, is that anytime soon? Kunal, what are you going to talk to us about on that?
Yes, Winnie, so we've already seen the markets and the indexes doing pretty well for themselves, recovering from the March correction. But now I think we are at the cusp of what we've seen in terms of technical parlance, a classical breakout. So the direction for the index is already on the upside, but the speed is something, or the acceleration is something which we look out for. And a few of the indicators are now signaling that there could be a time where we may see an accelerated breakout for the index going forward. Now I'll give one very simple correlated or similar example for a stock which we recently seen giving similar kind of a breakout. This is the charts for Hindustan Copper. The stock in the recent months, in the recent few days, had given a similar kind of a breakout. So as you can see, this white line, what you can see is what we typically expect the speed to increase up higher. This was the breakout point for Hindustan Copper, and this was the zone where the stock was sub 300 levels. And today the stock is almost at 360 mark, which means there has been a very strong uptrend on the intraday time frame for Hindustan Copper, spread across over the last 8 to 10 trading sessions. Now we see a similar kind of a breakout which is coming across into one of the other indices, which is Bank Nifty. Very recently, just I think last 2 or 3 days back, we'd seen a very similar kind of a trend indicator breakout. This was the breakout zone where the white line had crossed about the neutral line. This was the point when the Bank Nifty was almost at 47,800 mark, and from there so far we've climbed up almost 1,000 points for the Bank Nifty, which is just a meager 2% for the index. Now the aspect gets a lot more interesting when we look at the Nifty chart, because on the Nifty front, we've seen a very recent breakout which has come for the index just about yesterday on closing basis, where we saw the Nifty coming into a breakout mode, the indicator getting into a breakout, and the Nifty at 22,600 mark. So which means if you look at the historical context in terms of the stocks, which generally tend to rally by a margin of 10 to 15% at least, the index, we reduce the margin by a range of 4 to 5%, which means that there should be a potential of at least another 1,000-point rally for the Nifty coming pretty soon.
Wow, 1,000-point rally on Nifty soon, and this at a time when we are already sitting at record high levels and the year has been good. But before I let you go, Kunal, what are the chances we are going to hit that mark of 25,000 maybe mid this year, maybe the election rally?
Yeah, so I think it's very much possible. So I think one of the indicators, like for example what we've shown right now, indicates that now could be a time where the acceleration could probably be provided to the indices. We've already been into a strong global footing, so I think the probability is very much high. Difficult to put a number, but the probability is very, very high.
On that note, we'll let you go, Kunal. Thanks so much for making time and speaking with us. But let's put the spotlight as to what's happening in the entire beauty industry. That's been clearly expanding in the country, and it seems like that Reliance also is now looking at tapping the doors of manufacturing their own, products as well, the way Nykaa had done in the past as well. Maybe that's the reason Nykaa is coming under a bit pressure today. The increased competition, though, if you look at the latest update that came in from Nykaa, that did suggest that the sales momentum for them was strong. But will there be more competition? That's something is the big question. My colleague Aishwarya is joining us with the latest on this story. Hi, Aishwarya.
Well, this move is in line with Reliance Retail's multi-pronged expansion strategy. What we've learned from our sources is that Reliance Retail is all set to launch its own private label in beauty products. For instance, Sephora also has many branded products in their store, but they also have their own branded Sephora products. That will be the kind of model that Tira Beauty is also replicating going forward. What we've also learned is that the new beauty products will be available at Reliance Retail's Tira stores. Reliance will also introduce more than 50 products in terms of cosmetics, skincare, as well as beauty tools in this particular space. The company also plans to introduce these products by the end of 2024. Now, apart from that, they're going aggressive in terms of the beauty space. Reports also suggest that they plan to go all out in terms of their acquisition of beauty companies going forward, one of which is Kiko Milano, a franchise they've acquired for India, which is in line, of course, with their aggressive expansion in the beauty space. Kiko overall in the country has more than 7 stores across India, standalone stores, and will be operated by Reliance Beauty and Personal Care Limited, which is a subsidiary of Reliance Retail. And going forward, we'll see how they expand in this particular space with Tira, Sephora and Kiko in their portfolio. Back to you.
Absolutely, surely interesting, to watch out for all these launches that are coming in. Increasing competition in the beauty personal care side is something one should watch out for. But let's slip into a short break and don't go anywhere. We'll be discussing more on the markets after.
Co-powered by Ashok Leland. कोई मंजिल दूर नहीं. In association with LIC, हर पल आपके साथ. In association with Panasonic Green Impact. Sturris Healthcare Private Limited deals in quality medicine. Sturris, quality that you can trust. In association with State Bank of India, the banker to every Indian.
In individual sectors.
What's the sense that you're getting on volume growth? Just clarify this entire case. What is it going to mean for the business?
What else are you looking at? It was clearly one of the biggest deals.
DADT now have been getting you bit by bit.
What does your investment portfolio look like without gold? Incomplete. Because as a gold owner, you have the power to make bold decisions. To balance risks and returns. The power to buy and sell right at your fingertips. Making gold your strategic advantage.
Without which, your portfolio is incomplete.
Power your portfolio with gold. World Gold Council.
मुझे लगता है कि हम दुनिया की कोई भी टीम को हरा सकते हैं।
Welcome back. Well, market is, ebbing off a bit. So we are still holding on to a 22,700 mark, but we have given up almost 50 points. Let's pull up the Bank Nifty as well. Is the pressure being led by the Bank Nifty right now, or which are the other heavyweights which are actually dragging their feet? So Bank Nifty is off, but by a smidge as compared to that, it's the Nifty which is coming under a bit of pressure. Let's pull up the mid cap and the small cap indices too. Of course, Reliance, as helpfully our director is pointing out, is one of the stocks which is coming under pressure. Plus, let's take a look at Coal India, Hero MotoCorp, Tata Consumer. Some of their other names are also in the red right now, and the mid cap too has ebbed off a bit from the highest point of the trading session. So that's the setup right now. But what's about the way forward? Vishal, what do you make of this? Do you think this breakout is something that can take us to much higher levels, or do you see that perhaps there is a bit of a buying fatigue at play? People are waiting by for the earnings to set in. What's your view for the index in the very immediate term, let's say 1 week?
I think the way Nifty has been performing above that 22,700 mark is commendable. It is staying above that with volumes, and there is broad participation also from mid caps and the big banks as well as the metal sector. So I think it will sustain, and next 1 week looks good. We can, I think, look at the target of 23,000, 20,100 in the next few trading sessions for Nifty.
Sure, we are watching out for those levels there. Vishal, what's your thought also on the broader markets? Is that something that one could watch out for, and anything interesting on that front?
Yes, I think if you look at the overall market rally in the last 1 year, it has been very sector specific. Now, in the last year, we saw that infrastructure and the realty sector did very well. And now the sector has rotated, rotation is happening, and we have seen that metals have taken the lead. So I think we should go with momentum trading, which is the current flavor of the month or the week is metal sector, and best is Jindal Steel and VEDL for that particular sector.
That's about the way the broader market setup is looking like. But what is that pocket of strength that you would go all out and bet right now? Is it metals? Is it real estate? And which are the names that look the strongest right now, Vishal?
Yeah, as I said, metal is the best one to go with. I always believe go with the strongest. And I think in that, Jindal Steel looks the best, which is trading at around 925. I still look at targets around 975 to 1,000 in the next few trading sessions with a stop loss of 900.
Okay, so that's from the metals pack. But what's looking weak? Because PSU banks have been coming off, right? They haven't really participated in that rally. Is that a space you would recommend people to book out of?
I think it's too early to book out on any of these stocks. As long as the momentum is there, we can put a trailing stop loss. It's just a small red candle we can see on the PSU banks as of now. So not much of a selling pressure there. So I'll wait for further signals to exit my positions if I'm holding on the PSU banks. And at the same time, we can see a fresh breakout happening in the private sector and especially ICICI Bank, which was consolidating since long, and has taken out about that 1100 mark with good volume and patterns. So I think that's a fresh buy with a stop of 1090 for targets of 1150 and 1175.
Vishal, thank you so much for joining us and giving us your time and talking about the markets as well as individual stocks. But let's carry forward the conversation and bring on board Rohit Agarwal, a Senior Executive Vice President and Equity Fund Manager, Kotak Mahindra Life Insurance. Rohit, good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining in with us as always. And let's talk about the run-up that we're seeing in the Nifty. There's no stopping that. What's your view? What's your thought? Is this just an pre-election run-up, pre-election optimism that we're seeing?
Hi. Well, difficult to say if it is a pre-election run-up, but what we could say is it is bouncing back from what happened in March, where there was some kind of a scare related to funding and how the mid and small cap was behaving. You could put it as a pre-election run-up, but at the same time, there is no change in the micro environment, which is earnings. And I think as long as earnings are intact, these run-ups will keep coming every year, in our opinion.
Okay, so the run-ups will keep on coming and the bull market is pretty much intact. But what are those pockets of strength where you can still add positions? Because, a lot of pockets are looking a bit toppish. It's got very expensive. Where is that space that you're still finding some sort of value and comfort on the table?
Well, historically, India has always been a market where you will find pockets where you can invest. Some of the pockets we believe are still good are the BFSI space and the manufacturing space. I think they go hand in hand, where in India we are trying to make a lot of Make in India. A lot of it will be financed by most of the Indian banking BFSI space. At the same time, you also mentioned that the capital markets are booming. We can see in the indices that's happening. I think the fee-based businesses, even on the BFSI side, and not just the pure banks, would also be beneficiary. The likes of exchanges, the likes of clearing members, the likes of AMCs, all of that will also eventually be big beneficiaries of what's happening currently in the country.
Right, Rohit, also let's talk about IT, right? What's your thought on the IT pack? Do you think that now it's time that one should start looking at it? We're expecting, improvement there in terms of fundamentally also in the next couple of quarters. So is it the right time to start entering at least the big cap, big IT names?
Well, our positioning in IT is slight underweight. The reasons are that even though we expect some recovery to happen in FY25, we do not expect the large cap Indian IT to deliver more than 6-7% kind of growth next year. In that backdrop, most of the valuations at 22 to 25 times 1 year forward are pretty much factoring in that kind of demand coming back. The joker in the pack, if any, could be that if you believe that the interest rate cuts in the US is going to be very, very sharp. Currently, our assumptions are that the interest rate cuts will be more gradual. And the recovery will also be more gradual, simply because currently the US has not gone into a recession versus what people had thought that there'll be a huge recession. And the US labor force and all of those data points have been holding up well. In that backdrop, we do not believe that Indian sector of IT whole as a pack can grow at 10-12% next year. So if we put that and put the valuations, we do not believe there is a great upside. But yes, if they decline here from here 10% or 15%, of course, it will make a case for this sector to be neutral or overweight then.
Okay, so for now, not the most lucrative sector in terms of the risk reward right now, because even a double-digit earnings growth is quite difficult for those companies this year. But what's your view on metals? Because usually the institutional investors try and shy away from that sector because of the cyclicality. But this time, do you see it to be a lot more structural?
Well, metals, in our opinion, is never structural. It is always cyclical. If you actually look at what's happening in the metals across the world, it is a big, big dichotomy. It is not just the industrial metals, but also the precious metals like gold and silver, which is going up. And currently, we are talking about interest rate cuts and inflation coming down. So it's a big dichotomy. Something has to give way. It does not generally happen that equity markets are at a high. Interest rates are about to get cut, and the industrial metals and the precious metals are at a high. So in our opinion, even if you look at the metals rally, which is currently happening in aluminium, copper, or all of these, or even steel for that matter, if you look at the spreads are not increasing, but the stocks are going up because obviously there's a trade going on, which is that the dollar will depreciate. And of course, when that happens, metals tend to do well. But there is nothing structural in this, in our opinion. Can this last longer? Of course, yes, because that's the nature of the commodity. That's the nature of the sector, where they will tend to stretch on both the sides, on the longer side as well, and also on the downside. But it can never be assumed to be a sector which should be a structural bet. These are sectors where you need to be counter-cyclical. So if from this point on, aluminum rallies another 10% or so, copper rallies, another industrial metals rally, and of course, if that happens, stocks will rally. It'll be a good time to then take the money off the table.
And just want your view on the FMCG basket. That's been an underperformance. Nothing exciting happening there. Is it time that, or do you find that valuations are something that, is a bit of a concern still? Or is there something that you could look at in the FMCG basket?
Well, FMCG is, as a space, as you rightly said, has underperformed the market simply because their operating performance has not lived up to the market's expectations. Even going into this quarter, when we look at some of the companies that we track, they are talking about not more than 2, 3, 4% kind of a volume growth. So obviously within consumption, the FMCG is a pack which has got suffered because of interest rate hikes and all that's happened because what's going on in the economy. So there, I think there may still be some time. Having said that, obviously there'll be a couple of names which still look attractive. Valuations there, although have corrected, And at the same time, we believe that after a quarter or two, if we see some semblance of stability in the operating performance of FMCG, and if the monsoon is also good, you might see some kind of money getting rotated back into this sector because they have not performed up to the expectations.
Yes, and the expectation is of the normal monsoon, at least that is what SkyMed is saying, 102% probability of a normal monsoon. So that's something that probably the street is liking as well. On that note, Rohit, we let you go. Appreciate you making time and speaking with us. But time now to hop across to Somit. He's been standing by to tell us what's the latest as far as Vodafone India is concerned and Vodafone Idea is concerned, and what could really change the fortunes of this one. Somit.
Well, as we all know that Vodafone Idea has been holding a lot of road shows because they plan to raise around 20,000 crore rupees from external investors, and they aim to complete this by the end of the first quarter of FY25, which is in the next 83 days. So what is the company actually communicating to its prospective investors? What we understand from our sources is that the company is aiming to achieve a revenue of close to 75,000 crore rupees by FY26 as against 42,000 crore, which is the current run rate that we have been seeing. Because of this rise in revenue, they are expecting their cash EBITDA to also increase around 13 to 14,000 crore rupees from 8,000 crore rupees, which is the current rate, and which will be the factors that will actually aid this kind of revenue growth. Firstly, they plan to add around 1.4 crore subscribers every year over for the next couple of years, which means that total of 3 crore subscriber addition that they're aiming for the next 2 years. Now, do remember, in the last 4 years, the company has lost close to 8 crore subscribers. Apart from that, they're expecting tariff hike of close to 20 to 25% post-election. And for FY26 also they are expecting a tariff hike to come in, and they are expecting all the telecom players, that is all the private players, to participate in this tariff hike. Other than this, it's the migration of the 2G customers to 4G, which will aid the ARPU growth and the revenue growth going forward for the company. Now, do remember that Vodafone Idea has close to 9 crore 2G subscribers on its network, and they're expecting these subscribers to upgrade to 4G or eventually 5G going forward. Now, how is the company planning to use the fund that they're going to raise? Now, most of it will be used for capital expenditure. Now, do remember, due to lack of capital expenditure, the company is yet to start 5G services, and hence it is lacking behind. And for the next 3 years, the company has planned a capital expenditure of close to 55,000 crore rupees, and nearly 45% of this capital expenditure will be used towards augmenting the 5G services in the country. Apart from this, the company is also expecting their debt to come down by around 35,000 crore rupees, and this will be related to the government AGR dues, because they're expecting the Supreme Court to accept or to approve the reappeal that they have filed for the AGR dues, and hence their debt reduction of around 35,000 crore is expected to happen anytime soon. So these are mainly the view that they're giving to prospective investors going forward. Now, we tried to reach out to the company and to get a comment on this. However, the company has yet to respond to our queries on email.
Thank you so much for that. That's the update coming on Vodafone Idea. But Anisha, it's time, lunchtime. There are Hunger Games going on in our stomach, but there are Hunger Games going on even in the QSR space. And to talk about an interesting update that is coming, where Ashish Kachola actually bought some stake in Jumbo King. So to discuss more about their outlook of Jumbo King, we'll be joined by the management, Dheeraj Gupta, founder and MD at Jumbo King, joining in with us after the break.
The love which I had seen in her eyes, and promises of a new sunrise. If you hold me tight, you'll feel the love which I feel inside. Hold me tight, just hold me tight.
Attention startups. Reach 25 crore people well within your budget. Advertise on 10 TV channels in one shot. No TVC required. brand starter packs starting from just 1 lakh rupees. Brand Surge, the special marketing starter pack for startup brands. For more details, visit our website brandsurge.co.in or write to us at brandsurge@timesgroup.com. Times Network, now or nothing.
Welcome back, and you're watching Markets at Noon on ET Now. Nifty managing to hold on to 22,700 levels. Slight bit is what it's come off from the day's highest point, but keeping an eye out on that. But like promised, we do have Dheeraj Gupta, founder and MD at Jump Booking, to talk about the company, the outlook going forward. Dheeraj, very good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining in with us. And absolutely exciting news that we saw coming in a short while ago in terms of last week, I believe, where Ashish Kacholia actually, it seems like, took a very big bite in the QSR industry, the burger bite in your company, and good enough stake. What is, let's start by talking about what's interesting. How have you seen the industry shape up, as well as the growth that you've seen in the company?
I think we are very blessed to be born in India and building our businesses in India. It's a huge, huge opportunity. The market is so large, and it is, just so hugely untapped. So we are very exciting to be building this business here as India becomes richer, and we are a very young country. So I would be, I'd be not be very surprised to see several billion-dollar brands emerge out of India in the QSR space.
Hopefully you'll be one of them, Mr. Gupta. But talk to us, about a few more details, because we're speaking with you for the first time in terms of what's the number of stores right now, what kind of revenues do you garner right now, and what's the plan to scale it up?
So, Jump Booking, we closed FY24 at 170 stores. These were in Mumbai and Delhi, and we have some stores in Hyderabad. And we closed at system-wide sales of 109 crores. And I think the outlook is very good. We look at doubling these numbers over the next 2 years. We feel that 42% CAGR growth is healthy and it is sustainable. And that's what we are really going for.
Maintaining that 40% CAGR growth, doubling in the next 2 years, surely very exciting. So what are going to be the growth drivers, if I can understand from the company's point of view? Where do you see this, confidence that you have of doubling it? What is going to be leading that growth?
I think I must admit that the base currently is smaller. We are present only in these 4 cities. And for us, these 4 cities, and if we are in fact getting into Bangalore this year, so these cities, they are a market of at least up to 500 stores, because our format of 200 square feet allows us to put up a lot of stores, kind of pack them very tightly close to each other. And with same store sales, so there are 2 components. One is, about 30-35% growth coming through new stores getting added, and 7% same store sales growth. So that is how we break up this number. And it would be as in over the last 7. So Jump Booking started as a vada pav company, and in 2017 we pivoted to burgers. And since that change, in the last 7 years, the company has grown 7x. So, and this is in spite of the 2 years of COVID. So I think it's very, very exciting times, and we are very happy to have an investor like Mr. Ashish on board with us.
Sure. So, Mr. Gupta, you've already pivoted, let's say, from vada pav to burgers. What next in terms of, making sure that the clients are serviced well? Are you looking at expanding your product portfolio? Do you think you've hit the sweet spot in terms of what works well with the customers? And also in terms of the geographical expansion, as you talked about, you're largely into only a few cities right now. What about expanding into northern part of the country as well?
So, as I said, the market is huge, right? As in the country can take even 5,000 stores and even more. That is how large our country is, how large our population is. So we feel, so I'm a marathon runner. So, we are taught, and, it's drilled into us that you have to pace yourself. That is, you go at a pace at which you're comfortable, and that's how you go the entire distance. And that is why this 2 to 3 years of doubling doubling our turnover is what we are going with. And these 4 markets today, they meet this growth requirement of ours, and that's why we choose to be here. And I think internationally, if you see the largest brands which have been built and which have been built to survive, as in, which have been built to sustain, built to last, they all take up one niche and they focus on that. So whether it is in pizzas, burgers, coffee, donuts, any of these chains which you will see coming out of the of America, which is the largest QSR market in the world. So we kind of keep leaning back and trying to learn from them, and we feel that India as a market is no different. And those learnings applied to these markets will give us the same results. Of course, we don't have to go through all the pain that they went through, right? We can actually get there faster.
We can get there faster. Dheeraj, I believe, you also follow the franchisee model, right? Is that something
Yes.
that you all will be continuing, or, maybe you will be looking at own stores? What's the strategy on that front?
Yeah. I think this is where we had the meeting of minds with our investors, where we feel that franchising, if done in the right way, and if done for the right reasons, it is the most capital efficient way to grow your business. It's a win-win-win situation where the franchisee, of course, he makes a lot of money, he gets his entrepreneurial energy and his capital into the business. The company provides the entire ecosystem. And then we have this entire set of vendors and manufacturers and suppliers who, provide all the products. So it's like their roles are divided, and each of the three partners, they are the best at what they do, and that is why we feel unleashing this might of the pace at which a franchising business can grow, as well as it's like say at 1,000 stores, we would end up having say 5,000-6,000 people on our rolls if we were company owned. But because we are going to be franchised, we are going to have 50 very highly skilled people in our team who are going to be providing top class services and advice to our franchisees so that they can grow their business. So we feel that internationally, in fact, I was attending a conference last year. 9 out of 10 brands in the US, even today, they franchise, and they continue to do that. There's no dearth of capital over there, like there is no dearth of capital in India today. But we feel it is capital efficient, and also we can grow much faster using the franchise route.
Okay, point taken, but just want to drill down that point further. Is Mr. Kacholia also going to be participating in the decision-making process on an everyday basis? And also, Mr. Gupta, what's your own end game? Are you perhaps looking at an IPO at some point of time? Do you see yourself as a candidate that might be taken over by the rest of the big QSR MNC players? What's the end game that you see for the company 5-10 years from here on?
So answering your first question, I think Ashish is a dream investor for anyone. So he will be, playing a role of just holding the light for us, as in not really actively participating, because we've been doing this business for 22 years. And what he of course has bought into is the dream and the entire vision of the company. And I think this company is being built to last. And I think we would be more happy because, as a franchise business, we are always cash positive and, throwing up surplus cash flows. So rather than getting acquired, we'd be happy to make acquisitions going down 5 years, 10 years down the line, because we feel we have learned how to we've understood the Indian market well. And it's not only Jumbo King, there will be 10 such other brands which are going to scale up very, very rapidly. And we would like to, actually use our understanding and help those brands grow faster. But of course, that's way out in the future. Currently, we are very, very focused on getting Jumbo King to its financial growth path.
Okay, Dheeraj, thank you so much for giving us your time, joining us this afternoon on ET Now. It's a pleasure having you on the show, and hope to have you more often than the show. Hope
to have more vada paos and burgers.
Burgers. I technically used to know it. Like I have eaten so many of those Jumbo King vada paos. They were right near my house.
That's all that I remember. And of course, I think I need to shift and graduate to burgers as well. Mr. Gupta, if you're hearing us, we wouldn't mind eating some with you someday.
Absolutely. It will be my pleasure.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dheeraj, for joining in with us. It's a pleasure having you on the show. But with that, let's just slip into a short break because I'm really hungry right now. I have to just calm down and wait for some time before we continue with the show. So let's take a break.
in association with Canara Bank. Together we can.
Sir, आप इतने कलरफुल हो, but how can colorful be powerful?
Follow me. धूप के पसीने छूट जाएंगे, लेकिन ये डटा रहेगा. Dulux Weather Shield Power Flex.
इसका हर रंग लड़े धूप, धूल और बारिश से.
It's colorful. It's powerful.
जी, मेरा नाम जितेंद्र कुमार है. मैं गुड़गांव में रहता हूँ. प्राइवेट सेक्टर में जॉब करता हूँ. टाइम्स ऑफ भारत मैं 2022 से देख रहा हूँ. कॉन्टेक्स्ट में जब मैं विनर हुआ तो मुझे बहुत खुशी हुई और मैंने सबसे पहले अपनी वाइफ को बताया, वो भी बहुत खुश हुए.
देखेगा नव भारत जीतेगा भारत कॉन्टेस्ट.
हमने तो जीत लिया है, आप कब खेलकर जीतेंगे?
देखो खेलो जीतो टाइम्स नाउ नव भारत पर.
मुझे बिजनेस करंट अकाउंट के साथ इंस्टेंटली मिला पीओएस और क्यूआर कोड. आप जानते हैं मेरा बैंक कौन है?
मुझे बिना कोई लॉन्ग प्रोसेस के आसानी से होम लोन मिल गया. आप जानते हैं मेरा बैंक कौन है?
मुझे बिना कोई डॉक्यूमेंटेशन के प्री अप्रूव्ड लोन मिल गया.
Yes, I have a dedicated relationship manager for personalized banking.
आप जानते हो मेरा बैंक कौन है?
मैंने बिना बैंक विजिट किए सेविंग्स अकाउंट ओपन कर लिया. आप जानते हो मेरा बैंक कौन है?
आप जानते हैं इन सबका बैंक कौन है?
SBI.
जब मिलेगी सॉलिड बैंक की सॉलिड बैकिंग, तब शान से आगे बढ़ेगा इंडिया.
Welcome back. Well, taking stock of what is happening in the market right now, while Metro Brands is perking up, while the rest of the market is actually tumbling right now. In fact, Nifty has taken quite a bit of fall from the day's high. For the mid-cap index, it's a sharp fall of almost 300 points. And for the frontline index as well, we have seen a bit of a drubbing in the trading session right now. Let's take a look whether the real estate pack has come off, metals as well as IT, because those were the places which were actually pillars of strength. So they're still holding on to gains, but of course have come off. Reliance is one of the culprits, because of which the market is coming under pressure. And then we should obviously take stock of what is happening to the banking names. TCS, that's also taken a sharp knock right now. Remember, at the end of the week, TCS is expected to come out with its earnings, but for now, Street is clearly not banking big. HDFC Bank, as I talked about, is dragging its feet. You also have Coal India and Titan, which is in the red. But what's really standing out, and we should flag this out, ICICI Bank, that stock is up a solid 2.5%, and that's the sole soldier actually which is batting for the bulls right now. When the rest of the market is coming under pressure and tumbling away, ICICI Bank is at the highest point of the trading session right now. But what are the brokerages saying? Which are the stocks on their radar, and how are they reacting to that entire news flow? My colleague Gaurav is joining us with all of that. Hi Gaurav.
Well, yes. First, let's talk about Exide Industries, because this stock has given more than 20% returns in the last 5 days, and now JP Morgan has also increased the target price for the share to 480 rupees per share. What they believe is that we may see an increase in capacity utilization to almost 87.5% levels, because the recent tie-up that they have done with Hyundai and Kia, and at the same time this tie-up also suggests that there may be further order wins for the company from here on as well. Talking about the core business, they believe that it is actually underappreciated, and on the back of this they believe that now the excitement time has started for Exide Industries, and that is why they have increased the target price. Next, let's talk about Canfin Homes, because now Morgan Stanley, while maintaining the target price to 1,000 rupees per share, they believe that the stock can actually outperform the broader index in the next 60 days, because what they believe is that in Q4 we may see some surprise coming up, positive surprise coming up in earnings, and asset quality can also improve. And given that the stock has actually underperformed if we compare it with the NBFC peers in the last month, we may see some kind of upside coming up post results, and that is why they are being a little bullish on Canfin Homes as well. Now let's talk about Infosys, because Bank of America has now increased the target price to 1,785 rupees and has also changed the rating to buy rating. What they believe is that this is actually an early case for CY25 recovery that we may see in demand. They believe that there are certain tailwinds. So for example, Basel III norms will actually push the banks to increase their spending towards IT. SAP upgrade is also at a critical point and deadline is coming soon, and at the same time we may also see IT spends increasing once the US elections are over. And on the back of this, if you look at the valuations for Infosys, they are actually at a case where it is right time to upgrade the valuation, and that is why they are being bullish on Infosys and hike the target price for the company. And lastly, let's talk about Nuvama Wealth, because Jefferies has now initiated with buy rating and a target price of 6,000 rupees. They actually believe that wealth management is actually in a well place in India, where the growth is very strong, and at the same time financial commercialization of savings is happening, and with this they are actually expecting the profitability to deliver 20 to 22% CAGR growth in the next 3 years, and the active AUM can also double from these levels in the next 3 years. And on back of this, they are also expecting the stock to outperform, and that is why they have given the target price to 6,000 rupees per share. Given that the stock has already reacted positively, it is definitely worth keeping an eye on all these companies and see how they perform in coming days as well.
Absolutely, Gaurav. That's interesting to watch out for. All those names have been in focus today. But a lot of names are in focus on the back of their Q4 updates that have been trickling in. And Ashesha is joining in with us to give us that list of what stocks are in focus on the back of Q4 updates. Ashesha?
Estate players continue to report strong set of operational data, and apart from Ajmera Realty, we also have Godrej Properties. The stock is soaring on the back of very strong operational data for the quarter gone by, where bookings grew 135% on a year-on-year basis to come in at 9,500 crores in the fourth quarter. Apart from this, they achieved more than what they had guided for the full year. They've achieved 161% of the total guidance for FY24, and they achieved highest ever sales in the Mumbai metropolitan region at about 4,000 crores for fourth quarter. So very strong operational updates. This counter is gaining on the back of that. Moving on to Tata Motors then, where JLR update for the quarter gone by was largely in line with what the street was working with. Wholesale sales have risen 9% sequentially and about 16% on a year-on-year basis. As far as retail sales are concerned, that too has seen an uptick of about 5% QOQ and 11% YOY. Remember, the company has not given a free cash flow number for the second consecutive quarter, and they've also not given their order book position, which is a fair bit of negative, but numbers largely in line with what the street was working with. Sula Vineyards, meanwhile, on the back of operational data, is gaining nearly 3%, where for the fourth quarter, revenues grew 10% YOY. They also say that elite and premium brands was what led to the growth on the revenue front, as this segment reported growth of about 15% YOY. As far as the segment-wise performance is concerned, own brands revenue grew about 9% YOY, while wine tourism business saw solid growth of 31% on a year-on-year basis. Lastly, Cupid, it is locked in upper circuit of 5% on the back of results for the quarter gone by. Revenues were up a whopping 52% on a year-on-year basis, and margins have also expanded a whole lot. Company reported margins at about 49% versus 25% that the company had reported same time last year. Very strong set of numbers operationally. The stock is gaining locked in upper circuit on the back of that.
Okay, thanks for that quick roundup. But time now to take it across to Ansh and figure out what's happening in the market. Ansh, it was all doing okay. We were sitting at record high levels, but from there has been a bit of a reversal. Were there any indicators in place in terms of the Nifty, Bank Nifty, which suggested that they're overstretched? Or what's the snapshot looking like right now in the markets?
Yes, that's right. Nifty has touched record. It has crossed 22,700 for the first time. However, yes, we are seeing some correction and Nifty trading around that 22,700 mark only. But in index future, we are seeing open interest increasing by around 7 to 8%, indicating long build-up, which is a positive sign. Also, on option front, we are seeing put writing happening at around 22,700, indicating option traders expecting Nifty to stay above this level on closing basis. Moving on to Nifty Bank, the index has too touched record high level, but is trading around its psychological level of 49,000. On option front, we are seeing put writing happening at 48,800, which is a very strong support according to traders. Let's also have a look over a few F&O stocks that are in focus, and we are seeing strong long build-up happening in Canfin Homes, Hindustan Copper and Exide Industry, out of which Hindustan Copper and Exide Industry has high probability of getting into ban list tomorrow.
Thank you so much for that update on the F&O space. But let's move on and talk about a lot of block deals that have been in action today. We've seen a lot of block deals happen in the recent times on the D Street as well. Now today, Axis Bank, Gland Pharma, both of them in focus. Sharad is joining in with us with more details on that. Sharad?
Well, yes, two important block deals have happened today. The first one being, of course, Axis Bank. Roughly 1.1% equities has exchanged hands, and it's likely that the Bain Capital has actually given a complete exit. Now, this deal size is expected to range roughly between 3,500 to almost 4,000 odd crore rupees. And if you look at it, Bain Capital has been selling stake in Axis Bank over the last 2 years itself, and this is the final last tranche it is expected that they have sold off and it would be a complete exit. Also, Gland Pharma 5% equity has exchanged hands, and this equity deal has been roughly almost 1500 crore rupees, and this is of course is said to be that ex-promoter Dr. Ravi Penmetsa is said to be the seller, and this is expected to be a complete exit as well. The two important block deals have already happened for the Axis Bank and Gland Pharma, but there are two QIPs also which would be in focus, as Shilpa Medicare, the 500 crore QIP has opened, and overall the issue price is currently coming in at 477 rupees per share, while on the other hand Sterlite Tech, also a big QIP, has opened up, roughly 1200 crore the size is, and the floor price is at 119 rupees. Of course, both of the stocks are currently trading at the current market prices as per their floor prices. Also, lastly, Orient Pro is a small cap company, but they have completed their QIP. Roughly 380 crore was raised. But there are certain marquee names and investors which I would like to point out, which includes the names such as Alchemy, Malabar Fund, and even Goldman Sachs coming to the lists. So these are the important block deals which have happened, and QIPs also which are in focus.
Thank you so much, Sharad, for that update on block deals, QIPs, and everything that's happening on that front. But here's a programming note. Shattering the glass ceiling is not an easy feat for all the women out there. But on ET Now has now something that can help you with them and face the challenges and move a step forward. We bring you a Buy Now Sell Now Women's Special with a sharper focus on women's investment goals and ACE experts. Mark your calendars for the 2nd and the 4th Wednesday of every month. Now, from the mark, we will throw a light on a girl and fight like a girl. Here's a masterclass on how to invest like a girl. Okay, that's surely an exciting alert coming in on a programming front. I'll be watching that, and you all should be tuning in as well. But with that, we're absolutely out of time on this edition of Markets at Noon on ET Now. As me and Anisha bid goodbye, do not forget, Anisha actually had a very interesting chat with Sharad Mahendra, the joint MD and CEO at JSW Energy, talking about the sector. There's so much happening there as well, and spoke to the management CFO as well. So that's something interesting one should watch out for in terms of future plans, QIPs, and stepping into the strategy 2.0. So watch that as we bid you all goodbye.
Look, there are three moats that JSW Energy has compared to any other player in the industry. Lowest capex per megawatt, lowest O&M cost per megawatt, one of the strongest balance sheet, because of which one of the highest credit ratings in the private sector, and hence one of the most competitive financing cost for any of our ongoing projects. So from a strategic architecture point of view, anything that we want to do, we would want to retain these three modes at all points of time. So what is important to understand is this, that, from a rating agency point of view, what are the guardrails to protect our credit ratings, right? And the guardrails by the rating agencies are very clear, that they talk about a sustainable normalized net debt to EBITDA of up to 5.5 times, right? So as long as, because in large capital intensive infrastructure projects where you do a 3:1 debt to equity and you have a 25-year offtake, when you solve for a certain debt service coverage ratio, it translates to a net debt to EBITDA of between 5.25 to 5.5 times, right? So that's what the rating agencies say. So you're right, even before this, at a 4.6 times headline, but the underlying TTM was only 3.2 times. So we had a strong headroom, So the idea is this, that don't push yourself to the limits. We are a very conservative company. All our capital allocation track record in the last 2.5 decades goes on to demonstrate that repeatedly across cycles. For a decade, we didn't grow because there was no visibility of returns. And when the visibility of returns changes, we don't shy away from changing the growth gears. So the only message that we will want to leave with the shareholders is this, that you can continue to expect no change in strategy when it comes to capital allocation decision. You can expect no change in the hurdle rates of underlying returns when a project selection, whether organic or inorganic, is happening, and we will continue to retain the best-in-class balance sheet at all point of time.
I like the high conviction that you guys are talking with, clarity in terms of what you are looking at. But Sharad, in terms of the growth aspirations that the company has, talk to me specifically about, a couple of areas like the hydrogen part of it, plus what's happening to the renewable part of it as well. How are you looking at growing that further? What is the roadmap which is available in terms of growth? And what do you think is going to be the need from India point of view? Because we're talking about Viksit Bharat by 2047. You're already seeing power demand in double digits almost. How do you think India should actually look at bridging the supply-demand gap? Because right now it's just getting larger.
Yeah. See, Asia, very, very valid. Most important. This is basically the fundamental base question on which the entire
industry setup
is to be built.
Correct.
We see, when we compare, we see that FY23 number, the peak demand was 203 gigawatt in the country, which now in the current year, coming summer, it has been already said, is expected to reach 260 gigawatt.
Correct.
And this by FY30 or FY32, it is expected to reach 335 gigawatt. That was already the numbers. Now, all these, the way the demand growth is happening in the country, earlier demand growth, if you see, was majorly fed by thermal. But now, if additional, even if 15 gigawatt or 20 gigawatt of incremental demand in energy terms is required every year, which means from green space energy point of view, maybe a capacity addition of anything between 40 to 50 gigawatt every year.
One more from Singapore.
कभी राजस्थान, कभी सिंगापुर, इतनी छुट्टियां अफोर्ड कैसे कर लेते हो?
अंकल, आपने तो अपना स्वीट होम कब से नहीं छोड़ा? Book now on Agoda. पाइए कमाल के prices across 3.9 million hotels and homestays. Agoda, दुनिया देखो कम दाम में.
The media is on, and these guys are on a roll. So, what are you waiting for? The biggest, the best, and the most rewarding time of the year is here. Get watching, get playing, get winning. And watch out for the bumper prize. An opportunity you just can't miss. 100 days, 100 blockbusters, 100 prizes. 100 Mania Season 11. Only on Movies Now and Movies Now HD.
Now, India is at a critical juncture when it comes to its journey to net zero. Year upon year, we're seeing a demand in electricity by about 7%. Now, to meet all these varied energy needs, you have companies like Hitachi Energy who build technology to make sure we have a safer, sustainable and more secure future for all.
We have 19 manufacturing facilities over 8 locations and several sales offices very close to our customers and more than 7,000 employees working in all these facilities and offices in that.
As we step away from this immersive experience, let the legacy of Hitachi Energy linger with you. A legacy that is marked by pursuing excellence, dedicated environmental stewardship, and of breaking the boundaries of today to lead us towards a more sustainable tomorrow.
In the jungle of investments, there are companies which move slow and go nowhere. Only a few companies become rare, dominant, unchallenged, and long-lasting. Presenting Trust MF Flexi Cap Fund. Mutual fund investments are subject to market risks. Read all scheme-related documents carefully.
Indian markets are going to be getting a booster start.
Hi, good morning. You're watching the market right here on ET now.
Indian markets are at an all-time high. You would really pinch yourself to say, is it this all factors align wonderfully well for us?
Nifty is now up a staggering 2,000 points. That impacts the market like no other. Stocks on the editor's radar. The strategy is going to be for the day.
It just starts coming up on your screen. There's a lot of green on the screen today.
Great news for those who want to rise with India. Now you can get the full download of business, economics, leaders, interviews, analysis, anecdotes, profits, research, results, revenue, bulls, bears, bonds, markets, and more. Your new high seat of business news is here, etnownews.com.
Hello, good afternoon. You're watching the newsroom on ET Now. I'm Anisha Jain. Well, the market had tumbled in the last few minutes, but it's recovered from the day's low, so that's something to take heart from. Having said that, in terms of the Nifty right now, it's Reliance which is pressurizing the market, and we're just around that 22,700 mark. So Reliance is one heavyweight which is down about 1%, and then a couple of these IT names like Tech Mahindra 2 are coming under pressure, and TCS as well is not in the best of the health right now because that stock too is in the red as we speak, dragging its feet along. What's holding out is clearly ICICI Bank. That stock is higher by almost 2.5%. You also have a good move coming in on Infosys. While it's off from the highest point of the trading session, there's a 1.25% gain there led by the Bank of America upgrade that has come by. Talking about the individual movers, metals as a pack is fairly active today. So whether it's a Hindustan Copper, a SAIL, a NALCO, a Hindustan Zinc, all of those stocks are firing away in the trading session. You also have names like Sterlite Tech, which is reacting to the QIP news, so 12% higher. Castrol India 2 is in focus with a gain of almost 9% coming in. In fact, real estate as a whole pack is doing quite well. So whether it's a Sobha, whether it's a Godrej Properties, whether it's some other names as well, they're all holding up okay. A bit of a divergent move in power sector, while Tata Power is up a good 4% right now. JSW Energy is coming under pressure, so we should pull up the twin charts of those two counters. While one is at the highest point of the trading session, one is coming off, remember. JSW Energy was higher yesterday for no reason, so it's cooling off a bit. But we'll discuss all that and more with the first guest on the show. We are joined by Rajesh Bhatia. He's of course the CIO at ITI Mutual Fund to talk to us about the fundamentals of the market. Hi Rajesh, good to be speaking with you. Thanks so much for making time. First up, let's talk about the market color itself. We're doing very well, 22,700, because a few days ago we were stuck in a range, but we're finally out of that. What do you think should be the realistic expectation, let's say 3 to 6 months from here out, or even for the year, because we're coming off a very heavy base in terms of the returns that we saw last year?
And aren't we fortunate to, do so? India has been a stellar market for the last financial year since we bottomed in March 23. And I would characterize this market as a bull market, and which has legs. So the first thing that I would kind of tell your viewers is India is a fantastic opportunity in the globe. The entire world is looking to India as the growth engine. And the last thing you should do is try to time this market. We are in a bull market. The bull market is an animal of its own. Don't try to find the top of a bull market. Let the bull market tell you where it's going to top. It's better to be a little late to sell in a bull market than be too early. So that is how I would characterize the market today. Also, we are in a multi-year investment-led economic cycle. I think our earnings are fine and they're more likely to grow. This is an investment-led market. You can see the characteristics of the sectors that are participating: capital goods, real estate, automobile, banks, etc. And the breadth of the market has been fantastic, right? So many sectors have kind of done well, which is really the color of a bull market. So my message is, this is a bull market, but we're not in a bubble. Stay invested.
bubble, stay invested. We are still in the bull market and you've been helping the investors in that bull market, right? 7,000 crore AUM is what you've crossed for yourself. So congratulations on that. But is it getting incrementally more difficult to put money in the small and mid cap space? Is because a couple of your peers, etc., had stopped the SIPs into the small and mid cap space. What's been your experience so far, Rajesh?
So that's the nature of bull markets as well. Yes, certainly there is froth in the mid cap and the small cap markets. There has been enthusiasm from the retail investors apart from institutional money chasing mid cap and small cap stocks. And therefore, there is some valuation exuberance in select pockets in the mid caps and small cap sectors. And we've been advising investors that you now, from here on, you gradually invest through an SIP or an SCP route into this, mid cap and small cap sectors. Having said that, the India growth story, like I pointed out, is one of the best stories in the world markets today. And the growth story of 7+% GDP growth is really happening in the mid cap and small cap sectors. So we are finding lots of companies which are growing at 20% plus in that mid cap and small cap sectors rather than the mega caps. So I would say that this is also a multi-year growth story in the mid cap and small cap sectors, and therefore the enthusiasm is the froth will kind of take care of itself in a bull market, but that's really also where the India story is.
Okay, point taken. So that's the view coming in, but let's just break it down sector-wise as you talked about, right? I know you talked about how capital goods, real estate, etc. is in a bull market, but what about metals? Because they're cyclical in nature. Right now, they're on an uptrend. What's the best way investors should be playing out this theme?
So we are not the best people to comment on global commodities because, it's all led by global factors, which we can't monitor as closely as some of the others. But here's what I can tell you. A lot of the metal price action is really dependent on China. And I think Janet Yellen was there in China just yesterday and commenting that they are very fearful that China will start exporting deflation to the world, given the industrial products that it wants to export, excess industrial products that it wants to export out of the world. And that includes things like steel. China makes 1 billion tons of steel, which is more than probably 50% of the world's steel production. And if it doesn't address its own demand characteristics in the domestic market, it is likely to export that product and therefore cause deflation in the prices of those metals. So these are not sectors that I feel very personally, at least I don't feel very comfortable chasing, but I would say that that's the color that we can offer you as far as global commodities are concerned.
Yeah, no, sure. Everyone finds it a bit more difficult because there's just so many moving parts with metals that it's just difficult to make the right timing decision there as well. But Rajesh, what about real estate? We were talking about this multi-year bull cycle that we are in for the equity markets, and it's been at least, 3 years that the bull market, so per se in the real estate market, has also been panning out. How long do you see this is likely to continue?
So real estate is part of the investment kind of cycle that has started in the last 2 or 3 years. A lot of pre-sales of the real estate sector has doubled or more than that for a lot of companies, particularly in the NCR and the Bangalore regions. Usually these cycles kind of last for multi-years. The sector is also getting a lot more consolidated. We are probably in the first 3 years of the cycle, and all the feedback that we are getting on the real estate sector is that there's more coming, which is, it's a multi-year cycle. Inventories are low. It's only that now that companies are setting up incremental projects and having clarity as to where they're going to set up. So this is a part of the journey. But the only thing I would caution there is real estate sector is one of the ultimate betas in the market, which is the volatility of the stock prices and their businesses tend to be extremely high. So, play that sector. I think some of the stocks are probably, I would call, in the overvalued zone, but know what you're getting into and play it accordingly.
Be cautious when you're entering the real estate sector because the volatility is usually high. But before I let you go, Rajesh, a word on the private banking names, right? ICICI Bank is doing very well for itself today. We saw that big move post HDFC's provisional updates as well. Do you finally see this giant coming out of the slumber, or do you think perhaps it'll take a bit more time before private banking names start firing up?
So I won't comment on any particular bank, but as far as the private sector banking is concerned, there is some kind of good news that is there in the banking side. I think the deposit growth has been a little better, and that's incrementally good news for the the banking sector, because that was the challenge which was a cause for suspicion that the NIMs will compress far more sharply. I think given that there is more benign NIM contraction that is expected as you move forward, I think that's particularly the good news. And the valuations are still at an attractive level as far as private banks is concerned. So I think overall, I would say that there is, because of the incremental good news on the deposits front, I think you're getting some reprieve as far as the private banks are concerned.
Reprieve, but we'll be happy to take that. Thanks so much, Rajesh, for making time and speaking with us. Appreciate your time on the show. But with that, taking a short breather, don't go anywhere. When we come back, we'll put the eye on the sky as to how the monsoon is likely to pan out. SkyMet predicts it's going to be a normal monsoon, but we'll decode that further on the other side of this very short break. Don't go anywhere.
Sturris Healthcare Private Limited deals in quality medicine. Sturris, quality that you can trust.
In association with Volta Smart Air AC, Shore Kam Zyada.
In association with State Bank of India, the banker to every Indian.
Indian markets are going to be getting a booster shot.
Hi, good morning. You're watching the market right here on ET now.
Indian markets are at an all-time high. You would really pinch yourself to say, isn't this all factors aligned wonderfully well for us?
Nifty is now up a staggering 2,000 points. That impacts the market like no other. Stocks on the editor's radar. The strategy is going to be for the day.
It just starts coming up on your screen. There's a lot of green on the screen today.
शंभो, मेरी वाली कॉफी देना।
ये मेरा साला मेरा घर सेट कराने आया था।
शंभो, रिमोट।
ये बैठ के ऑर्डर देता है, खुद कुछ नहीं करता। इससे बेटर तो मेरा वोल्टा स्मार्ट एयर एसी ये सुपर साइलेंट चलता और इसका मल्टी एडजस्टेबल मोड जरूरत के हिसाब से कूलिंग करता। सो स्मार्ट, शोर कम, काम ज्यादा।
In the jungle of investments, there are companies which move slow and go nowhere. Only a few companies become rare, dominant, unchallenged, and long-lasting. Presenting Trust MF Flexi Cap Fund. Mutual fund investments are subject to market risks. Read all scheme-related documents carefully.
Welcome back. Well, the market is ebbing a bit, so it's a good time then to get a conversation going as to how the weather patterns are shaping up, and more importantly, what you should expect 4 to 6 months from here on, because the street is already factoring in a normal monsoon, because that's been the prediction coming in from SkyMet. To decode that further, we have with us Mr. GP Sharma, the president at SkyMet, joining us on the show. Hi, Mr. Sharma. Good to be speaking with you. First up, elaborate on your prediction of the normal monsoon. What we should expect there?
Yeah, thank you. We earlier also we did share our initial that the preliminary forecast which we had in the month of January, and we are retaining almost same. We did say that it should be normal, but yes, it is a normal. I can see a little the better side of the normal also. Okay, normal ranges from 96 to 104%. That's about a wide range of 8%. This is 102%, means it should be a good monsoon, I will say. Most parts of the country, though the monsoon doesn't behave equally well at all the parts, 100%, that is never done. But then still, notwithstanding, monsoon should be good this year for most of the parts of the country. Okay, as we have given the forecast now, the 102% plus minus 5% is the model error, the margin which we have. Means it can obviously plus 5 and minus 5 at this stage.
Right.
The start of the monsoon, we expect possibly maybe a little jerky, maybe a little aberrated. Why? Because El Nino is still there. It has not vanished. It is still not, it is refusing to collapse or dilute sharply or quickly. So keeping that in mind, the ENSO condition, that is the neutral conditions, it will gradually and slowly will take place around that time in the month of June. So therefore, the arrival of the monsoon, the onset of the monsoon, the initial thing of maybe a little, not as we normally desire, the monsoon should arrive with a bang. That's what we expect. that it may not be so, but then it should catch up quickly with the normal distribution also. The core monsoon months of July and August should behave good, but most parts of the country, yes, a little caution comes with the northeastern parts and eastern parts. Eastern parts comprise of Bihar, Jharkhand, West Bengal, and maybe parts of Orissa, where could be they will be little below normal for the season as such. But overall, the grain bowl, the agri bowl of this country, the central parts, northern parts, Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, inclusive of Gujarat and the southern belt, they should have a decent monsoon, a good amount of rains as well as the distribution all along the west coast. Even Mumbai should have, I think, typical monsoon season this year. Yes.
Sure, but Mr. Sharma, what you're saying about perhaps a late start to the monsoon, does that mean that we are going to have a longer summer and shorter monsoon this time? The intensity might be just around that 102%, but in terms of the duration, is it going to be a longer summer and shorter monsoon?
You see, we don't expect that it will start late. At this moment, it's a little too early to commit on that. The onset of monsoon that we generally give sometime in around middle of May or a little earlier than that, maybe the first week of May itself. But then monsoon arrives over the Indian subcontinent, over the Bay Islands, so sometime even around 15th of May also. The mainland entry is around 1st of June. But then what we say is the monsoon may not arrive with a bang as such. It may not be very, very pronounced activity at that point of time. The initial phase could be a little slower than what we normally do. It has a rapid advance. Within about a week or 10 days, you find it reaching Mumbai. So that may not happen. But then it's a little too early to give the details on that. But then obviously, the start of the monsoon could be a little jerky, but then catch up quickly in the month of June itself. So the summers will go on as usual. The northern parts of the country, even as of now, as of today also, the temperatures have not reached 40 anywhere over North India, which normally you see around 10th of April. It's a comfortable, dry heat at the moment, 35 degree, 36 degree, that's all. Yes, the southern parts, they have heated up. It's a good indication also. And as far as the monsoon over other parts, most parts, central parts, southern parts, western parts, inclusive of the pockets where you always have a scare of the drought-prone pockets, that will not happen over those areas. Overall, I think particularly after the dampener which we had last year in terms of below normal monsoon, giving some scare in some pockets, distribution was unequitable. So it may not happen this time. Much better than what we experienced last year. Yeah.
So that's some good news. But Mr. Sharma, we are reading the headlines which suggest El Nino is flipping over into La Nina. For a layman, help us understand what's the significance of this and how it will impact the weather patterns.
See, El Nino is known for its adverse impact of monsoon. Okay, though La Nina is considered as good for the monsoon as such, but the relationship with the monsoon of El Nino is very strong. Okay, it adversely affects the relationship of La Nina with the monsoon, though it is considered good as such, but it's not a very robust relationship. The only assurance which La Nina gives you is possibly saves you from a below normal or a drought condition. It could end up with a normal, decent normal, that is the La Nina conditions. La Nina and El Nino conditions are basically, they are related with the Pacific Ocean warming. When the warming is there around the equatorial tropical belt of Pacific Ocean, it is El Nino. And when it is a cooling, temperatures are cooler than the normal range of temperatures over that area, it amounts to, broadly we say it is a La Nina condition. So obviously now, last year, if you remember, it has a super El Nino. Okay, the temperatures are crossed about 2 degrees centigrade. So we are graduating now, changing over from super El Nino conditions to the La Nina conditions in the monsoon. You see, as we said, the El Nino condition doesn't have a very robust relationship with the monsoon, but then La Nina after El Nino has a historic record of behaving good and giving a decent monsoon. And that's what we expect this time. Having Super El Nino last year, that is the 2002-3 and 2-4, that was a Super El Nino, and then followed by this La Nina, may start a little late, middle of June, or could be end of June, these La Nina conditions. But then historic record says La Nina after Super El Nino is better than a normal La Nina year. Yes.
Helps us understand it better. Thanks so much, Mr. Sharma, for making time and helping us understand what we should expect with respect to monsoon and what's likely to happen in the coming months as well.
Thank you.
But in the meantime, let's taking a look at the market as well as to how it's really shaping up. You have a lot of names which are doing quite well, but on the topic of what's happening to the summer season and what will be the impact on the demand of sales of ACs, air conditioners, other durables as well, let's listen in to what the Blue Star management had to say about the same.
Products combined with what I told you, that if we have to grow our market share, the stated goal is FY25 we wanted to reach 15% market share. I don't know, the year is yet to begin, and if we have to accomplish that, we have to have a product at every price point. And therefore, keeping in mind that quality, reliability and durability, keeping in mind these themes I told you, we have redefined the entire product range, and I think we have a very comprehensive and impressive range of products.
Okay, now shifting focus away from what's happening in the entire cooling industry and the summer demand trends, let's put the spotlight onto beauty trends as well in the beauty product space. Of course, we saw that Nykaa was challenged by the likes of Reliance, etc. as the new brand came into picture, but now we understand that Reliance is looking at beefing up its efforts in that space with coming and plans to come up with a private label as well, apart from the acquisitions that the company has done. Let's take it across to my colleague Aishwarya to get the latest on this one. Hi Aishwarya.
Well, this move is in line with Reliance Retail's multi-pronged expansion strategy. What we've learned from our sources is that Reliance Retail is all set to launch its own private label in beauty products. For instance, Sephora also has many branded products in their store, but they also have their own branded Sephora products. That will be the kind of model that Tira Beauty is also replicating going forward. What we've also learned is that the new beauty products will be available at Reliance Retail's Tira stores. Reliance will also introduce more than 50 products in terms of cosmetics, skincare, as well as beauty tools in this particular space. The company also plans to introduce these products by the end of 2024. Now, apart from that, they're going aggressive in terms of the beauty space. Reports also suggest that they plan to go all out in terms of their acquisition of beauty companies going forward, one of which is Kiko Milano, a franchise they've acquired for India, which is in line, of course, with their aggressive expansion in the beauty space. Kiko overall in the country has more than 7 stores across India, standalone stores, and will be operated by Reliance Beauty and Personal Care Limited, which is a subsidiary of Reliance Retail. And going forward, we'll see how they expand in this particular space with Tira, Sephora and Kiko in their portfolio. Back to you.
Thanks Aishwarya for that. But shifting focus and talking about the FMCG sector, because the initial updates that have come in terms of the provisional data does suggest that there is a bit of a recovery in rural demand, and maybe Q4 is the quarter, then we'll start seeing a bit of a recovery in the performance of financials and numbers as well. Let's take it across to a slew of experts that we spoke with to understand how the FMCG trends are panning out.
We do expect growth to be in the low to mid single digits in the first half of the year, even though there are some tailwinds with regard to a good Rabi crop, etc. But overall, the demand situation remains muted. My concern going forward is not so much on the top line, but on the margins.
An early summer that has come in, I think, is definitely going to be positive for a lot of categories. However, there is definitely a headwind from a confectionery and chocolate space where cocoa prices have soared. Most other discretionary products, we are seeing an active participation of brands in trying to even correct prices so that they drive consumption. So I think rural, don't write off rural anywhere. I think it's just a season away from getting back into action.
Rural recovery is still awaited. My sense is in FY25, with a normal monsoon forecast and local players' competition getting anniversarized, I would say that rural recovery can potentially start from Q2 FY25. Because of the gross margin pressure coming back, consumer companies will take a price hike. We have already seen in cocoa and coffee, a lot of players thinking of price hike. They have already taken. So that will also aid the overall revenue recovery.
Okay, before we move forward, let's take a look at the mid-cap and small-cap indices because there's a sharp fall as far as the mid-cap index is concerned. Almost a 400-point slide is what we have seen from the start of the trading session. Remember, we had hit fresh record highs not only on the Nifty and Bank Nifty but the broader market index as well. But for now, there has been a complete reversal of sorts in the mid-cap space. Even though the frontline index, which is your banking index, and Nifty is doing all right, there's a sharper cut in the mid-cap index, and that's something that one needs to track. Almost a 400-point cut on the mid-cap index from the start of the trading session. But let's take it across to Ashesha to get a sense as to which are the stocks which are buzzing around on news flow. Hi, Ashesha.
Well, yes. First up, let's talk about real estate stocks that are in focus on the back of operational updates for the quarter gone by, and Godrej Properties is at the top of that list. The stock is up nearly 5% after bookings for Q4 saw a solid uptick of 135% on a year-on-year basis. The company also said that they achieved 161% of the total guidance they had given for full year FY24, and they achieved a highest ever quarterly sales in MMR region at about 4,000 crores. So very strong operational updates. This counter is gaining on the back of that. Apart from that, Ajmera Realty is also gaining nearly 3%. Sales value up 104% on a year-on-year basis. Collections, meanwhile, saw an uptick of about 91% on a year-on-year basis. So both these real estate counters in focus on the back of strong operational data for the fourth quarter. Moving on to two earnings reactions then. One is Transformers and Rectifiers of India. The stock is up nearly 4%. In fact, the stock is locked in upper circuit of 5%. Revenue growth of 18% on a year-on-year basis. Margins have expanded to 12.5% versus 6.5% that the company had reported same time last year. Very strong set of numbers. Cupid, meanwhile, is also locked in upper circuit of 5% after it reported revenue growth of about 52% on a year-on-year basis, and margins have come in at 42% versus just 29% that the company had reported same time last year. Moving on to some fundraising plans then, and Sterlite Tech. The stock is soaring in trade today, 11 to 12% higher after the company said that QIP issue opened yesterday, that is on the 8th of April. Floor price has been fixed at 119 rupees per share, and Gland Pharma, meanwhile, is down nearly 4%. This is on the back of a block deal that took place today morning. 5.3% equity changed hands via block deal, and Bain Capital is the most likely seller in this block deal. Lastly, two counters in focus on the back of brokerage reports. One is Exide and the other one is Canfin Homes. On Exide, JP Morgan has maintained its overweight stance on the stock, but they've gone ahead and hiked their target price to 480 from their earlier target price of 330. And Canfin Homes, Morgan Stanley believes that the stock will react positively after the fourth quarter results are declared. They are maintaining their overweight stance with a target price of 1000. So Canfin Homes in focus on the back of this brokerage report.
Shrisha, thanks so much for that entire list of the big buzzers in the trading session right now. But with that, it's curtains down on this edition of the newsroom. Thanks so much for tuning in.
In association with Panasonic Green Impact. In association with State Bank of India, the banker to every Indian.
Great news for those who want to rise with India. Now you can get the full download of business, economics, leaders, interviews, analysis, anecdotes, profits, research, results, revenue, bulls, bears, bonds, markets, and more. Your new high seat of business news is here, etnownews.com.
You feel
which I feel inside. Hold me tight, just hold me tight.
In the jungle of investments, there are companies which move slow and go nowhere. Only a few companies become rare, dominant, unchallenged, and long-lasting. Presenting Trust MF Flexi Cap Fund. Mutual fund investments are subject to market risks. Read all scheme-related documents carefully.
In small and mid-cap stocks, nobody wants to sell and everybody wants to get out. And when the selling will start, the exit door is only one and it could become a crowded room. For next 2-3 days, I think in general, I expect that would be volatile for small and mid-cap stocks. You want to be buyer in some of these stocks, but I think we are still a distance away where you can say that they're looking attractive. Feb series was markets made successive new highs, but the inertia in the market I think is missing. Nifty positive bias, small cap negative bias, mid-cap doing better than small cap, but not in line with what Nifty is doing. I guess this is what the market was anticipating. I'm not surprised with the brutality of the fall. You should not buy the fall in small and mid-cap stock. The fear of the bear in the system seems to be fading away. Markets are showing sign that at lower level bargain buying is back. Markets are showing signs that at lower level flows are coming back into select mid and small cap stocks. Markets are no longer showing signs of extreme nervousness, extreme compulsion, which is at play.
You're watching Market Fatafat on ET Now with me, Vinny Motiwala, along with me, Shel D'Souza as well. Cheryl, not a good afternoon, at least coming in from the markets, right? Because we saw the fall coming in from the day's highest point and a sharp fall in the last half an hour.
Absolutely. If you look at the markets, Vinny, right now we've given up all of those gains. In fact, we are nudging the negative territory. We did slip into the negative territory a few minutes ago when you talk about the benchmark indices. But the mid-cap index, that's the one that's actually erased all of its morning gains, almost 0.8% downtick coming in for the mid-cap index from the morning highs. If you look at small-cap index, that one also has fallen off from the day's highest point, but nevertheless holding on to the positive territory. Take a look at what Nifty Bank is doing, because that's the one that's actually shining bright in today's trading session, because Nifty Bank was holding on to those gains of about 0.5% or so. It's the Nifty IT that's seeing a sharper fall from the day's highest point, 1.5% downtick coming in or in excess of 1% downtick coming in for Nifty IT index, and there you go, actually hovering around those flatline marks. So that is the way how the markets are looking at this point in time. Definitely off the day's highest point, Vinny.
Absolutely off the day's highest point, and obviously when heavyweights like Reliance and TCS and all of them start falling, I think, did see the market fall with that. But on that note, let's get started with those individual movers and trade on the back of news flows and technicals. And on the technicals, we're joined by Osho Krishnan, while from the research team, we do have Snehi as well as Ankita joining in with us. A very good afternoon to all three of y'all as well. Let me start with the first talk. We'll talk about Godrej Properties. This one is in focus after it came out with its update, and we saw a sharp spike that came in the stock once the update was announced. It was almost 7% up at one point of time, now holding on to gains of almost 4.4%. Now, Godrej Properties said that they've seen a 135% year-on-year growth in terms of sales of over 5,000 homes with a total area of 8 million square feet, which is worth around 9,500 crores in the month of the quarter ended March. The real estate developer also said that they've achieved 161% of its booking value guidance for FY24, with volume growth of 31% on a year-on-year basis. Overall improved sales mix is what they're seeing. The sales volume also grew in Q4, grew by 56%, driven by superlative consumer demand, as well as in terms of the new project that they've seen very good demand. So because of that, we've seen that Godrej Properties today is buzzing away in trade.
All right, it's not just Godrej Properties that is buzzing away in trade today. Take a look at what Premier Explosives is also doing in trade. Remember that this particular stock is actually hovering near its record high levels. 7.5% is what I had seen last. It had gained. Now it's gaining about 17% or so. The company actually makes solid propellants for rockets and explosives. They've said that they will be considering a stock split as well as raising of funds via issue of shares or other convertible instruments. So on back of that announcement coming in that they're going to mull for a stock split as well as raise funds, the stock is now hit a fresh record high levels. In fact, is nudging towards the 2,000 rupees per share mark.
Surely an interesting one to watch out for, a sharp run up in the stock. But Osha, your first stock that you're going to talk to us about is Bharat Forge. What are the charts indicating for this company? You know, over a long term or a short term, what is the target that one should keep for Bharat Forge now?
Very good afternoon, everyone. Well, talking on the technical perspective for Bharat Forge, then Bharat Forge have seen a very steep correction from the zone of approximately 1320 towards the zone of 1060 in the recent period, but from there onwards we are witnessing a symmetrical triangle pattern in this counter. So overall we are expecting that from here onwards there will be a gradual up move in Bharat Forge. It has been hovering above 200 SMA decisively from very longer duration, so I'm expecting that the time it surpasses the zone of 1170 on a decisive manner, from there onwards there can be a strong uptrend that can be followed. While on the lower end 1120, 1110 should be acting as a very strong support zone. For short-term perspective, 1170 should be seen as the immediate target. The time it surpasses the zone or sustain above 1170, then from there onwards, we can see a decisive up move towards the zone of 1250, followed by 1300, 1320 in medium-term time frame.
All right, so that's the take coming in on Bharat Forge. Let's move on. Let's talk about Cupid. And Snehi, why has this made it to your list?
Well, Cheryl, excellent quarter 4 as well as FY24 numbers coming in for Cupid. When you look at it from a quarter 4 perspective, from a standalone basis, revenue came in at 63 crore versus 42 crores, up almost 52% on a year-on-year basis. EBITDA is the one that's a real winner. EBITDA at 31 crores versus 11 crores, almost 3 times up. 192.5% uptick coming over there as well. Net profit has come in at 23.7 crore versus 8.3 crore. So that has also seen a very solid jump of 185% almost on a year-on-year basis. And margins have also very sharply expanded at 49.2% versus 25.5% on a year-on-year basis. Now remember, last week the company had announced a stock split in the ratio 1:10 and a bonus issue in the ratio 1:1, and the stock had surged last week as well. But when you look at it from an FY24 basis, then when you look at these numbers from an FY24 basis, revenue has done pretty well, up 7.4%, 7.5% uptick coming over there. EBITDA also 21% uptick. Net profit for FY24, when you compare it with FY23, is up almost 26%, and margins are also up at 29.3% versus 26% in FY23. So well, yes, stellar numbers coming in for Cupid, and on the back of that the stock is locked in upper circuit, so good move coming in for Cupid today.
Okay, that's Cupid for y'all. Let's move on to the next stock that we should watch out for, and Bajaj Finserv. Osho, this one is making a list of a lot of technical analysts. So what is the view that you have on Bajaj Finserv? You know, what are you seeing interesting in terms of charts over here? Last 1 month, seeing just a little bit of an up move that we're starting to see here. So what is the target that you're keeping here?
Overall, there are very strong developments that can be seen on the daily time frame of Bajaj Finserv. Firstly, it has given a historical breakout around the zone of 1650. So 1650 has been a very strong and resistance zone for this counter from past 1.5 years. But this time, looking at the overall trend and formation on the daily chart, I am expecting that it has given a very strong breakout and is also sustaining above the same zone. So overall, there is a flat pattern on the daily time frame for which the targets comes around 1730 to 1740 in a short-term period. And once it reaches the zone of 1730-40, then from there onwards, even it will open the room for higher targets in this counter. So overall, this counter is looking very lucrative. 1650 is a very strong support zone now, and I'm expecting 1740 to be tested in a very short-term period.
That's the take coming in on Bajaj Finserv. Let's shift focus not onto one stock, a slew of stocks that came out. Actually, that had a huge block deal take place today. Let's talk about Gland Pharma. Gland Pharma had a huge block deal in excess of about 5% taking place today. You have Axis Bank we saw a block deal of about 1.1%, as well as you had Tata Tech that saw a block deal of about 0.8% equity. While for Gland Pharma as well as Axis Bank, we were aware of the fact that they would be having block deals take place today. In fact, sources have told via agencies that Bain Capital has managed to raise about $429 million via the Axis Bank stake sale, which took place at around 1,071 rupees per share. Gland Pharma as well, in overnight trading session, we got to know that a shareholder was going to offload in excess of about 4% stake in Gland Pharma. So that one also in focus. But Tata Tech, we're yet to get information about the buyers and the seller in this particular block deal. No doubt, for buyers, for all three of them, we will get to know only post-market hours. So definitely 3 stocks to watch out for in tomorrow's Fatafat as well.
Absolutely, 3 stocks to watch out for there as well. But let's move on, talk about Infosys then. And Infosys is in focus today on the back of a brokerage note. Ankita, what's the brokerage highlighting? Which brokerage firm has, hiked the target price for this?
Right, Winnie, it is on the back of a brokerage note that's come out of BofA, and in fact it is seeing an uptick of 1.3% right now on the back of that brokerage note. Let's see what the brokerage note says. Well, it is BofA has upgraded the stock to buy from neutral, and they've also hiked the target price to 1,785 rupees from 1,735 rupees. Now, they feel that they're making an early case for calendar year 25's demand recovery. Now, the normalization of the post-COVID spike in IT spends could be done with by the mid-year. Meeting the Basel III requirements is expected to drive up the regulatory tech spends by banks. The SAP upgradation decline is becoming more of a priority for enterprises amid the 2027 support deadline. Also, the transformational IT spends could see a bit of an uptick coming in post the US elections. The upcoming earnings is likely to provide the last cut, and valuations look fairly reasonable for now for this case of the upgrade that BofA has made on this particular counter, and we can see the stock move up on the back of this note.
All right, so that is that particular counter that is in focus in trade today. Ankita, let's talk about Infosys.
Ankita just did.
Sorry, I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. Sorry, Ankita. You just spoke about Infosys. Osha was coming to you actually about Infosys. How is this one looking at the charts to you? No doubt a huge upgrade coming in from BofA for that particular counter. The stock is actually moving in trade. Most of the IT sector is now taking on the chin. What's your take coming in for Infosys in particular?
For Infosys, we are witnessing a very strong reversal kind of a pattern on technical developments, because the time it has seen a correction from the zone of approximately 1730 towards 1470 odd levels. After that, the technical developments have seen a entering into a oversold territory. So from here onwards, there has been a positive crossover after the news, and it is also placed at the 200-day SMA. So from here onwards, there can be a strong reversal in the coming period that can be seen in Infosys. Immediately 1545 is the first target, which is also the bearish gap on the daily time frame. The time it surpasses the zone of 1545, then from there onwards we can witness a strong rally in this counter for the upside target of 1650 to 1660.
Okay. Keeping an eye on those target levels for Infosys. Let's move on to an ET Now exclusive, where Housing Ministry has drawn its first 100-day agenda for the new government and is looking to kickstart stalled projects and launching new home loan schemes for urban poor. For more on this, let's go across to Prakash, who's joining in with us with more details on that. Prakash?
Yes, we are expecting some big development under the new government as far as housing sector is concerned. As we are learning from our sources that the Housing Ministry has prepared its list of priority for the initial days of the new government. Sources are informing that the implementation of Amitabh Kant Committee report on stalled housing projects is likely to be on top of the agenda of the new government. We are given to understand that these recommendations are going to be very crucial in order to resolve stalled projects in the housing sector. Therefore, Housing Ministry has set a target in consultation with the Finance Ministry. However, some provisions are being implemented by some of the state government, but that is not enough to resolve this issue without implementing full report in a holistic manner. Therefore, Housing Ministry has set a target. If you look at these recommendations, Amitabh Kant Committee has made several recommendations that include classifying stalled housing projects under priority financing. Along with that, policy related to minimum internal rate of return is one of them, including providing some one-time relaxation to the home buyers who are stuck in those stalled housing projects. Moving ahead, we are also given to understand that the implementation of a new home loan scheme for urban poor is likely to be on top of the agenda of the new government as well, as this scheme has already been announced by the finance minister in the interim budget. Therefore, Housing Ministry has set a target to implement this scheme in first initial days of the new government. As you are aware, and we have already been informed by our sources that as per the initial proposal, overall size of the scheme is likely to be around rupees 60,000 crore, and home buyers would get benefit of interest subvention in a range of 3 to 6%.
All right, thank you so much for that, Prakash, for getting us those exclusive details. Definitely plans underway in full steam for the new government. But on that note, we slip into a break on this edition of Market Fatafat. When we come back, we'll talk stocks again. Don't go anywhere.
सर आप इतने कलरफुल हो, but how can colorful be powerful?
Follow me. धूप के पसीने छूट जाएंगे, लेकिन ये डटा रहेगा। धूल हो या मिट्टी, इससे नहीं जीत पाएगी। बारिश का प्रेशर बढ़ेगा, पर इसको कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा। Dulux Weather Shield Power Flex
with international triple defense technology, इसका हर रंग लड़े धूप, धूल, बारिश से और रहे हमेशा कलरफुल।
It's colorful. It's powerful.
Great news for those who want to rise with India. Now you can get the full download of business, economics, leaders, interviews, analysis, anecdotes, profits, research, results, revenue, bulls, bears, bonds, markets, and more. Your new high seat of business news is here, etnownews.com.
Hello. Yeah, I'll be there.
There's no particular time to rise. Not tomorrow, not the day after. There's no particular time to move forward.
Hello?
Through the ups and downs, amidst the chaos, the stories that can move an entire economy, drive us to break obstacles.
Breaking news aa gaya.
The business stories that need to be heard. The stories that need the right voice.
3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome. You're watching ET Now and there is breaking news right there on your screen.
And it's an ET Now news break. Confirm we told you first. This is Cheryl D'Souza with cameraman Akshay for ET Now.
This is why we rise. ET Now, rise with India.
Welcome back, and you're watching Market Fatafat on ET Now. Let's keep it going with all the stocks that have been buzzing in trade, and the next one is Transformers Rectifiers. This one is on the back of its numbers that have come out on for the March quarter. Overall, when you're looking at the revenue growth of the company, that's seen a growth of 17% versus last year. Profits have seen a 4x growth versus last year, and overall the revenue stood at around 512 crores. Operating margin, that's a bit of a decline, 7% versus 14%. But what was interesting is in terms of the commentary that came in from the management. Very strong, very positive commentary. They're saying they expect to achieve 25% growth in terms of export revenue target by FY26. They expect the new capacity to have of around 12,000 NBA to be operational by December 2024. This is going to be on the renewables and green energy front. So positive commentary, good set of numbers, keeping the stock abuzz, and no doubt it's locked in upper circuit.
Absolutely. In fact, yesterday, Vinny, just before the markets could shut shop for trade, they came out with their numbers, and that time only you saw the stock actually spike up in trade because of the profit number. But Osha, let's talk about Grasim, and this one definitely started spiking up given the fact that it is going to give a tough competition to the paint industry as well, apart from the industry that is already presented. But talking about the charts then, 11% in the last 3 months, bulk of the move coming in the last 2 months itself, given the fact of the announcement and the formal launch coming in of Birla Opus. But what's your take coming in on the charts? Where is it headed now?
See, technically this counter is very positive. It is hovering in a cycle of higher highs, maintaining the cycle of higher highs, higher lows on the all time frame. But looking at the recent development in the last 3 months, it has consolidated in a zone of nearly 2,000 to 2,200, and then again has started surging on the higher end. So I'm expecting on a very short-term perspective, 2,400 should be seen as the first target in this counter. But overall, looking at the sentiments and the technical setup in this counter, I'm expecting even a higher target for approximately 2,600 from medium-term perspective. So overall, view remains bullish, but one should try to utilize the dips near about 2,150 to 2,100 on the lower end, and 2,400 should be acting as the first target, followed by 2,600 from short to medium term time frame.
Right, so that is the take coming in on Grasim. Snehi, let me come to you. Let's talk about Shilpa Medicare, and yes, QIP is the news, is it?
Absolutely, Cheryl, spot on. QIP is the news. Now, this stock has surged to a 52-week high today and is continuing to rise for the third trading session in a row after the company launched a qualified institutional placement, QIP, like you mentioned, of shares at a floor price of 477.33 rupees a piece. However, the floor price implies a discount of 5.5% to the market price. Now, the exchange filing says that the pharma firm can offer the issue at a discount of not more than 5% of the floor price. The company's board is also scheduled to meet on 12th of April to consider the issue price for the QIP. So we'll have more details then. But in the meanwhile, the stock is holding up pretty well for itself on the back of this QIP news, up 2.5% as we speak.
Oh, just a minute. The next stock, and Osha, Tata Chemicals is the stock that you've picked out for us. This has been an underperformer when you look at it among the other Tata Group companies. So what's the view for Tata Chemicals?
See, basically, Tata Chemicals have seen a very strong movement in the last 2-3 weeks. In the last 2-3 weeks, from the zone of nearly 960, 970 towards the zone of 1,350 odd levels. But from there onwards, it has been into a gradual cool off or correction that can be seen. But again, now the counter have consolidated a little bit in the last 2 to 3 weeks, and again has. Again looks positive that from here onwards it can again see a very strong rally on the higher end. So I'm expecting on the higher end approximately 1180 to 1200 should be acting as the first target. The time it surpasses the zone of 1200, then from there onwards again it will be continuing the upward trend towards the zone of 1260 to 1280 from short to medium term time frame.
All right, let's move on then. Let's talk about Dixon Tech, and that particular counter is in focus in today's trading session. They've entered into a share purchase agreement for proposed acquisition of majority stake constituting about 50.1% and further acquisition in tranches in ISMAR 2. This is as per the exchange filing. However, the transaction is subject to the CCI approval. The deal over here is the fact that we're yet to get details when you talk about the amount that they're going to pay for this particular acquisition and what's going to entail on that particular front. Therefore, you've seen the stock actually see a sharp rise when it actually opened up for trade, but from there on is only fizzled off now. We are seeing, in fact, a decline about 2% on back of that news.
Absolutely, surely we are keeping an eye out on that. But let's move on and talk on the technicals and Gujarat Gas. And Osho, when you're looking at Gujarat Gas, last 6 months a decent performance, 31% uptick is what we've seen. What's the view now for Gujarat Gas? Because in the last couple of trading sessions, at least today, we are seeing a bit of a subduedness. So, any indication on the charts that one should watch out for?
Gujarat Gas have seen, as you have mentioned, have already seen a very strong movement in the last 6 months. So after that, it has been into a consolidation zone. But looking at the recent development in last 2 to 3 trading weeks, it has consolidated near the zone of 540. And in the last trading session, it has also witnessed a consolidation breakout. Today, no doubt, there has been some kind of correction that can be seen. But overall, on technical front, it is on a verge of sloping trendline breakout, which comes around the zone of 558. So from here onwards, if it will sustain above the zone of 560, 565, then I can imagine it to move towards the zone of 590 to 600 in a short-term time frame. Overall, it is looking very positive. On the lower end, 540 to 530 is a very strong support zone or a demand zone for this counter. On the higher end, I am expecting the short-term target to be 600.
Alright, let's move on and let's talk about a star performer or the stock of the day that was yesterday. That is Exide Industries for you, Ankita. And how is the stock today? Because at one point in time, it did see a jump of 6%.
Cheryl, spot on. In fact, this was the star stock of yesterday. In fact, it surged 12% yesterday, of course, on the back of its deal with Hyundai and Kia Motors for EV batteries. In fact, the stock is at its all-time highs and it's up 20% in the last 5 days. And today also, it like you mentioned, jumped up 6%, but has cooled off from those gains. It is on the back of 2 notes that have come in for Exide. One is by JP Morgan, and they're saying that they're maintaining an overweight and they've hiked the target price also to 480 rupees per share from 330 rupees. Now they feel that they're raising the target by 45% to 480 rupees, and this is just as they are calling it, the excitement has already begun for Exide, and they feel that they're expecting an increased capacity utilization from 70% to 87.5% after increased confidence from Hyundai and Kia tie-up. It suggests further order wins could be on the anvil as the company continues to be in discussions with several OEMs, and Exide's core business growth potential is likely to be underappreciated. Also, Kotak Securities came in, but Kotak is maintaining a sell. Remember, they've hiked the target price to 270 rupees from 250 rupees, and they feel that the sell stays on the back of expensive valuations for Exide. So that's the note coming in for Exide.
Okay, that's on Exide, continuing to see an up move in the last couple of days. Even Amara Raja Batteries, that's following suit with Exide. But let's move on, talk about Omax, and why is this one in focus, Snehi? What's the reason for this seeing an up move?
Well, yes, the stock is seeing an up move of almost 4%, and this is on the back of some action coming in for one of its arms or one of its subsidiaries. Wall Street Sports Centre Limited, which is a wholly owned subsidiary and special purpose company of Omax Limited, will develop an integrated multi-sports facility for roughly 1,500 crore rupees. This is what the company said in an exchange filing. Now, the facility will include an indoor stadium, an international cricket stadium, a retail and hospitality hub as well, and an area dedicated to cricket and football on 54 acres in Delhi's Dwarka area. Now, the facilities are being built under a public-private partnership model with the Delhi Development Authority, which is the DDA, and the cost of construction will be funded through internal accruals, and the company is expecting a revenue of around 2,500 crore through the sale of the retail units. So on the back of this news flow that the company is going to go ahead and develop this very holistic sports center, the stock is up 4% as we speak.
Alright, let's move on then. Osho, let's talk about Tata Elxsi, and how is this one on the charts for looking to you? Because yes, no doubt this one did manage to hit that coveted 10,000 rupees per share mark, but that was almost a year or two ago. Now it's hovering around the 7,000 odd mark. Where do you see it headed from here on? Do you see now that it will break out of the chain and only move higher?
See, on technical perspective, this counter has seen, as you have mentioned, has seen a very steep correction from the zone of 9,200 towards the zone of 7,300 in the recent period. But again, in the last 2 months, it has consolidated near the 200-day SMA on the daily time frame. And the last week, it has also witnessed a consolidation breakout. So on the technical time frame, it is hovering just above all its significant moving average. So that gives a very initial sign of reversal in Tata Elxsi. And I am expecting that from here onwards, there can be a strong move in the coming period. firstly, the first resistance for Tata Elxsi is near about 8,000 to 8,050 odd levels. The time it surpasses and sustains above this zone, then from here onwards we can expect 8,400 in a very short-term perspective. And the time it surpasses 8,400, then again it will be moving higher towards the zone of 9,000 in short-term move only. So I'm expecting a very decent move in Tata Elxsi in the coming periods.
Okay, that was stock number 16, Tata Elxsi. Keep an eye out on those levels over there. But on that note, we're going to slip into a very short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more stocks after the break. Welcome back. You're watching Market Fatafat on ET Now. Nifty doing nothing exciting, back trading with a negative bias. 22,650 levels is what it's holding on to. But let's bring on board Chandan Taparia now to talk on the technicals as well. Chandan, very good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining in with us on ET Now on Market Fatafat. And the first stock that you've picked out for us is Tata Powers. And what is it in terms of the stock that you see? Where do you see it headed? We have seen a good up move for Tata Power. Do you think it's still got some more power left to go ahead?
Yeah, Tata Power is clearly showing the sign of power in next leg of rally. Technically speaking, it has given a consolidation breakout, continuously making high top, high bottom on the daily and the weekly chart, entered into the new lifetime high territory. If I look at the derivatives data setup, we have seen a fresh build-up of long position along with put writing. So this momentum could continue. One can buy with support of 422, and here we have a target towards 448 levels.
All right, so that's the take coming in on Tata Power. Let's take a look at what Shobha is doing in trade today, because you have a note that's come in on Nuvama. In fact, it's come on a slew of these realty stocks, and Shobha actually was seeing a sharp uptick. Last time I checked, there you go. They've set a target price of 1,876 rupees per share. They're saying best ever pre-sales in FY24. The Q4 pre-sales stood at around 1,500 crore rupees, which is a higher by about 3% on a year-on-year basis. Also, they've said that the launches also stood at about 3.2 million square feet across 4 new projects. The company has clocked in highest ever pre-sales in FY24 by value and volumes. The realizations also rose about 19% on a year-on-year basis in FY24. They're also saying that Shobha has launched 6 new projects during the year also, and that's aiding the stock going ahead. So therefore, they have actually set a target price of around 1,786 odd rupees per share. So on back of that, you can see, or rather 1,876 rupees per share. I stand corrected on that particular front, and that's why the stock is trading higher by about 5% now.
Okay, surely keeping an eye out on Shobha. But let's move on, talk about Voltas, because that's an interesting chart that has happened as well. And the run-up that we've seen just in the last 1 month is almost 23%. They've given a good update in terms of the demand that they've seen as well. Chandan, given the run-up that we've already seen for Voltas, what's the view on this? Would you still hold it for till we see the end of summers, or is it time to start booking some profits?
So I believe some sort of momentum will be there. In fact, last time we recommended this counter and it rallied by more than 10-12%. Yesterday also we have seen a decent run-up, and today it's holding the gains at higher zone. So I believe that the elliott wave pattern and the heat wave both will continue to support the price sentiment of the counter. So we are recommending to buy with support of 1290 and we are expecting the rally to extend to us 1380 as of now.
All right, let's move on then. And on the sidelines of the new product launches, Blue Star's B. Thiagarajan has spoken to ET now on the demand outlook for summer and their strategy to gain a market share in the room AC segment. Listen in to what he has to say.
India is the fastest growing market. So today household penetration should be 8% based on a single air conditioner use. Okay. But unlike, the washing machine or refrigerator, which will be one per home, ACs can be multiple per home. Okay. And therefore, the market is expected to more than double by 2030. And perhaps that landmark year for India, 2047, we should surpass China's market, which is close to around 985 million. Now India is only 11 million. Okay. And 11 million to 80 million is the growth trajectory that is visible.
Okay. So we are interacting at a time when you have came up with some new products in the room AC segment, and also you are targeting to achieve a 15% of market share by FY25. Can you share some more insights on the same? The new
so we are somewhere close to 14% market share, and you know when you say all India market share, there will be pockets where you will be having 20% share, pockets where it is 15, pockets where we are 10. So it is a average market share is close to 14. It will be, I don't know the figure, but it could be 13.75 to 14 because March figure is not known. So our stated goal 15 by 2025, FY25, and it's a tough order, but the market is growing. We have a complete range of products. We are investing in every aspect of the value chain. We are expanding the dealer network. We are increasing our advertising spends from 35 crores to 60 crores with Virat Kohli as the brand ambassador. We have made our products affordable, and there are attractive schemes that are running. Therefore, I'm confident that we will improve our market share further.
All right, so that was Blue Star Management talking about the demand and the outlook going ahead. But Snehi, coming to you, you have Tark on that you're watching out for, realty company. Why is it in news today?
Well, Cheryl, Realty major Tark has announced a remarkable achievement in its luxurious real estate project in the Delhi NCR region. Now, the company has sold out apartments worth 1,400 crore rupees in its project Tark Kailasa 1.0 in the national capital. Now, with this, the company has set a new benchmark in the city's luxury real estate market. The property offers 3.5 and 4.5 BHK luxury residences and amenities, and the extensive mix of buyers includes high net worth individuals, business entrepreneurs, and top-tier professionals from the sectors belonging to technology, finance, and healthcare. So on the back of this apartment sellout or the project sellout that they have gone ahead and done in Delhi NCR worth 1,400 crore rupees, the stock is up almost 3% as we speak.
Okay, surely keeping an eye out on Tark, but let's move on, talk about Canfin Home then. And Canfin Home is in focus because we have Morgan Stanley, which is maintaining an overweight trading target price of 1,000 rupees per share. What they believe is that the share price will rise relative to the country's index over the next 60 years. And in terms of overall for Q4, they expect a strong result. And that's one of the reasons that, positive upside that is there in terms of a surprise that one could watch out for in terms of asset quality. The stock has been underperforming other NBFCs in the last few months. So yes, there is a possibility that, if a good set of number comes in from the company like they're expecting, then we could see an up move for the stock. The target price is 1,000 rupees. As of now, the stock is trading at 810. Keeping an eye on this one, up almost 1.5%.
All right, let's talk about Vedanta then, Chandan. We've seen these companies, the metal companies, primarily Hinzink and Vedanta, actually see a sharp up move in trade today. But do you think that this renewed vigor that we are seeing in Vedanta will continue going ahead?
So most of the metal stocks are witnessing sustained buying interest, whether we talk about the Vedanta, Hinzink, Hind Copper. So Vedanta is having a good structure where sustained support based buying is clearly seen in the stock. So one can continue to be with long position. Even those who are holding, they can keep the trailing stop loss of 322, and upside it can head towards 346.
All right, that's the take coming in on Vedanta then, and let's move on. Let's talk about Natco Pharma, and that particular counter is under pressure in trade today. At one point in time, the stock was trading lower by in excess of about 2%. Now it's trading lower by about 1.7% or so. They've got a warning letter from US FDA for the manufacturing facility at Kotur, which is in the southern state of Telangana, and the warning letter follows US FDA's inspection at the plant that was conducted in October last year. The company has said that the warning letter may not impact the supplies or existing revenues from the plant. However, it may actually lead to delays or withholding of pending product approvals from the site. The company has said that they will be responding to US FDA within the stipulated timelines and work to address the issues. So on back of the fact that they've got a warning letter for their plant in Telangana, the stock actually saw a downtick about 2%. Now it's trading lower by about 1.7% or so, Vinny.
Okay, surely keeping an eye on that. Ankita, REC, what's the brokerage talking about this one? Where is it headed?
Well, yes, absolutely. There's a brokerage note on REC, and you can see a downtick of 2.4% coming in post note. But CLSA has come out with a note on REC, and they are maintaining a buy actually with a target price of 560 rupees per share. They feel that the 5.09 lakh crore loan book is a slight miss for the management, which had given a guidance of 5.15 lakh crore rupees. Also, the dispersals for quarter 2 were pretty strong at 28% on a year-on-year basis, and they turned out to be a little weaker on a sequential basis though, but they expect the Lamco Amarkantak white packs in quarter 4 to come in at quarter 4, and on the back of that, CLSA is maintaining a buy on this particular counter, but we're seeing a bit of a profit booking coming in there. REC is down 2.4% right now.
All right, moving on, Chandan, let's talk about GAIL then. Oil and gas space has been the talk of the town when it comes to a lot of bigger investors. Or rather, a lot of investor interest of late. 27% last 3 months alone coming in for GAIL India. Where do you see it headed now? Do you think that it will take a pause or some more steam is left?
More move could be there. In fact, the stock rallied by 25% in last 3 months and continuously making higher tops, higher bottom from last 3 weeks. It has managed to surpass the previous hurdle of 196 and holding above the same. So I believe 196 could act as a support, and with that support, rally can extend towards 215 to 120 levels.
All right, so that's the take coming in on GAIL. Let's talk about Ajmera Realty then, and that particular stock has hit a 16-year high in today's trading session. Vinny, no doubt now has given up all of those morning gains, but 9.6% is what it saw an uptick of. It hit its highest level since February 2008, and the reason being the company's Q4 sales actually jumped more than twofold. On back of that, the stock actually saw a good perk up, and in fact, we also spoke to Dhaval Ajmera, who is the director at the Ajmera Realty, and he has shared his guidance for FY25. Let's hear out how enthusiastic he is about the year going ahead.
We have about 7 or 8 projects which we will be launching in this financial year, which is a top line of 3,000 crores. And more over and above that, there are a few more which are still under drawing boards, which we should be announcing soon. So this year, we are looking at a very buoyant growth plans, at least internally within ourselves. And definitely our internal target is to definitely surpass beyond what we have achieved right now. And we are at least looking at a uprise of 20-30% from the current year's pre-sales. Our sense is the 7 projects which we have acquired this year, we will be launching in this current financial year. And all these are about 12 lakh square feet with a 3,000 crore top line revenue. I think the end date for almost all of them will be between 3 to 4 years. So my sense would be at least 50 to 60% of this will be finished in the next 2 years' time. And thereafter, also our existing projects which has already been announced, like Manhattan and Eden Freeway, all those projects will also be completed in the next 2 to 3 years' time. So overall, I am seeing at least this 3,000 crores of revenue, at least 50 to 60% of it being recognized, as well as the existing projects, which are about 2,500-3,000 crores, will also be recognized in the next 2 years.
Okay, surely keeping an eye out on that. But Chandan, sale, what's the outlook for this one on the charts? Where do we see it headed, and what is the target that one should keep for this?
So selective metal stocks are doing well, and we believe that here we have potential outperformance, and because of that buying interest could emerge. Major trend is positive, witness some decline from higher levels because of the profit booking in the broader market, so that can be utilized with support of 144, and ultimately we have target towards 155 in still afraid.
All right, so that's the take coming in on sale. But Snehi, let's talk about Sula Vineyard and why is the stock in focus?
Well, yeah, Cheryl, Sula Vineyards is in focus today on their back of their Q4 numbers the update that has come in. The company has announced that it has recorded highest ever Q4 net revenues overall as well as for own brands and the wine tourism business. Net revenues grew by 10% to 131.8 crore in Q4. As against 120 crore reported in the same period a year ago. Now, the company's own brand sales stood at 113 crore in Q4, registering a growth of 9% on a year-on-year basis. The wine tourism business also jumped 31% to 16.4 crore in the fourth quarter from 12.5 crore posted in the fourth quarter of last year. Now, during FY24, when you look at it from a whole year basis, the net revenue increased by 10% year-on-year to 608.6 crore, and for FY24, the firm's own brand sales also grew 11%, while the wine tourism business climbed 22% on a year-on-year basis. Their elite and premium own brands grew over 15% on a year-on-year basis in Q2 and FY24 as well. So, meanwhile, Sula has also announced the acquisition of ND Wines, a winery in Nashik district, with the transaction on track to close by the end of April 2024. So, on the back of the numbers coming in and this acquisition, the stock is holding up well in today's trading session.
Okay, surely keeping an eye out on that one. But let's move on. And 361 and Nuvama Wealth, both these are in focus after we have a brokerage note that came in from Jefferies on overall the wealth managers, brokers. What they're doing is they've initiated coverage on both these stocks. 361 buy rating, target price of 900 rupees. Nuvama Wealth also a buy rating and a target price of 6,000 rupees. What they believe is that India wealth managers are very well placed to ride the India's economic growth, the financialization of savings, as well as they are leading players in terms of benefiting the strong inflows of operating efficiencies that both these players could see. They expect these companies to deliver very strong growth, and obviously that's the main reason they expect the rise in the share and earning visibility for both of them, and that would support the value re-rating for both the stocks, and that is why we're keeping an eye on that. 361 not doing much, but Nuvama Wealth holding on to gains of 4.27%.
All right, there was one bright spot in the markets today. That was ICICI Bank, actually, Vinny. But now, if you look at the markets, Nifty Bank is also giving up all of its gains. Chandan, talking about charts, ICICI Bank, do you think that this one will lead the private banking sector ahead? While everyone's been waiting for HDFC Bank to do that, do you think ICICI Bank will take it away?
Bank is holding well, and even I believe that if market has to start the next leg of rally, ICICI Bank will contribute apart from buying interest in HDFC Bank. And at the same time, there is lesser volatility in ICICI Bank with lower delta and beta at the current market scenario. And already it has seen a long consolidative move of last 25 trading session and now holding well above 1100 marks. So one can buy with support of 1085. We are expecting a rally towards 1150, 1155 in ICICI Bank.
Okay, let's move on. Talk about PI Industries. Ankita, why is this one in focus today? Is it also a brokerage note?
Well, yes, Vinny, it's on the back of a brokerage note by Citi. But before that, there is another piece of news that's coming in on PI Industries, and that is the fact that the company has announced a grant of stock options to eligible employees under the PII ESOP 2010. Now, the options have been granted the market price as defined under SEBI Regulations 2021 and PI ESOP 2010. And this is going to be at a price of 3,243 per option, calculated at a 15% discount to the closing price of the company's share on NSE and BSE with the highest trading volumes. So that's the news coming in on PI Industries. Also, Citi has maintained a buy rating with a target price of 4,500 rupees per share. Now, the opening upside 9-day catalyst watch is on the watch, and Also, the management's guidance for continued strong growth in FY25 is something that is, positive for the company. They expect PI to report a 15% revenue growth in the CSM business in Q4, and concerns around the impact of generic competition in pyxoromin sulfine exit. But management is confident for the growth as of now, and on the back of that, the CLSA is maintaining a buy. But currently, PI Industries is trading with cuts in trade today.
About Sterlite Tech, and that particular counter saw a sharp up move in trade today, approximately 10% up move, taking the stock to the highest level since March 4th, now holding on to those gains. The company has approved opening QIP on Monday, and they've set a floor price of that at around 119 rupees per share. They are aiming to raise about 1,000 crore rupees via that QIP, and post the launch of the QIP and that news, we've seen the stock actually see a good up move in trade today, 10% actually for the stock.
Sterlite Tech on the back of that, but City Union Bank, Chandan, why is that making to your list? What is it that you're finding exciting? Because last 3 months you've only seen around a 6-7% return. So what's the outlook now?
So the outlook is positive, and we are consolidating from last 3-4 days in the counter. The good part is in the last week we have seen a decent run up from 136 to 158, and now consolidating in the range. So technically it is forming a pole and flag pattern where a small follow up can lead to the next leg of rally. So I'm just waiting for a decisive move above 158. Above that, the rally can extend to 165. So it's going to be a conditional trade, buy above 158 with support of 152, and target will be 165, 168 zone.
All right, moving on then, Snehi, let's talk about PCBL, erstwhile Philip Carbon Black. Why is this one in focus?
The stock is in focus on the back of a new capacity that they've commissioned. Now, a 12 megawatt power plant has been commissioned by PCBL in Tamil Nadu, or PCBL Limited, which is a wholly owned subsidiary of the company in the state of Tamil Nadu. Now, with this, the total capacity of the cogeneration power of the company and its subsidiary stands at 122 megawatts. So on the back of this new capacity expansion and the new power plant that they have set up in Tamil Nadu, the stock is up 1.3% off the highest point of today's trading session. The stock was as high as 283 rupees today, but well, yes, holding up with gains of 1.3%.
Let's move on, Ankita, then talk about an auto name, Maruti Suzuki. What is the reason that we're keeping an eye out on Maruti Suzuki today?
Well, yes, Maruti Suzuki is in focus today on the back of a brokerage note by Morgan Stanley, and they are maintaining an overweight on this counter. They have hiked the target price to 14,322 rupees from 11,228 rupees per share. Now, the hybrids are seen as an attractive bridge in the EV transition globally, is what Morgan Stanley feels. They feel that the hybrid takeoff in India has been a little slow, but this could actually change going forward. Also, rising news flow on hybrid duty cuts in India is a big positive, and Maruti is the best to navigate the current landscape in that with that regard. And on the back of that, they're maintaining an overweight on this counter. Currently, the stock is pretty flattish, trading in the green and with an uptick of 0.2% right now.
That is Maruti Suzuki for you. That is in focus in trade today. But Winnie, let's talk about a recently listed counter, Popular Vehicles, and why is this one on our radar today?
So obviously this is on the radar because they've reported their numbers at 9-month FY25. So yes, FY24. I beg your pardon. It's reaching a year ahead, but yes, I'm just going to hold on to that. But for the 9-month period of FY24, overall, so that is still December quarter because they just listed. So first they give the Q3 numbers. So this is what we're watching out for. Revenue saw growth of around 20%, 4,274 crores is what it's coming at. While in terms of overall, the profits of the company also saw a decent growth of around 12.5%. This is for the overall 9-month period. That's at 56 crores. So profitability is improved in terms of the revenue growth has continued to sustain as well. On the back of that, we are keeping an eye out on Popular Vehicle. Obviously, given that it opened up on the positive side, but with the markets, it's given up trading almost at the day's lowest point. But a decent set of numbers surely came in from the company.
All right, moving on. Ankita, let's talk about Paytm. Why is this making to your list?
Well, yes, Paytm is in focus today on the back of a note by BofA, and they have apparently resumed coverage with an underperform rating for the counter and with a target price of 400 rupees per share. Now, they feel that the lending business growth is likely to be gradual, but the competition is high in the payments business. Now, the earnings recovery and the re-rating is likely to take some 2 to 3 odd quarters, and they expect the Q4 numbers to be weak for obvious reasons given the RBI action on the company. They also expect the estimate to bottom by Q1 of FY25 as full impact of the 3-month ban on the business is likely to be visible now. Now, Paytm would also have to spend more on marketing branding to help improve and strengthen its brand positioning in the market. The combination of lower revenue growth and margins are likely to push back, the net income break even for the company, and they now expect Paytm to achieve an EBITDA, break even in FY27 and a net income break even in FY28. And we can see actually Paytm declining in trade right now. It is since morning it has been declining, and right now it's trading with cuts of 2% right now.
All right, so that is Paytm for you, and it's been a while actually. I've seen Paytm make it to the list, isn't it? There was a time when it was a part of Fatafat list every day, Vinny.
Absolutely, but yes, finally making a comeback to the Fatafat list right now is Paytm. But saying Dilip Bilkon, what is the reason that we're picking this stock out today?
Well, yes, Manny, the company is in focus because the company has been declared the L1 bidder or the lowest bidder for the project worth 1,092.5 crore rupees by the Haryana Rail Infrastructure Development Corporation in EPC mode in Haryana. Now, the contract is for the new BG double railway line of the HORC project between stations Pritla and Dhulawat in Haryana for the design, supply, installation, testing as well as commissioning of general electrical services for a total length of 21.14 kilometers. All of this is on the EPC mode. Now, the bid project cost including GST is 1,092 crores like I mentioned, and the project is to be completed within the next 36 months. On the back of this order win, the stock started the day on a positive note, was in the green but has slightly slipped onto the negative territory with a slight negative bias. Stock very flat right now as we speak.
All right, so that is Dilip Bilkon for you, giving up all of his morning gains, no doubt, but it has been declared as L1 bidder for a project. But Chandan, let's talk about Century Textiles and how is this one looking on the charts to you? No doubt the commentary for coming in from the management has been positive, and that's also one of the driver of the stock moving higher over the last few trading sessions, over the last 1 month or so. What's your take coming in on the charts now?
It's continuously making higher tops, higher bottom formation. Before starting its move on last trading session, it witnessed some consolidative that itself made a positive price pattern similar to pole and flag, which has bullish implication. So trend is positive. It witnessed a positive price action and entering into the new high territory. So expecting further rally of 8 to 10%. One can buy with support of 1750. Here we have target was 1850 levels.
All right, let's talk about Hinzing. Then a short while ago, while talking about Vedanta, I did mention the fact that Hinzing is also seeing a sharp up move in trade today. It hit over 14-month high on an intraday basis. It saw an uptick as much as 10.6%, taking the stock to the highest level since January 2023. The company is India's largest silver miner, and last week they saw highest production in volumes in FY24, which was higher by about 5% year-on-year basis. But not just that, Vinny, apart from gold, you also have globally silver prices that have rallied to their highest level since June 2021. The stock is up for 7th consecutive session, seeing a rise of over 30% during the period. So not just gold, it is silver as well. So I think artificial jewelry is the best for now.
Absolutely. That's all we can go for right now. Let's wait and watch for that. But yes, surely interesting one to watch out there, over there. But let's move on and talk about Nykaa. Obviously they did come out with their update. When we spoke a couple of days back, strong update that came in from Nykaa. But today it's a different story because seems like competition is building up over there. Tira Beauty has surely come in, and now seems like they're making some new launches in the beauty space and more. In terms of overall the private label brand that they'll be focusing on, and this is obviously under Reliance Retail, but Aishwarya is going to be joining in with us to tell us more on the updates on that front. She's got some exclusive. Okay, maybe later on that we'll connect with Aishwarya again. But surely Reliance Retail is planning to go all out in this beauty segment. Other than that, the company plans to introduce new beauty products by the end of 2024. All the standalone stores of Kiko are to be operated by Reliance Retail. They have acquired this franchisee as well. So yes, we're keeping an eye out of that.
All right, so Nykaa on radar on back of rising competition, maybe. But on that note, we are done on this edition of Market Fatafat. Thank you so much, Chandan, as well as Snehi, Ankita, and Osha for joining us on the show. And as we wind down on this edition of Market Fatafat, here's a quick programming note for all of our viewers. Shattering the glass ceiling is not an easy feat for all the women out there. But ET Now has something that can help them face this challenge and move a step forward. We bring to you Buy Now, Sell Now Women's Special with a sharper focus on women's investment goals and ace market experts actually. So mark your calendars for every second and the fourth Wednesday of every month, and not from the makers of how to throw like a girl or fight like a girl. Here's a masterclass on how to invest like a girl. So don't miss this. Tomorrow is the first episode of Buy Now, Sell Now Women's Edition at 11 a.m. But for now, goodbye from Team Market Fatafat.
In association with State Bank of India, the banker to every Indian.
Sturris Healthcare Private Limited deals in quality medicine. Sturris, quality that you can trust.
चलेंगे अपने ताव में तंगलियां छोटे रास्ते अटके न किसी पड़ाव में गली हो बगल की या मीलों दूर के गांव में बेधड़क बेझिझक चलेंगे अपने ताव में चलेंगे अपने ताव में चिलचिलाती धूप हो जितनी हम तो रहेंगे छाँव में भारी भरकम जो भी हो ना आए किसी दबाव में सड़के चाहे जितना काटे पड़े न छाले पाँव में
बड़ा दोस्त हो राहों में तो चलो अपने ताव में
Attention startups. Reach 25 crore people well within your budget. Advertise on 10 TV channels in one shot. No TVC required. Brand startup pack starting from just 1 lakh rupees. Brand Surge, the special marketing starter pack for startup brands. For more details, visit our website brandsurge.co.in or write to us at brandsurge@timesgroup.com. Times Network, now on nothing.
All leaders in individual sectors.
What's the sense that you're getting on volume growth?
Just clarify this entire case.
What is it going to mean for the business?
What else are you looking at?
It was clearly one of the biggest deals.
Here, ET Now, I've been getting you bit by bit.
Great news for those who want to rise with India. Now you can get the full download of business, economics, leaders, interviews, analysis, anecdotes, profits, research, results, revenue, bulls, bears, bonds, markets, and more. Your new high seat of business news is here, etnownews.com.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Closing Trades on ET Now. I'm Anisha Jain. With me, Saisha Faridi. And for now, the tables have completely turned because from that record high level and that smooth sailing above the 22,750 mark, we have completely given up most of its gains. In fact, at one point of time, we're down almost 150 points from the highs. From there has been a bit of a recovery, but nonetheless, there is a sharp fall that the market is actually dealing with. It's a sharper cut if you're looking at the mid-cap space because that index was down almost 400 points from the day's highest point. So a bit of a pressure there, though the small-cap index is holding out quite okay, and that's been actually doing quite well for what, 10 to 11 sessions on a trot. So small-cap index clearly holding out. In terms of specific names, it was Reliance Industries that was coming under a bit of pressure. You also had TCS putting its foot down and batting for the bears today. So that stock was also down in the trading session the last time I checked. And then a couple of auto names were also under pressure. Sectorally speaking, what's clearly standing out today is metals and real estate. So metal was shining away in the trading session. The likes of Hindustan Copper, Hindustan Zinc, etc. were doing quite well. And the real estate pack, whether it was the Sobha, Godrej Properties, even other names from the broader markets, they were holding out quite okay. So there's still some pocket of green, Aisha, but clearly we have given up that gain that we started the trading session with.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Still down a good 100 points off from the day's highs. While there is Coal India, Hero MotoCorp, Reliance, which is down 1.25%. The Adani names not really participating in today's move. Technology is a little abated, and even L&T, which has come off quite significantly from the top of the day, that's also lying mildly soft as we speak right now. There's of course HDFC Bank too, which after its powered or rather very powerful move all through last week, that also is a little sedate in today's trading session around that 1547 odd level as we speak. But yes, ICICI Bank is making up for that. 2% higher on ICICI Bank as we speak right now. Apollo Hospitals, Infosys, Eicher, JSW Steel, they're all looking good. From within the broader end of the market, the metals names continue to hold a buzz. So Hindustan Copper still going good by about 8.5%. Godrej Properties, after its Q4 updates and the fact that they've already managed to beat their guidance, that stock is still going good by 4.5% as well. As we speak right now, Vedanta, SBI Cards are some of the other buzzers in trade as we speak right now. There's also Ajmera Realty. They spoke with us earlier today. The Q4 sales volumes have been quite robust. About 104% uptick is what they've seen. The collections as well have seen an uptick of 91%. And then, of course, there's Sterlite Tech, Shilpa Medicare, all a buzz over the fundraise. QIP for Shilpa, or rather QIP for both Sterlite Tech as well as Shilpa Medicare. Exide, and after all that buzz that you had around the counter, yesterday, JP Morgan has come out with a recent note. They're maintaining their overweight stance, target price of 480 on Exide now, and they're saying that they've hiked the valuation for Exide's EV battery business now to 173 rupees per share. 384 is where that stock is currently in trade. A lot of upgrades as well for a Canfin Homes, for an Infosys, which we'll discuss in the due course of the show. But let me welcome on board our experts. We've got Kunal Bothra joining in, Shibani Sarkar Kurian as well on the show right now, and C.A. Rudramurthy too. But Kunal, what do you make of this ease off that we are seeing from the top? The fact that we were at that 22,750 level, from there it's a good 100 points now and 150 at the session lows.
Yeah, I would call it a bit of a consolidation. Nothing much in terms of trend change. No major signals, no major signs emerging from the change in the texture of open interest for the indices, both the Nifty and the Bank Nifty. Yes, the mixture has been a bit off in terms of the market, internals, where you've seen for a change Reliance Industries actually showing signs of correction. Then you've seen PSU banks also, the likes of SBI, etc., showing signs of correction. But on the other hand, you've seen ICICI Bank moving up quite well and then emerging as a potential breakout candidate above the 1115, 1120 mark, which has been a huge resistance zone for the stock price. So I'd probably keep it this way, that over the last 5-6 days we've been making pattern of higher lows and higher highs for the indices, Until the time we continue to do that and respect the previous supports for the index, the assumption is that the trend would continue on the upside.
Okay, let me take it across to CA Rudramurthy as well. Rudra, two stocks, Reliance as well as HDFC Bank, which were the leadership names all through last week and as of yesterday as well. What do you see on the charts there? You think the consolidation is here to stay for some more days?
For me, definitely market is now giving that consolidation after a huge 1,000-point move, both on Nifty, which we have seen from levels of around those 21,800, 900 to levels now at around 22,800. And similarly, Bank Nifty has also seen a good move of about 2,500, 3,000 points. Now, for me, this is just a consolidation phase and one has to definitely buy this dip. And specifically, if I have to talk on Reliance, yes, it has strong support and every dips to levels closer to 2,900 and even at current market price, for me, Reliance is a buy. And once it crosses that all-time highs nearer to that levels of around 3,000, 3,020, you will see a big momentum move on Reliance and I won't be surprised to see that stock moving till 3,200. And similar patterns are seen in HDFC Bank. Yes, it has made a very, very strong bottom formation now at around 1,400, 1,420 levels. And having made that bottom formation, it has given a very swift move to levels closer to 1,550. And currently it is consolidating at this range. So I feel a move towards 1,600 is possible. And then we will see another further fresh leg of up move towards 1,650 level on HDFC Bank. So I am bullish on both Reliance and HDFC Bank. Every dip has to be used as buying opportunity. Use this consolidation to buy stocks which are right, and this up move is yet to stay.
Okay, point taken. So that's the view coming in at the index level, what kind of moves we are witnessing right now. But Shibani Sarkar Courier also with us on the show. Shibani, what do you make of the cool off that we are seeing? Because at one hand, you have people talking about how we are likely to see big rally ahead of elections. And then, of course, the other camp believes the valuations are a bit perky right now, above the 5-year averages. And it will all depend on the direction that we get from the earnings season now.
Hi, good afternoon. So after the great run-up that we have seen in the market over the last year and a half, some degree of volatility is to be expected, and that's something that we will have to contend with. However, if you look at, from a market perspective, the ingredients that have driven the rally still remain fairly intact. So the trinity of macro stability in terms of GDP growth, where India remains among the fastest growing large economies of the world over the next 5-year period. Second is corporate earnings delivery has been fairly stable and robust, and the expectation as we go into the quarterly earnings season is that earnings delivery and even consensus earnings estimates remain fairly intact. So that part also is what is driving markets. And the third aspect has been flows, specifically, of course, the domestic flows and even the FII participation, which has come back in the month of March. So from the ingredients perspective for the market, those ingredients are pretty much intact. However, obviously we have to keep in mind valuation. Our belief has been that in terms of valuations, risk reward at this point in time is favorable for large caps vis-a-vis the mid and small caps. If you look at the large caps, the Nifty is trading at about a 5% premium to its historic average multiples, while the mid caps are trading at about 20-21% premium and small caps are trading at about 25-26% premium to their historic average multiples. So from that perspective, if you look at purely on valuations, near-term risk reward does seem to be in favor of large caps, and that's been our view, and that's something that we continue to believe.
Okay, that's the take coming in on the index and what lies ahead. But let's take a look at the CD ratio or the credit deposit ratio of banks currently, which are at a decadal high, is what our observation has been. In fact, my colleague Astha Chopra joins in with more of an analysis on the trends that she's picking up on this.
Well, the CD ratio of bank increase, which is the credit deposit ratio for the banks, it increased and touched a 10-year high with 38 basis point. It rises to 38 basis points and reaches to 80.3% as of March 2024. The ratio, the CD ratio, which is 80.3%, it includes the merger impact of HDFC and HDFC Bank as well. Talking about the deposits of the bank also expands 13.5% and it reaches
reaches to 204.8 lakh crores as of March 2024. Advances of the bank, the credit of the bank also increases by 20.2% and it reaches to 164.3 lakh crore as of March 22, 2024 as well. This issue was raised by the RBI governor also as well on the Friday, and he said that the bank has to clear the correlation between the credit and the deposit growth. This was also said by the RBI governor that the bank should avoid any exuberance and in lending and adopt the measures to maintain the balance between the credit and the deposit so that the growth is substantial and the measure and the difference between the credit growth and the deposit growth is maintained.
Thanks, Asta, for that. In the meantime, take a look at the stock of Bharat Electronics. That one is surging away in the trading session. So keep an eye out. Perhaps there's some order win which is brewing, or perhaps some sort of announcement that Street is expecting, because that stock has managed to perk up. And you also have IIFL Finance inching higher. Castrol India too has actually managed to run up 9%. It's not usually a stock which moves with that kind of big turnaround, but looks like there's a 9% move on Castrol as well. And then you have Motilal Oswal, Anand Rathi Wealth, some of the other names which are doing quite well. Time now to slip into a very short break, but don't go anywhere. Lots lined up when we come back.
Co-powered by Bank of Maharashtra. एक परिवार एक बैंक.
All leaders in individual sectors.
What's the sense that you're getting on volume growth? Just clarify this entire case.
What is it going to mean for the business?
What else are you looking at?
It was clearly one of the biggest deals.
ADT now have been getting you bit by bit.
What does your investment portfolio look like without gold? Incomplete. Because as a gold owner, you have the power to make bold decisions. To balance risks and returns. The power to buy and sell. Right at your fingertips. Making gold your strategic advantage.
Without which, your portfolio is incomplete.
Power your portfolio with gold. World Gold Council.
जहां एक नॉर्मल सा मार्कर खींच देता है सच और झूठ के बीच में लकीर, जहां 3x4 के व्हाइट बोर्ड पर उभर आते हैं बड़े बड़ों के काले दाग और मिट जाती हैं गलतफहमियां सही तर्क से। उस जगह को आप क्या कहेंगे?
नमस्कार, न्यूज की पाठशाला में आप सभी का स्वागत है। मैं हूं सुशांत सिन्हा।
न्यूज की पाठशाला,
यहां सबकी क्लास लगती है।
In the jungle of investments, there are companies which move slow and go nowhere. Only a few companies become rare, dominant, unchallenged, and long-lasting. Presenting Trust MF Flexi Cap Fund. Mutual fund investments are subject to market risks. Read all scheme-related documents carefully.
All leaders in individual sectors.
What's the sense that you're getting on volume growth?
Just clarify this entire case. What is it going to mean for the business?
What else are you looking at?
It was clearly one of the biggest deals.
ADT now have been getting you bit by bit.
closing trades right here in ET. Now, let's just take stock of what else is looking up in the market. ICICI Bank, that's been holding up very strong. Kunal, I think after a while you're seeing such a big, solid 2% kind of move on ICICI Bank, right? Because of late, the leadership clearly had changed hands from ICICI Bank to HDFC Bank.
Exactly. So it's not the percentage move, it's the leadership the stock is showing, devoid of other private sector banks helping the cause for ICICI Bank. So I think that's a standout sign for the stock. And what I also like about the charts is that the stock is now ending or coming to an end of a 1.5 odd month of consolidation. So it's almost like a 50-60 pointer consolidation from 1060-65 levels as a support and 1115, 1120 as a resistance for the stock. And this I think could probably be one of the key factors which can probably also propel the Bank Nifty higher. So we've already seen Bank Nifty, the likes of HDFC Bank coming back towards a breakout mode, very close towards the 200 moving average breakout. And I think if ICICI also manages to come back into this kind of a breakout mode, we could see both HDFC Bank as well as ICICI Bank helping the cause for the Bank Nifty. So I would be bullish on ICICI Bank at current levels, and specifically at a breakout above 1120 mark, would look out for at least a 60 pointer target for the stock on the upside.
Okay, so that's a view on ICICI Bank, the sole soldier right now in the trading session with the highest amount of contribution on the upside. But what's putting pressure right now is Reliance Industries. You also have L&T and TCS coming under pressure. Rudramurthy, wanted your sense on the charts of Reliance as well as TCS. If we can discuss a couple of those names, or if would you be able to help us with that, Rudramurthy?
Just now, as I discussed on Reliance Industry, I will use this dip as an opportunity to buy. Levels closer to 2,900 offers a good risk reward, and I'll be looking at targets of around 2,980 to 3,000 to come initially. And once it closes above levels of around 3,020, a fresh momentum can be seen in Reliance. And if I have to also look at the charts of HDFC Bank, ICICI, Axis, all this, it tells to me that private banks will lead the rally and Bank Nifty is headed towards 50,000. So I am bullish on market and I will use this dip as a buying opportunity. A quick word on technology as such. I see the consolidation happening in Tech Mahindra, Wipro, and even in TCS as a good opportunity to buy right now. If you see the strong long-term support region, Wipro at around 470, Tech Mahindra at around 1,230, and even TCS at current levels or closer to 3,930 is a very, very strong support. So risk reward is very, very positive. I am very bullish on IT. So the next rally in market will be led by private banks and IT, and in IT, Tech Mahindra, TCS and Wipro will be my top bets.
Let me take a leaf out of that, what you're saying. Would you concur, Shubhani, that the risk reward is quite favorable for IT right now?
Yeah, so IT is in a pretty interesting spot, if you ask me, especially on the large cap side. Mid cap, one may debate about valuations. If you just take a step back and see what's happened in the sector over the last year and a half, macro instability, higher interest rates has meant that there has been significant amount of deferment, especially where discretionary IT spend has concerned, while companies have focused specifically on cost takeout deals. So while deal wins have come through, the discretionary segment in terms of the deal wins have been absent. What we believe going forward, two aspects to it. From a tactical perspective, as and when the rate cut cycle possibly starts and you start seeing some amount of macro stability over the next, say, 12-18-month period, some of this discretionary spends which were deferred should start to come back. And therefore, that adds to some element of growth over the next 12-18-month period. Structurally, we believe that also the sector is going through a sort of again a transformation. What we saw in the past, where when digital came through or when cloud was adopted, similarly on the AI, a lot of activity is happening. Companies are clearly exploring ways to use AI to improve productivity, and therefore overall processes will likely change again over the next few years or in the medium term. And that also offers a structural runway for growth where IT is concerned. If you look at the way the sector has behaved, clearly mid caps, given their growth differential and higher growth, have actually outperformed large caps. However, we do believe that from a valuation risk reward perspective, the large caps are fairly well placed at this point in time. And therefore, at this point, from a sectoral perspective, we would be preferring large caps over mid caps. Within the mid cap space in the IT sector, there would be select names where, again, growth has been strong and is likely to remain strong. And those are the names that we would evaluate in our portfolio.
In fact, Bank of America has also upgraded Infi now to a buy, and they've upped the target price to 1785 already, making an early case for a calendar 25 demand recovery for Infi. But that said, the hot sector continues to be real estate, be it Godrej Properties or in Ajmera Realty, or for that matter, Macrotech Developers, which also came by with its Q4 update. It's all been extremely strong. But what is your sense on the charts, Kunal, for any of these realty names? Because, I mean, each time the good news is backed by extremely good moves for a sector which is already in a strong bull market.
Yeah, it's been into a ferocious kind of a bull market. When we look at this over the last 2 or 3 years, DLF, Anantraj, they were the first ones to move up higher, and then the likes of Godrej Properties managed to end its, I think 2 or 3 years of correction, correcting by almost a margin of more than 50%, from 2021-22 highs till at point when the stock was, I think, at 1,000 or 1,100 points. Now, currently, I would believe that there are few emerging names which are looking quite strong for a breakout. This could be potentially a multi-month, multi-year breakout for many of these real estate names, the likes of Godrej Properties. I think over the last 1 week has shown aggressive kind of momentum, and the stock has come back towards a life high for itself, about 2,600 plus mark. So maybe on a slight bit of corrections, say at 2,600 levels, which is a breakout zone, that stock could be considered as a very good buy. Then from the mid-cap end of the real estate pack, I think the likes of Prestige as well as Sobha, they are the ones which are heading back towards a V-shaped recovery. They are also the ones which are looking attractive. Kolte Patil, I think, has crossed back about the 500 mark, and that's a stock which has done reasonably well over the last 4-5 years. More consistent, and less amount of volatility is what we've seen for the stock. So I think these are the few odd names which I'd be betting on.
Okay, since we're talking about the real estate pack, I think my colleague Prakash was also picking up some exclusive details as to how the housing sector is something that might be in focus come the new, new formation of the government perhaps after the June month, and the first 100-day agenda has already been set. Let's take it across to Prakash to get a sense as to what would be the priority areas of the new government if they do come back to power after the Lok Sabha elections.
Yes, we are expecting some big development under the new government as far as housing sector is concerned. As we are learning from our sources that the Housing Ministry has prepared its list of priority for the initial days of the new government. Sources are informing that the implementation of Amitabh Kant Committee report on stalled housing projects is likely to be on top of the agenda of the new government. We are given to understand that these recommendations are going to be very crucial in order to resolve stalled projects in the housing sector. Therefore, Housing Ministry has set a target in consultation with the Finance Ministry. However, some provisions are being implemented by some of the state government, but that is not enough to resolve this issue without implementing full report in a holistic manner. Therefore, Housing Ministry has set a target. If you look at these recommendations, Amitabh Kant Committee has made several recommendations that include classifying stalled housing projects under priority financing. Along with that, policy related to minimum internal rate of return is one of them, including providing some one-time relaxation to the home buyers who are stuck in those stalled housing projects. Moving ahead, we are also given to understand that the implementation of a new home loan scheme for urban poor is likely to be on top of the agenda of the new government as well, as this scheme has already been announced by the Finance Minister in the interim budget. Therefore, Housing Ministry has set a target to implement this scheme in first initial days of the new government. As you are aware, and we have already been informed by our sources that as per the initial proposal, overall size of the scheme is likely to be around rupees 60,000 crore, and home buyers would get benefit of interest subvention in a range of 3 to 6%.
Right. Shibani, your thoughts on the realty sector in a decadal bull run, coming out of a decadal low, and it seems the story is not quite done.
Absolutely. So the sector has seen significant structural changes, which has obviously driven some of the moves that we have seen. One clear factor or one clear trend that has emerged is that with the kind of changes that we have seen from a policy perspective, clearly the organized space has gained market share, and that is reflecting in terms of the numbers that you're seeing, specifically where some of the listed players are concerned. And that is something that we believe will continue at least in the near term. What the other debate and the point of debate that is there is of course the valuations, given the fact that there has been this sharp run up. The other way to possibly play the sector and the theme of housing is to look at the entire home building space and cement. Cement has been a sector where we have been positive. Cement derives a significant amount of its demand from the real estate space, as the rest of it coming from the infra segment. While in the near term, there is again debate on pricing, we believe that volume growth should remain strong going forward as well. And therefore, cement is one of the ways that serve as a proxy to the entire real estate space. The other segments to look at will be the home building segments. Of course, there is some degree of margin headwind at this point in time, but what we believe is that overall, if you look at the home building space, the growth comes with a lag, and therefore, as real estate sales remain strong, with a lag, you should see that play through in terms of volume growth, specifically for the home building segments as well. And therefore, again, a proxy to the real estate space would be the entire home building segment as well, where we continue to remain positive.
Okay, point taken. So that's the view coming in as far as the entire housing sector is concerned. But Shubhani, this year it seems like the summer is going to be scorching. We are already seeing the initial signs of it. And the rainy season or the monsoon is expected to be normal, but it will probably start a little later. That's a conversation we had with the SkyMet management, and we have been speaking with the managements of Blue Star, Vijay Sales, etc., who are talking about how the sales of AC and other products have gone up, and we have seen the number come in from Voltas as well. Do you think this is a theme that investors should be looking at playing, or this is something which is very difficult to time?
Yeah, so I think, as you rightly pointed out, especially from a summer perspective, there is likely to be a hotter summer. So something that we need to brace for, and that is possibly also showing through in terms of numbers where some of the AC segment is concerned. The consumer durables pack per se has seen significant headwinds where there has been slowdown, specifically because to some extent the slowdown that you've seen on the consumption side where mass consumption is concerned. I think the fact remains that a lot depends on now how the monsoon pans out. If the early signs, as you were rightly mentioning, state that monsoons will be positive or will be normal this year, we would possibly see some improvement where rural income is concerned. And I think that is extremely important to get consumption back on trend. What we believe is that if the Kharif sowing is normal and you start seeing a fairly good Kharif output towards the second half of the calendar year, that will help in terms of supporting the rural income. Inflation is under control, and therefore from a real rural wage perspective, that bodes well. So this is something that we will watch out for where the entire consumption story goes. But as we were discussing earlier, mass consumption has clearly been lagging the premium end, and therefore monsoons play a very important role in getting the rural income trajectory back on track.
Absolutely, and that's exactly what we questioned SkyMet's GP Sharma as well about. The prediction for the monsoon, which he believes is going to be normal this year, and also that it's going to uplift rural demand. We also spoke with Blue Star about what they're anticipating already for the summer demand. Here are their opinion.
Good monsoon, I will say. Most parts of the country. The start of the monsoon, we expect possibly maybe a little jerky, maybe a little aberrated. Why? Because El Nino is still there. It has not vanished. It is still not, it is refusing to collapse. Or keeping that in mind, the ENSO condition, that is the neutral conditions, it will gradually and slowly will take place around that time in the month of June. So therefore, the arrival of the monsoon, the onset of the monsoon, the initial thing of maybe a little, not as we normally desire, the monsoon should arrive with a bang. That's what we expect. The summers will go on as usual.
India is the fastest growing market. So today household penetration should be 8% based on a single air conditioner use. Okay. But unlike, the washing machine or refrigerator, which will be one per home, ACs can be multiple per home. Okay. And therefore, the market is expected to more than double by 2030. And perhaps that landmark year for India, 2047, we should surpass China's market, which is close to around 985 million. Now India is only 11 million. And 11 million to 80 million is the growth trajectory that is visible.
Okay. So we are interacting at a time when you have came up with some new products in the room AC segment, and also you are targeting to achieve a 15% of market share by FY25. Can you share some more insights on the same? The new
So we are somewhere close to 14% market share, and you know when you say all India market share, there will be pockets where you will be having 20% share, pockets where it is 15, pockets where we are 10. So it is a average market share is close to 14.
Which I feel inside. Hold me tight, just hold me tight.
बदल रहा है भारत, आगे बढ़ रहा है भारत। उठाएं इस सुनहरे मौके का फायदा, करें निवेश ईटी नाउ स्वदेश के साथ, क्योंकि अभी नहीं तो कभी नहीं। जानें निवेश से जुड़ी बारीकियां। एक्सपीरियंस्ड एंकर्स, डेडिकेटेड रिसर्चर्स और दिग्गज एक्सपर्ट्स बताएंगे आपको कब और कहां करना है निवेश। देखिए मार्केट आवर्स हर रोज सुबह 8 बजे से शाम 4 बजे तक। ईटी नाउ स्वदेश, बढ़ो बदलो देश के साथ।
सर आप इतने कलरफुल हो, बट हाउ कैन कलरफुल बी पावरफुल?
फॉलो मी। धूप के पसीने छूट जाएंगे, लेकिन ये डटा रहेगा। धूल हो या मिट्टी, इससे नहीं जीत पाएगी। बारिश का प्रेशर बढ़ेगा, पर इसको कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा। ड्यूलक्स वेदर शील्ड पावर फ्लेक्स
विद इंटरनेशनल ट्रिपल डिफेंस टेक्नोलॉजी। इसका हर रंग लड़े धूप, धूल, बारिश से और रहे हमेशा कलरफुल।
इट्स कलरफुल, it's powerful.
All leaders in individual sectors.
What's the sense that you're getting on volume growth? Just clarify this entire case. What is it going to mean for the business? What else are you looking at?
This is clearly one of the biggest deals.
Here, ET now have been getting you bit by bit.
Well, our sources are telling us, as you can see on your screens, that the government may be looking to divert more ethanol or rather more of sugar for ethanol production. You can see some of the sugar stocks as well react to that. We'll get you more details on that story right now for the production of ethanol. You can see a big spike come in on most of these names. But Swiggy, that's been the topic of discussion, the valuations that have already been marked up once again for a third straight time ahead of its planned IPO this year itself. It will now be valued at a staggering $12.7 billion, which is still lower than Zomato's $23 billion. Let me take it across to Sharad and get in more details on the same.
Well, a very interesting development coming for Swiggy. Invesco has actually increased its valuation, and this is coming for the third straight time. Now, the valuation currently stands at $12.7 billion. Now, the initial funding where Invesco had come in, that number was $10.7 billion. So, it's important that this is a third straight markup happening. And of course, last month itself, Baron Capital also increased the valuation when it comes to Swiggy, and that has also gone up for the fourth consecutive hike of $12.1 billion. Now, if you look at it, there was a markdowns coming across until May 2023, but after that, there has been a steady pickup going ahead. Also, apart from the valuation, the IPO, the much awaited IPO of Swiggy is in focus. It's expected to come in by the second half of this calendar year itself. It's expected to be a size of $1 billion. And importantly, the metrics that has actually improved, especially the operational metrics such as the higher delivery charges, and that has actually changed the outlook as well. Now, of course, its listed peer Zomato would be in focus, and currently, of course, Zomato has been on a run and it's nearing the 200 mark as well, and roughly valued at $23 billion, while Swiggy's valuation currently stands at $13 billion. Now, Street is expecting a couple of more markups might be there for Swiggy going ahead for the next 3 to 4 months. Also, if you look at the duopoly itself, overall in the market share in the food delivery segment, Zomato is still having 54% stake, while the remaining stake goes to Swiggy as well. But interestingly, the quick service area is also something where even Zepto is catching up. So that is something which we'll be watching out for. But yes, the competition between Swiggy as well as Zomato has heated up when it comes to the valuation wars.
The latest on Swiggy and how the valuations have actually finally perked up a bit. But as we were highlighting, it's the sugar stocks which are actually doing quite well, whether it's a Sri Renuka Sugar or EID Parry as well. Let's take it across to chartists to get a sense as to how the charts are looking for this one. Rudramurthy, if you're with us, could you help us spot which is the strongest chart within the entire sugar pack?
Yeah, for me, EID Parry definitely looks good. Fundamentally, also the stock is good. 580 holds a very, very crucial support now for the very short term. So at current market price, I will definitely be a buyer in EID Parry, looking at targets of around 640. And I will just keep a stop loss slightly below the support area at around 580, which can be at around 570. And if I have to even see charts of Balrampur Chini, that also looks good for me after having made a strong base formation at levels closer to that 350, 360 zone. Now stock is making an attempt to move beyond 395. So once it crosses this level of 395, yes, it can move towards 415, 420 zone. I will avoid Renuka Sugar, but for sure, if I want to buy a fundamentally strong stock as well as what is good on chart, I would prefer EID Parry and then Balrampur Chini.
That's the take coming in on some of the sugar names. That's looking good. Let's welcome on board Nishal Maheshwari as well and talk about what he's making of the market right now. Nishal, hi, afternoon. Your thoughts on the markets has been going good. Seems like some consolidation could be well on the cards.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Good afternoon to all your viewers. Yes, I think post the recent RBI announcement, basically, where there was indication that the policy continues and at least there is no rate cuts on the horizon. I think market has been pretty steady, seems to be consolidating around the current range, and we continue to see, I think the next triggers would be the current quarter results and monsoons possibly.
Okay, so that's a take coming in. But in the meantime, taking a look at what's buzzing around in the trading session, I think it continues to be metals all the way, which are doing quite well. And you also have, of course, the real estate names and IT as well, which is holding up quite comfortably. And then select names like a Century Textile, like a Soba Developers, These are the ones that stand out apart from the private banking names. But Nishal, what's the view on the private banking sector? And if you had to make a bet on the top pick there, what would it be? Would it be ICICI Bank, Axis, or the good old HDFC Bank?
So private sector banks has been our favorite for some time now. We had preferred the SFBs previously, but I think the larger banks have corrected quite a bit. And that's why we prefer the large cap banks now. But our order of preference there is obviously HDFC Bank. Yes, I understand basically that it'll take some more time basically to HDFC to sort it out its house. But I think in the short run, I think the valuations are favoring it. So that's why we believe HDFC as our top pick. And I think a smaller bank, RBL, looks very interesting to us in the private sector space. So these are the two banks in the large and the mid cap basically, which we are looking to recommend to our clients.
Nishal, what about Paytm? Could that be a turnaround story of sorts in the making? I know it's been completely down and out, and rightly so. The news flow has been such. But what next for Paytm at 400 thereabouts?
I think at the moment it's a best avoid basically because there are a lot of other opportunities out there. Paytm needs to get its house sorted. Yes, I think the Paytm banks has now got sorted, but I think the model still remains to be a bit confusing. So where is the revenues going to come from? How's the outlook? I think these are two situations basically which very little clarity there. So I think at these prices, I would avoid because I think there are a lot of other interesting plays which are available and obviously much cheaper.
Point taken. So that's a view coming in on Paytm. Still some time away, that recovery. For now, the market is not seeing any buying on dips emerge. At the moment, we're still around the 2200, 640 mark. So from the highs, there has been a considerable downtick. And even in terms of stock-specific moves, there are some stocks which are getting a lot under pressure. Having said that, take a look at Hindustan Zinc. That stock is clearly firing away in the trading session. I think it was already up 8-9% earlier. Now in the last few minutes, there's a further perk up and that stock is now sitting with a gain of a good 15%. Hindustan Copper still higher by 8% and MOIL is also up 5.5%. Kunal, within this entire pack and especially on the charts of Hindustan Zinc, what would you recommend the investors who are already holding this stock?
So bullish on the metal pack, and I would still believe that many of these stocks have just started to show signs of a breakout. So Tata Steel, I think, has managed to break out of 160 mark after, I think if I'm not wrong, 1.5 years of consolidation. Vedanta is an underperformer. Hindalco has done reasonably well. That's a stock which has been a lot more consistent. So I think there are a lot more better charts, in the metal pack which one could be looking out for. So Tata Steel is something which I would be bullish on. SAIL, I think around 150 mark could be something which you can look to have a bullish trade from a medium to long term play. Hindustan Zinc, after this 2 days of strong ferocious up move, 2 weeks of strong up move, I think the risk reward is now getting a lot more skewed because the indicators, for example, the RSI is almost at 88.90 for Hindustan Zinc at current levels, which means the momentum can continue, but initiating a fresh buy could probably be at a very skewed kind of a risk reward.
Right. Okay, Kunal, before we let you go, let's get in your BTST trades as well.
So I'll go with two buy calls. Capacity Infra is something which I recommended, I think last week, around 275, 280 levels. The stock has now crossed the 300 mark. Looks attractive. So I maintain the targets of 330 on the stock. Stop loss could be traded 288. And L&T Foods is something which I've been bullish on. The stock is heading towards a breakout about the 208 plus levels. So would suggest a buy with a target of 228. Stop loss at 200.
Okay, Kunal, we'll let you go on that note and see you tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Let's also get in a sense of where the volume action is in the market right now. Ansh is here with all the volume buzzers. Ansh?
Yeah, so Page Industries will be the first stock in focus. As you can see in the chart as well, the stock has given a good breakout from its downward sloping resistance trend line, which was intact since start of this year. The stock has also surpassed about 50 DMA along with good volumes of over 2 times its 10-session average volume. Apart from this, Castrol will also be in focus as the stock has given a breakout from its reverse head and shoulder chart pattern, touching 6-year high as well. The volume has also spiked to over 5 times its 10-session average volume of last 10 sessions. Lastly, Motilal Oswal will be in focus as the stock has actually given a breakout from its key pivot high of around 1920, touching record high level as well. Also, the volume has surged to over 5 times its 10-session average volume. So keep an eye on the stocks.
Taken. Thanks so much, Ansh, for joining us with that quick price volume buzzer list. But in terms of the stock, it continues to be names like even sugar stocks actually now managed to show very good gains. Sri Renuka Sugar should come up for you on the screen. EID Parry is doing quite well. So a couple of these sugar names, including the likes of Balrampur Chini, etc., are seeing a massive surge on account of more usage of sugar perhaps being diverted into ethanol. And that's something which is supporting the sentiment on some of these big players of ethanol. Nishal, I'm not sure. Do you look at the sugar pack closely? And if yes, how would you recommend investors to deal with it?
So yeah, we do have sugar under coverage basically, but I think it has been a disappointing year for sugar for some time. I think the last 2 quarters they have been underperformers. But recently what we are seeing is basically that the sugar production is better than expected, and that's why I think government is allowing the sugar companies to divert some amount of sugar production to ethanol. And that's why we see these better days ahead for sugar industry, for sugar companies in particular. So I think some of these companies do look good for these prices, especially Balrampur. That has been our top pick for some time, and I think at these prices one can start accumulating the stock.
393, a good buying price for Balrampur Chini. Nishal, let's have some other stock ideas as well from you. Anything other than what we've spoken about, RBL Bank, Balrampur Chini, that's looking interesting right now at these levels?
So I think some of the smaller NBFCs, particularly I think the SFB, out of the SFB pack, they have been doing pretty well basically. If you look at it, the business updates which they have come out with, I think spectacular results. One or two of them basically which we have been recommending to our clients is Suryodaya. A small SFB basically, it's done very well. Another 40% YOY growth and 16% Q1Q growth. So I think that is available less than one time book. Another company which is dedicated towards SME lending, Ugro, that also I think is doing phenomenally well, basically around 50% kind of a jump basically in the current year. And in the next 2 years also, we believe basically that it's going to get similar kind of numbers. So there also it is available one-time book. So I think these are some of the stocks basically where these are all small caps, and one can look out as a bottoms-up kind of an approach.
Kind of approach, but stocks like Ugro, etc., definitely stand out. What's the view, Nishal, on the big up move that we have seen on Exide? And there's a classic bull versus bear case scenario when one person is talking about how this could be a complete re-rating candidate, while others say that it's a very commoditized business. It involves high capex, and that's why return ratios are always limited, and that's been the global trend as well. Do you think that the kind of up move that we have seen on the likes of Exide and Amara are called for?
So we don't cover it, so that's why difficult to really comment on that. But I do know, I think Exide has got a bit of checkered history. So we used to cover it some time back, basically as far as the R&D is concerned. So that's why not very sure, but difficult to comment at least. I am not on top of it at the moment.
Sure, no worries about it. But in terms of the other movers, you have some of the power stocks which are actually coming off. So JSW Energy was under pressure. Tata Power was a bit volatile. And in the recent run-up that we have seen, REC, PFC also haven't participated. Rudramurthy, what does the chart check tell you on the likes of REC, PFC? Do you think the best is over and people should perhaps look at booking out whatever profits they have made already?
No, for me, PFC and REC is now offering a good buying opportunity because having seen those higher levels of around 470, 475, PFC made a profit booking thing and then corrected till levels closer to 360. Now from 360 again it made a move towards 400, finding some amount of selling pressure, and then again now consolidating at these level. So I will be a buyer in PFC at levels closer to 380, 385, and I will look at all-time highs again back on PFC, which can be at around 470, 475 region. And similarly, if I see the REC chart, yes, REC also offers to me a buying opportunity on dips. These are two strong stocks, no doubt. From their higher levels it has made a correction, but I will use a dip in REC to buy. Strong support zones are at around 425 430 zone. So at current levels where we are very close to that support of 425 430 on REC, I would rather suggest a buy on dip strategy both on REC and PFC. So REC is a buy on dips to 425 and PFC on dips to 385.
Okay, that's the or rather move coming in on some of the power financiers. Today, of course, Hindustan Copper, that's the one which is holding up very smartly, about an 8.5% move. And to be fair, it's not just Hindustan Copper. The entire metals pack has been chugging along quite nicely off late. Vedanta as well is up about almost 4% as we speak right now. JSW Steel holding up. The Tata Steel as well, although they've come off quite considerably from the day's highs, but in the green nonetheless. Nishal, would you have a view on the metal sector right now and whether there are any investment opportunities here?
So I think metals last quarter has been, I think, a bit of a issue because you have one side the raw material costs going up and the other side the price is not reacting to favorably. So I think this quarter results are going to be a bit of a challenge for the whole metal pack, especially the ferrous. We believe there is going to be contraction of margins. Going ahead, I think there is some hope as far as China is concerned. And that's why I think we are seeing some run up in the metals. I would be cautious at these prices, rather actually take profits because we still continue to see strong China dumping happening. And that's why the domestic players have not been able to take price hikes. So I think a good time to take profits in the metal pack.
So the recommendation is book profits in select metal names. But separately, in terms of the stock-specific moves right now, well, good amount of momentum can be seen on Anand Rathi Wealth. Motilal Oswal was, of course, doing well as well, 12% higher. And then Castrol India, Century Textiles, Vedanta as well is actually perking up. So some of these names deserve mention. But Nishal, I would want your view on the entire FMCG pack as well. But before that, let me take it across to the experts whom we spoke with earlier as to whether there are genuine signs of a recovery in the rural demand as of now, or is it still very limited to urban consumption? Take a listen.
We do expect growth to be in the low to mid single digits in the first half of the year, even though there are some tailwinds with regard to a good Rabi crop, etc. But overall, the demand situation remains muted. My concern going forward is not so much on the top line, but on the margins.
An early summer that has come in, I think, is definitely going to be positive for a lot of categories. However, there is definitely a headwind from a confectionery and chocolate space where cocoa prices have soared. Most other discretionary products, we are seeing an active participation of brands in trying to even correct prices so that they drive consumption. So I think rural, don't write off rural anywhere. I think it's just a season away from getting back into action.
Rural recovery is still awaited. My sense is in FY25, with a normal monsoon forecast and local players competition getting anniversarized, I would say that rural recovery can potentially start from Q2 FY25. Because of the gross margin pressure coming back, consumer companies will take a price hike. We have already seen in cocoa and coffee, a lot of players thinking of price hike, they have already taken. So that will also aid the overall revenue recovery.
Nishal, wanted to understand what you make of, whether or not FMCG, not urban, but the rural demand could see a recovery. We were just chatting with SkyMed today and they're pretty hopeful of a normal monsoon and that they think is going to aid the rural recovery coming in. In bits and starts, one has seen a GCPL, Marico as well, post decent Q4 numbers and hints of rural recovery clearly in there. But would you say it's time to invest just yet?
I would actually want to wait and see that there is strong rural recovery happening. Our recent channel checks, we do it every quarter. And this time we specifically did only for the North India, because I think the North India is where most of the FMCG companies have highlighted that the demand is a bit more poorer than the other regions. And it doesn't seem to be indicating any strong recovery happening in the rural side. And the one reason which has been cited very strongly is high inflation in the rural areas. And I think that's eating into the rural recovery. So I would wait for this inflation number to actually come down more on a more sustained basis before actually going out and investing into the rural focused stocks. Yes, current quarter numbers would be better because I think the companies are taking price hikes. So their margins may go up, but I don't see a volume improvement happening.
On FMCG and consumption. Just 2 minutes left for the trading session to end. So on that note, Nishal, we'll let you go. But Rudra, before we bid you goodbye, tell us your BTSC picks.
Concor is a buy. It has a strong support at levels of 900, 910 zone. So looking for target of 940 to 950 with a stop loss of 905. Wipro also looks very strong to me. Buy at current market price. Look at targets of 500 with a stop loss of 465. And PEL is a positional buy at current level, offering a great risk reward.
Right. Okay. That's the take coming in on the BTST trades. Rudra, we'll let you go on that note. Just scanning through what the market is shutting shop at. While it may be a flat close, but a lot has really transpired from the start to the finish. At one point in time, remember, we were down a good 150 points off the day's peak on the Nifty. While we started off at the 22,750 print, we're closing in a good 100 points off from there. 2264 thereabouts is where we're shutting shop for the day. Metals, of course, has been sectorally the strongest of the lot, with Hindustan Copper, Vedanta really leading the pack. ICICI Bank has had some major contribution to today's index move, with a 2% move coming in. Hindalco as well added to that metal pack. And then, of course, there's been an Eicher Motors. Autos, in any case, has been in a very, very strong trend. And today, some of those names, like an Eicher at least, have managed to continue to hold through, as has been the case with M&M2, which is now well above that 2,000 rupee per share mark. Axis Bank, very mild out there. And, of course, the leaders from the past two trading sessions, that's both Reliance as well as L&T, they took a bit of a breather today.
Yeah, so apart from metals like the Hindustan Zinc, Hindustan Copper that we flagged out already, you had Sterlite Tech reacting to that QIP news, so 10% higher. Shilpa Medicare was the other one which was reacting to that news. Excite continued to have a good run. Of course, not the kind of rally that we saw yesterday, but still holding out quite well. Godrej Properties, Ajmera Realty, Sobha, they were all reacting to the strong Q4 sales. Infosys was in focus on account of that Bank of America upgrade that came by. There was Premier Explosives as well that ended with a gain of almost 16-17% as the company is considering a stock split. Nuvama, wherein Jefferies initiated coverage, and Canfin Home, where Morgan Stanley expects a good Q4 to come by. So those were some of the stocks that really held out, but the advanced decline ratio was clearly favoring the declines. Mid-cap index, meaningfully off the highest point of the trading session, and the key indices ending in the red today. That's all we have on this edition of Closing Trades from the entire team who put the show together. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Co-powered by Bank of Maharashtra. एक परिवार एक बैंक.
Sturris Healthcare Private Limited deals in quality medicine. Sturris, quality that you can trust.
In association with State Bank of India, the banker to every Indian.
Hello. Yeah, I'll be there.
There's no particular time to rise. Not tomorrow. Not the day after. There's no particular time to move forward.
Hello?
Through the ups and downs. Amidst the chaos. The stories that can move an entire economy. Drive us to break obstacles. The business stories that need to be heard. The stories that need the right voice.
3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome. You're watching ET Now and there is breaking news right there on your screen.
And it's an ET Now news break. Confirm we told you first. This is Cheryl D'Souza with cameraman Akshay for ET Now.
This is why we rise. ET Now, rise with India.
ICL Fincorp announces public issue of secured NCD. Double your investments in just 68 months and earn high returns. To view the prospectus and download the application, visit iclfincorp.com.
Sir, आप इतने colorful हो, but how can colorful be powerful?
Follow me. बारिश का प्रेशर बढ़ेगा, पर इसको कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा. Dulux Weather Shield Power Flex.
इसका हर रंग लड़े धूप, धूल और बारिश से.
It's colorful. It's powerful.
Heritage jewelry from Kalyan Jewelers.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Your Trades on ET Now with me, Snehi Shah, and with me is Shreyansi Singh. Let's take a look at how the market session has panned out for in today's trading session. And well, quite the volatile day coming in for Nifty, because remember we opened with quite the gap up start today. Nifty crossed 22,700 for the first time today, so quite the gap up start for us today. Nifty small cap also was quite high in the day today, and Nifty Bank has also hit record high today. But what's key to note is all of these indices did not manage to hold on to those gains, have fizzled out in today's trading session. And around in the middle of the trading session at midday today, that is when Nifty started consolidating and losing all of its gains. There you can see somewhere around that 12:30 mark is where Nifty started to drop in today's trading session. What was once at 22,765 as high as those levels managed to close at 22,642, but well, yes, above the 22,600 level. So that's slight bit of a positive news coming there on the front of Nifty. Nifty has ended the day with a cut of 0.1%. Bank Nifty also slightly negative end coming to the day. Bank Nifty has ended the day on quite a strong note, but it was Sensex that has ended the day slightly negatively. And when you talk about broader markets were also largely in tandem with the benchmarks, but it was the Nifty small cap that did manage to hold on to some amount of gains. Rather flat, but with a positive bias nonetheless. That's the Nifty small cap index for you on the screen. When you take a look at the Nifty 50 gainers today, you had Apollo Hospitals up 3%, Hindalco up 2%, and mind you, not only Hindalco, it was the entire metal pack that was shining today, because metal is the biggest sectoral gainer in today's trading session. Even when you look at the metal pack, you had Vedanta up almost 5%, MOIL, SAIL, NALCO, GMDC, Hindalco, NMDC, all of these stocks from the metal pack were shining bright today. Moving on, let's also take a look at some other Nifty 50 high performers today. You had ICICI Bank, Bajaj Finserv, Infosys, Eicher, Grasim, M&M. All of these stocks aided the Nifty's move today. What weighed on the index on the other side, you had Titan, Coal India, Hero Motocorp, Reliance, Asian Paints, IndusInd Bank, BPCL, Tata Consumer, Ultratech Cement, as well as Cipla. So all of these stocks continue to weigh on the index today. Nifty Metal, like I mentioned, top sectoral gainer today, up more than 1%. Realty also, very strong moves coming in from the Realty Index today, and we'll tell you more about that over the course of the show as well. 0.5% higher is where the Realty Index managed to close on the back of the quarter for updates, especially today the update coming in from Ajmera Realty, very strong numbers over there as well. Moving on then, let's lastly also take a look at what happened among the broader markets then. You had Hindustan Zinc, that stock has closed up 16% in today's trading session on the back of the price rise in silver that came in. MOFSL, good move today. Sterlite, Hindustan Copper, Castrol India team leads, EID Perry. Now the entire sugar sector was also in focus on the back of that ethanol blending news that we got just a few minutes before the markets close. So well, largely this is what has happened in today's trading session. Also on the back of QIP news, you had Shilpa Medicare and Sterlite Tech, both of them were in focus today. But Shreyansi, what else happened in the market session today? Quite the volatile move, but lots of newsmakers as well.
Absolutely, lots of newsmakers and lots of exclusives for us here on ET Now as well, because we did have that news coming in that there's a facelift on the cards when it comes to the beauty space then. And when you're looking, sources tell your channel that Reliance Retail plans to foray in the beauty space and is ready to launch its own private label brand as well. Now, ET Now learns that the new beauty products of Reliance will be launched in its Tira stores. We'll be getting you more details later in the show about how many products they will be launching as well as what the timeline looks like as well. Now, in terms of other exclusives, we also have Housing Ministry that has drawn out its first 100 days agenda for the new government and is looking to kickstart stalled projects as well as looking at launching new home loan schemes for the urban poor as well. And buyers are likely to get 3 to 6% subsidy on home loan as well. So this is definitely an important story coming in, and we'll be getting you more details on this as well. And there's also joint audit by central and state GST officials that is on the cards. We'll be talking about that as well. But these are the kind of stories that we're looking at for today. We'll of course be delving deeper into all of these stories later in the day. But for now, let's get a sense of the picture that we have for the markets then. We're being joined by Ruchit Jain, who's the lead research at 5paisa.com. Ruchit, tell us a little more about what the market picture looks like to you, and in this particular market space, how are you looking at the small and the mid caps then?
Yeah, hi, very good afternoon. Well, we have seen that recently after that 800 points correction in the Nifty, markets have resumed their uptrend, and it's not only that Nifty has made a new high, but also the broader market participation has been there, where Nifty mid-cap index as well as the small-cap index have surpassed the previous swing highs. So the overall trend still continues to remain positive, which can be seen in a stock-specific buying interest from the broader markets. So I think one should keep trailing the stop losses higher and continue to ride this trend. A small resistance is there around 22,750, where we witness a bit of pullback move coming in today's trading session. But there are no signs of trend reversals yet. So until we see any kind of important supports getting break or trends getting reversed, I think in between corrections could be there because of overbought setups. But slow and gradual up move should be expected towards 23,000 soon. On the lower side, 22,400 to 350 is the support zone. Till that is intact, we expect the dips to be used as a good buying opportunities, and the broader targets are coming around 23,000.
All right, Ruchit, thanks so much for taking us through your view when it comes to the benchmark as well as the broader markets. But in a market like this, where we are seeing quite a bit of volatility playing out on an intraday basis, what are the stocks that you are picking out, and how are you trying to beat this volatility?
Yeah, so for volatility, I think one of the best thing that traders should now do is to keep position sizing limited, because one should remember this is not the start of an up move, but we have already seen a good up move, and chasing the stocks at higher levels should be done with limited position sizing. So one should keep a very limited exposure when or rather I would say lower any kind of margin based buying over here. So a couple of recommendations on the long side. First is a buy call in Larsen and Toubro, where this heavyweight has recently seen a breakout from a cup and handle pattern on the daily charts, which in technical analysis is a quite bullish pattern. The price up moves have been supported by good volumes, where we have not seen any kind of high volume based corrections in this stock. So one can go long on Larsen Toubro, keeping stop loss below 3,715, expecting targets around 3,950. And second stock would be a buy call in Apollo Hospitals. A bit of consolidation or correction was there recently in most of the hospital names post the recent news flows. But again, after taking support around its 100-day exponential moving average, the stock has managed to show a gradual pullback move. Now the volumes have started increasing, so we believe that the stock would again head towards its previous highs. So Apollo Hospitals also looks a good buy over here, with stock below 6,330 for potential targets around 6,800.
Thanks, Ruchit, for those two recommendations coming in, L&T and Apollo Hospital. But thank you so much for joining us on the show today. Moving on then, let's also keep it going with market commentary then, and let's also listen into what Manish Suntalia, Chief Investment Officer, MK Investment, managers is penciling in of the current market situation? What does he make of it? And what does he have to say about the power, infra, as well as capital goods sector?
Markets in general, on the benchmark is not very expensive. It's a given. I mean, 1150 on the Nifty in 2025 on Nifty 50 is not very expensive at 19.5, 20 times. Now, come to the themes, I would believe that it's all about the investment theme going forward. It's all about the order book. You're not going to see the earnings come through just yet. It's going to be back-ended, and that is why near-term valuations do look slightly expensive. Some of them are trading at FMCG valuations, so it's a pick and choose within that space. But I think it is all about your power sector. It is all about infra. It is about capital goods. It is about your, somewhat positive on pharma per se. But I think on a broad brush basis, banks per se are going to see earnings-led growth. So see, these are some of the themes which are going to be in the limelight. And within that, you got to pick within the broader markets as well as the large cap space.
That's the word coming in from Manish Sonthalia, who believes markets are not very expensive at the moment. But viewers, with that, we'll slip into a short break on this edition of Your Trades. We'll be right back with more news and updates about today's trading session. So you stay tuned.
The love which I had seen in her eyes, and promises of a new sunrise. If you hold me tight, you'll feel the love which I feel inside. Hold me tight, just hold me tight.
मुझे लगता है कि हम दुनिया की कोई भी टीम को हरा सकते हैं।
Heritage jewelry from Kalyan Jewelers.
In the jungle of investments, there are companies which move slow and go nowhere. Only a few companies become rare, dominant, unchallenged, and long-lasting. Presenting Trust MF Flexi Cap Fund. Mutual fund investments are subject to market risks. Read all scheme-related documents carefully.
Welcome back. Thank you so much for staying tuned in. Well, let's take a look at how the derivatives roundup is shaping up like. And on the index futures, what the kind of trends that we're seeing for 25th April expiries for Nifty, it is looking a little bit flat right now. And for Bank Nifty, there's a long build-up that is being observed. Now, India VIX is definitely of a lot of importance right now because it's seen a cut of over 2% there on your screens, around 11.3 levels. Now, when I'm looking at active call levels then for 10th April expiry, call writing was observed for 22,700 and also for 22,800, and the resistance is around the 22,800 level as well. Now, in terms of put levels, put writing was observed at 22,600 and at 22,500, and 22,500 is also forming a good support level coming in when we're looking at the 10th April expiry as well. So that is largely how the derivatives roundup is shaping up like.
Well, all right, so 22,500 on the support and 22,800 on the resistance. But with that, let's get to move on and talk about the big story of the day. And well, that has to be not only one particular stock, but let's talk about an entire basket of stocks, and that's the real estate pack. Now, that basket has ended the day with an uptick of almost 0.5%, the second highest gainer today in today's trading session after the metal pack. Now, what's driving this growth for realty? Realty seems to be, seeing no stop when it comes to moves in this sector, and this sector has been abuzz on the back of Q4 updates that the companies have been releasing, and mind you, most of them have been phenomenal when you look at the numbers coming in this quarter. Let's start by looking at Macrotech, and brilliant numbers coming in from Macrotech. On the pre-sales front, it has met the guidance of 20,000 crore rupees that it had indicated at the start of the year. It's its best quarterly performance for Q4 ever, its best ever annual pre-sales performance too, in line with the 20% growth like I had mentioned. Now, business development, it has beat its own guidance. They've added new projects having cumulative GDV of 20,300 crore across various micro markets of MMR, Pune as well as Bengaluru. The company had guided for 17,500 on this front and exceeded that with 20,300 coming in. Also significant reduction on its net debt. So that is Macrotech Developers for you. Moving on, let's also look at another company that came out with very good results and a Q4 updates, pardon me, and that is Puravankara. They've achieved their highest ever annual sales at 5,914 crores in FY24. Also achieve highest ever quarterly sales value of 1,947 crore for Q4 24. They've also gone ahead and achieved the highest ever annual customer collection. Average price realization has also gone up by 2%. And management is also saying that they're now focused on replenishing their inventory when it comes to new land acquisition. So positive commentary and stellar set of numbers coming in from Puravankara as well. Moving on, let's talk about a company that came out with a decent set of Q4 updates, and that is Sobha. They've achieved their historic best sales performance across all sales parameters. Sales area has grown by 7.7% over FY23, and sales value registered growth of 27.8%. Average realization has improved by 18.7%, also now at 10,992 per square feet, and they've also crossed the milestone of 6 million square feet of new area sales and 6,500 crore of annual sales value. So good numbers coming in from Sobha as well. Moving on, let's talk about Keystone, because on their pre-sales front then, for a year-on-year basis, they've seen a 78% jump coming there when you talk at the Q4 this year versus Q4 last year. When you look at FY24 versus FY23 for Keystone, up 41%. Collections is the hiccup when it comes to Keystone on a sequential basis, or when you look at the Q4 performance this time versus Q4 performance marked last year, there's a 4% drop coming in over there as well. Moving on, another company with stellar numbers is Prestige Estates then. 21% uptick on a Q4 this year versus last year basis for pre-sales. 63% uptick on the same metric when you compare FY24 to FY23. Collections have gone up by 26% this Q4 compared to the last, and realization has also seen quite the growth when it comes to on an annualized basis for 10,410 rupees for FY24 versus 8,812 rupees for FY23, up 18% on a year-on-year basis. Signature Global, very, very strong numbers coming in for this company as well. A 240% uptick coming in for Q4 of this year compared to Q4 of last year when it comes to pre-sales. Even on an FY24 compared to an FY23 basis, pre-sales has gone up by 112%. Collections also up 71%, and average realization also has seen a sharp uptick at 11,762 this year compared to 7,886 last year. Lastly, let's also take a look at what's happening with Ajmera Realty, because that company came out with its Q4 update today, and the key highlights are that sales area stood at 1,12,931 square feet, up 63%. Sales value also up 104% YOY for Q4. And collections have also been up 91% on a year-on-year basis at 197 crore. So, while stellar set of numbers coming in from the real estate pack, and no wonder the real estate pack is up and away in today's trading session, half a percent higher. But earlier today, we spoke to Dhaval Ajmera, the director at Ajmera Realty and Infra India. Listen in to him as he shares his guidance for FY25 and shares some more light on these FY24 updates. Listen in.
We have about 7 or 8 projects which we will be launching in this financial year, which is a top line of 3,000 crores. And more over and above that, there are a few more which are still under drawing boards, which we should be announcing soon. So this year, we are looking at a very buoyant growth plans at least internally within ourselves. And definitely our internal target is to definitely surpass beyond what we have achieved right now. And we are at least looking at a uprise of 20-30% from the current year's pre-sales. Our sense is the 7 projects which we have acquired this year, we will be launching in this current financial year. And all these are about 12 lakh square feet with a 3,000 crore top line revenue. I think the end date for almost all of them will be between 3 to 4 years. So my sense would be at least 50 to 60% of this will be finished in the next 2 years' time. And thereafter, also our existing projects, which has already been announced, like Manhattan and Eden, Privay, all those projects will also be completed in the next 2 to 3 years' time. So overall, I am seeing at least this 3,000 crores of revenue, at least 50 to 60% of it being recognized, as well as the existing projects, which are about 2,500-3,000 crores, will also be recognized in the next 2 years.
Well, that's the word coming in from Ajmera Realty then. What a strong set of numbers, and I can't look away from the screen when it comes to the realty sector because there's a strong set of numbers across companies. But moving on then, onto the road ahead. For the FMCG sector, we caught up with Sunil Duggal, former CEO Dabur, Akshay D'Souza, Chief of Growth and Insights Bizom, as well as Abneesh Roy, Executive Director, Novama Institutional Equities. Listen in to find out the roadmap that they're penciling in for rural recovery as well as growth in the FMCG sector.
We do expect growth to be in the low to mid single digits in the first half of the year, even though there are some tailwinds with regard to a good Rabi crop, etc. But overall, the demand situation remains muted. My concern going forward is not so much on the top line, but on the margin.
An early summer that has come in, I think, is definitely going to be positive for a lot of categories. However, there is definitely a headwind from a confectionery and chocolate space where cocoa prices have soared. Most other discretionary products, we are seeing an active participation of brands in trying to even correct prices so that they drive consumption. So I think rural, don't write off rural anywhere. I think it's just a season away from getting back into action.
Rural recovery is still awaited. My sense is in FY25, with a normal monsoon forecast and local players' competition getting anniversarized, I would say that rural recovery can potentially start from Q2 FY25. Because of the gross margin pressure coming back, consumer companies will take a price hike. We have already seen in cocoa and coffee, a lot of players thinking of price hike, they have already taken. So that will also aid the overall revenue recovery.
Alright, that's the word coming in from the big FMCG players and analysts across the board. But let's take a look at all the other stocks that were big buzzers in today's trading session. And Gaurav is here with a list of all of those. Gaurav, over to you.
First, let's talk about sugar stocks because they are definitely going to be in focus for a few days because as per sources, now government may divert more sugars towards producing ethanol. And on back of this, we saw Balrampur Chini, Sri Renuka Sugar and some other sugar stocks reacted positively on this news already. Let's now talk about Bharat Electronics because as per sources, company is likely to get an order which is going to be worth more than 6,000 crore rupees. And given that the company's order book stands at more than 33,000 crore rupees, it could be a big move for company to begin its year FY25. And that is why this stock also reacted positively on the back of this news. Now let's talk about Can Fin Homes because Morgan Stanley now believes that this stock can actually outperform the broader index in the next 60 days because they believe that Q4 results could be strong for the stock and at the same time we may see some positive impact in the asset quality as well. And on back of this, they have now maintained their target price to 1,000 rupees but are being bullish on Can Fin Homes. Next, let's talk about Aditya Vision because recently there was a search operation taken by GST officers on its outlets and showrooms and the warehouses in Uttar Pradesh. And as per company, this is going to impact the business in a way that this will limit the sales from 3 stores and block the stock of 7 temporary warehouses for the company. And on back of this news, we saw there was a negative reaction in the stock price as well. And lastly, let's talk about Natco Pharma because company recently received a warning letter from US FDA and because of this, there may be delay in the pending product approval from the site which is situated in Kothur. And on back of this, we saw negative sentiment hitting up this stock as well. So all in all, we will definitely keep an eye on these stocks in tomorrow's trade as well and see how they perform.
Thanks, Gaurav, for that list of stocks that were buzzing in today's trading session. Moving on then, onto an ET Now exclusive. We learned from sources that Vodafone Idea is hard selling its FPO to over 250 hedge funds. Somit Sarkar is standing by to give us a glimpse of what is being conveyed to prospective investors. Somit?
Well, as we all know that Vodafone Idea has been holding a lot of road shows because they plan to raise around 20,000 crore rupees from external investors, and they aim to complete this by the end of the first quarter of FY25, which is in the next 83 days. So what is the company actually communicating to its prospective investors? What we understand from our sources is that the company is aiming to achieve a revenue of close to 75,000 crore rupees by FY26 as against 42,000 crore, which is the current run rate that we have been seeing. Because of this rise in revenue, they are expecting their cash EBITDA to also increase around 13 to 14,000 crore rupees from 8,000 crore rupees, which is the current rate, and which will be the factors that will actually aid this kind of revenue growth. Firstly, they plan to add around 1.4 crore subscribers every year over for the next couple of years, which means that total of 3 crore subscriber addition that they are aiming for the next 2 years. Now, do remember, in the last 4 years, the company has lost close to 8 crore subscribers. Apart from that, they are expecting tariff hike of close to 20 to 25% post-election, and for FY26 also they are expecting a tariff hike to come in, and they are expecting all the telecom players, that is all the private players, to participate in this tariff hike. Other than this, it's the migration of the 2G customers to 4G, which will aid the ARPU growth and the revenue growth going forward for the company. Now, do remember that Vodafone Idea has close to 9 crore 2G subscribers on its network, and they're expecting these subscribers to upgrade to 4G or eventually 5G going forward. Now, how is the company planning to use the fund that they're going to raise? Now, most of it will be used for capital expenditure. Now, do remember, due to lack of capital expenditure, the company is yet to start 5G services, and hence it is lacking behind. And for the next 3 years, the company has planned a capital expenditure of close to 55,000 crore rupees, and nearly 45% of this capital expenditure will be used towards augmenting the 5G services in the country. Apart from this, the company is also expecting their debt to come down by around 35,000 crore rupees, and this will be related to the government AGR dues, because they are expecting the Supreme Court to accept or to approve the reappeal that they have filed for the AGR dues, and hence the debt reduction of around 35,000 crore is expected to happen anytime soon. So these are mainly the view that they are giving to prospective investors going forward. Now, we tried to reach out to the company and to get a comment on this. However, the company has yet to respond to our queries on email.
All right, Swami, thanks so much for taking us through that sauce-based story that we did see incoming today for Vodafone Idea. That stock lower by 2% in today's trading session. Let's see what happens to the stock tomorrow as the market digests this news. But viewers, with that, we're completely timed out on this edition of Your Trades. From Shreyan Sini and the entire team that put this show together, thanks so much for watching.
Manish Sonthalia joins us. Let's take a conversation forward with him. Manish, thank you for joining us. 3 weeks ago, this market saw a gut-wrenching fall. It appeared that the bull market was just about getting over. But less than 3 weeks, we are back to new highs. New high on the Nifty, Bank Nifty is almost there, and small and mid-cap stocks have recouped almost 80% of their losses. So my question is, why did we fall, and after that, why did we recover?
So I think regulation change in terms of the fact that liquidity analysis report needs to be submitted on a monthly basis. That was the major reason. You would remember that in 2018, when there was a reclassification into large cap, mid cap, and small cap,
and there was a capital gains tax that was introduced at that point in time. At that point in time, also we saw some not gut wrenching fall in the equity market. So I think this time around, when the first analysis of liquidity test happened, it didn't seem to be that big a problem from the entire mutual fund. And that is why you saw a knee-jerk reaction and then a rise thereafter. I think this process is going to be on. Illiquid mid caps are no longer going to be favored as far as the mutual fund industry is concerned. They would find place more in the alternate space, and liquid mid caps would come back into the reckoning. So I think these would be the primary reasons why we actually saw a fall. It was overdue in some sense that some segments of the market were frothy in the broader markets, and that led to a correction, sort of, you could say. But I would, in general, believe that the markets are not very expensive.
And what better time, Manish, than right now, right? Because that correction is also taken place already in the small and mid caps. There seems to be still opportunity going by the earnings trajectory that some of these companies are likely to post, and large caps, they've finally begun participating, including banks. So where is it that you're scouting for opportunities, or already have in the last month and a half?
I think markets in general, on the benchmark is not very expensive. It's a given. I mean, 1150 on the Nifty in 2025 on Nifty 50 is not very expensive at 19.5, 20 times. Now, come to the themes, I would believe that it's all about the investment theme going forward. It's all about the order book. You're not going to see the earnings come through just yet. It's going to be back-ended, and that is why near-term valuations do look slightly expensive. Some of them are trading at FMCG valuations, so it's a pick and choose within that space. But I think it is all about your power sector. It is all about infra. It is about capital goods. It is about your, somewhat positive on pharma per se. But I think on a broad brush basis, banks per se are going to see earnings-led growth. So see, these are some of the themes which are going to be in the limelight. And within that, you got to pick within the broader markets as well as the large cap space. So that's how we are placed. It's an individual stock picking call, and within the overall broad themes that I just talked about.
One of your top holdings is actually Zomato. And right now it is the toast of the town. A year ago, it was on the butcher block. At the current market cap of almost 2 lakh crore, how would you value a company like Zomato?
So I don't want to talk about specific stocks, Nikon, but just about this holding that we have in the portfolio. Look, it's about what sort of EPS this company is going to clock maybe in 2026. And I think broadly the street is working with 2,500, 3,000 crores worth of profits. But I think it's likely to get surprised. More so on account of Blinkit. I mean, of course, food delivery is going to do its bit in terms of contribution margins and EBITDA margins, but I think it's going to surprise you on the Blinkit side. So that's the broad thesis. 2,500, 3,000 crore of profits is what the street is working with. I think the numbers would surprise.
Where else do you think this kind of a large surprise could come in? See, if you buy banks, they're compounders, right? You may be surprised or disappointed by 2 or 3% here or there. IT, you may be surprised by 2 or 3% here or there. Consumer company, auto companies at max 5%. But like you mentioned, Zomato, we are in for a big surprise. Where else do you think in the market we are in for big surprises?
Well, CDMO companies could surprise you on the positive side because of the innovators actually moving away from China, and of course on a 3-year basis. All platform companies, capital market related themes in any case are doing quite well, and these all platformized, which means there's an element of non-linearity that is going to come through. Companies which are associated with artificial intelligence behemoths, these could actually surprise you very positively. ICE, which is internal combustion engines, which was written off completely, they could surprise you on the positive side. You've already seen many of the ICE names actually come back in a big way, very, very silently. Could gauge the names which I'm alluding to, as opposed to batteries, which was the talk of the town, etc. And we would see what Apple talks about when he shutters the electric program and all of that. So that is one area. And of course, it is going to be your capital goods. It's going to be your power related sectors. The amount of investments that are going to go into this space, if India has to achieve that $6-7 trillion worth of economy in the next 5-6 years, I mean, the sky is the limit. And we as fund managers, analysts would try to figure out where the valuations are. I mean, it's going to be like your consumption related themes between 2010 and 20, when everything shot through the roof and the valuations really didn't make too much of sense. But as the earnings would have come back and did, and because the theme was in line, like I think something similar is going to happen in the investment related themes. The capital goods, the infra, the power, or the entire value chain. That's going to be significantly outperforming in the next 5-7 years. Valuations is one needs to be very careful about. I think here also, how do we look at valuations is basically where the visibility is going to be the best. You have a 5-7 year theme, but if the next 3 years are going to be very visible in terms of the execution capabilities and what they are talking about and whether they can do it or not, that is going to command a premium. Whereas if the execution is fuzzy and it's all about the order book position, then it's going to be slightly on the muted side. There's one more disruption that is coming through, and that's obviously in the IT space, because artificial intelligence is going to rule the roast. And the traditional Indian IT companies, the time and material way, you're going to require lesser number of people. Of course, it's a services business, which will never, it's not that it's going to go defunct or the business is going to go away totally. But as it is, valuations have come off. But this whole the hiring thing, where lesser number of people are going to be required, and if the efficiency gains are not translating into billings on Indian IT vendors, then there's a problem even in the IT space. The business model is going to change significantly. You need to keep a tab on what's happening on the AI front, because that's where the entire crux would lie. And of course, business models need to be tweaked. And India is going to participate in artificial intelligence through the making of applications for the rest of the world. But it's a journey, and one needs to take that.
To repeat, we are having a very interesting conversation. First, you think that apart from, let's say, a name like Zomato, which is in consumer tech or fintech, you expect CDMO, which is pharma, contract manufacturing, to do well. And I think if one looks at your declared portfolio, everything in public domain, you do have exposure to, let's say, a name like Divi's, which is in the CDMO space. You expect that traditional ICE engine companies will make a comeback. I'm just going to break it for our viewers, which Manish feels that there is enough and more excitement in the EV space. But if one looks at Maruti, or if one looks at the traditional incumbents, they still have the dominant market share. Third, you expect that capital goods stocks, power and power transmission as the entire ecosystem will do well. And the last one, you said SaaS, right? I mean, I just missed the last one. You said SaaS will do well and traditional IT services will take a backseat.
Well, intelligence is going to do well. Anything centered around data centers, the power of computing, that's likely to do well. Time and material, and obviously software as a service is basically something which is minus time and material, is likely to do much better.
You'll take in your top holdings. If you think that time and material and IT services will take a backseat, HCL Tech to hai number 5 pe.
I see. The thing is that the business is not going to go away. But is it businesses which can actually model their business model, tweak their business model in such a way that they are able to capitalize on the lesser number of people and outcome-based pricing, and incorporate artificial intelligence into their model, are likely to do much better.
Okay, fair enough. Let's get in a take as well as to how you're looking at the pre-election run-up with respect to the stock markets and how you would be looking to play that game.
I know you spoke a little bit about capital goods, but if you could just elaborate a little bit more about, infra-related spaces, defense, railways, and whether or not that as well seems like a strong opportunity.
The returns have all come front-ended in these themes. It's a multi-year theme, but the thing is that between now and the election results, things are in a slowdown mode. No more fresh orders, etc. are actually slow to come by, and execution is likely to get accelerated post the new government coming into power and the first 100 days. So I think the theme stands good. But as far as your outlook on the markets between now and election results, I think it's going to be a sideways sort of a market. Not too much to be expected, on the benchmark index, it may be plus minus 5%. But the broader market's likely to see a churn. Stocks where illiquidity is a factor is going to be take a back seat, and mid caps, small caps, which are quite liquid, are likely to see some heightened action. Of course, within that space, you could have a logical conclusion that PSUs will be in the limelight because these are very liquid names. You don't have liquid issues. These names in the broader markets when mutual funds actually are likely to churn their portfolios. So a lot of churn in the broader market, broadly plus minus 5% till the election results.
Manish Sonthalia, appreciate your time. So glad you could join us.
Sturris Healthcare Private Limited deals in quality medicine. Sturris, quality that you can trust.
In association with Volta Smart Air AC, शोर कम काम ज़्यादा.
In association with State Bank of India, the banker to every Indian.
मैंने मेरे सीईओ को बोला अगर आप मेरे लिए अभी प्राइवेट जेट भी भेजोगे ना तो भी मैं नहीं आऊंगा.
ये साला मेरा ब्रदर इन लो काम कम शोर ज्यादा और ये मेरा वोल्टा स्मार्ट एयर एसी ये सुपर साइलेंट चलता और इसका स्लीप मोड बॉडी के नीड के अकॉर्डिंग रूम ठंडा रखता. सो स्मार्ट शोर कम काम ज्यादा.
Heritage jewelry from Kalyan Jewellers.
Sunil Duggar, the former CEO at Dabur, is now joining in. We also have with us Akshay D'Souza, Chief of Growth and Insights at Bizom, and Abneesh Roy, who is joining in. He tracks the sector very closely from Nuvama Institutional Equities. Thank you all for taking time out and joining us. I just wanted to begin with you then, Mr. Duggal, and understand how you're looking at the entire landscape then when it comes to the FMCG space. Are you looking at this sort of K-shaped recovery and this sort of a trend sustaining?
Well, it's been a very poor year, a very average year for the FMCG sector. And the near-term outlook doesn't seem to be anything significantly good. We do expect growth to be in the low to mid single digits in the first half of the year, even though there are some tailwinds with regard to a good Rabi crop, etc. But overall, the demand situation remains muted. And the second half is what I think we can look at to perhaps fuel some growth, predicated on a good monsoon and therefore a good kharif output, and perhaps also on the back of a low base. So optically, we get the illusion of better growth. My concern going forward is not so much on the top line, but on the margins. Now, we've had a fairly benign margin environment over the last few quarters on the back of a low base and fairly decent inflation lines, but not to be taken as a given. We've already seen inflation creep up in some key raw materials, and this could accelerate in the event of any disruption in the Middle East external triggers like that, or internal issues like poor monsoon, maybe some other triggers. So I think the challenge for the sector in the current fiscal FY25 would be less on the top line and more on the margin front.
Apnish, the problem really with FMCG as a sector has been the kind of gap that one has seen with what the urban consumption trends are and what, the rural numbers are showcasing. Having said that, in the Q4 updates that have trickled in so far, it's a little impressive from a Dabur and Marico both, because it seems that both the rural as well as the urban gap seems to be narrowing a little bit. Not quite the case with GCPL just yet though. But what's your reading of what the rural recovery is looking like?
Yeah, thanks. Yes, in our view for the sector overall, urban is still growing faster. But yeah, select companies, there can be almost similar growth. But I would say that rural recovery is still awaited. My sense is in FY25, with a normal monsoon forecast and local players' competition getting anniversarized, I would say that rural recovery can potentially start from Q2 FY25. There was a local player competition in biscuits, detergent, hair oils, etc., which will complete 4 quarters at the end of Q1. So post that, the price hikes also should come back, as Sunil rightfully highlighted. Because of the gross margin pressure coming back, consumer companies will take a price hike. We have already seen in cocoa and coffee, a lot of players thinking of price hike. They have already taken. So that will also aid the overall revenue recovery, which has been very muted for the sector, especially in rural, for the last 1 year.
I distinctly remember when we spoke last time, you said that you've never seen a situation where rural demand is down. You said for the longest time, you've only seen a situation where there was a problem in terms of pricing and inflation, but India has never seen a downtick in demand per se. But now, is rural demand likely to come back irrespective of the monsoon cycle? I think I just wanted to encourage Sunil ji to be part of the discussion.
Yeah. It's hard to say. I mean, like I said, critically important will be the inflation outlook. If it's high, then obviously it will dampen demand. And the good monsoon, which is also part of the first inflation issue. So if these two play out well, low inflation and a good monsoon, I think we will see a substantial revival of demand, particularly in rural, especially on the back of a low base. So optically, at least, it looks pretty good. But as I alluded to earlier, the challenges would be on the margin front, because we are sitting on a very benign margin profile in FY24, and that need not repeat itself in FY25. So we could have a recurrence of the margin squeeze which happened a couple of years ago, which was mitigated in the last financial, need not repeat itself. That is my concern.
There was a time when we would look at rural demand as an FMCG demand or two-wheeler demand as an indication of rural demand. But do you think that is passé now, and that's not the right way of looking at things, Akshay?
I think rural is not going anywhere as of now. I'll tell you one of the most important seasons that we actually have now is actually summer. I think summer is also one of the biggest fuel for consumption from an Indian context. And I think we are seeing with summers, I think we are already seeing a hot summer. We're already seeing some categories like beverages or certain products in personal care are already showing an uptick. And I think some of this will start showing up in the quarterly results that you see. And an early summer that has come in, I think, is definitely going to be positive for a lot of categories. However, there is definitely a headwind from a confectionery and chocolate space where cocoa prices have soared. I think you will see a lot of price hikes there. But across most other discretionary products, we are seeing an active participation of brands in trying to even correct prices so that they drive consumption. So I think rural, don't write off rural anywhere. I think it's just a season away from getting back into action.
For rural India to come back, either there has to be underlying demand, or we need to have good monsoons, or the feel good has to come back in the economy. Right now, everything is missing. Monsoons have been bad. The feel good feature of the rural economy, that is just not there. And if, God forbid, if you're not in for a good monsoon, you never know which way things would move for the rural India.
No, that is true. See, monsoons are critical from an income standpoint, but I think what is also important for consumption is a hot summer. Like, for example, last year you didn't have a hot summer, and we automatically saw that consumption of many products actually fell. Now, along with monsoon, even a good summer is important from a consumption standpoint per se. So I think you are already at that cusp, and I think we're starting to see some of that. Some of that is starting to show up in some of the categories. But yes, I kind of go with what you're saying, that you will need to have a better monsoon and a more stable and steady monsoon, really, rather than an erratic monsoon, for rural incomes to be stabilized, and hence consumption to pick up better.
Just going as per your reports, you're talking about how the gross margins are likely to expand on a year-on-year basis, but the pace of expansion will be small. What exactly will be the reason for this, and will it be select companies or across the board?
Yeah, I would expect that in Q4, slight expansion will still happen in terms of gross margin, and maybe even for the EBITDA margin, there will be slight expansion. So what we are seeing is, except some of the agri inputs, most of the raw material is still range bound. So if you see crude oil, vinyl acetate monomer, copra, etc., are largely range bound. There are some commodities which have also corrected. For example, tea has corrected 8 to 10%. So that's why we are positive on Tata Consumer. Coming to agri inputs, I would say cocoa, coffee, etc. are a concern. But on the other hand, milk, there is a deflation. So I would say, as of now, the gross margin pressure is not something which is very acute. But I would say FY25, the price hikes will come back for most FMCG companies, with 2 to 3% coming back. So that's on the positive side. But some select categories, there is a margin pressure, especially chocolate players, etc. There is a margin pressure.
Sunil, I'd like to draw your attention to one more ingredient in the melting pot, and that is this entire quick commerce phenomenon which has started. Quick commerce, just for the benefit of our viewers, I'm of course referring to, let's say, a service like Zepto or Blinkit. It may be small, it may be niche, it has got nothing to do with rural India, but it promises to change the way how FMCG companies would, in a sense, be reimagining their distribution network going forward. So Sunil, what to your mind could be the big change because of the quick commerce service, where FMCG companies are now directly engaging with a service player like Blinkist or a Zepto or Swiggy?
I don't see any significant differences in the overall architecture of quick commerce vis-a-vis, say, modern retail. The supply chains for all consumer companies will have to be rigid to accommodate the very low inventories which these people would keep, and the very quick service, very high levels of service levels which they will seek. But other than that, I think it's just another opportunity for companies to get into another channel, and the companies who are able to execute well will benefit. But it's not going to change the basic mechanics of the way FMCG companies do business. A, it is small, and B, it is basically like modern trade or e-com or any of the other channels which we already used to.
So I'm going to get closing comments from Akshay. Akshay, if you have to, let's say, talk about the disruption which is happening in the FMCG market, whether it is online or offline, the incumbents are now feeling the heat. There was a time when the top 4 or 5 FMCG companies would dominate everything. But now, because creating a brand is easy, managing supply chain is different, and because of the distribution and the network reach, a lot of new small staples and FMCG brands are getting created. So in the light of new wave of competition, how do you see the incumbents moving?
You're absolutely right and bang on. I think we are definitely seeing an emergence of a lot of traditional regional players now moving beyond their traditional geographies. And like you said, well, I wouldn't really say building brand is easy. Of course, it is challenging. But what I really think is become easier now is distribution across India has become easier. Digital has actually helped create distribution across the country. And I think that is what I'll see a lot of brands leveraging. And while taking their brand equity to other markets becomes simpler for them. Now, the big challenge, obviously, and the big advantage that incumbents have had, obviously, has been supply. And I think when you're looking at a global economy today, I think, and that access being available to almost everybody now, I think it becomes that much more easier. So I think you're also going to see a lot of mid-sized companies, especially in FMCG, soon getting to $1 billion in the next 3 or 4 years. And I think that's very, very positive news. But yes, incumbents will have to keep reinventing themselves. I think a lot of them have actually gone very slow on newer categories. They would typically played wait and watch and let's see some scale. But I think you will see a lot of new product categories and new launches kind of scale up for them in the next couple of years, because they will need to be present where demand is shifting at the moment.
Closing comments from you, despite the fact that you're talking about it being subdued for the year ahead, what would be your top recommendations or picks maybe within the space?
Sure, thanks. Our top picks will be essentially companies where the performance on the volume growth and margin is good. So we continue to like United Breweries, Tata Consumer, Godrej Consumer, Pidilite. We also like Colgate, although valuation comfort currently is a bit less. We'll be underweight from this quarter perspective, essentially on HUL ITC. But we do see that from Q2 onwards, the rural recovery and the pricing should come back. So HUL and ITC valuation comfort is high, but I would say the triggers, at least 1-2 more quarters, we would need to wait.
All right, gentlemen, appreciate your time. Thank you so very much for joining in and giving us an all-round view as to what the status is for the FMCG sector and, more importantly, the road ahead.
In association with State Bank of India, the banker to every Indian.
Sir, आप इतने colorful हो, but how can colorful be powerful?
Follow me. धूप के पसीने छूट जाएंगे, लेकिन ये डटा रहेगा। धूल हो या मिट्टी, इससे नहीं जीत पाएगी। बारिश का प्रेशर बढ़ेगा, पर इसको कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा। Dulux Weather Shield Power Flex
with international triple defense technology, इसका हर रंग लड़े धूप, धूल, बारिश से और रहे हमेशा कलरफुल।
It's colorful. It's powerful.
Your issues become our agenda. From airfares to government high-handedness, we voice your concerns and demand answers for your questions.
4 से 5 घंटे की बिजली कटौती हो रही है। टिकट बहुत दिक्कत हो रही है मैम।
Because we believe in fighting for what is right. Mirror now, you first.
Heritage jewelry from Kalyan Jewelers.
GSPL, it's always a function of metal cycle. Can Finance Home, it's a stock where markets have really, spoken endlessly about why valuations are cheap. But PI Industries is something which rarely comes out. These are typical ideas where it's more like a whisper in the ear that we know that in the near term, demand is going to be more than supply.
The capital goods, the power, or the entire value chain, that's going to be significantly outperforming in the next 5-7 years. Valuations is one needs to be very careful about.
We are quite confident that we'll be reaching or slightly exceeding the 10 gigawatt number.
So looking at the opportunity set, both organic and inorganic, yes, there is a room to accelerate growth.
We do expect growth to be in the low to mid single digits in the first half of the year.
I would say that rural recovery can potentially start from Q2 FY25.
Nifty hits record high but closes slightly in red, dropping over 100 points off day's high. Sensex hits 75,000 for the first time ever. Vodafone Idea hard sells its FPO to raise 20,000 crore rupees in talks with over 250 hedge funds. Reliance Retail plans to go all out in beauty space and is ready to launch its own private label brand. Sources say it's an ET Now exclusive. ET Now learns that a group of secretaries is making a presentation to the Prime Minister's office and Cabinet Secretary on 100 days agenda. This even as the outgoing Modi government is confident of returning to power after the 7-phased election begins on April 19th. Skymet Weather predicts normal monsoon this year, expects sufficiently good rains in the south, west and northwestern regions. And Opposition Alliance finalizes seat sharing in Maharashtra. Uddhav's party gets 21 seats, Congress gets 17 seats, while Sharad Pawar's party will contest on the remaining 10 seats. Good evening, you're tuned into 80 Now with me, Sumita Karir. Over the next 30 minutes, we'll go through the top stories that we're tracking this hour. But first, let's begin with a quick check at the markets. Well, Nifty today hit record highs but ended lower below the 22,700 levels. In fact, Reliance Industries was the biggest contributor to the Nifty fall today. We saw a similar trend happen on the Sensex as well. Sectorally, metals were the top gainers, followed by banking stocks. In fact, PSU Banking Pack, on the other hand, was the top drag, and that was followed by FMCG. My colleague Ansh Pilwar now here getting us a roundup of today's trading session. So Ansh, what really changed from Nifty hitting a record high and then retracting?
So Nifty and Sensex touched record high level today. In fact, Sensex touched 75,000 mark for the very first time. However, by the end of the session, we saw Nifty declining by around 120 points of day's high to close slightly in red, and so does Sensex as well. Now, if we talk about other broad indices, Nifty Midcap 150 index also touched record high level, but it also closed in red, mainly dragged by SJVN and Supreme Industry. Whereas Nifty Small Cap advanced for 13 consecutive sessions. This was the longest buying session streak seen in at least last 10 months. And this was mainly led by Hindustan Copper and Sri Renuka. Now, if we talk about sectoral gainers, here we are seeing Nifty Metal as the top sectoral gainer, which also touched record high level, advancing for third consecutive session, mainly led by Hindustan Zinc and Hindustan Copper. Whereas Nifty Bank also touched record high level, advancing for fifth consecutive session. Moving on to sector losers, and here we are seeing Nifty PSU Bank as the top sector loser, which also declined for second consecutive session, mainly led by PSB and Union Bank. Whereas Nifty Auto touched record high level, but it also closed in red. So overall, it was a negative session.
And we caught up with Manish Sontalia, who's the Chief Investment Officer, MK Investment Managers. He's penciling in to find out his views on what he's penciling in as far as the current market situation is concerned. He also tells us that he's bullish on power, infra and capital goods. Let's take a quick listen in to what he had to say to us this morning.
Markets in general, on the benchmark is not very expensive. It's a given. I mean, 1150 on the Nifty in 2025 on Nifty 50 is not very expensive at 19.5, 20 times. Now, come to the themes, I would believe that it's all about the investment theme going forward. It's all about the order book. You're not going to see the earnings come through just yet. It's going to be back-ended, and that is why near-term valuations do look slightly expensive. Some of them are trading at FMCG valuations, so it's a pick and choose within that space. But I think it is all about your power sector, it is all about infra, it is about capital goods, it is about your, somewhat positive on pharma per se. But I think on a broad brush basis, banks per se are going to see earnings-led growth. So see, these are some of the themes which are going to be in the limelight. And within that, you got to pick within the broader markets as well as the large cap space.
And moving on to an ET Now exclusive, we're learning from reliable sources that Vodafone Idea is hard selling its FPO to over 250 hedge funds. Samit Sarkar joins us to give us a glimpse of what is being conveyed to these prospective investors. Samit, give us the details of when is Vodafone expecting to close this fund and what will it be deployed towards?
Well, as we all know that Vodafone Idea has been holding a lot of road shows because they plan to raise around 20,000 crore rupees from external investors, and they aim to complete this by the end of the first quarter of FY25, which is in the next 83 days. So what is the company actually communicating to its prospective investors? What we understand from our sources is that the company is aiming to achieve a revenue of close to 75,000 crore rupees by FY26 as against 42,000 crore, which is the current run rate that we have been seeing. Because of this rise in revenue, they are expecting their cash EBITDA to also increase to around 13 to 14,000 crore rupees from 8,000 crore rupees, which is the current rate, and which will be the factors that will actually aid this kind of revenue growth. Firstly, they plan to add around 1.4 crore subscribers every year over for the next couple of years, which means that total of 3 crore subscriber addition that they are aiming for the next 2 years. Now do remember, in the last 4 years the company has lost close to 8 crore subscribers. Apart from that, they are expecting tariff hike of close to 20 to 25% post election, and for FY26 also they are expecting a tariff hike to come in, and they are expecting all the telecom players, that is all the private players, to participate in this tariff hike. Other than this, it's the migration of the 2G customers to 4G, which will aid the ARPU growth and the revenue growth going forward for the company. Now do remember that Vodafone Idea has close to 9 crore 2G subscribers on its network, and they're expecting these subscribers to upgrade to 4G or eventually 5G going forward. Now how is the company planning to use the fund that they're going to raise? Now most of it will be used for capital expenditure. Now do remember, due to lack of capital expenditure, the company is yet to start 5G services, and hence it is lacking behind. And for the next 3 years, the company has planned a capital expenditure of close to 55,000 crore rupees, and nearly 45% of this capital expenditure will be used towards augmenting the 5G services in the country. Apart from this, the company is also expecting their debt to come down by around 35,000 crore rupees, and this will be related to the government AGR dues, because they are expecting the Supreme Court to accept or to approve the reappeal that they have filed for the AGR dues, and hence the debt reduction of around 35,000 crore is expected to happen anytime soon. So these are mainly the view that they are giving to prospective investors going forward. Now we tried to reach out to the company and to get a comment on this. However, the company has yet to respond to our queries on email.
Well, that's Vodafone, but now moving on to another exclusive coming in as far as the retail space is concerned. So sources tell ET Now that Reliance Retail has plans to go all out in the beauty space and is ready to launch its own private label brand. ET Now is also learning that the new beauty products of Reliance will be launched in its Tira stores. Aishwarya Patil brings in more on the story. Aishwarya, beauty space has really been buzzing with private labels of all of these companies, holding companies. So by when is this new brand expected to be launched?
Well, this move is in line with Reliance Retail's multi-pronged expansion strategy. What we've learned from our sources is that Reliance Retail is all set to launch its own private label in beauty products. For instance, Sephora also has many branded products in their store, but they also have their own branded Sephora products. That will be the kind of model that Tira Beauty is also replicating going forward. What we've also learned is that the new beauty products will be available at Reliance Retail's Tira stores. Reliance will also introduce more than 50 products in terms of cosmetics, skincare, as well as beauty tools in this particular space. The company also plans to introduce these products by the end of 2024. Now, apart from that, they're going aggressive in terms of the beauty space. Reports also suggest that they plan to go all out in terms of their acquisition of beauty companies going forward, one of which is Kiko Milano, a franchise they've acquired for India, which is in line, of course, with their aggressive expansion in the beauty space. Kiko overall in the country has more than 7 stores across India, standalone stores, and will be operated by Reliance Beauty and Personal Care Limited, which is a subsidiary of Reliance Retail. And going forward, we'll see how they expand in this particular space with Tira, Sephora and Kiko in their portfolio. Back to you.
And moving on, let's now look at the credit deposit ratio of banks that are at a decadal high. Asta Chopra is getting us an analysis of the same.
Well, the CD ratio of bank increase, which is the credit
ये भी आपको बताएंगे। सब कुछ होगा इस छोटे से ब्रेक के बाद।
lakh crore as of March 22, 2024 as well. This issue was raised by the RBI governor also as well on the Friday, and he said that the bank has to clear the correlation between the credit and the deposit growth.
SBI ओपन डिजिटल सेविंग्स अकाउंट यूजिंग वीडियो KYC। इसे कहते हैं सॉलिड बैंक की सॉलिड बैकिंग।
Attention startups. Reach 25 crore people well within your budget. Advertise on 10 TV channels in one shot. No TVC required. Brand starter pack starting from just 1 lakh rupees. Brand Surge, the special marketing starter pack for startup brands. For more details, visit our website brandsurge.co.in or write to us at brandsurge@timesgroup.com. Times Network, now on nothing.
मुझे लगता है कि हम दुनिया की कोई भी टीम को हरा सकते हैं।
वेलकम बैक। आप देख रहे हैं बनो अपना फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर, और चलिए सवाल जवाब का सिलसिला जारी है। लेकिन उस बीच अगर आप भी कोई सवाल पूछना चाहते हैं तो अपने सवाल आप हमें व्हाट्सएप कर सकते हैं, जो नंबर आपकी स्क्रीन पे फ्लैश हो रहा है। और इसके अलावा सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म्स पर, क्योंकि हम लाइव भी हैं खासतौर से यूट्यूब पे, तो वहाँ भी कमेंट बॉक्स पे अपने सवाल छोड़ सकते हैं। 9619873567 ये हमारा नंबर है, जहाँ पर हमें इंतज़ार रहता है आपके सवालों का। विश्वजीत पराशर और अमोल जोशी मेरे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं एक्सपर्ट के तौर पर और यूट्यूब के दर्शक हैं, उनका कुछ सवाल लेना चाहेंगे। अमोल, पुष्कर सिंह का मैं सवाल लूँगी, आप ही के पास है। देहरादून से सवाल भेजा है इन्होंने, और पिछले साल दिसंबर में इन्होंने अपनी SIP शुरू की है। फंड्स के नाम है SBI S&P इंडेक्स फंड, इसके अलावा SBI का कॉन्ट्रा है, निपॉन इंडिया ग्रोथ है, मोतीलाल ओसवाल मिड कैप है, पराग पारेख का फ्लेक्सी कैप है, HDFC स्मॉल कैप है, SBI ब्लू चिप है। फंड्स का सिलेक्शन सही है या नहीं है, और 4,000 रुपये इन्हें और इन्वेस्ट करने हैं 10 साल में। टारगेट है इनका 75 लाख का।
कविता जी, मेरी जरूर ये इच्छा होती कि पुष्कर सिंह जी अगर होते तो उनके साथ मुझे कुछ सवाल जरूर उनसे करने थे। लेकिन पुष्कर जी, अगर आप सुन रहे हैं तो मेरा सबसे पहला प्रश्न आपसे है कि आपने हार्डली 3-4 महीने, दिसंबर यानी हार्डली 3-4 महीने पहले आपने अपने SIP शुरू किए हैं। आपके SIP स्कीम जो आपने चयन किया है उसका बेसिस क्या था, किस हिसाब से आपने सिलेक्ट किए? मैं ये सवाल आपसे इसलिए पूछ रहा हूं बिकॉज आपने ये पूछा है मेरा फंड सिलेक्शन सही है या बदली करूं। आप 3-4 महीने के अंतराल में ही ये स्कीम्स क्यों बदली करना चाहते हैं? इतने जल्द फंड में आना जाना मेरे हिसाब से ना ही आपके फाइनेंशियल सेहत के लिए अच्छा है, ना ही टैक्सेशन के हिसाब से अच्छा है, और ना ही ये एक बेहतर फाइनेंशियल प्लानिंग की रणनीति है। ये बेहतर नहीं है। बेहतर क्या है? आप स्कीम्स का चयन करने से पहले अच्छे से अपने फाइनेंशियल गोल्स, रिस्क एपेटाइट, लॉन्ग टर्म होराइजन है आपका या मीडियम टर्म है या शॉर्ट टर्म है, इस हिसाब से सारी चीजों को ध्यान में रखते हुए स्कीम्स का चुनाव करें। और उन स्कीम्स का एक बार चुनाव करने के बाद में उनमें लंबी अवधि तक बने रहे, अगर आप इक्विटी में करते हैं और लंबा आपका समय इन्वेस्टमेंट होराइजन है तो ये सारी चीजें ध्यान में रखते हुए इन प्रश्नों का उत्तर आप अपने आप के लिए जरूर एक बार खोजें। अगर आपके पास इसका उत्तर नहीं है तो मैं स्ट्रांगली आपको रिकमेंड करूंगा, आपका टारगेट भी बहुत बड़ा है 75 लाख रुपए का, किसी एक्सपर्ट की सामने आप जरूर उनकी सलाह लीजिए। अब आते हैं आपके दूसरे प्रश्न की तरफ, ये स्कीम्स में बदली करूं क्या? मेरे हिसाब से बदली करने का तो मैं उससे ज्यादा मैं ये कहना चाहूंगा, आपका लगभग 9 से 10 हजार रुपए का एसआईपी और उसमें 7 स्कीम है। म्यूचुअल फंड देखिए, जान लीजिए हर कोई जो सुन रहा है, म्यूचुअल फंड इटसेल्फ इज अ डाइवर्सिफाइड इंस्ट्रूमेंट। एक इक्विटी फंड में 30 स्टॉक्स से लेके 90, 100 या उससे ज्यादा भी स्टॉक्स हो सकते हैं। जब आपके पास 50, 60, 70 स्टॉक्स एक ही स्कीम में है, तो आपको 9 या 10 स्कीम जमा करके कोई ज्यादा खास फायदा होने वाला नहीं है। तो मेरे हिसाब से अपना 10 हजार रुपए का एसआईपी जो है वो आप अपनी 9 स्कीम में से या 10 स्कीम में से कंसोलिडेट करें। और कंसोलिडेशन में आपको इस हिसाब से बता रहा हूं, 4 हजार रुपए पराग पारेख फ्लेक्सी कैप में आप जा सकते हैं, 3 हजार रुपए मोतीलाल ओसवाल मिड कैप में, और 3 हजार रुपए आप एचडीएफसी स्मॉल कैप फंड में निवेश कर सकते हैं। आपका 4 हजार रुपए का जो एडिशनल एसआईपी आपको बढ़ाना है, वो भी मेरे ख्याल से इसी प्रोपोर्शन में, शायद इक्वली 2-1-1 हिसाब से इन 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 3 स्कीम में ही आप इसका चुनाव कर सकते हैं। और सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट बात यह है, आपका जो लक्ष्य है 75 लाख रुपए का, अगर आप 10 हजार रुपए का एसआईपी करते हैं और अगले 10 साल में वो 12% का रिटर्न देता है, तो आप लगभग 22 लाख रुपए तक पहुंच पाएंगे। ये काफी कम है, आपने जो अपने लिए 75 लाख रुपए का लक्ष्य रखा है। मेरे हिसाब से आपको अपना एसआईपी 33 to 35, 33 या 35 हजार रुपए तक बढ़ाना पड़ेगा। अगर ये नहीं करते हैं तो आपको अपने लक्ष्य की दूरी ज्यादा बढ़ानी पड़ेगी। इस हिसाब से आप एक कंसोलिडेशन कीजिए अपनी स्कीम्स का, और आपको एसआईपी बढ़ाना है लगभग 33 to 35,000 फ्रॉम एग्जिस्टिंग 14,000 रुपीज।
पुष्कर, उम्मीद करते हैं कि आपको सलाह समझ में आ गई हो, और अगली बार अगर सवाल पूछना चाहें, भले ही यूट्यूब पे सवाल डाल रहे हो, फ़ोन नंबर भी भेज दीजिएगा ताकि अगर कोई जानकारी हमारे एक्सपर्ट को लेनी हो तो आसानी हो जाए। विश्वजीत जी, यहाँ पर शैलेश सिंह का सवाल मैं लूँगी, और इनके सवाल में ओके, इन्होंने भी पीजीआईएम का फ्लेक्सी कैप है, क्वांट का मिड कैप है, कैनरा रोबेको का स्मॉल कैप, टाटा डिजिटल और निपॉन इंडिया है, टॉपअप कर सकते हैं, 15 साल तक इन्वेस्ट करना है। पीजीआईएम फ्लेक्सी कैप से इन्हें एग्जिट लेकर पराग पारेख के फ्लेक्सी कैप में जाना है, क्या ये करना सही होगा? और 5 साल के लिए कौन से फंड में इनको एसआईपी करनी चाहिए? 5,000 की एसआईपी, और इनको निवेश जो है राशि बढ़ानी है, और 5 से 6 लाख रुपए की इनको ज़रूरत हो सकती है। तो बताइए क्या करना चाहिए?
कविता जी, जैसे शैलेश जी ने बताया कि वो पीजीआईएम फ्लेक्सी कैप से स्विच करना चाहते हैं और पराग पारेख फ्लेक्सी कैप फंड में जाना चाहते हैं, तो मेरी सलाह भी यही रहेगी, क्योंकि अगर हम परफॉर्मेंस वाइज देखें तो पराग पारेख फ्लेक्सी कैप कंसिस्टेंट परफॉर्मर है, और उसका डाइवर्सिफिकेशन भी बहुत अच्छा है, इंटरनेशनल इक्विटी में भी निवेश करता है, तो एक अच्छा डाइवर्सिफिकेशन पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से आप उसमें स्विच कर सकते हैं, बिल्कुल इमीडिएटली कर सकते हैं। दूसरा सवाल जो रहा है शैलेश जी का, वो ये है कि वो 5,000 की एसआईपी और स्टार्ट करना चाहते हैं। तो मैं अगर इनका ओवरऑल पोर्टफोलियो देखता हूं तो उसमें लार्ज कैप की काफी मिसिंग है उसमें, तो मैं इनको सलाह दूंगा कि ये आईसीआईसीआई प्रूडेंशियल ब्लू चिप फंड में और एचडीएफसी फोकस 30 फंड में 2,500 रुपए की एसआईपी वहां पे ये शुरुआत कर सकते हैं। तो इनसे, इसकी वजह से इनका पोर्टफोलियो में ओवरऑल रिस्क थोड़ा कम हो जाएगा और लार्ज कैप का एक्सपोजर भी काफी बढ़ जाएगा। और जहां तक इनके गणित का सवाल है, ये जो 7,000 रुपए की एसआईपी कर रहे हैं और ये कहते हैं कि 10% ये स्टेप अप कर सकते हैं, तो अगर हम 15 वर्ष में देखें और 12% का सीएजीआर लेके चलते हैं तो करीब करीब ये 60 लाख रुपए बन जाता है इनकी अमाउंट। और जो ये अगले 5 साल के लिए भी ये इनका कोई एक लक्ष्य रखा हुआ है, ये 6 लाख रुपए चाहते हैं, तो उसके लिए इनको करीब करीब 7,500 की एसआईपी और शुरुआत करनी पड़ेगी, जो 5 साल का लक्ष्य रखा है। जहां तक कि ओवरऑल पोर्टफोलियो देखें तो अगर ये 2 फंड और ऐड कर देंगे तो डाइवर्सिफाइड हो जाएगा, और पराग पारेख फ्लेक्सी कैप में बिल्कुल स्विच कर सकते हैं। तो मेरी शुभकामनाएं शैलेश जी।
चलिए, ये सलाह। अगला सवाल यूट्यूब के ही दर्शक हैं, छोटू सरकार और अमोल, इनका सवाल यही है, 12 साल से ज़्यादा का इनका समय है, इन्वेस्टमेंट का टाइम होराइजन, घर खरीदना है इनको, 25 से 30 लाख रुपए चाहिए होंगे, करंट वैल्यू है, आगे चलकर ये बढ़ेगी अमाउंट, और 1,000 रुपये का स्टेप अप भी कर सकते हैं। जीएम का फ्लेक्सी कैप, मोतीलाल ओसवाल मिड कैप, एक्सिस का स्मॉल कैप, आईसीआईसीआई निफ्टी 50 इनके पास है। तो बताइए, घर का लक्ष्य है इनका, कैसे पूरा किया जाए? और 12 साल के बाद की वैल्यू 25 से 30 लाख रुपए अगर मुझे आंकनी हो अमोल, तो मैं किस फिगर पर आ जाऊंगी?
कविता जी, ये काफी अच्छा सवाल है मेरे ख्याल से, लेकिन आपका और मेरा इसमें से जो इंटरप्रिटेशन है, आकलन है, मेरे हिसाब से मेरा आकलन थोड़ा सा डिफरेंट है जो मैं समझ पा रहा हूं। मेरे हिसाब से ये बोल रहे हैं 25 to 30 लाख करंट वैल्यू, ये उन्होंने बोला है। तो आज अगर कोई घर 25 से 30 लाख रुपए का मिल रहा है तो शायद 12 साल बाद इसी अमाउंट में ना मिले इन्फ्लेशन के चलते। तो इसीलिए मैंने कहा कि ये काफी अच्छा सवाल है। लोग ज्यादातर एक स्टैटिक फिगर ध्यान में लेके चलते हैं। कई बार ये मिस्टेक भी हो सकता है। रिटायरमेंट के लिए आज 1 करोड़ रुपीस की राशि ठीक लगती है, या कोई एक हायर एजुकेशन के लिए 10 लाख रुपए की राशि ठीक लगती है, लेकिन 15 साल, 18 साल, 12 साल के बाद ये वैल्यूज काफी बढ़ जाएंगी, आपकी राशि, आपका कॉर्पस कम हो सकता है। तो सबसे पहले 25 लाख रुपए छोटू सरकार जी, अगर 12 साल बाद अगर लगभग 7 से 8% का इन्फ्लेशन अगर हम लेते हैं आपकी घर की कीमत में, तो आज का 25 लाख रुपए का घर लगभग 63 लाख रुपीस का आपको पड़ेगा। उस हिसाब से हमको प्लानिंग करनी पड़ेगी। ये तो हुआ आपका पहले पड़ाव पे, ये पहला जवाब है। दूसरा है, आपका एग्जिस्टिंग एसआईपी 5,500 रुपए का है, आप उसमें से एनुअल 1,000 रुपीज का टॉपअप भी कर सकते हैं। अगर एक इक्विटी पोर्टफोलियो जो आपने हमें स्कीम्स दी है, फ्लेक्सी कैप, मिड कैप, स्मॉल कैप और निफ्टी 50, आपका कंप्लीट प्योर इक्विटी, फुल इक्विटी पोर्टफोलियो है, अगर 12% का सीएजीआर मिलता है तो आप 63 लाख रुपीस के लक्ष्य के सामने आप 30 लाख रुपीस तक पहुंच पाते हैं आपके एग्जिस्टिंग प्लान के अनुसार। तो ये जो बची हुई गैप है 30 या 33 लाख रुपए की, इसको कैसे ब्रिज किया जाए, दो हिसाब से आप इसको, उस गैप को ब्रिज कर सकते हैं। या तो अगर पॉसिबल है आपको तो 5,500 रुपए से सीधा आपको एसआईपी 17 से 18,000 रुपए तक बढ़ाना पड़ेगा। अगर ये नहीं कर पाते हैं क्योंकि दूरी काफी ज्यादा है 5,500 रुपए से 17,000 रुपए की, अगर ये नहीं कर सकते हैं तो मेरे हिसाब से जो आपने फ्लैट 1,000 रुपीज एनुअल टॉपअप जो बोला है, आप एक देख लीजिए, 5,000 रुपए में 1,000 रुपए आपका 20% टॉपअप हो गया। लेकिन जब आपका एसआईपी बढ़ के 10,000 रुपए हो जाएगा, हर साल आप 1,000 बढ़ाएंगे तो 4 या 5 साल में ही आपका एसआईपी 10,000 हो जाएगा। तो उस 10,000 के सामने अगर आप 1,000 बढ़ाते तो इट्स ओनली 10% टॉपअप। तो मेरे ख्याल से अमाउंट का टॉपअप, एनुअल टॉपअप या स्टेपअप ना करते हुए मेरे हिसाब से आप परसेंटेज बेस्ड स्टेपअप कीजिए। और आपके लिए जो मैंने गणित बिठाया है वो ऐसे होता है, 17-18,000 रुपए की राशि कम हो जाती है, आपको अपना एसआईपी 13,000 रुपए करना है, और 8% अगर आप पर एनम एसआईपी स्टेपअप करते हैं तो आप 63 लाख रुपीस की राशि पहुंच सकते हैं। जहां तक स्कीम्स का सवाल है, जेएम फ्लेक्सी कैप, मोतीलाल मिड कैप, एक्सिस स्मॉल कैप, निफ्टी 50 इंडेक्स फंड आपका, मेरे ख्याल से ये स्कीम्स ठीक है, इनके साथ आप कंटिन्यू कर सकते हैं, लेकिन इसको एनुअल रिव्यू करना ना भूलें। और रिव्यू के साथ एक और चीज होती है, रीबैलेंस। अगर जैसे पिछले 1 साल में देखा गया है, मिड और स्मॉल कैप ने काफी ज्यादा रिटर्न दिया है लार्ज कैप के सामने, तो आपका मिड और स्मॉल कैप का प्रोपोर्शन बढ़ जाएगा अगर मार्केट में कोई ऐसा एक वैल्यूएशन डिसलोकेशन आता है। तो उस हिसाब से एनुअल रिव्यू और एनुअल रीबैलेंस करके आप अपने 63 लाख रुपीस को लक्ष्य को इस तरह से हासिल कर सकते हैं।
राइट, चलिए मेरे ख्याल से यूट्यूब के क्योंकि सवाल हैं तो हमारे पास दर्शक फ़ोन लाइन पर तो नहीं होंगे, लेकिन उम्मीद करते हैं कि उन्हें सलाह समझ में आ जाए। और इसी के साथ आज के शो के लिए मेरा समय तो समाप्त हो गया है, लेकिन जाते जाते झटपट रुख कर लेते हैं निवेश के गुरु मंत्र की ओर। विश्वजीत जी, आपका क्या है आज का गुरु मंत्र?
जी बिल्कुल कविता जी, अभी न्यू फाइनेंशियल ईयर स्टार्ट हुआ है और आज हिंदू नववर्ष भी है। तो मेरे हिसाब से अगर हम देखें तो मार्केट के, इक्विटी मार्केट भी ऑल टाइम हाई पे है, और अभी आप गोल्ड पे भी चर्चा कर रही थी, वो भी ऑल टाइम हाई पे है। तो बिल्कुल सही समय है अपने पोर्टफोलियो रीबैलेंस करने का। और विद इन पोर्टफोलियो अगर इक्विटी का पोर्टफोलियो भी है, जैसा भी अमोल जी भी कह रहे थे, मिड कैप स्मॉल कैप का एक्सपोजर अगर ज्यादा हो गया है तो उसमें लार्ज कैप को ऐड करें। और विद इन एसेट एलोकेशन, इक्विटी में अगर ज्यादा हो गया आपका एक्सपोजर, 10% से ज्यादा हो गया है, तो उसको डेट की तरफ स्विच करें। तभी आपका एक अच्छा पोर्टफोलियो, रिस्क फ्री पोर्टफोलियो रहेगा और आगे चल के आपके गोल्स भी अचीव हो पाए।
अमोल?
कविता जी, मेरा आज का गुरु मंत्र आज के शो के लिए ये रहेगा। ज्यादातर ये देखा गया है बुल मार्केट है, अगर आपने कोई भी फंड या कोई भी स्टॉक 1 साल पहले लिया है तो काफी अच्छी संभावना है कि आप इसमें बड़े अच्छे गेन्स पे आज आपका पोर्टफोलियो दिख रहा है। तो इस हिसाब से इस गेन को या अपनी एक्सपर्टीज को परमानेंट ना माने, और खास करके देखा गया है फ्रेंड्स, फैमिली, और खास करके अगर कोई रिटायर्ड है, आज का एक सवाल वो भी था, शायद हम आज ले नहीं पाए, कि एक बड़ा सा रिटायरमेंट कॉर्पस है, तो उसमें एक व्यक्ति इन्वेस्ट करना चाहते हैं फिक्स इनकम में, लेकिन उनको कोई फोर्स कर रहा है आप इक्विटी में करें। तो एक सिंपल आज का गुरु मंत्र ये है, अगर आप क्वालिफाइड इन्वेस्टमेंट प्रोफेशनल है, या तो अगर आप सैवी इनफ है और फ्रेंड्स और फैमिली को सलाह देने के लिए अगर आप योग्य है तभी दे, वरना आप सबसे ज्यादा उनकी मदद तब कर सकते हैं उनको किसी एक प्रोफेशनल एडवाइस की तरफ डायरेक्ट करें। हमारा खुद का रिस्क प्रोफाइल, रिस्क एपेटाइट दूसरे व्यक्ति को रिप्लिकेट करने की कोशिश ना करें, शायद गड़बड़ भी हो सकती है।
इसी के साथ आज के शो में आप दोनों ने ही शिरकत की, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। समय निकाला, दर्शकों का मार्गदर्शन किया और मुझे भी इजाज़त दें। लेकिन जाते जाते मैं हमारे सभी दर्शकों को छोड़े जा रही हूं हमारे व्हाट्सएप नंबर के साथ, और साथ ही बताना चाहती हूं कि सोशल मीडिया पर भी अपने सवाल हमें भेज सकते हैं। यूट्यूब पर सवाल छोड़िए और साथ ही 9619873567 जो हमारा व्हाट्सएप नंबर है, अपने सवाल हम तक पहुँचाएँ। नमस्कार।
In association with State Bank of India, the banker to every Indian.
10 मिनट में आपका खाना डिलीवर हो न हो, पर यहाँ आपको मिलेगा हर 5 मिनट में कमाई का पक्का मौका। ईटी नाउ स्वदेश पर हर 5 मिनट कमाई का आइडिया।
Madhya Pradesh reaches a fever pitch. BJP and the Congress know whichever side and to make a difference to national politics. That was Narendra Modi and this is Navika Kumar.
जिन्होंने राजनीति की लहर देखी,
वातावरण में कौन सी लहर है? मोदी लहर। Political control.
विरासत के तिलिस्म को समझा,
त्याग पत्र देती हूँ।
गठबंधन के जोड़ को जाना,
In a united front. वादे पूरे किए मोदी जी ने।
मुद्दे, जनता और सत्ता के गणित पर।
बीजेपी कठिनाई में है, ऐसा विपक्षी दलों का कहना है। राहुल गांधी has given an apology के पैन इंडिया है। मोदी बनाम कौन?
दशकों से जो उठा रही हैं सवाल, उनके साथ देखिए जनगण का मन और सवाल पब्लिक का, नाविका कुमार के साथ टाइम्स नाउ नव भारत पर।
ईटी नाउ स्वदेश पर अब है ना सिर्फ मार्केट की बारीकियां, बल्कि है कमाई का भी अच्छा मौका। हम आपको देंगे एक शानदार आइडिया हर 5 मिनट में। टेक्निकल हो या फंडामेंटल, शॉर्ट टर्म हो या फिर लॉन्ग टर्म, अब सब कुछ मिलेगा आपको। तो देखिए हर ट्रेडिंग डे सुबह 8 बजे से शाम 4, सिर्फ ईटी नाउ स्वदेश पर। बढ़ो देश के साथ।
टेक्निकल चार्ट हो या फिर एफ&ओ, किस खबर का होगा आप पर कितना असर? व्यापार जगत से जुड़े हुए हर मुद्दे का विश्लेषण समझिए मेरे साथ आसान भाषा में।
ग्रोथ बहुत अच्छी चल रही है।
बनाइए अपने ट्रेडिंग डे की बेहतर रणनीति।
शॉर्ट कवरिंग से लॉन्ग में आने में समय लगेगा, इसलिए
ये एक मेक ब्रेक लेवल है।
200 दिन की एवरेज के ऊपर आके हम ट्रेड करने लगे हैं।
मैं डिम्पी कालरा, जुड़िए मेरे साथ सिर्फ ईटी नाउ स्वदेश पर।
नया शिखर बनाने के बाद ऊपरी स्तर से फिसला बाजार। निफ्टी 24 अंक गिरकर 22,650 के नीचे बंद। निफ्टी बैंक 148 अंकों की तेजी के साथ 48,730 के पार बंद। सोने चांदी ने आज फिर बनाया नया रिकॉर्ड। एमसीएक्स पर 71,700 रुपए के पार निकला। एमसीएक्स पर चांदी 83,000 रुपए के बेहद करीब पहुंची। हाउसिंग मंत्रालय ने नई सरकार के 100 दिनों के एजेंडे को किया तैयार। सूत्रों के हवाले से खबर, रुके हुए हाउसिंग प्रोजेक्ट्स को पटरी पर लाना होगी पहली प्राथमिकता। एम्पावर्ड कमेटी की रिपोर्ट हो सकती है लागू। इस साल मॉनसून सामान्य रहने की उम्मीद। मौसम एजेंसी स्काईमेट के मुताबिक जून से सितंबर के बीच बारिश लंबी अवधि के औसत से 102% रहने का अनुमान। दिल्ली हाईकोर्ट से दिल्ली के सीएम अरविंद केजरीवाल को नहीं मिली राहत। हाईकोर्ट ने कहा शराब नीति केस में केजरीवाल की गिरफ्तारी सही, ईडी ने कानून का पालन किया। और आज है चैत्र नवरात्रि का पहला दिन। देश भर के मंदिरों में चहल पहल। महाराष्ट्र में गुड़ी पड़वा का त्योहार, आज से हुई नए संवत की शुरुआत। नमस्कार, स्वागत है आपका स्वदेश खबर में और मैं हूं आपके साथ तृप्ति उपाध्याय। चलिए खबरों की शुरुआत करते हैं मार्केट के साथ। तो नया शिखर बनाने के बाद आज बाजार ऊपरी स्तर से फिसला और निफ्टी 24 अंक गिरकर 22,650 के पास बंद हुआ। दिन भर बाजार में कैसा रहा एक्शन, बता रहे मेरे सहयोगी अंश भिलवार।
तो बाजार की शुरुआत तो वैसे काफ़ी पॉजिटिविटी से हुई थी। निफ्टी ने रिकॉर्ड हाई का स्तर छुआ तो सेंसेक्स ने 75,000 का लेवल पहली बार छूता हुआ नजर आया। हालांकि मार्केट बंद होने तक बिकवाली नजर आए। निफ्टी में कुछ 100 पॉइंट या 120 पॉइंट के आसपास के बिकवाली नजर आया और निफ्टी हल्का सा लाल निशान में बंद होता हुआ नजर आया। हालांकि अगर चार्ट में देखा जाए तो जो 22,550 का लेवल है उसके ऊपर ही सस्टेन कर रहा है। तो लॉन्ग टर्म बेसिस पे देखा जाए तो अभी भी मार्केट पॉजिटिव नजर आ रहा है, लेकिन आज के सेशन में लाल निशान में बंद होता हुआ नजर आया। मिड कैप की बात की जाए तो निफ्टी मिड कैप 150 इंडेक्स ने भी रिकॉर्ड हाई का स्तर छुआ, लेकिन मार्केट बंद होने तक लाल निशान में बंद होता हुआ नजर आया। इसके टॉप लूजर्स देखें तो SGVN और सुप्रीम इंडस्ट्रीज नजर आते हैं। वहीं निफ्टी स्मॉल कैप की बात की जाए तो यहाँ पर हरे निशान में बंद होता हुआ नजर आया इंडेक्स। और इतना ही नहीं, अगर इसका चार्ट देखा जाए तो ये 13th सेशन था जब इसमें लगातार खरीदारी नजर आई। ऐसी सेम बाइंग स्ट्रीक पिछले कुछ 10 महीने पहले देखी गई थी स्मॉल कैप इंडेक्स के लिए। इसके टॉप गेनर्स देखें तो यहाँ पे हमें हिंदुस्तान कॉपर और श्री रेणुका शुगर जैसे स्टॉक्स नजर आते हैं। सेक्टोरल इंडेक्स की बात करें तो हमें निफ्टी मेटल आज के टॉप सेक्टर गेनर नजर आते हैं, जिसने कि रिकॉर्ड हाई का स्तर भी छुआ है और आज तीसरा सेशन है जब इसमें लगातार खरीदारी नजर आई है। इसके टॉप गेनर्स देखें तो हिंदुस्तान जिंक और हिंदुस्तान कॉपर नजर आते हैं। इसके साथ साथ निफ्टी बैंक भी हरे निशान में बंद होता हुआ नजर आया और ये आज का 5वां सेशन था जब निफ्टी बैंक ने लगातार खरीदारी दिखाई। रिकॉर्ड हाई का स्तर भी छुआ था आज के दिन में। सेक्टर लूजर्स की बात करें तो निफ्टी PSU बैंक आज का टॉप सेक्टरल लूजर के तौर पर नजर आता है और आज का दूसरा सेशन है जब इंडेक्स में बिकवाली नजर आई। इसके टॉप ड्रैगर्स देखें तो पंजाब सिंध बैंक और यूनियन बैंक नजर आते हैं। इसी लिस्ट में देखा जाए तो निफ्टी ऑटो इंडेक्स भी लाल निशान में बंद होता हुआ नजर आया। हालांकि निफ्टी ऑटो ने आज इंट्राडे बेसिस पे रिकॉर्ड हाई का स्तर छुआ था, लेकिन मार्केट बंद होते होते वो भी लाल निशान में बंद होता हुआ नजर आया। तो ओवरऑल देखा जाए तो मार्केट की शुरुआत तो काफ़ी अच्छी हुई थी, लेकिन बंद होते होते थोड़े से लाल निशान में खिसकते हुए नजर आए।
और अब चलते हैं हमारे खास सेगमेंट 5 का पंच की तरफ। हमारे साथ जुड़ गए हैं शरद दुबे। शरद, बताएं आज वो कौन से 5 शेयर है जहां एक्शन देखने को मिला?
जी बिल्कुल, आपका 5 का पंच में स्वागत है। और आज जो है हम 5 इंपॉर्टेंट थीम्स या 5 स्टॉक्स पकड़ते हैं जहां पे एक्शन देखने मिला, वॉल्यूम्स में भी मूवमेंट आया और कहीं कहीं डिलीवरी बेस्ड मूवमेंट्स भी देखने मिली। सबसे पहला ग्रुप ऑफ स्टॉक्स रहने वाला आपका Q4 अपडेट पे, स्पेशली रियल एस्टेट को लेकर बहुत बुलिश नज़रिया भी देखने मिला और बहुत अच्छे प्री सेल्स कलेक्शंस आए हैं कंपनीज़ की। गोदरेज प्रॉपर्टीज़ की बात करें तो 135% का ग्रोथ आया है बुकिंग्स में। वही अजमेरा की बात करें तो यहाँ पे भी सेल्स वैल्यू डबल हो चुका है ईयर ऑन ईयर बेसिस पे। दूसरा ग्रुप ऑफ स्टॉक्स रहेगा फंड रेजिंग पे। स्टरलाइट टेक वन ऑफ द टॉप गेनर्स था और अच्छी बाइंग देखने मिली थी। इनका QIP इशू खुल गया है, इसका लगभग 1200 करोड़ का QIP है और जो फ्लोर प्राइस है 119 रुपये प्रति शेयर का है। वही शिल्पा मेडिकेयर, उनका भी QIP खुला 500 करोड़ का, जिसका जो इशू प्राइस है ऑलमोस्ट 473 रुपीज़ का आता है। और इम्पॉर्टेंटली यहाँ पे भी स्टॉक में एक अच्छी पॉजिटिव मोमेंटम दिन के ट्रेड में देखने मिली है। ब्रोकरेजेस इम्पैक्ट में भी 3 स्टॉक्स रहेंगे फोकस में। एक साइड में JP मॉर्गन ओवरवेट रखा है, लेकिन टारगेट प्राइस बढ़ा दिया है, 330 से बढ़ा के 480 कर दिया है। कल भी हमने इस स्टॉक में तेज़ी देखने मिली थी कि इनकी जो करार हुई है EV बैटरी सेगमेंट में किया के साथ और हुंडई के साथ, उसके कारण स्टॉक में री रेटिंग देखने मिल रहा है। वही कैनफिन भी फोकस में रहेगा, जहाँ पे मॉर्गन स्टैनली एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं कि Q4 रिजल्ट्स के बाद स्टॉक में तेज़ी देखने मिलेगी। एक अच्छी सी अपग्रेड इन्फोसिस में भी देखने मिली और स्टॉक में एक अच्छा बम्पअप देखने मिला। दिन के शुरुआती स्तर पे बोफा की अपग्रेड आई थी न्यूट्रल से बाई पे और जो टारगेट प्राइस है वो बढ़ा दिया गया है थोड़ा सा 1785 के। लास्ट टाइम वो प्राइस 1735 था। मेटल स्टॉक्स वन ऑफ द टॉप सेक्टोरल गेनर्स था दिन के ट्रेड में। आप नाल्को ले लीजिए, हिंदुस्तान कॉपर ले लीजिए, मेजॉरिटी मेटल ट्रेड्स में अच्छी बाइंग देखने मिली है। यहाँ पे ऑफकोर्स कॉपर रिलेटेड स्टॉक में और ज़्यादा बाइंग आया है। कॉपर फ्यूचर्स 5% बढ़ गया लास्ट वीक लंदन मेटल एक्सचेंज में। और वही चाइना की जो स्मेल्टर्स है वो भी अपने कॉपर के प्रोडक्शन कम कर रहे हैं लगभग 10% से, तो उसके कारण ग्लोबल कॉपर प्राइसेस में बढ़ोतरी हो रही है। और रियलाइजेशंस और ईवी डिमांड के कारण हमारे भारतीय कंपनीज भी जो है एक अच्छी पॉजिटिव ट्रिगर देखने मिल रही है इन स्टॉक्स में। हमने ये 4 ग्रुप ऑफ स्टॉक्स तो बता दिया आपको, लेकिन जो हमारा 5वां स्टॉक है वो रिजल्ट स्पेसिफिक है, वो है ट्रांसफॉर्मर्स रेक्टिफायर्स। स्टॉक ऑफ लॉक्ड इन था अपने अपर सर्किट पे आज दिन के ट्रेड में, और चौथे तिमाही के नतीजे बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग आए हैं। पैट लगभग 4 गुना बढ़ा है, और इम्पॉर्टेंटली जो गाइडलाइंस आई हैं जो उनके कॉन कॉल पे, वो बहुत बुलिश नज़रिया देखने मिला है। और जो ऑर्डर की जो इंक्वायरी है वो 17,000 करोड़ तक का है, तो ऑर्डर बुक में भी बुलिश नज़रिया रहा है। और वित्त साल 2025 की जो गाइडेंस की बात करूं, वो ऑलमोस्ट डबल हो चुकी है। रेवेन्यू लगभग 2,000 करोड़ का एक्सपेक्टेशन है, और मार्जिन में भी वो एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं कि 10% जो वित्त साल 2024 में था वो वित्त साल 2025 में ये आंकड़ा जो है लगभग 12.5 से 13% का हो सकता है। तो ये 5 अहम ग्रुप ऑफ स्टॉक्स है जो आज हमारे 5 के पंच में फोकस में है।
बढ़ते हैं आगे, और सोने चांदी की रिकॉर्ड रैली थम नहीं रही है। आज भी सोने चांदी ने रिकॉर्ड बनाया। सोने चांदी की चाल को समझने और आगे के लिए क्या संकेत मिल रहे हैं बताने के लिए जुड़ रहे हैं मेरे सहयोगी विश्व मोहन। जी विश्व मोहन, बताएं।
देखिए, लगातार जिस तरह की रैली चल रही है इसके बाद रिस्क फैक्टर बढ़ता जा रहा है। जो इंडस्ट्री बॉडी है, एसोसिएशन है, उनकी रिपोर्ट ये है जो गुड़ी पाड़वा से लेकर जो त्योहारी सीजन की ये शुरुआत हुई है, यहाँ पर डिमांड भी हिट हो सकता है। आप देखिए लगातार ये तेज़ी बढ़ती जा रही है। फरवरी के लो से देखें तो 10,000 रुपये से ज़्यादा सोना महंगा हो चुका है। अक्टूबर के लो से देखें तो 12,000 रुपये से ज़्यादा की तेज़ी सोने में आ चुकी है, और इस तरह की तेज़ी चांदी में भी आई है। चांदी तो फरवरी के लो से 12,000 रुपये से ज़्यादा महंगी हो चुकी है। 82,000 के 800 के ऊपर चांदी आज चली गई इंट्राडे में। गोल्ड 71,739 रुपये की नई ऊंचाई तक पहुँच चुका। तो एक चौतरफा तेज़ी चल रही है। जिस तरह से पेपर गोल्ड में इन्वेस्टमेंट बढ़ा है, और साथ ही सेंट्रल बैंकों की जो बाइंग बढ़ी है, खास करके चाइना में, भारत में, टर्की में, कजाकिस्तान में, और कुछ यूरोपियन देश भी हैं जहां के सेंट्रल बैंक्स लगातार खरीदारी कर रहे हैं। इससे गोल्ड को सपोर्ट मिल रहा है। और ये तेज़ी कब थमेगी, आगे क्या बड़ी गिरावट है, तो जितने भी जानकार हैं उनका यही कहना है कि नई खरीदारी से फिलहाल बचे। हो सकता है कि 1-2 हज़ार रुपये की तेज़ी के चक्कर में कहीं आप 5,000-6,000 रुपये ना कमा पाए, तो अभी थोड़ा सा वेट एंड वॉच मूड में रहे, क्योंकि बड़ी तेज़ी के बाद हमेशा करेक्शन का भी फेज आता है। तो इंतज़ार करें, इस तेज़ी की रैली में कूदने की कोशिश ना करें।
जी विश्व मोहन, धन्यवाद इस पूरी जानकारी के लिए। बढ़ते हैं आगे, और लोकसभा चुनाव 2024 का रण सज चुका है। रैलियां और रोड शो जोरदार रफ्तार पकड़ रही है। चुनाव प्रचार में हाईटेक तौर तरीकों का सहारा लिया जा रहा है, और अनुमान है कि इस बार लोकसभा चुनाव में पिछले बार के मुकाबले 2 गुना खर्च हो सकता है। ये बाजार और इकोनॉमी के लिए कितना सेहतमंद साबित होने वाला है, इस पर देखिए हमारी सहयोगी भव्या दुआ की ये खास रिपोर्ट।
भारत की 2024 की जनरल इलेक्शंस पूरे विश्व में सबसे ज्यादा एक्सपेंसिव होने की एक्सपेक्टेशन है। भारत, जो कि विश्व की सबसे लार्जेस्ट डेमोक्रेसी है, वो अपनी लोकसभा इलेक्शंस होल्ड कर रही है 19 अप्रैल से 1 जून तक, और ये इलेक्शंस डिटरमाइन करेंगे वर्ल्ड की सबसे पॉपुलर कंट्री की नेक्स्ट 5 इयर्स की पॉलिटिकल डायरेक्शन।
दिग्गज नेताओं की मैराथन रैलियां, मेगा रोड शो, ज्यादा से ज्यादा शहरों और गांवों तक अपनी पार्टी के संदेश को पहुंचाने का लक्ष्य। जीत के लिए कोई कोर कसर न छोड़ने की कोशिश। चुनाव के ऐलान के साथ ही ये सारी कोशिशें मिशन का रूप ले लेती हैं, जो दुनिया के सबसे बड़े लोकतंत्र भारत को दूसरे देशों से अलग करती हैं। साथ ही 140 करोड़ लोगों के इस देश में अपने मतदाताओं तक पहुंचने को एक बड़ा टास्क भी बनाती है। लेकिन इस लक्ष्य को हासिल करने की कवायद इस पूरे चुनावी पर्व को बेहद खर्चीला बना देती है। चुनावी खर्च पर नजर रखने वाली संस्था सेंटर फॉर मीडिया स्टडीज ने चुनावी खर्च को लेकर जो आंकड़े पेश किए हैं वो हैरान करने वाले हैं। इस साल पार्टियां और उम्मीदवार 1,20,000 करोड़ से ज्यादा खर्च कर सकते हैं। 2024 के लोकसभा चुनाव में 2019 चुनाव के मुकाबले 2 गुना खर्च होने का अनुमान है। चुनावी खर्च को ट्रैक करने वाली ओपन सीक्रेट्स के मुताबिक इस बार लोकसभा चुनाव का खर्च 2020 में हुए अमेरिकी प्रेसिडेंट चुनाव के खर्च को पार कर जाएगा। चुनावी खर्चों में इजाफे की वजह प्रचार अभियान और सोशल मीडिया समेत चुनावी यात्राओं में लगातार बढ़ता खर्च अहम वजह है। ऑल इंडिया इलेक्शन मटेरियल मैन्युफैक्चरर एंड ट्रेडर्स एसोसिएशन के जनरल सेक्रेटरी के मुताबिक भारत का इलेक्शन मर्चेंडाइजिंग मार्केट इस साल 1000 करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा का है और पिछले साल से तुलना करें तो मांग में 20 से 30% की बढ़ोतरी हुई है। वहीं स्नैक्स बनाने वाली कंपनी को भी चुनावों के दौरान मांग में 10 से 15% की बढ़ोतरी का अनुमान है और इस मांग को पूरा करने के लिए वो स्टॉक बढ़ाने जैसी जरूरी तैयारियां कर रही है। चुनाव अभियान की रफ्तार पकड़ने से पार्टियों के चार्टर विमान और हेलीकॉप्टर की मांग में भी तेजी आई है। पिछले लोकसभा चुनाव में बड़ी राजनीतिक पार्टियों और क्षेत्रीय दलों ने हवाई यात्राओं पर करीब 400 करोड़ रुपए खर्च किए थे। ट्रैवल इंडस्ट्री के दिग्गजों को इस बार हवाई ट्रैवल खर्च में जोरदार तेजी की उम्मीद है। जाहिर है राजनीतिक पारा चढ़ने के साथ चुनावी खर्च भी रिकॉर्ड तोड़ने को तैयार है।
इलेक्शंस में पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज की स्पेंडिंग की वजह से इकोनॉमी को बूस्ट मिलता है और इस साल भी ऐसा ही होने की संभावना है। मैं भव्या दुआ, 18 आवर्स स्वदेश के लिए।
और हाउसिंग मंत्रालय ने नई सरकार के लिए 100 दिन का एजेंडा तैयार कर लिया है। एजेंडा में क्या खास है जानते हैं मेरे सहयोगी प्रकाश प्रियदर्शी से।
देखिए, सूत्रों के हवाले से हमें एक्सक्लूसिव जानकारी मिल रही है कि नई सरकार के तहत हाउसिंग सेक्टर के लिए कुछ अहम डेवलपमेंट जो है देखने को मिल सकते हैं। सूत्र हमें बता रहे हैं कि हाउसिंग मिनिस्ट्री ने नई सरकार के शुरुआती 100 दिन के एजेंडे के तहत कुछ जो प्रायोरिटी लिस्ट है वो तैयार किए हैं, जिसमें स्टॉल हाउसिंग प्रोजेक्ट्स के निवारण के लिए, स्टॉल हाउसिंग प्रोजेक्ट्स को रिजॉल्व करने के लिए जो अमिताभ कांत कमेटी का गठन हुआ था और जिसने अपनी सिफारिशें सौंपी है उसको इम्प्लीमेंट करने की जो रणनीति है वो तैयार की गई है। सूत्र हमें बता रहे हैं कि स्टॉल हाउसिंग प्रोजेक्ट्स को रिजॉल्व करने के मकसद से अमिताभ कांत कमेटी की रिपोर्ट को इम्प्लीमेंट करना बेहद ज़रूरी है, लिहाजा हाउसिंग मिनिस्ट्री के एजेंडे में ये सबसे ऊपर है। हालांकि कुछ राज्य सरकारों ने कुछ प्रोविजंस को इम्प्लीमेंट करने की कोशिश की है, उसकी शुरुआत भी की है, लेकिन अगर स्टॉल हाउसिंग प्रोजेक्ट्स को आपको रिजॉल्व करना है तो इस कमेटी की जो रिपोर्ट है उसको होलिस्टिक मैनर में इम्प्लीमेंट करना होगा। लिहाजा हाउसिंग मिनिस्ट्री ने फाइनेंस मिनिस्ट्री के साथ कंसल्टेशन के बाद इसकी रणनीति तैयार की है। अगर आप इन रिकमेंडेशंस पे नज़र डालें तो होम बायर्स को जो कि इस तरह के प्रोजेक्ट्स में फंसे हैं उन्हें वन टाइम रिलैक्सेशन देने की सिफारिश की गई है। साथ ही साथ जो स्टॉल हाउसिंग प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं उन्हें प्रायोरिटी फाइनेंसिंग के तहत लाने की भी सिफारिश कमेटी ने की है। इसके अलावा सूत्र हमें इस बात की भी जानकारी दे रहे हैं कि सरकार के शुरुआती 100 दिनों में जो अर्बन पुअर के लिए न्यू हाउसिंग स्कीम है, जो न्यू होम लोन स्कीम है, उसको भी इम्प्लीमेंट करने की रणनीति तैयार की गई है। जैसा कि आपको पता है कि वित्त मंत्री ने अंतरिम बजट में इस स्कीम की घोषणा पहले ही कर दी है, जिसके हिसाब से होम बायर्स को इंटरेस्ट सब्सिडी का बेनिफिट मिलेगा। सूत्र हमें बता रहे हैं कि शुरुआती प्रपोजल के हिसाब से इस स्कीम की ओवरऑल साइज जो है 60,000 करोड़ रुपए हो सकती है और घर खरीदारों को 3 से 6% का इंटरेस्ट सबवेंशन बेनिफिट जो है वो दिया जा सकता है।
और वक्त एक छोटे से ब्रेक का। ब्रेक के बाद दिखाएंगे बढ़ती गर्मी में किस सेक्टर में डिमांड अच्छी दिख रही है।
In association with State Bank of India, the banker to every Indian.
टेक्निकल चार्ट हो या फिर एफ&ओ, किस खबर का होगा आप पर कितना असर। व्यापार जगत से जुड़े हुए हर मुद्दे का विश्लेषण समझिए मेरे साथ आसान भाषा में।
ग्रोथ बहुत अच्छी चल रही है।
बनाइए अपने ट्रेडिंग डे की बेहतर रणनीति।
शॉर्ट कवरिंग से लॉन्ग में आने में समय लगेगा, इसलिए
ये
एक मेक ब्रेक लेवल है। 200 दिन की एवरेज के ऊपर आके हम ट्रेड करने लगे हैं।
मैं डिम्पी कालरा, जुड़िए मेरे साथ सिर्फ 18 आवर्स स्वदेश पर।
तो बताइए कैसा लगा?
रेंट तो ठीक है, खरीदना हो तो?
मैडम होम लोन में बहुत टाइम लगता है।
निकल जाएगा घर?
नहीं जाएगा सर। आप जानते हो इनका बैंक कौन है?
कौन है?
SBI। गेट होम लोन्स विद ईज इन लेस प्रोसेसिंग टाइम। इसे कहते हैं सॉलिड बैंक की सॉलिड बैंकिंग।
Amid the noise and clutter, a voice that stands for truth. Decoding complex issues, simplifying the news. From health and education to security and infrastructure. Your issues are our priority. I'm Shreya Upadhyay. Watch me on Mirror Now. You first.
Get ready for the biggest movie festival. 100 Mania is back with season 11. Tune into Movies Now. Catch the unique code flashing in the movie. WhatsApp the code on this number. Receive the question and select the right answer. And stand the chance to win the prize of the day. 100 Mania Season 11. Every night at 8:45. Only on Movies Now and Movies Now HD.
ब्रेक के बाद स्वागत है आपका। और अब बात कर लेते हैं गर्मियों की। तो गर्मियों के साथ पारे का लगातार बिगड़ता मिजाज। अप्रैल तो बस गर्मी का ट्रेलर है, मई जून में भीषण गर्मी की पिक्चर अभी बाकी है। मौसम विभाग ने 2024 के ज़्यादा गर्म होने का अनुमान जताया है। अब मौसम के मूड को तो हम नहीं बदल सकते हैं, हाँ एसी, कूलर और कूल ड्रिंक्स और आइसक्रीम से गर्मी की मार को कम ज़रूर कर सकते हैं। यही वजह है कि इस साल गर्मियों में जहाँ एक और एसी और कूलर बेवरेजेस की डिमांड में ज़बरदस्त उछाल आने का अनुमान है, साथ ही पावर डिमांड भी पीक पर होने का अनुमान है। आज के इस स्पेशल सेगमेंट में हम इसी पर चर्चा करेंगे। डिमांड सप्लाई की क्या पोजीशन है, इंडस्ट्री बढ़ते हुए डिमांड को पूरा करने के लिए कितना तैयार है। चर्चा को आगे बढ़ाएंगे, उससे पहले चलते हैं मेरे सहयोगी प्रशांत पांडे के पास और समझते हैं कि गर्मी के बढ़ते और जोर के बीच कहाँ डिमांड दिख रही है। जी प्रशांत, बताएं।
बिल्कुल आपने सही कहा। बढ़ती गर्मी और आमतौर पर इस गर्मी को एक आफत कहा जाता है, गर्मी के सितम के तौर पर लिया जाता है। होती भी है गर्मी इसी तरह से, लेकिन ये गर्मी कई सेक्टर और ख़ास तौर पे कई ऐसे कंज्यूमर प्रोडक्ट्स हैं, कंजम्पशन की जो थीम है उस सेक्टर के लिए एक तरह से वरदान साबित होती है। और यही वजह है कि हम देख रहे हैं कि जो खपत वाले सेक्टर हैं उसमें इस वक्त जो ट्रेंड्स नज़र आ रहे हैं वो क्या ट्रेंड्स हैं, गजब के ट्रेंड्स। जी हाँ, आप ये सोचिए कि एसी की जो डिमांड थी, एसी की जो बिक्री थी, उन सब में एक तरह का उछाल इतना ज़्यादा नज़र आ रहा है कि वो पिछले जो पूरे आंकड़े हैं उसको शुरुआत में ही आगे बढ़ता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। अब जरा आपको ग्राफिक्स के जरिए हम बता रहे हैं कि किन किन सेक्टर में नजर आपको रखनी है। जी हाँ, एसी की सेल्स जबरदस्त है, कूल ड्रिंक्स की जो सेल्स हैं वो बहुत ही दमदार नजर आ रही हैं। इसके अलावा और भी अहम बातों को देखें तो तमाम जो आइसक्रीम बनाने वाली कंपनियां हैं, ड्रिंक्स बनाने वाली कंपनियां हैं, जो आपको ठंडक दिलाती हैं, उन सभी में डिमांड नजर आ रही है। अब जरा हम सबसे पहले एसी की बात कर लेते हैं। जी हाँ, एसी की डिमांड जो कि 2023 में हमने देखा कि 1 करोड़ के करीब एसी की बिक्री हुई, वो अब इस बार 1.25 करोड़ से ऊपर जाने की उम्मीद जताई जा रही है। अब इन सारी चीजों की बात है, आप कंजम्पशन अगर कंज्यूम ज्यादा करेंगे तो डिमांड, पावर डिमांड भी पीक पर रहेगी और इसका असर नजर आएगा। पावर मंत्रालय को गर्मियों में बिजली की बंपर मांग का अनुमान है और 100 डेज एजेंडा पर इसी वजह से पावर मिनिस्ट्री लगातार काम कर रही है, कोशिश यही की जा रही है। अब हमने आपको जो कंज्यूमर ड्यूरेबल में एसी के सेगमेंट में देखिए, अनुमान इस बार यानी मार्च से मई तक इस बार 60% तक बिक्री का अनुमान सिर्फ मार्च से मई के बीच है अकेले एसी सेगमेंट में। अगर हम बात करें बाकी में, जिसमें आप एसी के अलावा कूलर देख लीजिए, इसके अलावा बहुत से और भी बाई प्रोडक्ट्स होते हैं, उनमें देखें तो 40% तक की बिक्री का अनुमान है। वोल्टास ने उछाल जबरदस्त देखा, 80 से 85% की आय वोल्टास को एसी सेगमेंट से आती है और इस बार रिकॉर्ड 20 लाख एसी जो है वोल्टास ने अकेले बेचे हैं। ब्लू स्टार एसी से यूसीपी सेगमेंट में जबरदस्त मांग है। सिम्फनी के एयर कूलर बड़े डिमांड में रहते हैं और 50% मार्केट शेयर पर कब्जा है सिम्फनी का एयर कूलर सेगमेंट में। सिम्फनी ने Q1 FY25 में यानी जो अब तक का वक्त है उसमें 25% ग्रोथ का लक्ष्य रखा है और यह अचीव भी होता हुआ साफ तौर पर नजर आ रहा है। अब जैसा मैंने कहा कि इसमें बाकी जो कंपनियां जैसे गोदरेज अप्लायंसेस में एसी में 20% सालाना ग्रोथ की उन्हें उम्मीद है। जिस तरह की डिमांड नजर आ रही है, जिस तरह का वो डिमांड का कैरी फॉरवर्ड लेके जा रहे हैं। वर्लपूल जाना पहचाना ब्रांड रेफ्रिजरेटर्स से 60% आय और बाकी जो है वो 40% बिक्री इसमें होती है। तो ये तमाम जो ब्रांड्स हैं इनकी कहानी जो है वो साफ तौर पर बताती है कि ज़बरदस्त डिमांड इस वक्त नज़र आ रही है, ख़ास तौर पे एसी, एयर कूलर, रेफ्रिजरेटर और भी बहुत सारे प्रोडक्ट्स हैं जिनके बारे में हम चर्चा आगे करेंगे।
जी प्रशांत, धन्यवाद इस पूरी जानकारी के लिए। और इस वक्त हमारे साथ जुड़ चुके हैं विजय सेल्स के एमडी नीलेश गुप्ता जी। नीलेश जी, ईटी नाउ स्वदेश को समय देने के लिए बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। और मैं आपके साथ तृप्ति बात कर रही हूँ। मेरा पहला सवाल बढ़ती गर्मी में डिमांड को लेकर होगा। करेंट फुटफॉल ट्रेंड कैसा है? किस तरह के प्रोडक्ट की डिमांड ज़्यादा दिख रही है?
नमस्कार तृप्ति जी। एंड इस वक्त मेरे ख्याल से जो पहला शुरुआत हुई है लास्ट वीक ऑफ मार्च और फर्स्ट वीक ऑफ अप्रैल में, बहुत ही धुआंधार बल्लेबाजी वाली शुरुआत हुई है। जो हम देख रहे हैं, अगर मैं पिछले पहले 8 दिन इस साल के देखता हूँ अप्रैल के, और पिछले साल के मुकाबले नियरली डबल सेल हो गई है और फुटफॉल भी बहुत तेजी से बढ़ गया है क्योंकि गर्मी इस बार बढ़ गई है। और एक और चीज हमें याद रखनी चाहिए कि लास्ट ईयर जो था समर सीजन बहुत अच्छा नहीं गया था क्योंकि पूरे सीजन में तकरीबन बीच बीच में बारिश ने आके सीजन को बिगाड़ दिया था। बट इस बार जो अनुमान भी आ रहा है वेदर विभाग से वो ये है कि बहुत तेज गर्मी पड़ेगी और शायद उस वजह से लोग भी, ग्राहक भी पहले ही अभी निकल गए हैं कि जब एकदम ज्यादा तेज हो उसकी जगह अभी से हम खरीद लें। ऑल्दो अभी गर्मी पकड़ चुकी है, तो इस बार डिमांड काफी रहेगी एयर कंडीशनर्स की, एयर कूलर्स की और फ्रिजेस की।
सर, तो सर मेरा दूसरा सवाल आपसे होगा कि टियर 2 और टियर 3 शहरों से डिमांड किस तरह की है? हम देख रहे हैं कि कई शहरों में रेजिडेंशियल डेवलपमेंट हो या इंडस्ट्री का विस्तार काफ़ी हो रहा है। इसका फ़ायदा कैसे मिल रहा है?
देखिए, वैसे विजय सेल्स टियर 2 और टियर 3 में नहीं है, लेकिन फिर भी जो जानकारी मुझे बाकी मैन्युफैक्चरर्स वगैरह से मिलती है उस हिसाब से ग्रोथ वहाँ भी तकरीबन मेट्रो की तरफ से आ रही है। इनफैक्ट कुछ टियर 2 टियर 3 में तो मेट्रो से ज़्यादा आ रही है बिकॉज सब जगह डेवलपमेंट हो रहा है। बिल्कुल सही कहा आपने। और उस डेवलपमेंट में जब भी घर में शिफ्ट होंगे तो एसी और फ्रिज एक जरूरत की चीज हो गई है, तो उस वजह से भी नॉन सीजन में भी वो सेल बढ़ती है और अब तो सीजन है तो और हमें वृद्धि दिखाई देगी।
नीलेश जी, तो मेरा एक और सवाल होगा आपसे, क्या कोई और भी ऐसा अपडेट है एसी, कूलर, रेफ्रिजरेटर के अलावा कोई ऐसा प्रोडक्ट जिसकी गर्मियों में डिमांड बढ़ जाती है?
आइसक्रीम और कोल्ड ड्रिंक्स बाकी कोई ऐसा प्रोडक्ट नहीं है। हाँ, थोड़ा बहुत टायर 2-3 में आपके ये इलेक्ट्रिकल स्टेबलाइजर्स की डिमांड बढ़ जाती है क्योंकि वहाँ पे, बट वो मेट्रोज में नहीं होती।
जी नीलेश जी, सर आपकी जनवरी और फरवरी में डिमांड कैसी रही और मार्च आपके लिए कैसा रहा?
देखिए, जनवरी फरवरी नॉर्मल था, कोई ज्यादा ग्रोथ नहीं आई, सिंगल डिजिट ग्रोथ थी। मार्च में लास्ट वीक ने गर्मी पकड़ी थी तो सेल अच्छी आई, इस वजह से मार्च में तकरीबन हमने डबल डिजिट ग्रोथ देख ली। बट अप्रैल जो दिख रहा है वो अब ऐसा लग रहा है कि शायद 25 से 30% की ग्रोथ आ जाएगी।
जी नीलेश जी, तो गर्मियाँ तो आ गई है और इसमें वॉशिंग मशीन की भी काफ़ी अच्छी डिमांड होती है, तो रूरल एरिया से और अर्बन से किस तरह की डिमांड आपको दिखाई दे रही है वॉशिंग मशीन सेगमेंट में?
देखिए, वॉशिंग मशीन की जो डिमांड है वो ज़्यादा मेट्रोज में रहती है, रूरल में इतना नहीं रहता है, बट यस क्लास 1-2 सिटीज़ में रहती है। बट फिलहाल तकरीबन वॉशिंग मशीन मोर और लेस फ्लैट है, उसमें थोड़ा सा ग्रोथ की तंगी दिख रही है।
जी नीलेश जी, धन्यवाद नीलेश जी, आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया ईटी नाउ स्वदेश को समय देने के लिए।
धन्यवाद।
फिलहाल इस बुलेटिन में इतना ही, पर ईटी नाउ स्वदेश पर खबरों का सिलसिला ऐसे ही जारी रहेगा।
मुझे लगता है कि हम दुनिया की कोई भी टीम को हरा सकते हैं।
मेरा नाम आफ्ताब सैफी है, मैं हरियाणा फरीदाबाद का रहने वाला हूँ। टाइम्स नाउ नव भारत मैं काफ़ी लंबे समय से देख रहा हूँ। मेरे मन में ये था कि एक बाइक लूंगा मैं। मुझे कॉन्टेस्ट में हिस्सा लेने का मौका मिला, मेरा इसने सपना साकार किया। बाइक जीत कर मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा।
देखेगा नव भारत जीतेगा भारत कॉन्टेस्ट।
मैंने तो जीत लिया, आप कब खेल कर जीत रहे हो?
देखो खेलो जीतो टाइम्स नाउ नव भारत पर।
टेक्निकल चार्ट हो या फिर एफ&ओ, किस खबर का होगा आप पर कितना असर? व्यापार जगत से जुड़े हुए हर मुद्दे का विश्लेषण समझिए मेरे साथ आसान भाषा में।
ग्रोथ बहुत अच्छी चल रही है।
बनाइए अपने ट्रेडिंग डे की बेहतर रणनीति।
शॉर्ट कवरिंग से लॉन्ग में आने में समय लगेगा, इसलिए ये एक मेक ब्रेक लेवल है। 200 दिन की एवरेज के ऊपर आके हम ट्रेड करने लगे हैं।
मैं डिम्पी कालरा, जुड़िए मेरे साथ सिर्फ ईटी नाउ स्वदेश पर।
मैं हूं खुश, बताऊंगा शेयर्स ऐसे जो करेंगे आपको खुश। जानिए मेरे साथ कड़क शेयर्स रोज ईटी नाउ स्वदेश पर।
हर खबर अब आपकी भाषा हिंदी में।
इस समय मुझे लगता है डिमांड से ज्यादा सप्लाई की वजह से क्रूड प्राइसेस ऊपर जा रहा है।
बनिए चुटकी में चतुर,
जिससे आप बना सकेंगे अपना पोर्टफोलियो मजबूत।
जल्द लॉगिन करें etnowswadesh.com पर। बढ़ो बदलो देश के साथ।
बाजार में पैसे से बनता है पैसा, सही सलाह और रणनीति से बनती है बात। मेरे साथ देखिए हर रोज कमाई की सौगात, केवल ईटी नाउ स्वदेश पर।
मैं एक्सिस सिक्योरिटीज से राजेश पालविया। मैं दूंगा आपको ऐसे ट्रेडिंग आइडियाज जो कराएंगे आपको धमाकेदार मुनाफा। तो देखिए पालविया के पटाखे शेयर्स सिर्फ ईटी नाउ स्वदेश पर।
ईटी नाउ स्वदेश पर अब है ना सिर्फ मार्केट की बारीकियां, बल्कि है कमाई का भी अच्छा मौका। हम आपको देंगे एक शानदार आइडिया हर 5 मिनट में। टेक्निकल हो या फंडामेंटल, शॉर्ट टर्म हो या फिर लॉन्ग टर्म, अब सब कुछ मिलेगा आपको। तो देखिए हर ट्रेडिंग डे सुबह 8 बजे से शाम 4, सिर्फ ईटी नाउ स्वदेश पर। बढ़ो देश के साथ।
टेक्निकल चार्ट हो या फिर एफ&ओ, किस खबर का होगा आप पर कितना असर? व्यापार जगत से जुड़े हुए हर मुद्दे का विश्लेषण समझिए मेरे साथ आसान भाषा में।
ग्रोथ बहुत अच्छी चल रही है।
बनाइए अपने ट्रेडिंग डे की बेहतर रणनीति।
शॉर्ट कवरिंग से लॉन्ग में आने में समय लगेगा, इसलिए ये एक मेक ब्रेक लेवल है। 200 दिन की एवरेज के ऊपर आके हम ट्रेड करने लगे हैं।
मैं डिम्पी कालरा, जुड़िए मेरे साथ सिर्फ ईटी नाउ स्वदेश पर।
मैं हूं खुश, बताऊंगा शेयर्स ऐसे जो करेंगे आपको खुश। जानिए मेरे साथ कड़क शेयर्स रोज ईटी नाउ स्वदेश पर।
हर खबर अब आपकी भाषा हिंदी में।
इस समय मुझे लगता है डिमांड से ज्यादा सप्लाई की वजह से क्रूड प्राइसेस ऊपर जा रहा है।
बनिए चुटकी में चतुर,
जिससे आप बना सकेंगे अपना पोर्टफोलियो मजबूत।
जल्द लॉगिन करें etnowswadesh.com पर। बढ़ो बदलो देश के साथ।
बाजार में पैसे से बनता है पैसा, सही सलाह और रणनीति से बनती है बात। मेरे साथ देखिए हर रोज कमाई की सौगात, केवल ईटी नाउ स्वदेश पर।
सोने ने आज फिर बनाया नया रिकॉर्ड। एमसीएक्स पर 71,739 रुपए के पास पहुंचा। कॉमेक्स पर सोना $360 के ऊपर। एशिया में सेंट्रल बैंकों से मांग बढ़ने से कीमतों को सपोर्ट। चांदी ने भी बनाया नया रिकॉर्ड। एमसीएक्स पर चांदी 82,849 रुपए की नई ऊंचाई तक पहुंची। कॉमेक्स पर चांदी $28 के ऊपर टिकी। कच्चे तेल में आज हल्की तेजी। ब्रेंट क्रूड का भाव $90.5 के ऊपर। एमसीएक्स पर भाव 7,200 के रुपए के ऊपर। जल्द लॉन्च होगा क्रूड मिनी और नेचुरल गैस मिनी का ऑप्शंस कॉन्ट्रैक्ट। सेबी से मिली मंजूरी, सूत्रों के हवाले से खबर। बेस मेटल्स में जोरदार रफ्तार। कॉपर 820 रुपए के पार, जिंक 240 रुपए के पास तो लेड 189 रुपए और एल्यूमिनियम 225 रुपए के करीब। आज सभी मसालों में गिरावट। जीरा आधे % से ज्यादा गिरकर 24,000 रुपए के नीचे बंद। हल्दी 1% गिरकर 16,600 रुपए के करीब बंद। धनिया 7,550 रुपए पर बंद। ग्वार में आज दिखी बिकवाली। ग्वारगम का वायदा 2% गिरकर 10,500 रुपए के पास बंद। ग्वार सीड का वायदा 5,300 रुपए के करीब हुआ बंद। इस साल मानसून सामान्य रहने की उम्मीद। मौसम एजेंसी स्काईमेट के मुताबिक जून से सितंबर के बीच बारिश लंबी अवधि के औसत से 102% रहने का अनुमान। नमस्कार, स्वागत है आपका कमोडिटी फटाफट में, जहां आपको फटाफट अंदाज में हम कमोडिटी मार्केट की तमाम बड़ी खबरें बताते ही हैं, साथ ही आपके सवालों के जवाब भी देते हैं। आपके पास भी कोई सवाल हो तो आप हमारे नंबर 9136934065 पर अपने सवाल हमें व्हाट्सएप करें। अगले आधे घंटे तक आपके सभी सवालों के जवाब देने के लिए 3 मेहमान होंगे। अखिलेश जैन फाउंडर हैं टेक्निकल IQ से, कमर सादरी हैं CEO हैं अवांस एंटरप्राइजेस के, और मनोज जैन हैं पृथ्वी फिनमार्ट से। आप तीनों मेहमानों का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। चलिए, सबसे पहले बात गोल्ड और सिल्वर की, जहां पर लगातार नया रिकॉर्ड बनता जा रहा है। MCX पर सोना 71,739 की नई ऊंचाई तक पहुंच चुका है और चांदी 82,849 की नई ऊंचाई तक पहुंच गई है। क्या इस इतनी तेजी के बाद अब क्या करना चाहिए, ये सवाल तमाम दर्शकों के मन में है। तो पहले सवाल से ही शुरू कर लेते हैं। हमारे साथ महावीर हैं बंगलुरु से। इनका सवाल है कि कॉमेक्स गोल्ड क्या फिर से 15 अप्रैल तक $2,200 तक फिसल कर आएगा क्या? अखिलेश जी, क्या लगता है आपको, क्या कॉमेक्स गोल्ड $2,200 तक आने की उम्मीद है आपको?
नमस्ते विश्व मोहन जी। देखिए, गोल्ड और सिल्वर में जिस हिसाब से मूवमेंट चल रहा है, इट इज काइंड ऑफ फोमो ट्रेडिंग। लोग बहुत रश के अंदर है और यहाँ पे जो लॉन्ग पोजीशंस बिल्डअप है, CFD ट्रेडर्स के जो कमिटमेंट्स हैं वो काफी ज्यादा स्ट्रांग है और पिछले 1.5 से 2 महीने से यहाँ पे हमने बिल्डअप होता हुआ देखा है। और यहाँ पे कहीं ना कहीं लग रहा है कि जो एक रिटेल ट्रेडर है या एक कॉमन ट्रेडर है वो कहीं ना कहीं ट्रैप हो गए हैं और मुझे लगता नहीं है कि बाजार इस ट्रैप से निकलने का मौका देगा। मुझे अभी भी स्टिल दोनों ही प्रीशियस के अंदर पोजिशनली जो आउटलुक है वो बुलिश ही लग रहा है। और यहाँ पर अगर कॉमेक्स की लेवल की बात करिए इन्होंने, तो कॉमेक्स के अंदर 2310 के आसपास का मुझे लगता है कि ये एक बेस बन चुका है और आने वाले दिनों में ये 2310 के आसपास का जो लेवल है वो ब्रिज नहीं होना चाहिए और गोल्ड के अंदर हमको फर्दर हाईज देखने को मिलने चाहिए। हालांकि दोनों ही प्रीशियस के भाव इतने ऊपर आ गए हैं तो कहीं ना कहीं जैसे जो मार्जिन एक्सपेक्टेशन है CME की तरफ से या कॉमेक्स की तरफ से या अदर एक्सचेंजेस की तरफ से वो आ सकता है, तो यहाँ पे वॉलेटाइल ट्रेड हो सकता है। बट मुझे लगता है कि इन एनी डीप करेक्शन 1 से 1,500 का पॉइंट अगर आता भी है इन केस, तो यहाँ पे 2310 एक अच्छे सपोर्ट की तरह काम करेगा और प्राइजेस हम वापस से ऊपर की तरफ होते हुए देखेंगे। तो
मनोज जी, आप बता दीजिए, आप
2310 अभी मुश्किल लगता है
जी। मनोज जी, आपका व्यू क्या है गोल्ड के ट्रेडर्स के लिए, क्या सलाह दे रहे हैं आप?
नमस्कार विष्णुमोहन जी, सबसे पहले तो आपको और सारे व्यूवर्स को गुड़ी पाड़वा और नववर्ष की बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। जहां तक सोने का सवाल है तो बिल्कुल यहाँ पे जो मोमेंटम है वो पॉजिटिव ही बना हुआ है। टेक्निकली हम देख रहे हैं कि एक ओवरबॉट जोन में सोना बना हुआ है। कल यहाँ यूएस के इन्फ्लेशन के नंबर्स भी आएंगे और यूएस फेड की मॉनेटरी पॉलिसी के मीटिंग मिनट्स भी जारी होंगे, तो उसके चलते थोड़ी वोलेटिलिटी जो है मार्केट में बढ़ती हुई नजर आएगी। लेकिन ट्रेंड अभी भी यहाँ पॉजिटिव है। कोई भी करेक्शन अगर आता है $2320 से $2300 के रेंजेस में, तो वो वापस से एक बार यहाँ पे बाइंग की अपॉर्चुनिटी के रूप में ही देखना चाहिए। हमारा मानना है कि 70,000 से 69,500 ये एक स्ट्रॉन्ग सपोर्ट जोन रहेगा MCX जून वायदा के लिए। तो कोई भी करेक्शन आते हैं तो वहां पे बाइंग की रणनीति बना के चले। अभी मोमेंटम पॉजिटिव ही है और कोई बड़ी गिरावट अभी भी यहाँ पे सोने में नजर नहीं आ रही। ऊपर में यहाँ 2400-2420 के जो स्तर है इंटरनेशनल मार्केट में और भारतीय बाजारों में 72,500 से 72,700 ये यहाँ पे अब शॉर्ट टर्म में देखने को मिल सकते हैं।
चलिए, अब बात कर लेते हैं गोल्ड सिल्वर के डिमांड को लेकर किस तरह का मार्केट से क्या रिपोर्ट आ रही है। हमारे साथ हैं पंकज अरोड़ा, जो प्रेसिडेंट है ऑल इंडिया ज्वेलर्स और गोल्ड स्मिथ फेडरेशन के। शुक्रिया पंकज जी, आपने वक्त निकाला। क्या सर डिमांड को लेकर क्या रिपोर्ट आ रही है, क्योंकि लगातार जिस तरह से अचानक से तेजी आई है, फरवरी के निचले स्तरों से देखें तो 10,000 रुपए से ज्यादा दाम सोने के बढ़ चुके हैं और 12,000 रुपए से ज्यादा की तेजी चांदी में आ चुकी है। क्या इससे डिमांड काफी हिट हुई है और आगे को लेकर आप लोगों का क्या अनुमान है पंकज जी?
रिटेल के जो एंड यूजर्स हैं मार्केट में आप समझ लीजिए 10% से ज्यादा का व्यापार इस समय नहीं है। मेरी आवाज पहुंच रही है?
जी जी बिल्कुल आ रही है आवाज सर, बोलिए सर।
जी, मेरा कहना है कि मार्केट में जो 10,000 का मूवमेंट आ गया है, तो जो रिटेल का कस्टमर होता है, जब तक कोई भाव 6 महीने लगातार रहता नहीं है एक भाव 1,500 ऊपर नीचे, तब तक कोई भी कस्टमर मार्केट में आता नहीं है। दूसरा, मार्केट में जो लोग ट्रैप हो गए थे तो वो अपने भाव कटवा रहे हैं, यानी जो व्यापारी ज्वेलर सामान ले गए थे उनके भाव नहीं कटे हुए। तो आचार संहिता की वजह से मार्केट के अंदर जो एकदम तेज भाव था उसका प्रीमियम माइनस हो गया था, यानी कि 70,000 एमसेक्स था तो गोल्ड 69,000 तक अवेलेबल था। लेकिन चूंकि आचार संहिता में गोल्ड मार्केट में खत्म हो चुका है और कैश लाने ले जाने की दिक्कतें पूरे देश के अंदर चल रही हैं, तो स्टॉक अवेलेबल ना होने से गोल्ड आज अगर करंट मार्केट की बात करें तो 73,000 के आसपास गोल्ड का भाव मार्केट में चला, जो कि बहुत ज्यादा है। तो डिमांड जो त्योहार स्टार्ट हो गए नवरात्र में, कहीं कोई मार्केट में काम नहीं है, आप कह सकते हैं 5% का बिजनेस भी नहीं है। और अभी गोल्ड में एकदम बुलिश का ही ट्रेंड चल रहा है। जब तक करेक्शन, कल सीपीआई का डेटा आना है तो हम लोग उम्मीद कर रहे हैं कि $100 करेक्शन आना चाहिए। तो जब तक करेक्शन नहीं आएगा तब तक किसी प्रकार का बाजार में मूवमेंट नहीं आएगा।
ओके सर, आप कॉन्फेडरेशन ऑफ ऑल इंडिया ट्रेडर्स के विंग है आपका, तो जो कारोबारी है क्या उनके लिए बड़ा रिस्क हो गया है कारोबार चलाना, क्योंकि पेपर ट्रेडिंग ज्यादा हो रही है, जो पेपर गोल्ड है उसमें लोगों की दिलचस्पी बढ़ी है एसेट के तौर पे, और यहाँ पे फिजिकल डिमांड पर इसका काफी असर हो रहा है। तो कारोबारियों का क्या रिएक्शन है पंकज जी?
नहीं, ये देखिए आपका बिल्कुल प्रश्न आपका जायज है, क्योंकि जो हमारे देश में यूथ है, अभी आपके फाइनेंशियल ईयर की रिपोर्ट आई है, डीमेट अकाउंट बहुत ज्यादा ओपन हुए देश के अंदर, लगातार बढ़ रहे हैं। तो जो हमारे देश में यूथ है वो गोल्ड ईटीएफ में, और जो पुराने इन्वेस्टर हैं जो एफडी में जाते थे उसके बजाय जो गोल्ड में उनका अच्छा खासा बढ़ रहा है, तो वो सोवर्जन बॉन्ड वगैरह में जा रहे हैं। तो ज्वेलरी की डिमांड अब केवल शादी ब्याह के लायक रह गई है। अब निवेश के नाम पे लोग गवर्नमेंट के बॉन्ड्स या ईटीएफ की तरफ जा रहे हैं। तो बिजनेस लगातार जो है वो ज्वेलरी के मामले बात करें तो सेल लगातार हम लोग की डाउन हो रही है। अब प्रॉफिट की बात करें तो जिसका जो प्रॉफिट था वो था, लेकिन वॉल्यूम के हिसाब से अगर हम चलें तो रुपयों में जिसकी जो सेल थी टर्नओवर वही आ रहा है, लेकिन अगर हम ग्राम में बात करें, अगर कोई व्यक्ति दिन भर में 100 ग्राम बेचता था, जिसकी सेल मुश्किल से 30 ग्राम रह गई है। उस जमाने में अगर वो 5 लाख की बिक्री करता तो आज 5 लाख की बिक्री आज भी कर रहा है, लेकिन वॉल्यूम जो है उसका ग्रामों में बहुत कम रह गया है। मतलब हमारी जो इंडस्ट्री है वो लगातार माइनस की तरफ जा रही है।
सर, ये पूरे फेस्टिव सीजन की बात करें अक्षय तृतीया तक, तो किस तरह के डिमांड की उम्मीद, कोई आप लोगों ने अनुमान तो लगाया होगा कि इतनी बिक्री होगी ज्वेलरी की इस बार?
सर, लास्ट जो रहती है तो अभी तो हमने अनुमान इसलिए लगाया नहीं है कि एक महीने के अंदर सब आउट ऑफ सिस्टम, मतलब कि आप समझिए हम लोग सोच ही नहीं सकते कि आज तक क्या होता था कि अगर 5 से 7% का मूवमेंट आ जाता था तो सभी ट्रेडर अपना गोल्ड सेल करते थे, यानी हम लोग करेक्शन का वेट करते थे। अब की बार टेक्निकल चार्ट की बात करें तो आरएसआई जितने इंडिकेटर्स होते हैं सब फेल हो गए, कोई रेजिस्टेंस काम नहीं आ रहा है, बिल्कुल स्काई जोन खुला हुआ है। तो लगातार रोज सोचते हैं कि नीचे आएगा, बट सारे ट्रेंड जो है पॉजिटिव है। किसी एंगल में डेटा अगर खराब भी आता है तो भी गोल्ड ऊपर जा रहा है। अगर हम लोग अभी तक की बात करें, आज भी गोल्ड एकदम बुलिश है, रोज 1,500 रुपए की तेजी आ रही है। मतलब 1 मार्च से गोल्ड ने जो स्टार्टिंग करी वो अभी तक ट्रेंड ही चल रहा है, ऊपर ही ऊपर चल रहा है।
पंकज जी, आपने वक्त निकाला, स्थिति कारोबारियों के लिए काफ़ी मुश्किल हो गया है, क्योंकि जिस तरह से अचानक दाम बढ़े हैं तो कोई भी खरीदार नहीं चाहता है कि मैं क्यों अचानक से 10,000 रुपये का प्रीमियम दे दूं। 1-1.5 महीने में सोने जैसे स्टेबल कमोडिटी में, स्टेबल जिसके भाव में काफ़ी स्थिरता रहती है, अगर उसके दाम इस तेज़ी से बढ़ेंगे तो डेफिनेटली इस पर कारोबार पर काफ़ी असर होता है। लोग इसका इंतज़ार कर रहे हैं कि कब गिरावट आए, तभी ग्राहकी होगी। और ये कारोबारी होने के साथ साथ यहाँ पर कैट का जो विंग है गोल्ड और सिल्वर की, जो यहाँ पे ऑल इंडिया ज्वेलर्स गोल्ड स्मिथ फेडरेशन है, उनके प्रेसिडेंट थे पंकज जी। उन्होंने ग्राउंड की बातचीत की और क्या स्थिति ग्राहकों से लेकर कारोबारियों की क्या स्थिति हो रही है, इसकी रिपोर्ट इन्होंने दी। चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं, कुछ और कमोडिटीज़ पर चर्चा करते हैं। एक और सेगमेंट है जहाँ पर ज़बरदस्त तेज़ी का दौर चल रहा है, वो है बेस मेटल्स। मनोज जी, बेस मेटल्स को क्या हो गया है? तेज़ी थमी नहीं है, लगातार यहाँ पे भी तेज़ी बढ़ती जा रही है। क्या आगे आपका आउटलुक क्या है बेस मेटल्स को लेकर, और किसमें तेजी ज्यादा दिख रही है यहाँ से? और आपको
बेस मेटल्स में भी विश्वमोहन जी हम लगातार बात कर रहे थे, यहाँ पे कॉपर, एल्यूमिनियम और जिंक की हम लगातार बात करते आए हैं, और तीनों ही जगह हमने एक अच्छी बढ़त जो है देखी है। ये मंथ की शुरुआत में जो चाइना के मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पीएमआई के नंबर्स आए थे, उसके बाद यहाँ पे बढ़त जो है वो काफी एक्सटेंड होती हुई नजर आई है। और जिस तरह से यूएस के भी जो चाहे मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पीएमआई के नंबर्स हो या जॉब के डेटा हो, वो सभी बेहतर आते हुए नजर आए हैं और उसके चलते लगातार सपोर्ट यहाँ पे बने हुए हैं। तो अभी कॉपर अभी भी यहाँ पे स्ट्रांग लगता है और पोजिशनल अगर बाय की बात करें तो मेरा मानना है कि एल्यूमिनियम ज्यादा बेहतर लगता है, जिस तरह से हमने एलएमई पर प्राइस में ब्रेकआउट आते हुए देखे हैं। 222 के स्तर पर बाय करके चलना चाहिए, 218 के स्टॉप लॉस से। लक्ष्य यहाँ पे 230 तक का रखा जा सकता है।
जी आपकी पसंद कोई टॉपिक बेस मेटल्स में आज? अखिलेश जी आपसे सवाल है।
मुझे लगता है कि मेटल्स में जो ये रैली है वो काफी एक्सटेंड हो चुकी है, क्योंकि जो तीनों ही मेटल्स की बात करी मनोज जी ने, एल्यूमिनियम हो, चाहे जिंक हो, चाहे कॉपर हो, तीनों ही एक जो फ्रेश ब्रेकआउट थे, हालांकि इनमें अपर साइड अभी आना बाकी है, बट मुझे लगता है कि वो वहां से काफी ज्यादा एक्सटेंड हो चुके हैं। और जिस तरह का आज स्पाइक देखने को मिला कॉपर के प्राइसेस में, आप देखेंगे तो कहीं ना कहीं जो लाइफ टाइम उसने क्लोज किया था कुछ सालों पहले, तो उसी क्लोज के आसपास उसने एक स्पाइक मारा है। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये जो मेटल मार्केट है कुछ टाइम के लिए एक बार साइडवेज होना जरूरी है। तो मुझे लगता है कि यहाँ पर जो अपर कैप है वो अराउंड 844-45 के आसपास कॉपर में, और वहीं जिंक के अंदर 245-46 तक लग रहा है। तो मुझे लगता है कि ऊपरी अगर ये भाव आते हैं तो वहां पर एक बार मुनाफा वसूली होनी चाहिए। और कॉपर मुझे लगता है नीचे 809 और 780 तक के लेवल भी देखने को मिलने चाहिए। वहीं जिंक में मुझे लगता है कि यहाँ से भी एक बार करेक्शन देखने को मिलना चाहिए 2-3 रुपए तेजी के बाद। और मुझे लगता है कि भाव अप टू 228 तक की टेरिटरी में आना चाहिए। तो ऊपर के लेवल से अभी थोड़ा सा अवॉइड करना चाहिए फ्रेश लेवल से।
चलिए कुछ और दर्शक के सवाल गोल्ड पर आ रहे हैं। निकिता है, ये पूछ रहे हैं कि गोल्ड में आगे क्या होगा। और एक और दर्शक है आरके शर्मा, सोना 70,000 के नीचे कब तक आएगा? मनोज जी क्या जवाब देंगे इनका? आरके शर्मा 70,000 के नीचे कब तक आएगा? और एक दर्शक है निकिता कि गोल्ड में आगे क्या होगा?
देखिए सर, आगे जो ट्रेंड है वो तो अभी पॉजिटिव ही है, छोटे मोटे डिप्स आते रहेंगे। जैसा कि मैंने पहले भी बताया कि कल यूएस के इन्फ्लेशन के और मॉनेटरी पॉलिसी के मीटिंग के मिनट्स आना है, तो उस समय थोड़ी वॉलेटिलिटी जो है वो ज्यादा बढ़ती हुई नजर आएगी। टेक्निकली एक करेक्शन ड्यू है, तो उसके चलते कीमतें $2300 तक एक बार आ सकती है। भारतीय बाजारों में 70,000 69,500 के रेंजेस में जो है टेक्निकली देखने को मिल सकता है करेक्शन, लेकिन वो एक करेक्शन ही होगा। अभी कोई बड़ी जो है गिरावट सोने में देखने को नहीं मिलेगी। तो डिप्स में बाय की सलाह रहेगी। कल के डेटा को देखते हुए एक यहाँ पे करेक्शन जो है कल के शाम के सत्र में देखने को मिल सकता है, तो उस पर एक बार नजर रख के चलना चाहिए।
आनंद गुप्ता भी है हरिप्रिया ज्वेलर्स से। आनंद जी बताइए, स्टोर्स से क्या रिपोर्ट आ रही है? क्या अभी पंकज अरोड़ा साहब थे जो ऑल इंडिया ज्वेलर्स और गोल्ड स्मिथ फेडरेशन के प्रेसिडेंट है, उनका कहना था कि ग्राहकी पूरी तरफ से गायब हो गई है ऊंचे भाव की वजह से। आप लोगों के स्टोर्स की क्या रिपोर्ट है?
सर हम लोग, नमस्कार विश्वमोहन जी।
नमस्कार सर।
हमारे यहाँ बहुत अच्छा है इसका। अभी जो बात पंकज अरोड़ा जी बोले हैं एकदम सत्य बोले हैं। और भाव बढ़ने के कारण से कस्टमर तो एकदम मतलब लग रहा है जैसे सांप सूंघ गया है। लेकिन लोग को उम्मीद है कि भाव कुछ नीचे आएगा। लेकिन अभी मेरा कल एक मीटिंग किए थे हम, हमारे वर्ल्ड के जो सबसे बड़े गोल्ड के जो रिफाइनरी के मालिक है, राजेश एक्सपोर्ट के मालिक है प्रशांत मेहता जी, वो बता रहे थे कि आनंद जी ये सारा परचेजिंग जो है ना सेंट्रल बैंक के द्वारा होने के कारण से ये रेट इतना ज्यादा तेजी से बढ़ा है।
लेकिन यहाँ पे ग्राहकी खत्म हो रही है ना, अब ज्वेलर्स को दिक्कत हो रही है, इन्वेस्टमेंट बाइंग हो रही है, सेंट्रल बैंकों का रिजर्व बढ़ रहा है, लेकिन ज्वेलर्स क्या करेंगे फिर?
ज्वेलर्स करेंगे क्या कि वो तो बेचारे अभी भी इंतजार में है कि 68,000 हो जो ग्राहक से लौट के आए।
ओके,
समझ रहे हैं ना? तो ये सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट चीज है कि भाव अगर जब तक नहीं गिरेगा तब तक कुछ करना बड़ा मुश्किल है। लेकिन अब अगर इस रफ्तार में बढ़ रहा है तो पॉजिटिव ही रहेगा सर। देखिए कोई भी प्रॉपर्टी का दाम बढ़ता है तो लोग का इन्वेस्टमेंट करने वाला तो छोड़िए, शादी विवाह का टाइम है, पर्व का टाइम है, अभी गुड़ी पड़वा है, अभी अब आज नवरात्रा शुरू हो गया भगवती की कृपा से, तो सबके दुकान में छोटा मोटा ग्राहक है, बड़ा परचेजिंग नहीं हो रहा है सर। काम ऐसा नहीं कि एकदम बैठा हुआ है। हम भी अभी गए एग्जीबिशन में, सबको देखे खूब जोरदार खरीदारी करते हुए। वो लोगों को खरीदारी करते हुए देख के ऐसा लग नहीं रहा था कि भाव का कोई प्रभाव है। बस जो पुराना लोग पेमेंट किए हुए है उसका, हम लोग में होता क्या कि माल बिल से आ गया और हम लोग पेमेंट लगा दिए, लेकिन रेट कट करने के लिए हेजिंग करते हैं, उसी में लोग फंस गया है।
ओके सर, मैं अभी बहुत सारे एग्जीबिशंस में अभी गया था, बेंगलुरु से लेके मुंबई तक। उन लोगों के जितने भी ज्वेलर्स थे वहां कहे हैं कि वहां पे ग्राहक दिख नहीं रहे हैं। एक तो इतने ज्यादा ये इस तरह के एग्जीबिशंस और शोज हो रहे हैं बैक टू बैक, उससे भी ग्राहक गायब हो रहे हैं और उनके कारोबार पर भी असर हो रहा है, उनका टाइम भी खराब हो रहा है और उनके पैसे भी जाया हो रहा है, ऊपर से धंधा भी नहीं हो रहा है। बेंगलोर के ज़्यादातर जो एग्जीबिटर्स थे उन्होंने साफ तौर से कहा, मैं एक एक स्टोर्स में जाकर विजिट किया, उनका कहना था कि ग्राहक आप देख लीजिए बिल्कुल पूरी तरह से गायब है, क्योंकि सेम धंधा यहाँ पर बॉम्बे में भी करके गए थे, वही एग्जीबिशन वहाँ पर भी हो रहे हैं, तो काफ़ी असर हो रहा है। इस तरह के एग्जीबिशंस इतने मल्टीपल टाइम्स में एक ही हफ्ते में 2-2 शहरों में हो रहा है, ये सही ज्वेलरी इंडस्ट्री के लिए नहीं है, ये उनकी डिमांड थी, ये मैंने आपके सामने रखा। शुक्रिया आनंद जी, आपने वक्त निकाला हमारे लिए। चलिए आगे बढ़ते, कुछ और
धन्यवाद सर।
दर्शक हैं जिनके सवाल भी लेना जरूरी है। ऋषिकेश हैं नासिक से, क्रूड पर जानना चाह रहे हैं कि आज क्या करना चाहिए। बताइए अखिलेश जी, क्रूड में क्या करना चाहिए, छोटे छोटे जवाब दीजिएगा सर।
देखिए ओवरऑल मोमेंटम प्लस है, हालांकि यहाँ पर 60-70 पॉइंट का एक करेक्शन आ सकता है, तो मुझे लगता है कि 7140 के आसपास क्रूड मिलता है तो वहां पे बाय करना चाहिए। 7115 के नीचे का स्टॉप लॉस रखे, मुझे लगता है ग्रेजुअली भाव वापस से 7275 के आसपास आज देखने को मिलना चाहिए जी।
चलिए हमारे साथ कायमार सादरी साहब भी हैं, अवांस एंटरप्राइजेस के सीईओ हैं, उनसे एग्री मार्केट की चाल समझ लेते हैं। ग्वार एक अच्छी रिकवरी के बाद फिर से आज कमजोर हो गया। सादरी जी, क्या लग रहा है ग्वार में क्या हो रहा है?
नमस्कार विश्वमोहन जी।
नमस्कार
सर, ग्वार में जो हमने आज थोड़ा बहुत तकरीबन 1.5% का हमने फॉल देखा हुआ है, मेरे ख्याल से ये, इसको मैं मंदी नहीं करूंगा, ये थोड़ा बहुत प्रॉफिट टेकिंग है, क्योंकि हमने देखा कि तकरीबन भाव काफी नीचे चले गए थे पिछले 2 हफ्ते में 5100 आसपास, और हमने फिर पिछले 2-3 दिन में अच्छी खासी इसमें रिकवरी देखी। तो मैं अभी फिलहाल मैं यही सजेशन दूंगा कि सर ग्वार सीड में फिलहाल बाय करके ही चलना चाहिए।
मसालों में क्या करे सादरी जी? मसालों में भी आज कमजोरी दिखी, 24,000 के नीचे आ गया है। जीरा, हल्दी, धनिया तीनों में कमजोरी दिखी, धनिया तो और कमजोर हो रहा है। क्या लग रहा है, किस तरह की चाल दिख रही है आपको अब?
सर मुझे मसालों में फिलहाल इतनी कोई तेजी वाली बात नजर नहीं आ रही है। अगर हम पहले टर्मरिक से शुरू करें तो टर्मरिक में हम देख रहे हैं कि पिछले 15 दिन में 19,000 से लगातार भाव नीचे आ रहे हैं। पिछले 2 दिन पहले हमने देखा था कि भाई 16,800 तक आए थे भाव, जो कि नीचे में 16,300 तक भी चले गए थे, लेकिन आज वापस हमने उसमें फॉल ही देखा है। अगर हम मई कॉन्ट्रैक्ट की बात करें तो तकरीबन 17,050 के आसपास ट्रेड कर रहा है, सॉरी जून कॉन्ट्रैक्ट टर्मरिक का। मुझे अभी भी लग रहा है कि सर अराइवल्स का प्रेशर अच्छा खासा है फिलहाल, और उसी की वजह से मैं टर्मरिक में अभी भी करंट प्राइसेस से 500 रुपए तक का फॉल देख रहा हूं। तो उसको एक बार 16,500 16,600 का टारगेट बनाकर एक बार जून कॉन्ट्रैक्ट सेल करना चाहिए। अगर हम बात करें जीरा की भी, तो जीरा में तकरीबन सेंटीमेंट आज काफी महीनों से नेगेटिव ही चल रहा है। फिलहाल स्पॉट जो प्राइस है वो तकरीबन 24,050 के आसपास ट्रेड कर रहा है, और जो एनसीडीएक्स का मई कॉन्ट्रैक्ट है वो उसके नीचे ही चल रहा है। तो उसी व्यू को मद्देनजर रखते हुए मुझे सर जीरा में फिलहाल अभी भी लग रहा है कि करंट प्राइसेस से 301 रुपए तक की, 300 से 400 रुपए तक का फॉल अभी भी मेंटेन रहेगा, क्योंकि ज्यादातर व्यू यही है कि भाई जीरा में इस बार पिछले साल के मुकाबले तकरीबन 35 से 40% का क्रॉप ज्यादा है। तो उसकी वजह से अराइवल का प्रेशर जब भी आएगा, क्योंकि मंडी अभी पिछले हफ्ते ही शुरू हुई है ईयर एंडिंग के क्लोजर के बाद, तो उसको मद्देनजर रखते हुए जीरा करंट प्राइसेस से सेल करके ही चलना चाहिए। धनिया में भी हमने देखा कि भाई तकरीबन 8200 रुपए तक का हमने अच्छा खासा रिकवरी देखा था, लेकिन पिछले 2 या 3 ट्रेडिंग सेशन में वो वाला सेंटीमेंट भी कमजोर होते हुए दिख रहा है, और तकरीबन करंट प्राइस 76 से 7700 के बीच में ट्रेड कर रहे हैं। तो उसी को ध्यान में रखते हुए मैं यही सलाह दूंगा कि एक बार मे कॉन्ट्रैक्ट को 7500 तक का टारगेट के साथ सेल करके रखना चाहिए, और करंट प्राइस से आप 100 से 125 रुपीज का स्टॉप लॉस मेंटेन करें।
अब गेहूं की बातचीत कर लेते हैं, और गेहूं को लेकर रिपोर्ट यह है कि सरकार ने जो अनुमान लगाया है 1120 लाख टन का, उससे 6% से ज़्यादा कम उत्पादन हो सकता है, ये प्राइवेट ट्रेड बॉडी का मानना है। जो रोलर फ्लोर मिलर्स फेडरेशन का ये अनुमान है, उनको लगता है कि इस साल 1,150 लाख टन गेहूं का उत्पादन हो सकता है, ये उनका मानना है। पिछले साल सरकार ने 1120 लाख टन का उत्पादन का अनुमान लगाया था, और ट्रेड एसोसिएशन का अनुमान 10% उससे कम था। उनका कहना था कि 10% कम उत्पादन हुआ है, सरकार जितना कह रही है उत्पादन के आंकड़े, और इस साल भी इनको लगता है कि सरकारी अनुमान से 6.25% कम उत्पादन रहने का अनुमान है। और यही वजह थी कि दाम को रोकने के लिए सरकार ने ओएमएसएस के जरिए 100 लाख टन के आसपास रिजर्व से गेहूं बेचे, और 2017 के बाद सबसे कम गेहूं का स्टॉक बफर में हो गया है। चलिए तमाम मुद्दों पर बातचीत करते हैं। संजीव गुप्ता है हमारे साथ, डायरेक्टर है बीटीएस रोलर फ्लोर मिल्स के। संजीव जी, गेहूं की ग्राउंड रिपोर्ट बताइए, क्या स्थिति है, किस तरह का उत्पादन उत्पादन नंबर आप लोग अनुमान लगाकर चल रहे हैं? छोटे छोटे जवाब दीजिएगा सर।
नमस्कार विश्वमोहन जी।
नमस्कार।
तो हमने एक एग्री वॉच के साथ मिलके एक सर्वे करवाया था, जिसमें हमें पता चला है कि जो गवर्नमेंट अनुमान है 112 मिलियन टन, हम उससे 6% कम है हमारी क्रॉप, और हम अनुमान लगा रहे हैं कि 106 मिलियन टन की क्रॉप होगी इस साल।
सरकार जिस तरह से खरीदारी कर रही है लास्ट ईयर के मुकाबले काफी तेजी से कर रही है, क्या जो बड़े ट्रेडर्स है, बड़े खरीदार है, क्या उनको रोका गया है कि आप गेहूं अभी ना खरीदे, सरकारी बफर को पूरा करने दें, हमारे रिजर्व को पूरा करने दें, उसके बाद आप खरीदारी शुरू करें, ऐसा कुछ है?
देखिए फॉर्मल वे में नहीं रोका गया है, बट इंडिविजुअली बुला के बोला गया है कि आप ट्रेडिंग के लिए गेहूं नहीं खरीदिए, सिर्फ जो जरूरत है उतनी ही गेहूं खरीदी जाए। और इनफॉर्मल वे में बोला गया है। एंड गवर्नमेंट ने इस साल तेजी से प्रोक्योरमेंट करने की कोशिश कर रही है, बिकॉज उनका स्टॉक्स काफी लो है। आफ्टर 2008 ये सबसे लोएस्ट स्टॉक होल्डिंग है, उनके पास 7 मिलियन टन के करीब है उनका जो शुरुआती 1 अप्रैल को जो स्टॉक था। तो उनकी कोशिश ये है कि 32-33 मिलियन टन स्टॉक वो लोग जमा कर पाए, ताकि उनके पास बफर प्लस ओएमएसएस के लिए कुछ बच जाए।
क्या लग रहा है, सरकार ने जो लक्ष्य तय कर रखा है खरीद का, बाकी पिछले 2 साल के एक्सपीरियंस के बाद उन्होंने लक्ष्य भी हालांकि मॉडरेट रखा है, क्या लग रहा है उससे ज्यादा खरीदारी हो पाएगी? आप क्या अनुमान क्या कह रहा है?
आई थिंक 31-32 मिलियन टन शायद ऑप्टिमिस्टिक हो, बिकॉज पूरा पाइपलाइन ड्राई है इंडिया का। तो फ्लोर मिल एसोसिएशन को भी फ्लोर मिलों को भी गेहूं की जरूरत पड़ रही है। बट लास्ट ईयर से जरूर ये लोग ज्यादा कर पाएंगे, क्योंकि एक तो इन्होंने जल्दी चालू किया प्रोक्योरमेंट, और थोड़ा प्रोक्योरमेंट पे ध्यान दिया है, खासकर यूपी में, जहां पर इनकी प्रोक्योरमेंट प्रक्रिया हमेशा कमजोर रही है। इस साल उन्होंने और कोशिश वहां पर करी है, और हो सकता है 3 से 4 मिलियन टन पिछले साल से ज्यादा हो पाए। 30 मिलियन टन के करीब हमारा अनुमान है कि गवर्नमेंट प्रोक्योरमेंट कर पाएगी।
शुक्रिया संजीव जी, आपने वक्त निकाला और हमारे लिए गेहूं की ग्राउंड स्थिति क्या है, आप लोगों के सर्वे क्या कह रहे हैं, आपने पूरा मामला बता दिया। चलिए वापस से आपसे कभी बातचीत होगी। अब बातचीत कर लेते हैं मस्टर्ड की, जहां पर रिकॉर्ड उत्पादन का अनुमान लगाया जा रहा है। हमारे साथ मोपा के ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी अनिल चतुर्वेदी हैं। अनिल जी बताइए, क्या लग रहा है मस्टर्ड को लेकर? अब तो आपके सर्वे, आपकी रिपोर्ट, आपके सेमिनार भी हो चुके हैं, स्थिति भी क्लियर हो गई होगी। क्या 123 लाख टन सरसों उत्पादन होगा इस साल?
नमस्कार सर।
नमस्कार।
इस साल जो उत्पादन के आंकड़े लगाए हैं वो 123 लाख टन के दिल्ली में 16-17 मार्च को लगाए हैं, और अराइवल्स चालू हो गई है। मंडियों में अभी 10 लाख कट्टे के आसपास माल आ रहा है, और नेफेड की भी खरीदारी चालू हो गई है। एमएसपी पे 5,650 में नेफेड भी खरीदारी चालू की है। अभी तक नेफेड ने 2 लाख टन माल खरीद भी लिया है। और अराइवल हम अगर देखें तो अभी तक नई वाली जो क्रॉप है उसकी फरवरी में 7 लाख टन सरसों आ गई, मार्च में 16 लाख टन सरसों आ गई, तो करीब करीब 123 लाख टन में से 25 लाख टन सरसों की अराइवल हो चुकी है सर। और भाव का जो स्तर है वो एमएसपी 5,650 है, मंडी में अभी 4,800 से 5,000 रुपए बिक रही है। अराइवल 10 लाख कट्टे की डेली है सर।
बाकी है, जिस तरह से आप कह रहे हैं कि 123 लाख टन उत्पादन होगा, अभी 25 लाख टन ही अराइवल्स हुए, तब तो दाम और गिर सकते हैं।
हाँ दाम, लेकिन एक सपोर्ट पीछे से बैक सपोर्ट एमएसपी पे मिला हुआ है सरकार का। अप्रैल मई जून में उनको 28 लाख टन खरीदनी है, तो एक साथ तो अराइवल होती नहीं, अराइवल सरसों की पूरे साल रहती है। तो मेरे को ऐसा लगता है कि इस लेवल पर भाव और घटना नहीं चाहिए, बल्कि एमएसपी के सपोर्ट की वजह से थोड़ा सपोर्ट बाजार को भी मिलना चाहिए, 2-3-4% का। अभी एमएसपी से 13% कम मंडियों में भाव है, ये धीरे धीरे करके 8-9% पे आके रुक जाएगा। तो इसमें घटने की जगह मेरे को मार्केट में कम लगती है,
घटने की संभावना कम लग रही है। और एमएसपी पे पूरी तरह से खरीदारी किन किन राज्यों में शुरू हो चुकी है सर सरसों की?
हाँ सर, राजस्थान में खरीदी चालू है, हरियाणा में खरीदी चालू है, एमपी में है, गुजरात में है, यूपी में है, और कुछ आसाम बिहार साइड में भी खरीदारी चालू है। इसमें अभी तक सबसे ज्यादा खरीदारी हरियाणा में हो गई है 1.5 से 2 लाख टन की। बाकी सब जगह स्टार्टिंग हुई है 1 अप्रैल से, तो मुझे लगता है स्पीड पकड़ लेगी, और कम से कम भी 28 लाख टन का जो टारगेट है उसके आसपास कहीं ना कहीं नाफेड पहुंच जाएगी सब खरीदी में।
शुक्रिया सर, आपने वक्त निकाला अनिल जी। भाव से लेकर अराइवल्स और उत्पादन को लेकर आपने अपनी रिपोर्ट रख दी, शुक्रिया सर। चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं, कुछ और दर्शकों के सवाल ले लेते हैं। हमारे साथ हैं प्रमोद हैं पुणे से। सिल्वर किस प्राइस पे बाई करे? मनोज जी छोटा जवाब दीजिएगा, आपसे ही पूछना चाह रहे हैं।
चांदी में यहाँ पे अगर शाम के सत्र में कोई डिप्स आता है 81,782,000 के रेंजेस में, तो वहां खरीद सकते हैं। 83,200 तक के स्तर एक बार यहाँ पे आते हुए नजर आते हैं, और एक स्टॉप लॉस यहाँ पे 81,000 के नीचे का जरूर लगा।
मीरपुर से इन्होंने एक सवाल भेजा कि गोल्ड में क्या करना चाहिए, क्या करना चाहिए अखिलेश जी? छोटा जवाब।
मुझे लगता है कि वेट ही करें यहाँ पर, वेट ही करें अभी, इंटरडे अवॉइड ही करें गोल्ड के अंदर ट्रेड को, वेट करें करेक्शन का। अगर 2310 के आसपास अगर भाव आते हैं तो वहीं पे कोई नया ट्रेड लें, क्योंकि काफी वॉलेटाइल लग रहा है मार्केट मुझे।
गोल्ड बाई है 71,505 पे, क्या करना चाहिए मनोज जी?
यहाँ पे शाम के सत्र में एक स्टॉप लॉस 71,100 के आसपास का मेंटेन रखें। ऊपर में कहीं भी 71,800 72,000 के रेंजेस में भाव मिले तो एक बार मुनाफा वसूली कर लेना चाहिए।
ओके, शुक्रिया मनोज जी। कमर सादरी साहब आपका और अखिलेश जी आपका, आप लोगों ने वक्त निकाला है। वक्त हो गया है ब्रेक का, लेकिन ब्रेक के बाद भी खबरें यहाँ चलती रहेंगी। नमस्कार।
In association with State Bank of India, the banker to every Indian.
मैं एक्सिस सिक्योरिटीज से राजेश पालविया, मैं दूंगा आपको ऐसे ट्रेडिंग आइडियाज़ जो कराएंगे आपको धमाकेदार मुनाफा। तो देखिए पालविया के पटाखे शेयर्स सिर्फ ईटी नाउ स्वदेश पर।
No buck, non-stop धक, non-stop music on Sunrise Hits, रोज सुबह 8 से 10 सिर्फ Zoom पर।
ईटी नाउ स्वदेश पर अब है ना सिर्फ मार्केट की बारीकियां, बल्कि है कमाई का भी अच्छा मौका। हम आपको देंगे एक शानदार आइडिया हर 5 मिनट में। टेक्निकल हो या फंडामेंटल, शॉर्ट टर्म हो या फिर लॉन्ग टर्म, अब सब कुछ मिलेगा आपको। तो देखिए हर ट्रेडिंग डे सुबह 8 बजे से शाम 4, सिर्फ ईटी नाउ स्वदेश पर। बढ़ो देश के साथ।
टेक्निकल चार्ट हो या फिर एफ&ओ, किस खबर का होगा आप पर कितना असर? व्यापार जगत से जुड़े हुए हर मुद्दे का विश्लेषण समझिए मेरे साथ आसान भाषा में।
ग्रोथ बहुत अच्छी चल रही है।
बनाइए अपने ट्रेडिंग डे की बेहतर रणनीति।
शॉर्ट कवरिंग से लॉन्ग में आने में समय लगेगा, इसलिए ये एक मेक ब्रेक लेवल है। 200 दिन की एवरेज के ऊपर आके हम ट्रेड करने लगे हैं।
मैं डिम्पी कालरा, जुड़िए मेरे साथ सिर्फ ईटी नाउ स्वदेश पर।
मैं हूं खुश, बताऊंगा शेयर्स ऐसे जो करेंगे आपको खुश। जानिए मेरे साथ कड़क शेयर्स, रोज ईटी नाउ स्वदेश पर।
हर खबर अब आपकी भाषा हिंदी में।
इस समय मुझे लगता है डिमांड से ज्यादा सप्लाई की वजह से क्रूड प्राइसेस ऊपर जा रहा है।
बनिए चुटकी में चतुर,
जिससे आप बना सकेंगे अपना पोर्टफोलियो मजबूत।
जल्द लॉगिन करें etnowswadesh.com पर। बढ़ो बदलो देश के साथ।
नया शिखर बनाने के बाद ऊपरी स्तर से फिसला बाजार। निफ्टी लगभग 30 अंक गिरकर 22,650 के पास बंद। निफ्टी बैंक ऊपर से 250 अंक फिसला। चौथी तिमाही के अच्छे बिजनेस अपडेट से गोदरेज प्रॉपर्टीज करीब 5% की बढ़त के साथ बंद। Q4 में कंपनी ने बेचे 9,500 करोड़ के घर। ब्रिगेड एंटरप्राइजेज और शोभा भी 2 से 5% ऊपर चढ़कर बंद। QIP लॉन्च के ऐलान के बाद स्टरलाइट टेक का 10% की मजबूती के साथ बंद। कंपनी का 1,000 करोड़ का QIP लॉन्च, फ्लोर प्राइस 119 रुपए। दमदार नतीजों से क्यूपिड 5% का ऊपरी सर्किट लगा। कंपनी की आय 52% बढ़ी। अच्छे नतीजों से ट्रांसफार्मर्स एंड रेक्टिफायर्स भी 5% चढ़कर बंद। कॉपर की कीमतें रिकॉर्ड ऊंचाई पर पहुंचने से हिंद कॉपर करीब 8% चढ़ा। नैल्को, टाटा स्टील और हिंडाल्को में भी रही खरीदारी। डिस्काउंट पर ब्लॉक डील के चलते ग्लैंड फार्मा करीब 3% फिसल कर बंद। सूत्रों के मुताबिक कपूर प्रमोटर्स ने बेचे करीब 5% शेयर। और इस साल मानसून सामान्य रहने की उम्मीद। मौसम एजेंसी स्काईमेट के मुताबिक जून से सितंबर के बीच बारिश लंबी अवधि के औसत से 102% रहने का अनुमान। नमस्कार, कल की तैयारी देख रहे हैं आप। मैं हूं आपके साथ प्रशांत पांडे, जहां पर आज के बाजार के हिसाब से कल की खास तैयारी हम करवाते हैं आपकी, और इसके साथ ही ढेर सारे सवालों को भी हम शामिल करते हैं जिस पर हमारे एक्सपर्ट आपको भरोसेमंद सलाह देते हैं। तो सबसे पहले मैं बता दूं कि आज के शो में क्या होने वाला है खास, लेकिन आपको बता दें कि इस शो में आज आप अपने सवाल किस तरह से पहुंचा सकते हैं उसका तरीका जान लीजिए। जी हाँ, कुछ नहीं करना है आपको लगातार हमारे सोशल मीडिया पेजेस पर जाकर अपने सवाल पोस्ट करने हैं, ट्विटर, फेसबुक और इसके साथ ही यूट्यूब पर भी आप लाइव कमेंट करके अपने सवाल हम तक पहुंचा सकते हैं। बहुत सारे दर्शक हमें जो सवाल कल पोस्ट करते हैं वो सवाल हम शामिल करते हैं यूट्यूब के कमेंट बॉक्स में, तो इस सवालों को भी हम शामिल करेंगे। लाइव सवालों को भी पोस्ट कीजिए, उनको भी शामिल करने की हमारी कोशिश रहेगी। याद रखिए, सोमवार से शुक्रवार शाम 3:30 बजे कल की तैयारी हम आपके लिए लेकर आते हैं, और फिर शाम 6 बजे भी हम ये शो लेकर जाते हैं, लेकिन 3:30 बजे के शो में आप लाइव सवाल पूछ सकते हैं, ये सुविधा आपको मिलती है। तो ये वो तरीके हैं, और इन सब के बीच में ज़रा अपने एक्सपर्ट्स को अपने साथ जोड़ते हैं। हमारे साथ Hedge.in के राहुल घोष और हेंसैक्स सिक्योरिटीज़ के महेश ओझा जी जुड़ चुके हैं। आप दोनों का बहुत बहुत स्वागत। अब बाजार को ज़रा देख लीजिए। तो बाजार ने जिस तरह के स्वप्न आज दिखाए, उनको आज ही के दिन तोड़ा भी। जी हाँ, नया शिखर बनाने के बाद ऊपरी स्तरों से बाजार फिसला। निफ्टी जो है वो 22,650 के पास बंद हुआ। निफ्टी बैंक भी एक वक्त पर, निफ्टी जब दबाव में था, निफ्टी बैंक में अच्छे संकेत थे, लेकिन बाद में निफ्टी बैंक भी ऊपर से 250 अंकों की यहाँ पर गिरावट नजर आई, हालांकि हरे निशान में बंद हुआ। तो बाजार का ये पूरा व्यू था। चलिए राहुल, अब यहाँ से बाजार को कल अगर हम भांपें तो क्या होगा, क्योंकि उसके बाद तो छुट्टी वाला दिन आ जाएगा। अब अगर हम बाजार को इस नज़रिए से समझें तो क्या वॉलेटिलिटी जारी रहने की आपको अंदेशा है, आपको लग रहा है यहाँ से गिरावट और गहरा सकती है? किस तरह का व्यू बन रहा है?
नमस्ते और गुड आफ्टरनून। तो कल सुबह सुबह एक पोजीशन लेना मुनासिब नहीं होगा मेरे अकॉर्डिंग, क्योंकि आज का जो कैंडल बना है निफ्टी के डेली चार्ट में, वो देखना पड़ेगा कि कल थोड़ा फॉलो थ्रू बन रहा है कि नहीं। अगर फॉलो थ्रू बन रहा है तो एक बहुत ही माइनर सा करेक्शन आ सकता है, जहां पे लाइन इन द सैंड जो पॉपुलर मुहावरा कहते हैं ना, 22,350 पे है। 22,350 एक इंपॉर्टेंट सपोर्ट है, तो थोड़ा सा करेक्शन आता है तो वहां तक हो सकता है। 22,350 अगर ब्रेक करता है नीचे की तरफ तो आपको पुट राइटर्स जो है उनको कवर करना पड़ेगा, और आपको एक और 200-300 पॉइंट नीचे की तरफ दिख सकता है। बट 22,350 अगर होल्ड करता है और आप देख रहे हैं कि एक बेस बन रहा है 22,350 के आसपास, तो फिर से लॉन्ग जा सकते हैं 22,300, एक 70 या 80 पॉइंट का स्टॉप लॉस रखिए। कल का फॉलो थ्रू इंपॉर्टेंट है। अगर कल कोई फॉलो थ्रू नहीं मिलता है मार्केट में और मार्केट फिर से ऊपर की तरफ ही जाता है, तो जिसका मतलब 22,500 नेक्स्ट बेस बन जाएगा। तो टुमारोज मूवमेंट, कल के मूवमेंट के लिए हम वेट करेंगे फर्दर डिसीजन के लिए।
ठीक है, तो कल के मोमेंट के लिए थोड़ा सा पेशेंस रखना पड़ेगा, धैर्य रखना पड़ेगा, और उसकी रणनीति भी आपके सामने रख दी गई। चलिए अब आपके सवालों को फटाफट से हम अपनी चर्चा में शामिल करते हैं, और पहला सवाल जो है वो हम अपने YouTube के जरिए शामिल करते हैं। अरविंद पटेल का है। जोमेटो पर इन्होंने सवाल पूछा हुआ है। 100 शेयर इनके पास है, 191 के भाव पे लिया है, और चूंकि इनके भाव से ऊपर आज भी स्टॉक में तेजी नजर आई तो यहाँ पर इनको फायदा होता हुआ, लेकिन स्टॉक्स की संख्या कम है इसलिए बहुत बड़ा फायदा तो यहाँ पर नहीं हो रहा है। महेश जी, जोमेटो में 191 की खरीद, फिलहाल 194 के करीब ये स्टॉक, आगे का नजरिया क्या है?
गुड आफ्टरनून राहुल जी। तो जोमेटो के अंदर अभी फिलहाल एक अपसाइड मोमेंटम कंटिन्यू बना हुआ है, तो यहाँ से भी इसको होल्ड किया जा सकता है। एक 178 का ट्रेलिंग स्टॉप लॉस लगा के इसको होल्ड कर सकते हैं। अपर लेवल जो है 205 से 220 के जो है इमीडिएट जो है टारगेट बन सकते हैं, तो यहाँ से इसको होल्ड कर सकते हैं। 178 का ट्रेलिंग स्टॉप लॉस लगाइए और इसको होल्ड करिए। मोमेंटम अभी भी एक पॉजिटिव बायस है, तो यहाँ से भी थोड़ा अपसाइड लगता है।
एक सवाल लेते हैं राजेंद्र तिवारी जी का, और उन्होंने सभी एक्सपर्ट्स को और तमाम हमारी टीम को गुड़ी पड़वा की हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं दी हैं। राजेंद्र जी, आपको भी ढेर सारी नववर्ष की शुभकामनाएं। रेणुका शुगर पे सवाल है। 46 रुपए के ऊपर के स्तर पे इन्होंने लिया है, 200 शेयर हैं, आगे का नजरिया जानना चाहते हैं। राहुल जी, रेणुका शुगर क्या व्यू बन रहा है? 46 रुपए की इनकी खरीद है।
तो करंटली प्राइस का स्ट्रक्चर खराब नहीं लग रहा है। आप नोटिस करेंगे डेली चार्ट पे एक हायर हाई और हायर लो बन चुका है, वीकली पे अभी तक नहीं बना है। तो इस जंक्चर पे मैं एग्जिट करना नहीं सलाह दूंगा, होल्ड करना चाहिए उनको। एक रेजिस्टेंस पॉइंट जो 47 से लेके 51 तक है, वहां से थोड़ा सा प्राइस नीचे आया है। मैं स्टॉप लॉस उनको 42.5 सजेस्ट करूंगा। 42.5 जब तक होल्ड करता है उनको होल्ड करना चाहिए और वेट करना चाहिए।
ठीक है, तो यहाँ से बेहतर नजर आ रहा है होल्ड करने की आपको सलाह राजेंद्र जी मिलती हुई। एक दर्शक है अभिनव राज, जिनका सवाल शामिल करते हैं। यूट्यूब पर लाइव ही सवाल है इनका। SJVN पर सवाल पूछ रहे हैं। 250 शेयर इनके पास हैं और इनकी खरीदारी 130 की है। होल्ड करें या फिर सेल करें, ये पूछ रहे हैं। फिलहाल आज हमने देखा कि जिस लेवल पे इन्होंने बाय किया उसी लेवल के आसपास है आज, हालांकि गिरावट भी 3% की नजर आई। SJVN में क्या करना चाहिए महेश जी, अगर हम देखें 130 की खरीद है?
डेफिनेटली अगर ये अपना नजरिया थोड़ा सा एलोबरेट कर सकते तो ज्यादा अच्छा रहता, बेटर रहता। बट अगर इनका नजरिया एसजेबीएन है, एसजेबीएन जैसे काउंटर में थोड़ा नजरिया लॉन्ग टर्म ही रहता है बेसिकली काउंटर का, तो उसके हिसाब से अपन देखते हैं कि यहाँ से एसजेबीएन में कम से कम 30 से 40 रुपए का अपसाइड यहाँ से भी मिलना चाहिए। एक 160 से 170 के जो लेवल है उनको ये लॉन्ग टर्म के अंदर दिखा सकते हैं। होराइजन आपका कम से कम 6 से 9 महीना एक थोड़ा सा लॉन्ग व्यू का हिसाब से रखना पड़ेगा। स्टॉप लॉस इनको जो सजेस्ट करेंगे अपन 108 का स्टॉप लॉस रखिए, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, बने रहिए इस स्टॉक्स के अंदर। शॉर्ट टर्म में भी अगर आपका व्यू है तो भी उसको 108 का ट्रेलिंग स्टॉप लॉस रख सकते हैं, पर थोड़ा सा नजरिया लॉन्ग रखिए। 160 से 175 की लेवल जो है इसके अंदर दिखाई दे सकते हैं और स्टॉक्स बढ़िया है फंडामेंटली भी, तो इसमें बने रहने की सलाह है।
ठीक है, तो बने रहने की आपको सलाह। एक और दर्शक हैं नेगी, जिन्होंने यूट्यूब पर अपना सवाल धनलक्ष्मी बैंक पे पूछा है। 48 रुपए से थोड़ी ऊपर की खरीद इनकी है और फिलहाल इनके भाव से नीचे है ये स्टॉक का। पूछ रहे हैं कि कब तक इसमें बना रहा जाए आगे बेहतर संकेत के लिए। धनलक्ष्मी बैंक पे वैसे नेगी साहब कई बार हमने राय दी हुई है, फिर भी एक फ्रेश व्यू ले लेते हैं। राहुल बताइए, धनलक्ष्मी बैंक 48 रुपए से ऊपर की खरीद।
तो करंटली धनलक्ष्मी बैंक का जो बाई लेवल है वो 43.5 के आसपास है। तो अराउंड 43.5 से लेके 45 के रेंज पे बाइंग दिख सकते हैं स्टॉक में। तो दिस बाइंग का लेवल जो है एक फ्रेश अप ट्रेंड ट्रिगर कर सकता है स्टॉक में, तो होल्ड करना चाहिए उनको। स्टॉप लॉस में उनको एक दे देता हूँ। अनफॉर्चुनेटली स्टॉप लॉस का प्राइस थोड़ा बड़ा है, 40 पे स्टॉप लॉस रखने की मैं सलाह दूंगा, क्योंकि वो जो वीकली जोन है थोड़ा सा बड़ा है साइज में, बट सलाह होल्ड का ही।
ठीक है, तो ये सलाह आपको मिलती हुई इस वक्त। चलिए बढ़ते हैं आगे। सुमित हैं और इनका सवाल विप्रो पे है। यूट्यूब के कमेंट बॉक्स में इन्होंने अपना सवाल हम तक पहुंचाया है। विप्रो के इनके पास 566 शेयर हैं, 487 के भाव पे इन्होंने लिया हुआ है और इनके भाव से नीचे आ चुका है स्टॉक। लगभग 6000 से ऊपर का नुकसान यहाँ पर इनको होता हुआ। महेश जी, क्या करना चाहिए विप्रो में? 487 की खरीद है, 487।
वही है सवाल कि इसका व्यू नजरिया कैसा है। शॉर्ट टर्म अगर नजरिया है तो वहां पे एक एग्जिट की सलाह बनती है, वहां पे एग्जिट कर सकते हैं विप्रो के अंदर। बट अगर वैसे भी लॉन्ग टर्म नजरिया है तो विप्रो में कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। बट शॉर्ट टर्म में एक नेगेटिव बायस का ट्रेंड बना हुआ है विप्रो में। अब जब तक ये 486 या 488 के अपर क्लोज नहीं देता है तब तक इसमें कोई वापस से नया अपसाइड मोमेंटम नहीं बनेगा। तो फिलहाल अगर इनका शॉर्ट टर्म का नजरिया है तो विप्रो से एग्जिट करके दूसरे काउंटर में स्विच कर सकते हैं। बट अगर इनका लॉन्ग टर्म नजरिया है तो बने रहिए इंटेक्ट, विप्रो लॉस नहीं देगा, आपका जो है कवर हो जाएगा। बट नजरिया अगर शॉर्ट टर्म है तो थोड़ा और इनको नीचे के साइड या कंसोलिडेशन जोन देखना पड़ सकता है।
आर के गुप्ता साहब का सवाल हम लेते हैं। इरिडा पे इनका सवाल है और 174 की आज ही की खरीदारी इनकी लग रही है, क्योंकि वहाँ से ये स्टॉक का 3% गिरा, इसी लेवल से ये स्टॉक गिरा है। और फिलहाल यहाँ से इरिडा पे हमने पहले भी राय मशवरा किया है, लेकिन आज चूंकि 3% से ज़्यादा की गिरावट आई है, राहुल क्या सलाह होगी इरिडा पे? आज की ही बाइंग लगती है।
हाँ, मुझे भी यही लगता है। 169 के आसपास चल रहा है स्टॉक। एक ग्रेट बाय लेवल ये नहीं है, पहले तो मैं ये कह दूं, क्योंकि अगर करंट वीकली कैंडल 169 पे चल रहा है, अगर ऐसे क्लोज होता है या 169 के नीचे क्लोज होता है, थोड़ा सा करेक्शन एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं स्टॉक में 10-15 रुपए का। तो उनको थोड़ा सा ये कॉशन में रहना पड़ेगा कि कैसे वीकली कैंडल क्लोज होता है, और एक स्टॉप लॉस रख देने की सलाह यहाँ पे। अगर ये जो स्ट्रक्चर है इसको नेगेट करना है तो प्राइस हैज टू मूव अबव 175.5। तो 175.5 अगर प्राइस चला जाता है तो एक और फ्रेश लेग अपसाइड की तरह शुरू हो सकता है।
तो एक खास रणनीति आपके लिए राहुल जी ने आपके सामने रखी और हमारे तमाम एक्सपर्ट बार बार गुजारिश करते हैं, हम भी आपको ये गुजारिश करेंगे और कल से हम बाकायदा इस बारे में एक प्लेट चलाकर आपसे गुजारिश करेंगे कि जब भी आप अपना सवाल भेजिए तो अपना नज़रिया ज़रूर लिखिए कि आप लॉन्ग टर्म के लिए 3 से 6 महीने के लिए, 1 साल के लिए, छोटी अवधि के लिए, ट्रेडिंग के लिहाज से किस लिहाज से आप इस स्टॉक पर अपनी क्वेरी भेज रहे हैं उसको ज़रूर मेंशन कीजिए, उससे हमारे एक्सपर्ट को आसानी होगी। चलिए लाइव सवाल लेते हैं। हमारे साथ रोहित अग्निहोत्री ने कमेंट किया, आईआरबी इंफ्रा पे इनका सवाल है। लगभग 2000 के करीब शेयर लिए उन्होंने, 70 रुपए के भाव पे इन्होंने आईआरबी इंफ्रा परचेज किया हुआ है। नज़रिया हालांकि इन्होंने भी नहीं रखा है, लेकिन बताएं महेश जी, आईआरबी इंफ्रा यहाँ से कैसा लग रहा है? 70 रुपए की खरीद है, बाइंग प्राइस के आसपास ही।
टेक्निकली अभी भी आईआरबी इंफ्रा अभी जो है एक बुलिश जोन में बना हुआ है, तो यहाँ से जब तक ये 63 का लेवल जो है मेंटेन कर रहा है तब तक इसके अंदर एक और अपसाइड बनी हुई है। तो यहाँ से एक इमीडिएट जो इनके टारगेट बन रहे हैं वो 77 और 84 के टारगेट बन रहे हैं, बट सपोर्ट जो है इनका 63 से 64 के आसपास सपोर्ट बन रहा है। तो एक इनको जो 58 का स्टॉप लॉस लगा के इनको होल्ड करना चाहिए और जो अभी इमीडिएट लेवल जो बन रहा है 78 से 85 तक के इमीडिएट लेवल जो है इसके अंदर दिखाई दे सकते हैं। तो फिलहाल इसको होल्ड करिए आप और स्टॉप लॉस जो है मेंटेन कर सकते हैं और सपोर्ट लेवल जो है जो ध्यान में रखिए।
ठीक है, एक हमारे दर्शक हैं वो आइडिया पे सवाल पूछ रहे हैं, हालांकि नाम उनका यूट्यूब हैंडल आ रहा है उनका, उन्होंने अपना नाम नहीं बताया, गेम चेंजर नाम से उनका यूट्यूब हैंडल है। आइडिया पे राय चाहते हैं, 15 रुपए की इनकी बाइंग है, 1000 शेयर लिए हुए हैं, लॉन्ग टर्म का नज़रिया रखते हैं। बताएं क्या करना चाहिए? महेश जी आप ही बताइए, लॉन्ग टर्म का नज़रिया है, क्या करना चाहिए? आइडिया 15 रुपए की बाइंग है।
डेफिनेटली अगर ये आइडिया में अगर सलाह चाहते हैं तो आइडिया में अभी जैसे फंड रेजिंग का चल रहा है, एक पॉजिटिव न्यूज है। टेलीकॉम सेक्टर जो है, अपन जैसे टेलीकॉम सेक्टर में देखें तो अब जो टेलीकॉम सेक्टर में जो पहले वाला पेन था वो पेन अब इसके अंदर टेलीकॉम सेक्टर में है नहीं। तो ओवरऑल स्ट्रक्चर वाइज भी कंपनी में एक धीरे धीरे इंप्रूवमेंट होता हुआ दिख सकता है और यहाँ से फंड रेजिंग जो है वो एक पॉजिटिव स्टेप्स कहीं ना कहीं पे दिखाई दे रहे हैं। तो इनको जो स्टॉप लॉस जो है 10 रुपए 80 पैसे का स्टॉप लॉस लगा के इसको होल्ड करना चाहिए और इनके जो मोमेंटम अगर बनता है तो ये 16 से 18 के बीच में जो है शॉर्ट टर्म में भी ट्रेड करता हुआ दिखाई दे सकता है। आइडिया एक जो मोमेंटम जो है न्यूज बेस पे भी थोड़ा चलता है तो इसके लिए थोड़ा सा परसेंटेज वही थोड़ा ज्यादा हो जाएगा, बट एक आप इसके अंदर बने रहिए, 10 रुपए का 80 पैसे का स्टॉप लॉस लगा के बने रहिए, 16 से 18 के टारगेट आपको दिखाई दे सकते हैं।
तो यहाँ पर आपको लॉन्ग टर्म के लिए बने रहने की सलाह होती हुई, हालांकि स्टॉप लॉस का आपको ध्यान रखना है। महेश यादव का सवाल द्वारिकेश शुगर पे है और इन्होंने 77 रुपए की लेवल पे इसको बाइंग की है, मतलब ये भी आज की ही बाइंग इनकी लग रही है। तो हम इसको शॉर्ट टर्म के 15 दिन का इनका नज़रिया है, ये बहुत ही शॉर्ट टर्म का इनका नज़रिया है। बताएं राहुल क्या करना चाहिए? द्वारिकेश शुगर में आज की बाइंग है और 15 दिन का नज़रिया मांग रहे हैं।
तो अगर मैंने सही सुना 77 के आसपास उन्होंने खरीदा है
जी जी,
तो मैं उनको एक स्टॉप लॉस सजेस्ट करूंगा। आज का प्राइस एक्शन थोड़ा सा बुलिश साइड में है, स्टॉक एक लॉन्ग टर्म बाई लेवल से ऊपर आ रहा है, तो एक स्टॉप लॉस में दूंगा 75 का और उनको होल्ड करने को सलाह दूंगा।
और दर्शक का फटाफट से सवाल लेते हैं, बहुत सारे सवाल आ रहे हैं और अब जो हमने मैसेज दिया है उसका असर भी दिख रहा है, लोग अपना नज़रिया भी शेयर कर रहे हैं। एक्सप्लोरर करके हैं, उन्होंने इरकॉन पे, हालांकि उन्होंने अपना नाम बताया होता तो ज़्यादा बेहतर होता, लेकिन इरकॉन पे इनका सवाल है। 245 पे इन्होंने बाइंग की हुई है इरकॉन के शेयर और इनके पास इस वक्त 400 के ऊपर शेयर है। शॉर्ट टर्म का नज़रिया है, 245 की बाइंग है इरकॉन। बताएं राहुल, आपसे ही जानना चाहेंगे इरकॉन शॉर्ट टर्म के पर्सपेक्टिव से क्या लगता है आपको?
पहले डिस्क्लोजर के दौर के बता दूं कि इरकॉन हमारे सिंपली हेज फंड्स का पार्ट है। दूसरा 245 का बाइंग अभी प्योरली शॉर्ट टर्म नजरिया से थोड़ा मुश्किल लग रहा है, दो रीजन इसकी वजह से। एक तो 240 243 के आसपास एक रेजिस्टेंस है, आप नोटिस करेंगे 3 या 4 बार प्राइस उसी से टर्न होके नीचे गया है। अगर 242 के ऊपर 2 कैंडल सस्टेन करता है, नेक्स्ट अप लेग स्टार्ट हो सकता है स्टॉक में, बट टिल देन कंसोलिडेशन एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं स्टॉक में, और उनका बाइंग प्राइस थोड़ा सा टाइम लग सकता है आने के लिए।
ठीक है, तो ये नज़रिया अभी इनका। रवि भाटिया का हमारे एक दर्शक हैं, टाटा स्टील पे सवाल पूछ रहे हैं और इनका भी सवाल लेते हैं। और इनका है कि फ्रेश बाइंग करना चाहते हैं टाटा स्टील में, लॉन्ग टर्म और शॉर्ट टर्म दोनों व्यू इनको चाहिए। महेश जी ज़रा बताइए, विस्तृत नज़रिया दीजिए टाटा स्टील में और क्या करना चाहिए, फ्रेश बाइंग की सलाह है।
बिल्कुल, मेटल में अभी मेटल में एक मोमेंटम जो है सारे स्टॉक्स में ऑलमोस्ट पॉजिटिव बन रहे होते हैं। यहाँ पे भी एक बाइंग की सलाह बन रही है। बाइंग 162 से 164 के बीच में अगर बाइंग कर सकते हैं, बाइंग का अगर शॉर्ट टर्म का नजरिया है तो 148 का स्टॉप लॉस लगाइए। इमीडिएट टारगेट 185 से 195 तक के इसमें दिखाई दे सकते हैं। बट यस, अगर इनका लॉन्ग टर्म का नजरिया भी है तो ये 220 प्लस के टारगेट जो है अब यहाँ पे कहीं ना कहीं पे ओपन होते हुए दिखाई देंगे। बट यस, ओवरऑल जो पॉजिटिविटी मेटल सेक्टर में चल रही है उसका बेनिफिट टाटा स्टील को भी मिलना तय है। तो हमारे यहाँ से एक बाइंग की सलाह रहेगी, और यहाँ से एक ऐड करना है तो आप आराम से ऐड कर सकते हैं। थोड़ा लो लेवल और मिलता है तो और भी ऐड कर सकते हैं।
एक और सवाल लेते हैं। आरती कपूर का सवाल है पतंजलि पे, और 25 शेयर इनके पास हैं। 1617 के लेवल पे इन्होंने बाइंग की हुई है। शॉर्ट टर्म का नजरिया पतंजलि फूड पर चाहती हैं, इनके प्राइस से काफी नीचे आ चुका है ये स्टॉक। राहुल, क्या आप इस पे राय दे सकते हैं? कवरेज है आपकी?
राय दे सकते हैं, बट अनफॉर्चुनेट बात यह है कि उनका प्राइस आने के लिए अभी ऐसा चार्ट में, इवन मंथली चार्ट तक अगर मैं नोटिस करूं तो कोई ऐसा साइन नहीं दिख रहा है। ऑन द कॉन्ट्ररी एक बेरिश टेक्निकल पैटर्न बन रहा है जिसका ब्रेकडाउन 1330 के नीचे हो सकता है। तो अनफॉर्चुनेटली स्टॉक में गलत टाइम पे एंट्री लिया उन्होंने। मेरा सलाह यहाँ होगा कि अगर 1330 से नीचे उनको ब्रेकडाउन दिखता है तो दे शुड मूव देयर मनी टू अनदर काउंटर, प्योरली टाइम वैल्यू ऑफ मनी के पर्सपेक्टिव से।
तो थोड़ा सा आप यहाँ पर ध्यान रखना होगा, खास रणनीति आपको अपनानी होगी। एक और सवाल हम ले लेते हैं सुमित अनेजा का। 3 साल का नजरिया इनका है सुजलॉन पे, 40 रुपए की इनकी बाइंग है, 4000 शेयर हैं, 3 साल तक रुक सकते हैं। महेश जी, सुजलॉन बताइए, 3 साल तो बहुत लंबा इन्होंने नजरिया रखा, फिर भी बताइए यहाँ से बड़े लॉन्ग टर्म के लिए सुजलॉन कैसा दिख रहा है? लगभग इसी लेवल पे बाइंग है इनकी।
नहीं, डेफिनेटली काउंटर बहुत बढ़िया चूज किया हुआ है। तो पहले तो मैं इनको ये बता दूं कि मेरा ये काउंटर में ट्रैक जो है 5 रुपए के लेवल से इसको मैं ट्रैक कर रहा हूँ, और काफी सारे हमारे क्लाइंट्स जो है इसको होल्ड अभी तक भी होल्ड कर रहे हैं। तो डेफिनेटली टर्न अराउंड स्टोरी यहाँ पे सुजलॉन में पूरी दिखाई दे रही है। काफी म्यूचुअल फंड का होल्डिंग भी है, और आगे भी इसका देखें तो ऑर्डर बुक वगैरह जो है काफी पॉजिटिविटी है। अगर इनका 3 साल का नजरिया है और मैं समझ सकता हूँ कि लॉन्ग टर्म है, तो यहाँ से ये जो लेवल है कम से कम इनको जो है 80 से 100 के लेवल कम से कम 3 साल के अंदर दिखाई देंगे। ये एक कंजर्वेटिव रेंज जो है वो मैं बता रहा हूँ। बट यस, अगर आपका नजरिया 3 साल का है तो इसमें बने रहिए, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। ये आपको और अच्छे रिटर्न यहाँ से भी बना के देगा। मैं जो दे रहा हूँ वो कंजर्वेटिव लेवल दे रहा हूँ, बट हो सकता है कि उसको भी ये सरपास कर ले 3 साल के अंदर, और काफी कंपनी में पॉजिटिविटी है। बट तो इसमें यहाँ पे बने रहना चाहिए थोड़ा, और कोई भी अगर चांस मिलता है तो अभी के हिसाब से उसमें ऐड भी कर सकते हैं।
चलिए, सवालों को के सिलसिले को रोकना पड़ेगा, समय बहुत ही कम है हमारे पास। फटाफट से वीआईपी सेगमेंट की ओर बढ़ते हैं। राहुल, जरा शॉर्ट में बताइए आज आपकी वीआईपी पिक कौन सी है? समय कम है।
मारुति आज हमारा पिक है 12,900 पे चल रहा है करंट मार्केट प्राइस। 12,950 के ऊपर लॉन्ग कर सकते हैं। स्टॉप लॉस होगा 12,400 के आसपास, और टारगेट 13,800 होगा। ऑलमोस्ट 10,000 रुपए के आसपास से मारुति रेकमेंड करते हैं इसी शो में, तो फिर से एक 50 रुपए की दूरी पे लॉन्ग साइड पे पोजीशन।
जी, आप भी फटाफट से वीआईपी पिक बता दीजिए।
अपने 2 वीआईपी पिक रहेंगे। कंटेनर कॉप है जो यहाँ पे अपन खरीदारी कर सकते हैं कंटेनर कॉप के अंदर, और जो लेवल है उसको अपने 895 का स्टॉप लॉस लगा दीजिए। 990 तक के इमीडिएट जो है उसके अंदर टारगेट बन सकते हैं। दूसरा अपना रहेगा सीजी पावर, जो ये 502 के लेवल के बीच में अपन इसको बाई कर सकते हैं। 478 का स्टॉप लॉस लगाइए, टारगेट 540 तक के इसमें दिखाई दे सकते हैं। तो ये 2 अपने वैल्यू पिक है।
ये तमाम वैल्यू पिक और अहम राय हमारे एक्सपर्ट्स की ओर से आती हुई। दोनों ही खास एक्सपर्ट का करेंगे शुक्रिया। महेश जी, इसके साथ ही राहुल, आप दोनों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे आम निवेशकों को गाइड करने के लिए। और इसके साथ ही मुझे और मेरी पूरी टीम को दीजिए इजाजत। आप देखते रहिए ET Now स्वदेश। नमस्कार।
In association with State Bank of India, the banker to every Indian.
ET Now स्वदेश पर अब है ना सिर्फ मार्केट की बारीकियां, बल्कि है कमाई का भी अच्छा मौका। हम आपको देंगे एक शानदार आइडिया हर 5 मिनट में। टेक्निकल हो या फंडामेंटल, शॉर्ट टर्म हो या फिर लॉन्ग टर्म, अब सब कुछ मिलेगा आपको। तो देखिए हर ट्रेडिंग डे सुबह 8 बजे से शाम 4, सिर्फ ET Now स्वदेश पर। बढ़ो देश के साथ।
मुझे बिजनेस करंट अकाउंट के साथ इंस्टेंटली मिला POS और QR कोड। अब जानते हैं मेरा बैंक कौन है?
मुझे बिना कोई लॉन्ग प्रोसेस के आसानी से होम लोन मिल गया। आप जानते हैं मेरा बैंक कौन है?
मुझे बिना कोई डॉक्यूमेंटेशन के प्री अप्रूव्ड लोन मिल गया। यस, आई हैव अ डेडिकेटेड रिलेशनशिप मैनेजर फॉर पर्सनलाइज्ड बैंकिंग। आप जानते हो मेरा बैंक कौन है?
मैंने बिना बैंक विजिट किए सेविंग्स अकाउंट ओपन कर लिया। आप जानते हो मेरा बैंक कौन है?
आप जानते हैं इन सबका बैंक कौन है?
SBI।
जब मिलेगी सॉलिड बैंक की सॉलिड बैकिंग, तब शान से आगे बढ़ेगा इंडिया।
लाखों की संख्या में श्रद्धालु पहुंचे अयोध्या।
बरसों की प्रतीक्षा के बाद हमारे अयोध्या का गौरव लौटा है। नहीं तो पहले टेंट, टूटे घाट, गंदगी, कोई फैसिलिटी नहीं। और अब काशी देखो, केदारनाथ देखो, उज्जैन देखो, सोमनाथ देखो, सब भव्य दिव्य।
और मोदी जी कहते हैं ये तो बस ट्रेलर है, आस्था का परचम लहराता रहे। ये है मोदी की गारंटी, इसलिए हमारा पहला वोट मोदी को। ये है हमारी भी गारंटी।
कमल का बटन दबाएं, भाजपा को जिताएं।
सर, सबसे पहले आपसे ये जानना चाहेंगे, कल हमने तीनों के तीनों इंडेक्स में रिकॉर्ड हाइज बनते देखे, और ये तब हो रहा है जब यूएस में जो बॉन्ड यील्ड्स हैं वो एलिवेटेड हैं, क्रूड का भाव हम $90 के आसपास देख रहे हैं। तो सर, रिकॉर्ड हाइज पर रणनीति अब क्या बना के चलनी चाहिए? क्या आपको लगता है कि जो मोमेंटम बना हुआ है इसी तरह से ये कायम रहेगा आगे भी?
देखिए, हम सबसे पहले समझते हैं वाई आर वी एट अ न्यू हाई, वेयर आर वी हेडेड फ्रॉम हियर एंड व्हाट वी शुड डू। हम न्यू हाई पर क्यों हैं, हम न्यू हाई से कहाँ जाएंगे और आपको क्या करना चाहिए। नए हाई के कई कारण हैं। नए हाई के कारण थे कि मार्केट में जो भय आया था रेगुलेटरी एक्शन का, वो ख़त्म हो चुका है। दूसरा, क्वार्टरली अपडेट्स अच्छी आई हैं। तीसरा, ग्लोबली सेंट्रल बैंकर्स को इन्फ्लेशन को लेकर के समस्या नहीं लग रही है। और चौथा, अगर आप इकोनॉमी का रुख आप देखें, अर्निंग्स का रुख आप देखें, और उसके ऊपर अब रिटेल पार्टिसिपेशन, HNI पार्टिसिपेशन आप देखें, तो जो मार्च में जो भय का जो समय बना था, का जो माहौल बना था, वो ख़त्म होने लगा है। अब ये जो नया हाई है पुराने नए हाई से कैसे डिफरेंट है? कई कारणों में डिफरेंट है। तो अब लेवल्स की तुलना अगर आप करें, भाई मार्च और अप्रैल में आपके जो लेवल्स थे, लेवल्स में आप ऊपर हो चुके हैं, मगर पार्टिसिपेशन, टेक्निकल्स, और अगर आप मार्केट पोजिशनिंग के FNO मार्केट में देखें तो आप एक यूफोरिक, एक रेड जोन, या फिर आप एक कोई बहुत ओवरबॉट जोन के अंदर नहीं आए हैं। अभी तक वहाँ नहीं पहुँचे हैं जहाँ पर टिपिकली मार्केट पीक आउट होता है। तो नया हाई बन चुका है, मगर मार्केट की जो पोजिशनिंग है उस पोजिशनिंग को मद्देनज़र रखते हुए एक बात बोली जा सकती है कि नए हाई के अंदर लेवल ऑफ पार्टिसिपेशन इस समय बहुत ज़बरदस्त नहीं है। FI का डेटा अगर आप देखें तो लगातार उनकी बिकवाली हो रही है, ख़रीदारी कम है। अब आपको क्या करना चाहिए, सबसे अहम वह है। देखिए, मुझे लगता है कि मार्केट बजट इलेक्शन तक तो ठीक रहेगा, उसके बाद हम एक नया व्यू ले सकते हैं मार्केट पार्टिसिपेंट से। तो इलेक्शन के रिजल्ट तक, जून मिडल तक, मुझे लगता है मार्केट ठीक ठाक रहेगा। इस मार्केट के अंदर अगर आपको कोई दाव लगाना है तो इस मार्केट के अंदर आपको दाव लगाना चाहिए थोड़ी सी गिरावट के बाद, 1-2 दिन की गिरावट, इंट्राडे गिरावट, उसके बाद लगाएं, बिकॉज मिड एंड स्मॉल कैप स्टॉक्स बढ़ चुके हैं। 7-8-10 दिन की लगातार उछाल के बाद उनके अंदर इस समय रिस्क रिवॉर्ड रेशियो थोड़ा कम हो सकता है।
देखो सर, ये बात आपने काफ़ी पते की बात की और ये सिल्वर लाइनिंग भी है कि एफआईज पिछले 15-20 दिनों से किसी तरह का कोई बदलाव नहीं है उनमें, लेकिन फिर भी हमने तीनों इंडाइसिस के ऑल टाइम हाई देख लिए। हमने तब देखे जब ये अर्निंग्स नहीं आई है, अभी तो इलेक्शंस का पहला वोट नहीं गिरा है और अभी तो मानसून को लेकर कोई अपडेट और नहीं आया है, ये तब ऑल टाइम हाइस लग रहे हैं। देखो सर, मेरे को यही समझना है, क्योंकि अब हम अर्निंग के मुआयने पर आके खड़े हुए हैं, क्या बाजार अर्निंग्स को इस बार कितनी गंभीरता से लेगा, इसके अंदर क्या ग्रीन शूज़ है और किस चीज़ पे आपको ज़रा कंसर्न है? अगर आप थोड़ा हिंट कर पाएँ तो हम अभी से प्रिपेयर हो जाएंगे।
देखिए, इस बार अर्निंग्स को एक केस बाय केस आपको लेना पड़ेगा और मुझे लगता है कि अर्निंग्स इस बार काफ़ी डिवाइडेड आएंगी। सेक्टर के अंदर कोई ट्रेंड नहीं आएगा, मगर कंपनीज हो सकता है कि उत्तर और दक्षिण की बात करें। सबसे पहले टीसीएस और इन्फोसिस के नंबर आने वाले हैं। मुझे लगता है कि टीसीएस से आपको माइल्ड सरप्राइज मिल सकता है, बिकॉज नए सीईओ जो वहाँ पर हैं वह काफ़ी मुशक्क़त से काम कर रहे हैं कि वह अपनी जो रेलगाड़ी को वापस कैसे मोमेंटम में लेकर आएँ। तो मुझे लगता है कि टीसीएस से आपको एक सरप्राइज़ मिल सकता है, ख़ास करके अगर आप टीसीएस के रीसेंट मीडिया कमेंट्स देखें, अगर आप टीसीएस की रीसेंट रणनीति देखें और उनके ऑर्डर फ्लो देखें, तो मार्केट क्योंकि आईटी को एक प्रकार से एकदम नेगेटिव कर चुका है, तो मुझे लगता है कि द बिग सरप्राइज, लिटिल बिट ऑफ पॉजिटिव कमेंट्री फ्रॉम आईटी कुड एक्ट एज अ बिग सरप्राइज। तो सबसे पहले आने वाले टीसीएस। बैंक से नतीजे, क्वार्टरली अपडेट्स हमें आ चुकी हैं, तो बैंक के नतीजे मुझे लगता है कि ठीक ठाक ही रहेंगे, बिकॉज क्वार्टरली अपडेट इज़ ऑलमोस्ट लाइक अ सेमीफाइनल मैच, जहाँ आपको पता है कि फॉर्म में कंपनी का क्या फॉर्म रहेगा। तीसरा बड़ा सेक्टर आता है जिसके अंदर सब काफ़ी इस बार उम्मीद लगा करके बैठे हैं, जिसकी हम बात नहीं करते हैं, वह है फिनटेक और कंज्यूमर टेक। जोमेटो 200 रुपये के आसपास है, पॉलिसी बाजार का भाव देखें तो 1200 रुपये के आसपास है। नाइका की 2-3 दिन पहले क्वार्टरली गाइडेंस आई थी, वह भी ठीक ठाक थी। डिलीवरी से भी उम्मीदें ज़्यादा हैं, तो एक सेक्टर है जो जहाँ पर उम्मीदें इस समय काफ़ी ज़्यादा हैं और इनके नंबर्स जो रहेंगे वो काफ़ी इंपॉर्टेंट रहेंगे। फिर आते हैं नंबर्स आपके कंज्यूमर ऑटोज़ के। एक परफॉर्मिंग सेक्टर रहा है। ऑटोज़ के अंदर मार्जिन को लेकर के क्या समस्या हो सकती है, क्या मार्जिन की वजह से जो इनको समस्या लास्ट ईयर हुई थी, क्या वह ठीक हो रही है, इस पर भी नज़र रखिए। फिर आपके आते हैं पीएसयूज़। उसमें कंपनी स्पेसिफिक डिम्पी व्यू लेना पड़ेगा, बिकॉज देयर इज़ नो पॉइंट इफ आई से कि भाई आप पीएसयूज़ में नज़र रखें। डिफेंस पीएसयूज़, रेलवे पीएसयूज़, बैंकिंग पीएसयूज़, मेटल पीएसयूज़, सबकी जो कार्य प्रणाली है, सबका जो डायरेक्शन है, सबका जो मोमेंटम है, सबका जो अर्निंग्स ट्रेजेक्ट्री है, वो सब अलग है।
मुझे लगता है कि हम दुनिया की कोई भी टीम को हरा सकते हैं।
हाँ हाँ, देखो जी भर के अपना ही है और अपने ही वोट से बने हैं बड़े बड़े पुल देश भर में।
हमारी लाइफ तो निकल गई बेटा। हमारे टाइम तो अटकाना, फटकाना, लटकाना यही कल्चर होता था, पर तुम लोगों के लिए बड़े काम करने वाला बैठा है। सिर्फ 10 साल की स्पीड देख लो, अटल सेतु से अटल टनल देख लो, चिनाब ब्रिज से बोगीबिल ब्रिज देख लो, और इतना करके भी मोदी जी कहते हैं ये तो अभी ट्रेलर है।
हमारे सपने पूरा करने की गारंटी मोदी जी की, तो उनको जिताने की गारंटी किसकी?
हम बाप बेटी की।
कमल का बटन दबाएं, भाजपा को जिताएं।
No buck buck, non-stop धक धक, non-stop music on Sunrise Hits, रोज सुबह 8 से 10, सिर्फ Zoom पर।
Attention startups. Reach 25 crore people well within your budget. Advertise on 10 TV channels in one shot. No TVC required. Brand starter pack starting from just 1 lakh rupees. Brand Surge, the special marketing starter pack for startup brands. For more details, visit our website brandsurge.co.in or write to us at brandsurge@timesgroup.com. Times Network, now on nothing.
नमस्कार, स्वागत है आप सभी का कंज्यूमर किंग में। मैं हूं आपके साथ कविता थपलियाल। चोट लगने पर इस्तेमाल की जाने वाली कई लोकप्रिय बैंडेजेस में जहरीले केमिकल्स पाए जाने से हेल्थ इंडस्ट्री में हड़कंप मच गया है। फॉरएवर केमिकल्स के नाम से जाने वाले ये जहरीले केमिकल्स पर्यावरण और कंज्यूमर राइट्स की रक्षा करने वाले संगठनों और एनवायरमेंटलिस्ट की अगर हम बात करें, हेल्थ न्यूज़ के द्वारा एक अध्ययन में यहाँ पर पाया गया है कि बैंडेड और कुरार जैसे जाने माने ब्रांड्स की जो बैंडेजेस हैं वो जहरीली केमिकल्स जो हैं इसमें पाए गए हैं। अब अध्ययन का जो निष्कर्ष है वो न केवल चौंकाने वाला है बल्कि दुनिया भर के लाखों लोगों के लिए भी बड़ी चिंता का विषय बनता जा रहा है। रोज़ाना बैंडेज का इस्तेमाल करते हैं हम लोग और ये जो केमिकल्स हैं वो खुले घाव के ज़रिए ब्लड फ्लो में प्रवेश कर सकते हैं, जिससे कई हेल्थ से जुड़ी प्रॉब्लम्स या समस्याएं सामने आ सकती हैं। 18 अलग अलग ब्रांड्स की 40 बैंडेजेस के टेस्ट करने के बाद अध्ययन ने निष्कर्ष निकाला है कि उनमें से 26 में कार्बनिक फ्लोरीन का पता चला है, जो हानिकारक पीएफएस केमिकल का एक सूचक भी है। तो आज इसी पर हम विस्तार से बात करेंगे और कैसे जो आम बैंडेड आप यूज़ करते हैं, ख़ासतौर से अगर हम बच्चों की बात करें, क्योंकि बढ़ते बच्चे गिरते हैं, चोट लगती है, आसानी सी जो चीज़ होती है या जो पहली चीज़ आपके दिमाग में आती है कि अगर चोट लगी है उसको खुलाना छोड़े, उस पर बैंडेड लगा दे। अब ये बैंडेड से अगर कैंसर होने लग गया है तो ये जो अध्ययन सामने आ रहा है कितना चिंताजनक है, इस पर बात करते हैं। डॉक्टर सज्जन राज पुरोहित, सीनियर डायरेक्टर मेडिकल ऑन्कोलॉजी BLK मैक्स हॉस्पिटल, डॉक्टर अंशुमन कुमार, डायरेक्टर सर्जिकल ऑन्कोलॉजी धर्मशीला नारायण हॉस्पिटल, आप दोनों का स्वागत है हमारी इस बेहद खास पेशकश में। और सबसे पहले जो रिसर्च सामने आई है डॉक्टर सज्जन, आपके पहले कमेंट्स क्या होंगे इस पर?
तो बहुत पहली बात तो बहुत शुक्रिया इस जागरूकता मंच पे और टॉपिक पे डिस्कस करने के लिए। काफी टाइम से हमें केमिकल्स के बारे में जानकारी है कि विभिन्न तरह के जो केमिकल्स हैं वो हमारी बॉडी को नुकसान करते हैं, और ये फॉरएवर केमिकल्स जो हैं इस पे हमने पहले भी 2-3 चर्चाएं की हैं। तो ये जो केमिकल्स होते हैं ये एक तरह के हाई मॉलिक्यूलर वेट हाइड्रोकार्बन्स होते हैं, और इसमें फ्लोरोकार्बन्स आते हैं और कुछ केमिकल्स आते हैं। उनकी प्रॉब्लम ये होती है कि वो बायो कॉन्सेंट्रेशन का एक प्रिंसिपल है, जिसके अंदर कि धीरे-धीरे वो एनिमल्स में, प्लांट्स में ओवर टाइम एक्यूमुलेट होते जाते हैं, और ये जो ह्यूमन बीइंग्स हैं या बाकी एनिमल्स हैं इनको डिग्रेड नहीं कर पाते, और ना ये नेचर में डिग्रेड होते हैं। तो इसकी वजह से इनका बॉडी में एक्यूमुलेशन होने से लॉन्ग टर्म साइड इफेक्ट्स आते हैं, जो कि हम चर्चा करेंगे। बट ये काफी चिंता का विषय है। ऐसे प्रोडक्ट्स जो कि हमारे बॉडी के लिए नुकसानदायक है शॉर्ट टर्म में और लॉन्ग टर्म में, उनको हमें किसी भी हालत में यूज करना या तो बंद करना चाहिए या उनके सेफर अल्टरनेटिव्स सर्च करने चाहिए।
अंशुमन, ठीक है, ये अध्ययन में सामने आ गया है। डॉक्टर सज्जन, आप भी कह रहे हैं कि ये हानिकारक है और इनका इस्तेमाल हमें शायद बंद कर देना चाहिए, लेकिन जिस तर्ज पर ये चीज़ें बेची जाती हैं, है ना, वो किस चीज़ पर होती है, वो किस बुनियाद पर बेची जाती है? क्योंकि खुले घाव पर ही उसको लगाया जाता है ताकि आप उसको और घाव गहरा ना हो जाए, पानी से और तमाम तरह की डस्ट से उसको बचाया जा सके। तो ये तो काफ़ी लंबे समय से हम करते आ रहे हैं, और इस तरह के अध्ययन अगर अब जाकर सामने आ रहे हैं तो कहीं ना कहीं जागरूकता की तो कमी खैर है ही है, लेकिन उसके अलावा जो चीज़ें बेची जा रही है, मसलन के तौर पर अगर मैं ये बैंडेड की ही बात करूँ तो उनमें किस तर्ज पर इसको बेचा जा रहा है, क्या लॉजिक जो है वो लगाया जा रहा है? क्योंकि अब तक जो लॉजिक हम लगाते आ रहे हैं उसका तो साइड इफेक्ट सामने दिखाई दे रहा है।
जी, देखो एक्चुअली क्या होता है इसके अंदर एक जो अध्ययन, हर अध्ययन के पीछे ना हमें सारे पहलुओं को देखना पड़ता है। तो ये बात सच है कि लॉन्ग टर्म अगर कोई भी इंसान ऐसी चीजें यूज करता है, इसमें बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है कि रिकरेंट यूज करना, मतलब एक बार के यूज करने से शायद ये बायो कॉन्सेंट्रेट नहीं होते हैं। मेन जो ये पीएफएस या फॉरएवर केमिकल्स हैं, ये वाटर प्रूफिंग के काम आते हैं बैंडेजेस में, और वैसे अगर हम देखें नॉन स्टिक कुकवेयर में भी यूज होता है। आपने सुना होगा पीछे इसके ऊपर भी न्यूज आई थी। इस तरह की तमाम रिसर्च आती है जो हमें अलर्ट करती है कि इन तरह की चीजों का जितना हो सके कम इस्तेमाल करें। हम कभी-कभी ऐसा होता है कि इनको पूर्णतः अपनी लाइफ से नहीं निकाल सकते हैं। दूसरा, इनका प्रोलॉन्ग्ड या रिपीटेड यूज ही हमारे को इनको हार्मफुल बनाता है। तो ऐसा होता है कि ऐसा नहीं कि हर एक स्मॉल से स्मॉल मात्रा में ये क्लिनिकली मीनिंगफुल डिफरेंस लाते हैं, बट यस, अगर इनको लाइफ का हिस्सा बनाया जाए या इनको इरैशनली यूज किया जाए तो डेफिनेटली लॉन्ग टर्म में हमारे हेल्थ पे प्रभाव पड़ता है। ये तो रही बात इसके टॉपिक के ऊपर। अब रही बात कि अगर हमें कोई जानकारी रिसर्च के द्वारा मिली है तो इसके ऊपर साइंटिफिक कम्युनिटी को उसके ऑल्टरनेटिव ढूंढने पड़ते हैं। अब इसमें हम देखें, चाहे प्लास्टिक यूज है, हमने प्लास्टिक का बायोडिग्रेडेबल यूजेस बढ़ाया है, हमने ऐसे प्लास्टिक यूज करने शुरू किए हैं जो कि ह्यूमन बॉडीज के लिए नॉन टॉक्सिक हैं। तो जब भी कोई रिसर्च आती है तो उसकी वजह से हमारा साइंस और हमारा जो हेल्थ केयर है उसमें एडवांस मिलता है। तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ये एक तरह से हमारे लिए ये एक अलार्म बेल है, जिसकी वजह से हम बैंडेजेस को बच्चों के लिए और ह्यूमन यूज के लिए और सेफर बना पाए।
नहीं, बिल्कुल एक आई ओपनर तो है ही, और जैसा आपने समझाया डॉक्टर अंशुमन के लगातार इस्तेमाल से जो है आपको खतरा हो सकता है। लेकिन डॉक्टर सज्जन, एक चीज़ ये भी आपको ध्यान में रखनी है कि बचपने में छोटे बच्चों के लिए बैंडेज जैसी चीज़ें बहुत ज़्यादा इस्तेमाल होती हैं, और अधिकतर समय मेरे ख्याल से अगर इस्तेमाल की बात करें, उसके लिहाज से बात करें, तो बचपने में ही बहुत ज़्यादा हो जाता है, क्योंकि बच्चे खेलते हैं, कूदते हैं, चोट लगती रहती है। तो बैंडेड एक चीज़ है जो मेरे ख्याल से हर परिवार में, हर घर में एक हैंडी चीज़ होती है, तो यहाँ तो इसका लगातार इस्तेमाल होता है।
जी, तो मैं इसके लिए अगर आपको मैं बोलना चाहूँ एज ए डॉक्टर, जैसे हमें ये रिसर्च से पता चला कि हम क्विक फिक्स ना ढूंढकर, हम अगर मान लीजिए चोट बहुत गहरी नहीं है, ज्यादातर लोगों में छोटी मोटी चोट के लिए ही बैंडेज लगाई जाती है। तो उसके अंदर डॉक्टर अंशुमन भी मेरे को ऐड करना चाहेंगे, वो सर्जन हैं। तो जब एक क्लियर वुंड होता है तो उसको साफ करके, साबुन और पानी से साफ करके, ड्राई करके, अगर उसमें सर्जिकल गॉज या वैसे नॉर्मल सामान्य बैंडेज लगाई जाए तो भी वो जल्दी ठीक हो सकता है। तो ऐसा नहीं कि हर कट या वुंड के लिए हमें बैंडेज की जरूरत है। तो हम अपने लाइफ में मोस्ट टाइम्स 90% जो बैंडेज है वो वैसे भी अवॉइड कर सकते हैं। तो आप डॉक्टर अंशुमन से पूछ सकते हैं एज अ सर्जन उनकी क्या प्रतिक्रिया रहेगी इस बारे में।
ये आपने एक बात कही यहाँ पर कि सामान्य बैंडेड लगा देनी चाहिए। अब हम तो ग्राहक हैं, हमें तो हम जाते हैं, अगर फार्मेसी के पास जाना होगा, केमिस्ट के पास जाना होगा, तो हम बोल देते हैं कि हमें बैंडेड दे दीजिए। अब हम कैसे समझे कि कौन सी प्लेन बैंडेड है, सामान्य बैंडेड है, साधारण बैंडेड है, और कौन सी स्पेशलाइज्ड बैंडेड है? सर, इसका भी तो डिस्टिंग्विशन हमें नहीं पता होगा ना। एक आम ग्राहक को, आम खरीदार को तो बैंडेड खरीदने से मतलब होता है, कोई भी सामान खरीदने से मतलब होता है। अब इसके भी साइड इफेक्ट्स अब आ रहे हैं, वो सामने पता चल रहा है, लेकिन आप एक आम सोच अगर लेकर चलें तो हम कैसे खरीदने जाएं, समझ में कैसे आएगा?
कविता जी, पहले इसकी जड़ में, इसके पीछे की वजह को समझिए, फिर आगे बात करते हैं।
जी,
बैंडेड जब आया था मार्केट में तो लगा था एक मिरेकल हो गया, चोट लगी, क्विक फिक्स सॉल्यूशन है, उठा के लगा दो। लेकिन वो बैंडेड का मेन एडहेसिव कंपोनेंट था फैब्रिक बेस, क्लॉथ बेस, जिसको आमतौर पे हम लिकोप्लास्ट बोलते थे। उसी मटेरियल का बैंडेड का एडहेसिव बनाया गया। प्रॉब्लम ये होती थी, आज दोपहर को बैंडेड लगाया, कल सुबह जब बच्चा वॉश करने गया, नहाने गया, पानी से गीला हुआ तो बैंडेड गीला होता था, हटा दिया जाता था। फिर इंडस्ट्री ने ये डिसाइड किया कि कैसे इसको वाटर रेजिस्टेंट, स्टेन रेजिस्टेंट बनाया जाए, मतलब ब्लड बाहर न दिखे और इसके ऊपर से अगर पानी जाए, अंदर से पसीना इसको गीला करे तो गीला ना हो। तभी पीफैस का इसमें इस्तेमाल किया। पीफैस पर पॉलीफ्लोरो एल्कलाइल सब्सटेंस जो होता है, जहां भी आपको कोई चीज चिपकने नहीं देना है वहां पे इस्तेमाल किया जाता है। इसका बैंडेड में कोई रोल एज एन एंटीसेप्टिक नहीं है, मतलब रिक्वायरमेंट नहीं था बैंडेड का, और स्टार्टिंग में बैंडेड में ये नहीं डाला गया था। वाटर प्रूफ जब बैंडेड का जमाना आया तब इसको डाला गया। अब आप सोच रहे होंगे कि फिर डालने का फायदा क्या? और डालने का ये फायदा हुआ कि एक बैंडेड 3-4 दिन के लिए इस्तेमाल हो जाता था, वहां से पानी से गीला नहीं होता था। अब जब ये हुआ तो आज स्टडी अमेरिका की हुई है, भारत की स्टडी नहीं है। अमेरिका ने इसलिए स्टडी की, उसको ये पता है पीफास बाकी कहां कहां था और किन किन चीजों को उन्होंने रोक लिया। आप टेफ्लॉन कोटेड बर्तन का इस्तेमाल घर में करते हैं, इससे ज्यादा हर दिन, और सो कॉल की तेल कम खाना है, इसके चक्कर में वो नॉन स्टिक तवे का, नॉन स्टिक कढ़ाई का जो इस्तेमाल करते हैं उसमें भी पीफास सब्सटेंस है। वाटर रेजिस्टेंट, ग्रीज रेजिस्टेंट शर्ट जो पहनते हैं, कपड़े जो पहनते हैं कि इस पे पानी गिर गया निशान नहीं आएगा, कोई दाग नहीं लगेगा, उसमें भी पीफास है। आपके बेड में, बिस्तर में जो चादर हम बिछाते हैं जिसको वाटर रेजिस्टेंट या ये रेजिस्टेंट कहते हैं, उसमें पीफास है। आप जो पिज्जा बर्गर मंगवा खाते हैं जिससे कवर किया जाता है उसमें पीफास है। आप खाते हैं, कुछ बच जाता है, फ्रिज में रखते हैं, फिर उसी रैपर में उठा के गर्म करते हैं, पीफास लीक होके आपके खाने में आता है। तो अमेरिका इस पे रिसर्च कर चुका था, इसको एडिबल कंपोनेंट ह्यूमन कंजम्पशन से बाहर कर चुका, इसलिए अब छोटी चीज पे आ चुका है कि बैंडेड में भी पीफास है और लंबे समय के इस्तेमाल के बाद खास करके खुले जख्म में एब्जॉर्ब होगा और ये चला जाएगा ब्लड स्ट्रीम में। इसको इसीलिए कहते हैं फॉरएवर सब्सटेंस, मतलब सदैव सदैव के लिए, कयामत से कयामत तक ये तत्व आपके शरीर के अंदर वर्तमान रहेगा। वातावरण में जाए तो मिट्टी में, वायु में, जल में वर्तमान रहेगा और शरीर के अंदर कोशिकाओं में वर्तमान रहेगा। इसीलिए इसको कहा फॉरएवर सब्सटेंस। अब अमेरिका इस पे आ रहा है कि इससे भी पीफैस को निकालो, मतलब ह्यूमन टच में जहां जहां है पीफैस को निकाल। भारत के संदर्भ में अगर देखें तो पीफैस हम चारों तरफ अपने किचन से, रसोई से, डाइनिंग ड्राइंग रूम से, बच्चे के टिफिन से, शर्ट से, पैंट से, बेडशीट से, हर जगह पीफैस से घिरे हैं। तो बैंडेड बहुत छोटा मसला है, लेकिन अगर आप चाहते हैं कि बैंडेड से भी ना जाए, बाकी प्रिकॉशन आप ले लें, तो आप नॉन वाटरप्रूफ बैंडेड का इस्तेमाल करें, पहला क्विक फिक्स सॉल्यूशन। दूसरा जो डॉक्टर सज्जन ने पॉइंट आउट किया बिल्कुल सही है, घर में एंटीसेप्टिक क्रीम, एंटीसेप्टिक सॉल्यूशन, गॉज पीस और सिंपल माइक्रोपोर या ल्यूकोप्लास्ट जैसी चीज रखें, क्लीन करें, एंटीसेप्टिक क्रीम लगाएं और गॉज पीस रख के उसको रैप कर दें। वेरी सिंपल, सेफेस्ट, उसमें कुछ भी नहीं है, कॉटन है। ये सॉल्यूशन इजियर, बेटर, सेफर सॉल्यूशन है, क्योंकि लॉन्ग टर्म इफेक्ट ज्यादा होगा।
डॉक्टर सज्जन, आपकी बात सुन के तो मुझे लगता है कि ऐसे बैंडेड तो वाकई बहुत छोटा सा मुद्दा सामने आया है। आपके रोज़ाना जीवन में ही ऐसी कई सारी चीज़ें हैं जो शायद आप अनजाने में इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं और इससे आने वाले वक्त में आपकी सेहत को बहुत 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 भारी नुकसान हो सकता है। मैं चाहूँ तो इस चर्चा का दायरा ज़रूर बढ़ाना भी चाहती हूँ, खासतौर से आपकी ये बातें सुनकर। डॉक्टर अंशुमन, डॉक्टर सज्जन की बातें अगर मैं आगे ले जाऊँ तो हम तो अनजाने में ऐसी बहुत सारी चीज़ें कर रहे हैं। बैंडेड तो मेरे ख्याल से एक अध्ययन सामने आया है तो चर्चा का मुद्दा बन गया है। हालांकि आप तो दोनों प्रोफेशनल्स हैं और इसी इंडस्ट्री के हैं, तो आप अपने आपके आसपास के लोगों में शायद इस बात को लेकर जागरूकता हो सकती है। लेकिन एक जब चीज़, कोई प्रोडक्ट इस तरह का लॉन्च होता है, उसको जब लॉन्च किया जाता है तो तमाम पैमाने होते हैं जिसके थ्रू उसको पास किया जाता है। जब हम बैंडेड जैसे किसी प्रोडक्ट की बात करते हैं या वो तमाम तरह की चीज़ें जो डॉक्टर सज्जन ने अपने समझाइश में हमें बताई हैं, ये भी तो एक प्रोसेस के थ्रू गुजरते होंगे, इस पे भी तो रेगुलेटरी कंसर्न्स होते होंगे। उन सब से आपको जो है हरी झंडी मिलनी चाहिए और पता लगाना चाहिए कि पता चलना चाहिए कि ये इस्तेमाल के लिए सेफ है, तब जाके उसको इस्तेमाल में या अमल में लाया जाना चाहिए। ये पूरा प्रोसेस क्या बीच में से हट गया है?
बिल्कुल नहीं हटा है। देखिए, यूएस में स्टडी हुई, यूएस में भी किसने किया, रेगुलेटरी अथॉरिटी जैसे हिंदुस्तान में डीजीसीआई, ड्रग जनरल कंट्रोलर ऑफ इंडिया, उसी तरह से वहां भी रेगुलेटरी बॉडी है, उसके थ्रू प्रोसेस में डालना है। आपने क्या क्लेम किया? एंटीसेप्टिक एडेसिव बैंडेज, ये क्लेम किया। तो उसमें देखा गया एंटीसेप्टिक सॉल्यूशन क्या है, एडेसिव है कि नहीं है, ये सारा चेक किया गया। आप उसके लेबल पे निकाल के या उसके ड्रग डिटेल में, कंज्यूमेबल्स डिटेल में पढ़िए, पीफैस का जिक्र नहीं है उसमें, पीफैस का कहीं जिक्र नहीं है। तो एजेंसी चेक क्या करेगी जिसमें जिक्र ही नहीं है? बाद में इन्वायरमेंटल एजेंसी ने क्लेम किया, इन्वायरमेंटल एजेंसी ने पकड़ा कि इसमें पीफैस का इस्तेमाल हो रहा है, और न सिर्फ आपके खुले जख्म से आपके शरीर में जा रहा है, बाद में जब बैंडेड उतार के फेंकते हैं तो वातावरण में रहता है। और क्योंकि मैंने कहा सदैव सदैव रहने वाला फॉरएवर सब्सटेंस है, तो आपके वातावरण में लीच करके सॉइल में, मिट्टी में, वायु में और जल में पहुंच गया। तो ये आपके अंडरग्राउंड वाटर से फिर घूम के अंडरग्राउंड वाटर से जब पानी पीने के लिए आपने फिल्टर में डाला, उसमें भी आ गया। तब जाके इन्वायरमेंटल एजेंसी ने इसको चैलेंज किया और तब जाके इंक्वायरी बैठी, इन्वेस्टिगेशन रिपोर्ट आई और अब जाके कहा गया, उसमें 2 कंपनी पास हो गई है, 3M और एक ट्रू कंपनी है, दोनों में पीफैस का उन्होंने इस्तेमाल नहीं किया है, उन्होंने ये पास हो गई, बाकी 40 कंपनियां फेल हो गई हैं, क्योंकि सब वाटरप्रूफ के चक्कर में, स्टेन प्रूफ के चक्कर में पीफैस का इस्तेमाल कर रहे थे।
चलिए, अब बहुत तकनीकी चीज़ें हैं जो आपने आसान भाषा में हमारे दर्शकों को समझाई। डॉक्टर सज्जन, आपका बहुत बहुत आभार इसके लिए। लेकिन चर्चा में अब दूसरी ओर अगर मैं रुख करना चाहूँ, डॉक्टर अंशुमन, एहतियातन क्या क्या आपको एहतियात बरतने चाहिए, इस पर हमने काफ़ी गहराई से बातचीत कर ली है। अब आम जिंदगी में जिस तरह से कैंसर हम देख रहे हैं कि बीमारी के तौर पर लगातार इस तरह के केसेस जो हैं वो बढ़ते जा रहे हैं, और मेरे ख्याल से उम्र अब ऐसा कोई फैक्टर नहीं रह गया है जहां तक कैंसर की बीमारी की बात है कि अगर आप इस उम्र तक पहुंचते हैं तब जाके आपको कैंसर होगा, इस तरह की आदतों के चलते आपको कैंसर हो जाएगा। ऐसे अध्ययन जब सामने आते हैं तो कहीं ना कहीं आपको संदेह होने लगता है कि क्या आप सही तरह की ज़िंदगी जी रहे हैं। कैंसर जैसी बीमारी जिसको लेकर हम जानते हैं कि न सिर्फ केसेस भारत में बढ़ रहे हैं, दुनिया भर में बढ़ रहे हैं, और तमाम तरह की शोध भी सामने आ रहे हैं इसको ठीक करने के लिए। लेकिन अब हमारी लाइफस्टाइल पर, हमारी हेल्थ पर, हमारी सोच पर बहुत सारी चीज़ें निर्भर हो गई हैं। मैं ये पूछना चाह रही हूँ कि हम बाहर की बजाय अपने खुद पर किस तरह से इस बारे में अध्ययन करें, या हम कैसे समझें कि ये बीमारी आपको ना हो। डूज एंड डोंट्स मेरे ख्याल से एक बहुत छोटा सा दायरा होगा जो शायद मैं आपसे पूछना चाहती हूँ, बट क्या कुछ किया जाए, कैसे पकड़ा जाए, कैसे अपने आप को बचाया जाए?
तो जितना जितना प्राकृतिक तरीका होगा जीवन शैली का, उतना ही ये देखा गया है कि वो हमारे कुछ स्टडीज की गई, जैसे अभी आप इस स्टडी की बात कर रहे हैं, तो लॉन्जिविटी पे भी स्टडी किया गया है। तो ये देखा गया कि जो ह्यूमन बींग्स अभी तक न्यूअर वर्ल्ड से या मॉडर्न वर्ल्ड से अनटच्ड हैं, पहाड़ों पे रहते हैं, जीवन है ना, वो सबसे बेस्ट जीवन। लेकिन सच बात ये कि अर्बनाइजेशन, मॉडर्नाइजेशन की वजह से हम सब लोग इस चीज से अछूते नहीं है। तो जब भी ऐसी कोई न्यूज आती है तो हमें सच में इसको लेकर डर लगता है कि भी हम ऐसा क्या करें जिससे हम बच सकते हैं कैंसर से। कैंसर के 3 मुख्य कारण हैं। सबसे पहला है इन्वायरमेंटल फैक्टर्स। इन्वायरमेंट के अंदर हमारा सारा वातावरण आता है, उसके अंदर एयर, वाटर, सॉइल और आपका जो आसपास का होम का वातावरण है, चाहे वो नॉइस पॉल्यूशन है, बाकी सारी चीजें उसमें इंक्लूड हैं। आपको जैसे अभी हमें पता चला कि जो फॉरएवर केमिकल्स हैं, ये पिछले 5-7 सालों के अंदर ही हमें पता चल पाया कि इनका दुष्परिणाम है, क्योंकि किसी भी नए केमिकल के दुष्परिणाम ह्यूमन बॉडी पे आने में 20 से 25 साल लग जाते हैं। इसी तरह से आपने देखा होगा कि एयर के पॉल्यूशन को लेकर भी पिछले 20 सालों के अंदर जितना जागरूकता हमारे अंदर आई है, क्योंकि एयर पॉल्यूशन होते हुए 4 से 5 दशक ही हुए हैं, उसके दुष्परिणाम हमें अभी मिले हैं। तो कभी कभी कुछ चीजों के बारे में हमें जानकारी साइंस के इवॉल्व होने की और हमारे खुद की रिसर्च के एडवांस होने की वजह से पता चलता है। तो अब इसमें क्या कर सकते हैं? ऑब्वियसली हम ये कर सकते हैं कि हम ज्यादा नेचुरल तरीके से जीवन जिए। घर के अंदर जैसे नॉन स्टिक कुकवेयर है, कम इस्तेमाल करें, माइक्रोवेव को कम इस्तेमाल करें। ये सब हम ये नहीं बोल सकते कि बिल्कुल हम अवॉइड कर सकते हैं, बट हाँ, जितना हो सके, जितना नेचुरल वे ऑफ लिविंग रखेंगे उतना बढ़िया है। केमिकल एक्सपोजर बहुत एक इंपॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट है। तो जो जो चीजें हम कर सकते हैं वो हमें करना चाहिए अपनी लाइफ के अंदर। कुछ चीजें हमारे हाथ में नहीं होती हैं, जिस जगह हम रहते हैं वहां का सॉइल, वहां का वाटर, वो हमारे हाथ में नहीं है। तो कुछ चीजें हम कर सकते हैं सरल तरह से, वो हमें करनी चाहिए। तो एनवायरमेंट नंबर 1 फैक्टर है। नंबर 2 फैक्टर जो है वो पर्सनल हैबिट्स है। तो पर्सनल हैबिट्स में अगर आप देखेंगे, हम उसमें बात कम करते हैं, बट अल्कोहलिज्म, स्मोकिंग या हमारी लाइफस्टाइल जिसकी वजह से ओबेसिटी होती है, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट फैक्टर्स हैं कैंसर के अंदर। इसके ऊपर भी बात होनी चाहिए। तो अगर हम अपनी लाइफ को एक तरह से बेटर तरीके से जिए, फिजिकल एक्टिविटी इंप्रूव करें, ऐसी पर्सनल हैबिट्स को अवॉइड करें, तो इससे काफी हद तक हमारी हेल्थ जो है, ना केवल कैंसर बट और डिजीज से भी हम लोग बच सकते हैं। तीसरा होता है जेनेटिक फैक्टर्स। जेनेटिक फैक्टर्स हमारे हाथ में नहीं होते, वो अनुवांशिक होते हैं, वो हमारी फैमिली हिस्ट्री पे डिपेंड करते हैं। तो वो चीजें हमारे कंट्रोल में नहीं है। 2 चीजें हमारे कंट्रोल में है, एनवायरमेंटल फैक्टर और पर्सनल फैक्टर। उस पर हमें पर्सनल लेवल पे, कम्युनिटी लेवल पे और गवर्नमेंट लेवल पे काम करने की जरूरत है।
चलिए, तो अब सवाल यहाँ पर यही है कि बातें आपने तमाम समझाई हैं, मुझे शायद बहुत क्लियरली आपका ऑडियो नहीं आया, शायद आपकी फीड भी जो है वो थोड़ी सी अटक रही थी। डॉक्टर अंशुमन, आप भी कुछ कह रहे थे जब मैंने सवाल पूछा था शुरुआत में।
जी जी, आपका सवाल था कि आखिर कैंसर से बचने के लिए करें क्या?
एग्जैक्टली, हाँ।
इसका जवाब है, बहुत कुछ ना करें तो कैंसर से बच जाएंगे। करना तो कुछ भी नहीं है, बहुत कम करना है तभी कैंसर से बचेंगे। आज इंसान बहुत ज्यादा कुछ करने लगा है। पहला थ्योरी है बैक टू बेसिक्स। अपने जड़ पे, ह्यूमन सिविलाइजेशन में इंसान जैसे इवॉल्व हुआ था, उसके जड़ तक जाइए। कुछ चीजें मॉडिफाई करनी पड़ेगी। मेट्रो सिटी में ना आपके पास जंगल है, ना दरिया है, ना तालाब है, तो थोड़ा मॉडिफिकेशन की जरूरत है, बट बैक टू बेसिक्स। मिनिमलिज्म, अपने लाइफ में जरूरतों को कम करिए, तो फालतू की चीजें आप लेके नहीं आएंगे घर में, और उसी में केमिकल है, उसी में ये सारी चीजें हैं। एक कॉन्सेप्ट ओबेसोजेंस, ऐसे तत्व जिसमें कैलोरी नहीं है लेकिन मोटापा करा रहा है, और वही ओबेसोजेन एट द सेम टाइम कार्सिनोजेंस है। आपको जानकर कार्सिनोजेन मतलब जो कैंसर कराता हो। आपको जानकर आश्चर्य होगा कि टाइप 2 डायबिटीज, हाइपरटेंशन, हार्ट डिजीज, अल्जाइमर डिजीज, पॉलीसिस्टिक ओवेरियन डिजीज, कैंसर, ये बीमारी नहीं है। दीज आर नॉट डिजीजेज, दीज आर मैनिफेस्टेशन। मैनिफेस्टेशन किस चीज का? मॉलिक्यूलर हेल्थ, आपके सेल के अंदर का हेल्थ जब खराब होगा तब ये बीमारियां होंगी। तो ये तो सिर्फ एक आप लक्षण देखते हैं, बीमारी कहीं और हो रही है। और उस बीमारी में सबसे बड़ा कारण ओबेसोजेंस, जिसमें वातावरण का प्रदूषण, हैवी मेटल्स, आपका पीफैस जो हम लोग अभी डिस्कस कर रहे हैं, इस तरह की अनगिनत चीजें हैं जो हिडन है, जो आपको दिखती नहीं है। और ये एक आप समझ सकती हैं कि बाई प्रोडक्ट है बाजारवाद का। व्यापार जब बढ़ेगा तो व्यापारी आपको ल्यूक्रेटिव चीजें पहुंचाने की कोशिश करते हैं। दूसरा, फास्ट फूड कल्चर, उसमें खास करके ड्रिंक जिसमें 25 to 50 टाइम्स ज्यादा शुगर कंटेंट है। एंड शुगर इज पॉइजन, सिंपली शुगर इज पॉइजन। शुगर तो आप कह सकते हैं बच्चों के लिए अल्कोहल, बड़ों को जैसे शराब लेते हैं, बच्चों का शराब शुगर है, एडिक्टिव होता है बच्चों के लिए, फैटी लिवर कराता है, और जब एडल्ट होने लगती है लड़की, पॉलीसिस्टिक ओवेरियन डिजीज और बाद में कैंसर कराता है। लोगों को पता नहीं है। इंसुलिन रेज होता है, इंसुलिन एक ग्रोथ फैक्टर रेज होता है, कैंसर सेल को प्रमोट करता है। इसकी थ्योरी समझिए। तो आपके फास्ट फूड, पैक्ड फूड, ऐप बेस्ड आपने खाना मंगवाया, प्लास्टिक के पैक में आया, उसमें BSA, बिस्फेनॉल A और थैलेस 2 केमिकल लीच किया, आपने खाना खाया, रात में सर्कैडियन रिदम को डिस्टर्ब करके खाना मंगाया। जब सोने का समय था तो रात को 2 बजे 3 बजे खाना ऑर्डर कर रहे थे, सर्कैडियन रिदम डिस्टर्ब। यूके की नर्सेज स्टडी आई कि जो लोग रात में जगे रहते हैं, दिन में सोते हैं, उनमें ब्रेस्ट कैंसर का चांस ज्यादा बढ़ा। अगेन रिस्क बढ़ा। खाना बचा, आपने फ्रिज में डाला, अगले दिन उसी प्लास्टिक के बर्तन को माइक्रोवेव में गर्म किया, फिर से केमिकल लीच हुआ, कैंसर का खतरा और बढ़ा। आप देखते जाइए कि क्या क्या चीजें आपने एक्वायर की है। सिर्फ एक्वायर करे चीजों को छोड़ देना है। कैसे छोड़ना है? पीतल के, लोहे के, स्टील के बर्तन में घर में खाना बनाइए, माइक्रोवेव को बंद कर दीजिए, प्लास्टिक की बोतलें घर से हटा दीजिए, रिफाइंड प्रोडक्ट सारा बंद कर दीजिए, रिफाइंड ऑयल, रिफाइंड शुगर, रिफाइंड आटा, रिफाइंड चावल, बिल्कुल बेसिक रॉ फार्म फ्रेश लेके आइए, अपने घर में खाना खाइए। पहला, अपने वेस्ट लाइन को, कमर की लाइन को चेस्ट लाइन से छोटा करिए, ओबेसिटी कम होगी, ब्रेस्ट कैंसर, एंडोमेट्रियल कैंसर, प्रोस्टेट कैंसर, कोलोन कैंसर का रिस्क कम हो जाएगा, डायबिटीज, हार्ट डिजीज, हाइपरटेंशन का रिस्क कम हो जाएगा। तो उसको कम कर लिया आपने। मेंटल स्ट्रेन कम कीजिए, मेंटल स्ट्रेस कह सकते हैं कि इंसान है, बिल्कुल ऑप्टिमम स्ट्रेस रखना है काम करने के लिए। परसिस्टेंट, रिपीटेड और लॉन्ग टर्म स्ट्रेस आपके लिए हार्मफुल होगा, क्योंकि रिएक्टिव ऑक्सीजन स्पीसीज ROS जनरेट होगा, DNA डैमेज करेगा, कैंसर सेल बनेगा। इसको कम करिए। माइंडफुलनेस, सचेतन की अवस्था में रहिए और वर्तमान में जीना चालू कीजिए। एंड लास्ट, स्टार्ट लविंग योरसेल्फ, अपने आप से मोहब्बत कीजिए। कैंसर क्या, कई बीमारियों से बचेंगे।
चलिए, मेरे ख्याल से ये ऐसा मुद्दा है जिस पे हम और 1 घंटा चर्चा कर सकते हैं, लेकिन फिलहाल मेरा समय समाप्त हो गया है और इसीलिए ही चर्चा को भी समाप्त करना होगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आप दोनों का, समय निकाला और हमारे दर्शकों का आज मार्गदर्शन किया। धन्यवाद।
In association with Panasonic Green Impact. In association with State Bank of India, the banker to every Indian.
मैं हूँ खुश, बताऊंगा शेयर्स ऐसे जो करेंगे आपको खुश। जानिए मेरे साथ कड़क शेयर्स, रोज ET नाउ स्वदेश पर।
हमारी पीढ़ी को तो वोट के बदले में धोखे ही मिले थे,
और हमारी पीढ़ी को बस गरीबी हटाओ के नारे। पानी ढोती थी, इज्जत दाव पर लगाकर अंधेरे में शौच को जाती थी, धुएं में आंखें जलाती थी,
और फिर हमें मिले मोदी जी कामदार।
हमारा दर्द महसूस किया है मोदी जी ने,
तभी तो झट से भेज दिए बिजली, पानी, गैस, शौचालय। अब घर में बीमारियां कम हो गई है ना अम्मा?
हाँ,
दवा का खर्चा घटा है और ढेर सारा समय बचा है।
हमारे जैसे करोड़ों निकले हैं गरीबी से बाहर।
पर मम्मी, भाभी, मोदी जी कहते हैं कि ये तो बस ट्रेलर है, आगे पूरे भारत से गरीबी हटाने की गारंटी है मोदी जी की।
और मोदी को जिताना है हमारी गारंटी है।
कमल का बटन दबाएं, भाजपा को जिताएं। In the heartbeat of India's pulse comes a voice that resonates with the nation. Padmaja Joshi.
Hi, I'm Padmaja Joshi and this is India Upfront. Every evening on the show, my aim is to come straight to the point. You have supported me because you know I have a clear view. You will know where I stand on each issue and I will also tell you why. This show is not about imposing my view on you. It is about giving you data, giving you facts to show you why I say what I say. And all of this is done with a smile because You've seen, and I know, that facts speak the loudest. And on these facts, and on my view, I have no hesitation in being upfront.
India Upfront, weeknights at 8 p.m.
पिछले साल हमने देखा था कि 3 साल के बाद सामान्य से कम बारिश हुई थी, तो इस बार काफ़ी उम्मीदें थी और एल नीनो एक्टिव था, तो चिंताएं काफ़ी ज़्यादा थी कि इस बार किस तरह की बारिश होगी। लेकिन प्राइवेट वेदर एजेंसी स्काईमेट ने साफ कर दिया और लगातार दूसरा इनका पूर्वानुमान है जनवरी के बाद इस बार अप्रैल के पहले हफ्ते में, जो आज इन्होंने जारी किया है कि इस साल सामान्य बारिश होगी। और सामान्य में भी जो उनका ऊपर का जो दायरा है 102%, वो 102% लॉन्ग पीरियड एवरेज के बारिश होने की संभावना यहाँ पर जताई गई। तो ये काफ़ी अच्छी खबर है। उन्होंने ये भी कहा है कि जून में बहुत अच्छी बारिश नहीं होगी, लेकिन जुलाई, अगस्त और सितंबर, जुलाई में 105%, अगस्त में 98% और सितंबर के महीने में 110% बारिश होने की संभावना है, जो बहुत ही अच्छी खबर है। क्योंकि खरीफ सीजन के लिहाज से, क्योंकि सबसे ज़्यादा अनाजों का उत्पादन खरीफ सीजन में ही होता है और पूरी तरह से मानसून पे निर्भर ज़्यादातर फसलें होती है ऐसे दौर में, और जब यहाँ पर अच्छी बारिश होगी तो डेफिनेटली इसका काफ़ी फ़ायदा मिलेगा। अब बता देते हैं कि किन किन इलाकों में अच्छी बारिश हो सकती है, डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन कैसा रह सकता है। तो साउथ के जो इलाके होंगे, जो पिछले साल काफ़ी सूखे की स्थिति थी, वहाँ पर इस बार अच्छी और बम्पर बारिश होने की संभावना जताई गई। इसके अलावा सेंट्रल इंडिया और वेस्ट इंडिया, यहाँ पर भी अच्छी बारिश होगी। लेकिन इस बार उत्तर पूर्वी कुछ राज्य ऐसे हैं जहाँ पर सामान्य से कम बारिश होने की संभावना जताई गई है। लेकिन ओवरऑल मानसून की स्थिति अच्छी है। जो भी मेजर एग्री बेल्ट है वहाँ पर इस साल काफ़ी अच्छी बारिश होने की उम्मीद है, जो एक अच्छी खबर लेकर आया है।
स्टॉक मार्केट में पोर्टफोलियो बनाना हो सकता है मुश्किलों से भरा। मार्केट का उतार चढ़ाव आपको कर सकता है कंफ्यूज। मार्केट में आज नीचे के लेवल से करीब 200 पॉइंट की रिकवरी आई। मैं अजय शर्मा आपको दूंगा सीधी और सटीक सलाह, जिससे आप बना सकेंगे अपना पोर्टफोलियो मजबूत। ईटी नाउ स्वदेश, बढ़ो देश के साथ।
10 मिनट में आपका खाना डिलीवर हो न हो, पर यहां आपको मिलेगा हर 5 मिनट में कमाई का पक्का मौका। ईटी नाउ स्वदेश पर हर 5 मिनट कमाई का आइडिया।
मैं एक्सिस सिक्योरिटीज से राजेश पालविया, मैं दूंगा आपको ऐसे ट्रेडिंग आइडियाज जो कराएंगे आपको धमाकेदार मुनाफा। तो देखिए पालविया के पटाखे शेयर्स सिर्फ ईटी नाउ स्वदेश पर।
शरद जी और प्रीतेश जी, आप दोनों का बहुत शुक्रिया। स्वागत है ईटी नाउ स्वदेश पर। शरद जी, शुरुआत आपसे करना चाहेंगे। आप जरा ये बताइए कि किस तरह के रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी प्रोजेक्ट्स आप प्लान कर रहे हैं आने वाले समय में, और किस तरह से आप कैपिटलाइज करेंगे जो डिमांड बढ़ रही है रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी के स्पेस में भारत में, आप उसको किस तरह से भुनाने की योजना बना रहे हैं?
हाँ, नहीं, इसमें हम आपको बताएं कि ये जो अपॉर्चुनिटीज हमने बताया कि इतना ज्यादा बिडिंग हुआ है, पिछले हम आपको ये बताते हैं कि लास्ट के 2 महीने में हमने जिस बिड्स में पार्टिसिपेट किया और हमने बहुत ही अट्रैक्टिव प्राइस पे 3.7 गीगावाट 3700 मेगावाट का बिड हमने जीता है, जो कि मिक्स है हर तरह का। विंड के भी हैं उसमें प्रोजेक्ट्स, सोलर के भी हैं, उसमें एफडीआरई भी है, जिसमें फिक्स्ड डिस्पैचेबल रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी हम डिस्कॉम को देंगे, जो कि एक कॉम्बिनेशन है विंड, सोलर और बैटरी स्टोरेज का। तो ये सारे बिड्स हमने 3.7 गीगावाट के पिछले 60 से 70 दिन में जीते हैं। और अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट जो हमारा वर्क इन प्रोग्रेस चल रहा है, कैप्टिव रिक्वायरमेंट, तो पूरा हमारा इस समय जो हमारी ऑर्डर बुक है वो 6.5 गीगावाट से ज्यादा की है हमारे पास ऑर्डर बुक। इसके अलावा हमारा जो बैटरी स्टोरेज का भी एक प्रोजेक्ट जो हमने जीता, जो भारत का सबसे बड़ा बैटरी स्टोरेज प्रोजेक्ट और दुनिया में भी वन ऑफ द बिगेस्ट बैटरी स्टोरेज प्रोजेक्ट है 1 गीगावाट आवर का, उस पे भी हम ऑन ग्राउंड अब काम शुरू करने जा रहे हैं, क्योंकि उसमें भी हमारा पार्ट कैपेसिटी का पीपीए साइन हो गया है। तो वो ये सारा चीज करके, उसके अलावा हम पंप स्टोरेज में काम कर रहे हैं। पंप स्टोरेज एक थोड़ा लॉन्ग जेस्टेशन प्रोजेक्ट होता है, जिसमें करीब 5 से 6 साल लगते हैं। प्री प्रोजेक्ट 1.5 से 2 साल का पीरियड होता है, वो हम काफी एडवांस स्टेज में है, टीम वहां उस पे काम कर रही है। तो लॉट ऑफ अपॉर्चुनिटीज हमारा इन ऑल एंटायर सेक्टर ऑफ ग्रीन स्पेस। इसके अलावा हमारा एक नया प्रोजेक्ट जो हम जिस पे हमारा काम चल रहा था, एक हाइड्रो प्रोजेक्ट 240 मेगावाट का जो हमने शुरू किया था आज से करीब 4-4.5 साल पहले, वो भी कमीशन एडवांस स्टेज में है और वो इसी साल में हम उस प्रोजेक्ट को भी कमीशन करेंगे। तो इस तरह से हमारा हर फील्ड में जहां जहां पे राइट अपॉर्चुनिटीज हैं हम लोग उस पर फोकस कर रहे हैं।
ठीक है शरद जी, एक चीज़ बताइए फिर, आप इमर्जिंग मार्केट्स में बैटरी स्टोरेज सॉल्यूशन के अंदर अपने आप को कहाँ पे पोजीशंस करता हुआ देखते हैं?
बैटरी स्टोरेज में जैसे हमने बताया आपको कि आने वाला समय जो है बैटरी स्टोरेज एक बहुत बड़ा रोल प्ले करेगा। ये काफी टाइम से, कई सालों से इंडिया या पूरा वर्ल्ड इसकी तरफ देख रहा था, बट कॉस्ट ऑफ बैटरी सेटिंग अप बैटरी स्टोरेज एंड वाज नॉट कंड्यूसिव, वो था नहीं उतना क्योंकि बैटरी प्राइसेस बहुत ज्यादा थे। बट हमने सबने देखा है कि पिछले 1 से 1.5 साल में बैटरी की प्राइसेस काफी मॉडरेट हुई हैं और ये एक अब अच्छा सोल्यूशन बनता जा रहा है। स्पेशली जो हम देखते हैं पीक आवर डिमांड जो होती है, टाइम ऑफ द डे, पीक, मॉर्निंग पीक, इवनिंग पीक, जब पावर की रेट 8 रुपए से 10 रुपए तक पहुंच जाती है, आई थिंक बैटरी स्टोरेज उन पर्टिकुलर पीक आवर डिमांड के लिए एक बहुत अच्छा इफेक्टिव सोल्यूशन होने जा रहा है। उसके साथ साथ जिस तरह से हम देख रहे हैं कि विंड एंड सोलर एनर्जी का परसेंटेज ओवरऑल एनर्जी जनरेशन में कंट्री में बढ़ने जा रहा है, बैटरी स्टोरेज एक ग्रिड को स्टेबिलिटी प्रोवाइड करने में भी एक बहुत बड़ा रोल प्ले करेगा। तो हम इन सब चीजों को ध्यान में रखते हुए हम लोग रेडी हैं। अभी जैसा हमने आपको बताया कि एक हमने एफडीआरई का जो बैटरी स्टोरेज के साथ में सोलर विंड लगा रहे हैं, उस प्रोजेक्ट पे भी हमने काम किया और एक बहुत ही अच्छा कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव सोल्यूशन के साथ जब हम बिडिंग में गए तो हमको उसमें एक सक्सेस मिली है। तो बैटरी स्टोरेज, इसके साथ साथ पंप स्टोरेज और बैटरी स्टोरेज, ये दोनों हम कह सकते हैं कि फ्यूचर है कंट्री में, along with the existing power from wind and solar and thermal। इन सबको देखते तो पंप स्टोरेज पे जैसा हमने बताया है कि हमने एमओयू साइन करे हैं और काम कर रहे हैं, तो ये हमारे फोकस एरियाज हैं आने वाले समय में। इसके अलावा हमारा एक ये भी बोलना चाहेंगे कि जिस तरह से हम कहते हैं कि 40 गीगावाट 50 गीगावाट हर साल रिन्यूएबल कैपेसिटी एडिशन होना है, जो अभी तक आने वाले पिछले सालों में, अभी ये जो साल जस्ट खत्म हुआ है इसमें में भी करीब 12-13 गीगावाट 11 महीने का नंबर आया है, वो हुआ था। अदरवाइज अब अगर सडनली 40 गीगावाट का एडिशन होना है तो सप्लाई चेन एक बहुत बड़ा रोल होगा कि हम कैसे सिक्योरिटाइज करें अपने बिजनेस को। तो उसके लिए हम बैकवर्ड इंटीग्रेशन की तरफ भी जा रहे हैं, जिसमें कि हमने अभी एक टेक्नोलॉजी लाइसेंस एग्रीमेंट साइन किया है वन ऑफ द लीडिंग विंड टर्बाइन जनरेटर मैन्युफैक्चरर इन चाइना, और उनके साथ में हम यहाँ पे अपने रिक्वायरमेंट के लिए विंड टर्बाइन जनरेटर का मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इंडिया में करेंगे। ये दिस इज एक स्टेप है अपने को डी रिस्क करने का। सिमिलरली हम सोलर मॉड्यूल के लिए भी राइट टाइम पे हम मैन्युफैक्चरिंग करेंगे अपने ओन इंटरनल रिक्वायरमेंट्स का। ओवर एंड अबव दैट बैटरी का जैसे हम फ्यूचर है तो, और हम उसके लिए बैटरी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग का, सेल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग का हम एक सेटअप भी क्रिएट करने जा रहे हैं। तो ये सारा अपना इंटरनल रिक्वायरमेंट्स को देखते हुए और बिजनेस को डी रिस्क करने के लिए।
ठीक है शरद जी। प्रतीश जी आपके पास आएंगे। सर अगर हम एनर्जी की बात कर लें या फिर पावर की बात कर लें तो काफ़ी ये रेगुलेटेड सेक्टर है और ख़ास तौर से रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी में सरकार का फोकस भी काफ़ी ज़्यादा है, सपोर्ट भी मिल रहा है। तो आप ज़रा ये बताइए कि सरकार के रेगुलेशन का या फिर सरकार की नीतियों का आपको किस तरह से फ़ायदा मिल रहा है, और अगर कोई जोखिम एसोसिएटेड हैं, कोई अगर रिस्क हैं तो आप ज़रा उसको भी हाईलाइट कीजिएगा।
पिछले कुछ सालों में हमने देखा है कि पॉलिसी टेलविंड, एक स्ट्रॉन्ग पॉलिसी टेलविंड एनवायरनमेंट है स्ट्रक्चरल बेसिस पे, जिसने काफ़ी लेगेसी इश्यूज को सेटल किया है और इसके चलते आउटलुक सेक्टर की बहुत ही अट्रैक्टिव हो गई है। आप अगर देखें स्टार्टिंग विथ रिन्यूएबल परचेज ऑब्लिगेशन, आरपीओ जिसको बोलते हैं, जो सारे डिस्कॉम्स को मैंडेटरी है, या लार्ज कंज्यूमर्स ऑफ पावर इंक्लूडिंग इंडस्ट्रियल कंज्यूमर्स की एक सर्टेन परसेंटेज ऑफ टोटल पावर उनको ग्रीन एनर्जी लेनी है। पावर फॉर ऑल जो गवर्नमेंट ने स्टार्ट किया था कुछ सालों पहले कि जितने भी अनइलेक्ट्रीफाइड घर थे उनमें इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन करना, वो हुआ है। ट्रांसमिशन और कनेक्टिविटी साइड में बहुत फोकस है और जो सेक्टर का सबसे बड़ा रिस्क एक होता है और होता था, वो है रिसीवेबल रिस्क, क्योंकि जो डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन यूटिलिटीज थे वो बहुत लंबे टाइम तक फाइनेंशियल स्ट्रेस में रहते थे, क्योंकि वो जो परचेज करते थे जिस कॉस्ट पे पावर, उतना वो रियलाइज नहीं कर पाते थे अपने कस्टमर से। तो गवर्नमेंट ने बहुत ही स्ट्रक्चरली बेसिस पे जो लेट पेमेंट सरचार्ज रूल्स 2022-23 में अनाउंस किए थे, उसके अंदर अगर आप देखें कि मार्च 2022 में जो टोटल आउटस्टैंडिंग अमाउंट थी सारे डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन यूटिलिटीज से जनरेटिंग कंपनीज को, वो कुछ 1,30,000 करोड़ था। लेकिन पिछले 1-1.5 साल में ये एलपीएस का रिफॉर्म्स लाके वो नंबर आधा से भी कम हो गया है और अभी मार्च 24 एंड पे करीब 62,000 करोड़ पे है। तो आपने सही कहा, गवर्नमेंट की फोकस और ये टेल विंड ऑफ पॉलिसी रिफॉर्म्स ने सेक्टर के आउटलुक को और भी अट्रैक्टिव कर दिया है, और इसका डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन है जो हमें स्ट्रॉन्ग रेस्पॉन्स मिला है ये क्यूआईपी इशुएंस में, जिसमें मोर देन 3.2 टाइम्स सब्सक्रिप्शन हुआ। वर्ल्ड के ब्लूएस्ट ऑफ ब्लू चिप बड़े बड़े इन्वेस्टर्स, वर्ल्ड के भी और डोमेस्टिक भी इंस्टीट्यूशनल इन्वेस्टर्स ने पार्टिसिपेट किया। तो ये सारा कुछ दर्शाता है कि इन्वेस्टर्स का भी कॉन्फिडेंस पावर सेक्टर में बहुत ही इम्प्रूव हुआ है।
ठीक है प्रत्यक्ष, एक चीज़ और बताइए जरा, आप अपने इंटरनेशनल बिजनेस एक्सपेंशन के बारे में और थोड़ा जानकारी दीजिए, उसमें आप क्या कर रहे हैं?
एक्चुअली भारत में ही इतना ज़्यादा साइज ऑफ अपॉर्चुनिटी है कि हमारा एक्चुअली इंटरनेशनली जनरेशन साइड या बिजनेस साइड पे कोई फोकस नहीं है। हमारा पूरा बिजनेस भारत में है और गोइंग फॉरवर्ड भी हमारा प्लान भारत में ही है, क्योंकि यहाँ पे रनवे ऑफ ग्रोथ अपॉर्चुनिटी बहुत ज़्यादा है। शरद जी जो बात कर रहे थे कि टेक्नोलॉजी सोर्सिंग हुई या सप्लाई चेन डी रिस्किंग हुई, टेक्नोलॉजी लाइसेंसिंग, ये सारे चीज़ों के लिए हम इंटरनेशनल पार्टनर्स से इवैल्यूएशन करते रहते हैं टाइम टू टाइम, लेकिन जो बिजनेस को बिल्ड करना है वो सारा फोकस हमारा भारत में ही है।
ठीक है प्रत्यक्ष, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, थैंक यू वेरी मच। शरद आपका भी शुक्रिया, थैंक यू वेरी मच, आप दोनों ने टाइम निकाला, बातचीत हुई आपसे अच्छे से और आपने अपनी कंपनी के बारे में बताया। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया सर, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
In association with Veer MDF, strong, very strong, Rushil Decor Limited. In association with State Bank of India, the banker to every Indian.
हर खबर अब आपकी भाषा हिंदी में।
इस समय मुझे लगता है डिमांड से ज्यादा सप्लाई की वजह से क्रूड प्राइसेस ऊपर जा रहा है।
बनिए चुटकी में चतुर,
जिससे आप बना सकेंगे अपना पोर्टफोलियो मजबूत।
जल्द लॉगिन करें etnowswadesh.com पर। बढ़ो बदलो देश के साथ।
लाखों की संख्या में श्रद्धालु पहुंचे अयोध्या।
बरसों की प्रतीक्षा के बाद हमारे अयोध्या का गौरव लौटा है। नहीं तो पहले टेंट, टूटे घाट, गंदगी, कोई फैसिलिटी नहीं। और अब काशी देखो, केदारनाथ देखो, उज्जैन देखो, सोमनाथ देखो, सब भव्य दिव्य।
और मोदी जी कहते हैं ये तो बस ट्रेलर है, आस्था का परचम लहराता रहे। ये है मोदी की गारंटी, इसलिए हमारा पहला वोट मोदी को। ये है हमारी भी गारंटी।
कमल का बटन दबाएं, भाजपा को जिताएं।
Your issues become our agenda. From airfares to government high-handedness, we voice your concerns and demand answers for your questions.
4 से 5 घंटे की बिजली कटौती हो रही है।
टिकट बहुत दिक्कत हो रही है मैम। Because we believe in fighting for what is right. Mirror now, you first.
100 Mania Season 11.
What's up guys, my name is Abhishek Jain and I am from Ludhiana, Punjab. I participate in the 100 Mania contest. which is happening on Movies Now. I'm thrilled that I have won a bumper prize, a bike. You can also win many exciting prizes. Thank you.
100 Mania Season 11. Only on Movies Now and Movies Now HD.
केया इंडस्ट्रीज़ के मैनेजमेंट से हम बातचीत करेंगे और 1968 में बनी केया वायर और केबल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में देश की दूसरी बड़ी कंपनी है। कंपनी पावर केबल्स की कई रेंजेस बनाती है जिसका कई देशों में एक्सपोर्ट भी होता है और वायर एंड केबल्स की मांग बढ़ने और कच्चे माल की कीमतों में आई तेज़ी से कितना कीमतों पर दबाव बढ़ने का दबाव कितना रहेगा और आने वाले वक्त में क्या सूरत हाल होंगी, तमाम मुद्दों पर हम बात करेंगे। कंपनी के बिजनेस अपडेट और ईवी के लिए खासतौर से वायर्स के डिमांड को लेकर क्या तस्वीर उभरती हुई दिखाई दे रही है। कंपनी के चेयरमैन और एमडी अनिल गुप्ता साहब हमारे साथ जुड़ गए हैं। अनिल जी, बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आपका हमारी इस खास पेशकश में और आपको भी शुभकामनाएं नए संवत की, गुड़ी पाड़वा की और चैत्र नवरात्रि की भी। एक सवाल शुरुआत जिससे करना चाहती हूँ, चाइना +1 प्लान को आप कैसे कैपिटलाइज करेंगे मौक़ों के लिहाज से सर?
देखिए, हम इसको चाइना +1 के लिहाज से नहीं देखते हैं। हम लोग तो पिछले काफ़ी सालों से अपनी एक्सपोर्ट बिजनेस को बढ़ाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं और इसमें हमें काफ़ी सफलता भी मिली है। और मैंने अपनी पिछली कमेंट्रीज में हमेशा कहा है कि एक्सपोर्ट का पोटेंशियल बहुत बड़ा है और आने वाले सालों में, इस साल में और आने वाले सालों में हमें उम्मीद है कि एक्सपोर्ट का हमारा जो परफॉर्मेंस है कंपनी का, वो काफ़ी स्ट्रांग रहेगा।
ऑलराइट, जिस तरह से आप इस रणनीति को आगे ले जाना चाहते हैं, सीसीएस स्ट्रैटेजीज B2C को एनहांस करने को लेकर, इसकी सेल्स को एनहांस करने को लेकर आपने अभी तक क्या सोचा है और किस तरह से कंपनी की ग्रोथ और मार्जिन्स में एक्सपेंशन हो पाएगी, थोड़ा विस्तार से अगर समझा पाएँ इस पहलू को।
देखिए, B2C की एक्सपेंशन के लिए हम पिछले कई सालों से लगातार काम कर रहे हैं और हमारा ऑलरेडी 47% बिजनेस B2C के मतलब बिजनेस टू कंज्यूमर के थ्रू, डीलर डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन नेटवर्क के थ्रू हो गया है। कुछ 4-5 साल पहले तक ये सिर्फ 20% होता था और वहां से लेकर हम ग्रोथ के साथ इसको हम ऑलमोस्ट 50% तक ले आए हैं और 50-55% तक का जो B2C का कंट्रीब्यूशन है मेरे ख्याल से काफ़ी होता है और इससे हमें हमारी कंपनी के ग्रोथ में भी हमें काफ़ी सफलता मिली है, काफ़ी तेज़ी आई है। बिकॉज जो अनटैप्ड एरिया हैं या जो दूर दराज के एरिया हैं जहां हमारी मार्केटिंग टीम्स नहीं पहुंच पाती, वहां पर डीलर नेटवर्क पहुंच जाता है और उससे हमारी ब्रांडिंग में और जो कंपनी का जो ब्रांड प्रमोशन है वो भी काफ़ी स्ट्रांग हुआ है।
ऑलराइट, कंपनी के ब्रांड प्रमोशंस की अगर मैं बात करूं और जिस तरह से पोजीशनिंग की मैं बात करूं, क्या इसमें तमाम नई चीज़ें जुड़ने के बाद, तमाम नई योजनाएं कंसिडर करने के बाद इसको और कितना बढ़ा किया जा रहा है आपकी तरफ से?
आप जरा ये समझाइए कि योजनाएं
जी,
किन योजनाओं की आप बात कर रही हैं?
जी नहीं, योजना एक एक करके मैं लूँगी, लेकिन चलिए इस बीच में केपेक्स पर सवाल ले लेती हूँ आपसे। केपेक्स स्ट्रैटेजी जो है वो किस ओर जाती हुई दिखाई दे रही है? एक्सपोर्ट्स में किस तरह की वृद्धि और रिटेल में अपना शेयर बढ़ाने को लेकर आपकी क्या प्लानिंग होगी फिर?
देखिए, एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ाने के लिए हम जो एक्सपोर्ट ओरिएंटेड या एक्सपोर्ट स्पेसिफिकेशंस के मुताबिक जिस तरह से प्लांट को सेटअप करना चाहिए उस तरह से उस पर हम काम कर रहे हैं। और जो हमारा हमने एग्जिस्टिंग फैक्ट्रीज में भी बहुत सारे फॉरेन कंट्रीज के सर्टिफिकेशंस ली हैं जिससे हम उन कंट्रीज में एक्सपोर्ट कर पाएँ। और हमारी जो नई कैपेक्स आ रही है सानंद में, अहमदाबाद के पास, वो भी हमारा पूरा फोकस है कि जो भी हम प्लांट एंड मशीनरी या टेस्टिंग इक्विपमेंट्स लगाएं वो एक्सपोर्ट स्पेसिफिकेशन से ओरिएंटेड हों। और जितनी भी एक्सपोर्ट सर्टिफिकेशंस हैं जिन जिन कंट्रीज में हम एक्सपोर्ट करना चाहते हैं, तो कंट्री स्पेसिफिक कंट्री स्पेसिफिक जो हो सर्टिफिकेशंस हैं उस पर हम काम कर रहे हैं और बहुत जगह हमें मिले हैं और जिसकी वजह से एक्सपोर्ट सब्सटेंशियली ग्रो भी हुआ है।
सर कोई आंकड़ा आप बताना पाएंगे कैपेक्स को लेकर, जो ये तमाम स्ट्रैटेजीज को और तीव्रता देने के लिए आप लगा रहे हैं?
देखिए, जो B2C कैटेगरी को बढ़ाने के लिए जो बेसिकली कैपेसिटीज चाहिए, जिससे हम कोई भी ऑर्डर्स को 10-15 दिन या 3 हफ्ते में भुगता सकें, तो इसी स्ट्रेटेजी पे हमने काम किया है। दूसरा, 23 या 24 स्थानों पर हमने डिपोज एस्टेब्लिश किए हैं, जहां पर हम रेडी गुड्स रख रहे हैं, जिससे ऑर्डर आते ही 2 से 3 दिन के अंदर हम एक्स स्टॉक उसको एग्जीक्यूट कर देते हैं। तो कुछ मार्केट्स ऐसी होती हैं, जैसे रिटेल मार्केट्स, जहां पर कस्टमर डिलीवरी के लिए वेट नहीं करता है, तो जो स्टैंडर्ड गुड्स होते हैं, स्टैंडर्ड प्रोडक्ट्स होते हैं, उनकी स्टॉकिंग करते हैं और उनकी इमीडिएटली डिलीवरी करते हैं। दूसरा, कैपेसिटीज को इतना हम हर कैटेगरी में वायर्स, लो टेंशन केबल्स, हाई टेंशन केबल्स में इतना सब्सटेंशियली ग्रो कर रहे हैं कि जिससे किसी भी ऑर्डर के एग्जीक्यूशन में हमें वेट ना करना पड़े।
रिस्क की बात करते हैं सर, यहाँ पर जोखिम को कम करने के लिए, और पता नहीं शायद आप बढ़ते कंपटीशन को कितना बड़ा जोखिम मानते हैं, लेकिन इसका सामना करने के लिए क्या रणनीति होगी फिर?
देखिए, जोखिम को कम करने के लिए एक ही स्ट्रेटजी होती है कि अपनी कॉस्ट को नीचे लाएं और अपनी मार्केट्स को बढ़ाएं, जिससे आपका डाइवर्सिफिकेशन इतना ज़्यादा हो कि आप किसी भी पर्टिकुलर मार्केट पे बहुत ज़्यादा डिपेंडेंट नहीं हो। तो कॉस्ट को नीचे लाने के लिए एक तो कंपनी का साइज जब बढ़ता है तो आपकी जो कॉस्ट कॉम्पिटिटिवनेस इंप्रूव होती है, हमारा परचेज बढ़ता है, परचेजिंग प्राइस कम होते हैं, ओवरहेड कॉस्ट विज़ टर्नओवर वो भी नीचे जाती है। तो अल्टीमेटली कंपटीशन तो कॉस्ट से ही नीचे लाया जा सकता है, और ब्रांड अवेयरनेस को बढ़ाना, और अब जिससे हम मार्केट में प्रीमियम कमांड कर सकें, यही कुछ स्ट्रेटेजी होती हैं जिससे हम एक्सपोर्ट को हम कंपटीशन को किल कर सकते हैं।
आइएगा ज़रा कि फॉरेन करेंसी के फ्लक्चुएशंस से बचने के लिए आप क्या कुछ कर रहे हैं ऑपरेशंस और फाइनेंशियल परफॉर्मेंस पर? अगर इसके असर की हम बात करें तो वो किस तरह से आपको फैलता हुआ दिखाई दे रहा है?
नॉर्मली हमारा इंपोर्ट भी है और एक्सपोर्ट भी है, लगभग दोनों इक्वल टर्म्स में होते हैं। तो हम लोग कोई हेजिंग स्ट्रेटजी नहीं लेते हैं, क्योंकि हमने देखा है कि इसमें उतार चढ़ाव इतना होता है कि हेजिंग स्ट्रेटजी से फायदा होने की कम उम्मीद होती है, नुकसान होने की ज़्यादा उम्मीद होती है। तो हम नेचुरल हेज में चलते हैं, तो जितना इंपोर्ट है उतना ही एक्सपोर्ट भी है, तो करेंसी अपने आप नेचुरल हेज ले लेती है।
सर सवाल तो मेरे पास बहुत हैं आपके लिए, लेकिन हमारे पास समय ख़त्म हो चुका है इस चर्चा के लिए। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका इस खास पेशकश में आपने शिरकत की।
हाँ हाँ, देखो जी भर के अपना ही है, और अपने ही वोट से बने हैं बड़े बड़े पुल देश भर में।
हमारी लाइफ तो निकल गई बेटा, हमारे टाइम तो अटकाना, फटकाना, लटकाना यही कल्चर होता था। पर तुम लोगों के लिए बड़े काम करने वाला बैठा है। सिर्फ 10 साल की स्पीड देख लो, अटल सेतु से अटल टनल देख लो, चिनाब ब्रिज से बोगीबिल ब्रिज देख लो, और इतना करके भी मोदी जी कहते हैं ये तो अभी ट्रेलर है।
हमारे सपने पूरा करने की गारंटी मोदी जी की, तो उनको जिताने की गारंटी किसकी?
हम बाप बेटी की।
कमल का बटन दबाएं, भाजपा को जिताएं।
मेरा नाम आशीष सचदेवा है। टाइम्स नाउ नव भारत मेरे लिए तो बहुत अच्छा चैनल है। डिलीवरी लेते टाइम पापा को थोड़ा सा लग रहा था कि सच में मिल रही है ना। मैंने कहा नहीं पापा, अब ये गाड़ी सच में हमारी है, जो कि टाइम्स नाउ नव भारत से मिली है। देखो खेलो जीतो कॉन्टेस्ट खेलकर मैंने तो जीत लिया, अब आप कब जीत रहे हो?
देखेगा नव भारत जीतेगा भारत कॉन्टेस्ट। देखो खेलो जीतो टाइम्स नाउ नव भारत पर।
मुझे लगता है कि हम दुनिया की कोई भी टीम को हरा सकते हैं।
सर सबसे पहले आपसे ये जानना चाहेंगे, कल हमने तीनों के तीनों इंडेक्स में रिकॉर्ड हाइज बनते देखे और ये तब हो रहा है जब यूएस में जो बॉन्ड यील्ड्स हैं वो एलिवेटेड हैं, क्रूड का भाव हम $90 के आसपास देख रहे हैं। तो सर रिकॉर्ड हाइज पर रणनीति अब क्या बना के चलनी चाहिए? क्या आपको लगता है कि जो मोमेंटम बना हुआ है इसी तरह से ये कायम रहेगा आगे भी?
देखिए, हम सबसे पहले समझते हैं वाई आर वी एट अ न्यू हाई, वेयर आर वी हेडेड फ्रॉम हियर एंड व्हाट वी शुड डू। हम न्यू हाई पर क्यों हैं, हम न्यू हाई से कहाँ जाएंगे और आपको क्या करना चाहिए। नए हाई के कई कारण हैं। नए हाई के कारण थे कि मार्केट में जो भय आया था रेगुलेटरी एक्शन का, वो ख़त्म हो चुका है। दूसरा, क्वार्टरली अपडेट्स अच्छी आई हैं। तीसरा, ग्लोबली सेंट्रल बैंकर्स को इन्फ्लेशन को लेकर के समस्या नहीं लग रही है। और चौथा, अगर आप इकोनॉमी का रुख आप देखें, अर्निंग्स का रुख आप देखें और उसके ऊपर आप रिटेल पार्टिसिपेशन, HNI पार्टिसिपेशन आप देखें, तो जो मार्च में जो भय का जो समय बना था, का जो माहौल बना था, वो ख़त्म होने लगा है। अब ये जो नया हाई है पुराने नए हाई से कैसे डिफरेंट है? कई कारणों में डिफरेंट है। तो अब लेवल्स की तुलना अगर आप करें, भाई मार्च और अप्रैल में आपके जो लेवल्स थे, लेवल्स में आप ऊपर हो चुके हैं, मगर पार्टिसिपेशन, टेक्निकल्स और अगर आप मार्केट पोजिशनिंग के FNO मार्केट में देखें तो आप एक यूफोरिक, एक रेड जोन या फिर आप एक कोई बहुत ओवरबॉट जोन के अंदर नहीं आए हैं। अभी तक वहाँ नहीं पहुँचे हैं जहाँ पर टिपिकली मार्केट पीक आउट होता है। तो नया हाई बन चुका है, मगर मार्केट की जो पोजिशनिंग है उस पोजिशनिंग को मद्देनज़र रखते हुए एक बात बोली जा सकती है कि नए हाई के अंदर लेवल ऑफ पार्टिसिपेशन इस समय बहुत ज़बरदस्त नहीं है। FI का डेटा अगर आप देखें तो लगातार उनकी बिकवाली हो रही है, ख़रीदारी कम है। अब आपको क्या करना चाहिए, सबसे अहम वह है। देखिए, मुझे लगता है कि मार्केट बजट इलेक्शन तक तो ठीक रहेगा, उसके बाद हम एक नया व्यू ले सकते हैं मार्केट पार्टिसिपेंट से। तो इलेक्शन के रिजल्ट तक, जून मिडल तक, मुझे लगता है मार्केट ठीक ठाक रहेगा। इस मार्केट के अंदर अगर आपको कोई दाव लगाना है तो इस मार्केट के अंदर आपको दाव लगाना चाहिए थोड़ी सी गिरावट के बाद, 1-2 दिन की गिरावट, इंट्राडे गिरावट, उसके बाद लगाएं। बिकॉज मिड एंड स्मॉल कैप स्टॉक्स बढ़ चुके हैं। 7-8-10 दिन की लगातार उछाल के बाद उनके अंदर इस समय रिस्क रिवॉर्ड रेशियो थोड़ा कम हो सकता है।
देखो सर, ये बात आपने काफ़ी पते की बात की और ये सिल्वर लाइनिंग भी है कि FIs पिछले 15-20 दिनों से किसी तरह का कोई बदलाव नहीं है उनमें, लेकिन फिर भी हमने तीनों इंडाइसिस के ऑल टाइम हाई देख लिए। हमने तब देखे जब ये अर्निंग्स नहीं आई है, अभी तो इलेक्शंस का पहला वोट नहीं गिरा है और अभी तो मानसून को लेकर कोई अपडेट और नहीं आया है, ये तब ऑल टाइम हाइस लग रहे हैं। देखो सर, मेरे को यही समझना है, क्योंकि अब हम अर्निंग के मुआयने पर आके खड़े हुए हैं, क्या बाजार अर्निंग्स को इस बार कितनी गंभीरता से लेगा, इसके अंदर क्या ग्रीन शूज़ है और किस चीज़ पे आपको ज़रा कंसर्न है? अगर आप थोड़ा हिंट कर पाएँ तो हम अभी से प्रिपेयर हो जाएंगे।
देखिए, इस बार अर्निंग्स को एक केस बाय केस आपको लेना पड़ेगा और मुझे लगता है कि अर्निंग्स इस बार काफ़ी डिवाइडेड आएंगी। सेक्टर के अंदर कोई ट्रेंड नहीं आएगा, मगर कंपनीज हो सकता है कि उत्तर और दक्षिण की बात करें। सबसे पहले TCS और इन्फोसिस के नंबर आने वाले हैं। मुझे लगता है कि TCS से आपको माइल्ड सरप्राइज मिल सकता है, बिकॉज नए CEO जो वहाँ पर हैं वह काफ़ी मुशक्क़त से काम कर रहे हैं कि वह अपनी जो रेलगाड़ी को वापस कैसे मोमेंटम में लेकर आएँ। तो मुझे लगता है कि TCS से आपको एक सरप्राइज़ मिल सकता है, ख़ास करके अगर आप TCS के रीसेंट मीडिया कमेंट्स देखें, अगर आप TCS की रीसेंट रणनीति देखें और उनके ऑर्डर फ्लो देखें, तो मार्केट क्योंकि IT को एक प्रकार से एकदम नेगेटिव कर चुका है, तो मुझे लगता है कि द बिग सरप्राइज, लिटिल बिट ऑफ पॉजिटिव कमेंट्री फ्रॉम IT कुड एक्ट एज अ बिग सरप्राइज। तो सबसे पहले आने वाले TCS। बैंक से नतीजे, क्वार्टरली अपडेट्स हमें आ चुकी हैं, तो बैंक से नतीजे मुझे लगता है कि ठीक ठाक ही रहेंगे, बिकॉज क्वार्टरली अपडेट इज़ ऑलमोस्ट लाइक अ सेमीफाइनल मैच, जहाँ आपको पता है कि फॉर्म में कंपनी का क्या फॉर्म रहेगा। तीसरा बड़ा सेक्टर आता है जिसके अंदर सब काफ़ी इस बार उम्मीद लगा करके बैठे हैं, जिसकी हम बात नहीं करते हैं, वह है फिनटेक और कंज्यूमर टेक। जोमेटो 200 रुपये के आसपास है, पॉलिसी बाजार का भाव देखें तो 1200 रुपये के आसपास है। नाइका की 2-3 दिन पहले क्वार्टरली गाइडेंस आई थी, वह भी ठीक ठाक थी। डिलीवरी से उम्मीदें ज़्यादा हैं, तो एक सेक्टर है जो जहाँ पर उम्मीदें इस समय काफ़ी ज़्यादा हैं और इनके नंबर्स जो रहेंगे वो काफ़ी इंपॉर्टेंट रहेंगे। फिर आते हैं नंबर्स आपके कंज्यूमर ऑटोज़ के एक परफॉर्मिंग सेक्टर रहा है। ऑटोज़ के अंदर मार्जिन को लेकर के क्या समस्या हो सकती है, क्या मार्जिन की वजह से जो इनको समस्या लास्ट ईयर हुई थी क्या वह ठीक हो रही है, इस पर भी नज़र रखिए। फिर आपके आते हैं PSUs, उसमें कंपनी स्पेसिफिक डिम्पी व्यू लेना पड़ेगा, बिकॉज देयर इज़ नो पॉइंट इफ आई से कि भाई आप PSUs पे नज़र रखें। डिफेंस PSUs, रेलवे PSUs, बैंकिंग PSUs, मेटल PSUs, सबकी जो कार्य प्रणाली है, सबका जो डायरेक्शन है, सबका जो मोमेंटम है, सबका जो अर्निंग्स ट्रेजेक्ट्री वो सब अलग है।
स्टॉक मार्केट में पोर्टफोलियो बनाना हो सकता है मुश्किलों से भरा। मार्केट का उतार चढ़ाव आपको कर सकता है कंफ्यूज। मार्केट में आज नीचे के लेवल से करीब 200 पॉइंट की रिकवरी आई। मैं अजय शर्मा आपको दूंगा सीधी और सटीक सलाह, जिससे आप बना सकेंगे अपना पोर्टफोलियो मजबूत। ईटी नाउ स्वदेश, बढ़ो देश के साथ।
10 मिनट में आपका खाना डिलीवर हो न हो, पर यहां आपको मिलेगा हर 5 मिनट में कमाई का पक्का मौका। ईटी नाउ स्वदेश पर हर 5 मिनट कमाई का आइडिया।
नया शिखर बनाने के बाद ऊपरी स्तर से फिसला बाजार। निफ्टी लगभग 30 अंक गिरकर 22,650 के पास बंद। निफ्टी बैंक ऊपर से 250 अंक फिसला। चौथी तिमाही के अच्छे बिजनेस अपडेट से गोदरेज प्रॉपर्टीज करीब 5% की बढ़त के साथ बंद। Q4 में कंपनी ने बेचे 9,500 करोड़ के घर। ब्रिगेड एंटरप्राइजेज और शोभा भी 2 से 5% ऊपर चढ़कर बंद। QIP लॉन्च के ऐलान के बाद स्टरलाइट टेक 10% की मजबूती के साथ बंद। कंपनी का 1,000 करोड़ का QIP लॉन्च, फ्लोर प्राइस 119 रुपए। दमदार नतीजों से क्यूपिड 5% का ऊपरी सर्किट पर लगा। कंपनी की आय 52% बढ़ी। अच्छे नतीजों से ट्रांसफॉर्मर्स एंड रेक्टिफायर्स भी 5% चढ़कर बंद। कॉपर की कीमतें रिकॉर्ड ऊंचाई पर पहुंचने से हिंद कॉपर करीब 8% चढ़ा। नैल्को, टाटा स्टील और हिंडाल्को में भी रही खरीदारी। डिस्काउंट पर ब्लॉक डील के चलते ग्लैंड फार्मा करीब 3% फिसल कर बंद। सूत्रों के मुताबिक कपूर प्रमोटर्स ने बेचे करीब 5% शेयर। और इस साल मानसून सामान्य रहने की उम्मीद। मौसम एजेंसी स्काईमेट के मुताबिक जून से सितंबर के बीच बारिश लंबी अवधि के औसत से 102% रहने का अनुमान। नमस्कार, कल की तैयारी देख रहे हैं आप। मैं हूं आपके साथ प्रशांत पांडे, जहां पर आज हम आज के बाजार के हिसाब से कल की खास तैयारी हम करवाते हैं आपकी, और इसके साथ ही ढेर सारे सवालों को भी हम शामिल करते हैं जिस पर हमारे एक्सपर्ट आपको भरोसेमंद सलाह देते हैं। तो सबसे पहले मैं बता दूं कि आज के शो में क्या होने वाला है खास, लेकिन आपको बता दें कि इस शो में आज आप अपने सवाल किस तरह से पहुंचा सकते हैं उसका तरीका जान लीजिए। जी हाँ, कुछ नहीं करना है आपको लगातार हमारे सोशल मीडिया पेजेस पर जाकर अपने सवाल पोस्ट करने हैं। ट्विटर, फेसबुक और इसके साथ ही यूट्यूब पर भी आप लाइव कमेंट करके अपने सवाल हम तक पहुंचा सकते हैं। बहुत सारे दर्शक हमें जो सवाल कल पोस्ट करते हैं वो सवाल हम शामिल करते हैं यूट्यूब के कमेंट बॉक्स में, तो इस सवालों को भी हम शामिल करेंगे। लाइव सवालों को भी पोस्ट कीजिए, उनको भी शामिल करने की हमारी कोशिश रहेगी। याद रखिए, सोमवार से शुक्रवार शाम 3:30 बजे कल की तैयारी हम आपके लिए लेकर आते हैं, और फिर शाम 6 बजे भी हम ये शो लेकर जाते हैं, लेकिन 3:30 बजे के शो में आप लाइव सवाल पूछ सकते हैं, ये सुविधा आपको मिलती है। तो ये वो तरीके हैं, और इन सब के बीच में ज़रा अपने एक्सपर्ट्स को अपने साथ जोड़ते हैं। हमारे साथ Hedge.in के राहुल घोष और हेंसैक्स सिक्योरिटीज़ के महेश ओझा जी जुड़ चुके हैं। आप दोनों का बहुत बहुत स्वागत। अब बाजार को ज़रा देख लीजिए। तो बाजार ने जिस तरह के स्वप्न आज दिखाए उनको आज ही के दिन तोड़ा भी। जी हाँ, नया शिखर बनाने के बाद ऊपरी स्तरों से बाजार फिसला। निफ्टी जो है वो 22,650 के पास बंद हुआ। निफ्टी बैंक भी एक वक्त पर निफ्टी जब दबाव में था, निफ्टी बैंक में अच्छे संकेत थे, लेकिन बाद में निफ्टी बैंक भी ऊपर से 250 अंकों की यहाँ पर गिरावट नजर आई, हालांकि हरे निशान में बंद हुआ। तो बाजार का ये पूरा व्यू था। चलिए राहुल, अब यहाँ से बाजार को कल अगर हम भांपें तो क्या होगा, क्योंकि उसके बाद तो छुट्टी वाला दिन आ जाएगा। अब अगर हम बाजार को इस नज़रिए से समझें तो क्या वॉलेटिलिटी जारी रहने की आपको अंदेशा है, आपको लग रहा है यहाँ से गिरावट और गहरा सकती है? किस तरह का व्यू बन रहा है?
नमस्ते और गुड आफ्टरनून। तो कल सुबह सुबह एक पोजीशन लेना मुनासिब नहीं होगा मेरे अकॉर्डिंग, क्योंकि आज का जो कैंडल बना है निफ्टी के डेली चार्ट में, वो देखना पड़ेगा कि कल थोड़ा फॉलो थ्रू बन रहा है कि नहीं। अगर फॉलो थ्रू बन रहा है तो एक बहुत ही माइनर सा करेक्शन आ सकता है, जहां पे लाइन इन द सैंड जो पॉपुलर मुहावरा कहते हैं ना, 22,350 पे है। 22,350 एक इंपॉर्टेंट सपोर्ट है, तो थोड़ा सा करेक्शन आता है तो वहां तक हो सकता है। 22,350 अगर ब्रेक करता है नीचे की तरफ तो आपको पुट राइटर्स जो है उनको कवर करना पड़ेगा और आपको एक और 200-300 पॉइंट नीचे की तरफ दिख सकता है। बट 22,350 अगर होल्ड करता है और आप देख रहे हैं कि एक बेस बन रहा है 22,350 के आसपास, तो फिर से लॉन्ग जा सकते हैं 22,300, एक 70 या 80 पॉइंट का स्टॉप लॉस रखिए। कल का फॉलो थ्रू इंपॉर्टेंट है। अगर कल कोई फॉलो थ्रू नहीं मिलता है मार्केट में और मार्केट फिर से ऊपर की तरफ ही जाता है, तो जिसका मतलब 22,500 नेक्स्ट बेस बन जाएगा। तो टुमारोज मूवमेंट, कल के मूवमेंट के लिए हम वेट करेंगे फर्दर डिसीजन के लिए।
ठीक है, तो कल के मोमेंट के लिए थोड़ा सा पेशेंस रखना पड़ेगा, धैर्य रखना पड़ेगा, और उसकी रणनीति भी आपके सामने रख दी गई। चलिए अब आपके सवालों को फटाफट से हम अपनी चर्चा में शामिल करते हैं, और पहला सवाल जो है वो हम अपने YouTube के जरिए शामिल करते हैं। अरविंद पटेल का है, जोमेटो पर इन्होंने सवाल पूछा हुआ है। 100 शेयर इनके पास है, 191 के भाव पे लिया है, और चूंकि इनके भाव से ऊपर आज भी स्टॉक में तेज़ी नजर आई तो यहाँ पर इनको फ़ायदा होता हुआ, लेकिन स्टॉक्स की संख्या कम है इसलिए बहुत बड़ा फ़ायदा तो यहाँ पर नहीं हो रहा है। महेश जी, जोमेटो में 191 की खरीद, फिलहाल 194 के करीब ये स्टॉक, आगे का नजरिया क्या है?
गुड आफ्टरनून राहुल जी। तो जोमेटो के अंदर अभी